12,378.28, huh, a young man said as he read a letter. The man looked to be in his early 20s and had brown hair. The bags under his eyes made it seem like he hadn't had a good night's rest in a long time. The next moment, the man threw the letter into a corner of his packed room. The room was filled with sheets of paper, clutter, and packaging material. That's not enough. The man shouted with suppressed rage and frustration. Fucking shitty-ass customers. He felt like a mountain of proverbial pressure was pressing down on him, but he quickly shook his head to regain his bearings. He hated feeling like this. The man pulled out his phone, and when he saw the image of the lock screen, he had the urge to throw his phone in the corner as well. Alas, despite the hefty paycheck, he really didn't have any money to spare, so his phone was spared the same fate as the papers. There was a good reason why he still lived in a cramped apartment with only a single room. On the lock screen was the image of him and a beautiful woman smiling, and the man didn't seem nearly as tired and annoyed in the photo. He opened his banking app, which greeted him with his name, Kyle Freeman, a very ironic last name considering his current situation. Fucking name makes you laugh, he thought. Imagine being called Freeman and getting fucked by all sides. Couldn't be me. When Kyle saw that the money was already in his account, he felt a surge of anxiety but just pushed it to the side. Usually, people were happy when their monthly paycheck arrived, but for Kyle, it was the worst day of the month. Kyle made a new transaction and put in the amount of $4,200 before authenticating again and completing the transaction. The reason for the transaction stated alimony payments. He was back to being in a deficit of only $13,000. Only was a very appropriate word right now since it had been much worse in the past months. The next moment he sent his rent, another $2,000, for a shitty apartment in the worst part of the city. Have to put the taxes to the side, he thought as he transferred more money to another account, which wasn't in the minus. Bills, 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 he thought as his heart raced. Fucking hate payday. Good game though. Finally, he was left with his disposable income, about $4,500. That would allow him to live comfortably. Sadly, things weren't that easy. A couple of minutes later, someone knocked on his door. Kyle gritted his fists with frustration and rage as his heart clenched with fear and nervousness. "We know you're home, Kyle," someone said on the other side of the door. Ah, fuck, he thought. Really? This soon? Can't give me one day of rest. Kyle walked over to the door and opened it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 4 men standing in front of him. There were 2 tall and muscular ones wearing biker jackets, a thinner one with a lot of fake jewelry, and a normal-looking guy with a business shirt. "We saw you got your paycheck," the man in the shirt said evenly before holding out his hand like he was expecting something. "It's here," Kyle said, his voice sounding higher than he wanted. "No need," the man in the shirt said as he motioned for the guy with the fake jewelry to walk into the apartment. Kyle was roughly pushed to the side as the man stepped past him. The man spotted the paper quickly and handed it to the man with the shirt. $12,000. Not a lot, he commented. "Why is it only $12,000 this month?" "Well, the customers." "Are we not advertising enough for you?" the man asked, interrupting Kyle. "No, that's not. We ordered services in excess of $7,000. With all the taxes, that should still net us a good $5,000. I know your financial situation, Kyle, and it doesn't look good." The man waved the paper around as he looked with a serious expression at Kyle. "Mr. Herring fears that you might get cold feet." When Mr. Herring's name fell, Kyle felt his heart shake and a nervous smile appeared on his face. Mr. Herring was not someone that anyone should mess with. "Mr. Herring sincerely hopes that your business succeeds," the man in the shirt added. "After all, he is a major investor. So tell me, why is it only $12,000? What do you need to improve revenue?" The man leaned forward and looked deeply into Kyle's eyes. Kyle avoided the man's gaze and looked to the side. "Well, you know," he said with an uncomfortable smile as sweat ran down his face. "Yes," the man urged with a threatening tone. "It's okay," Kyle said with more energy. "It will improve next month." The man's brows furrowed. "No, you wanted to say something just now. Say it, I want to hear it." "It wasn't important," Kyle answered. "It's important to me," the man said with fake sincerity. "Well," Kyle said, hesitating, "you know that I just had a divorce and that." "How is it our problem that you married a narcissistic gold digger?" the man interrupted with a reprimanding tone. Kyle felt his insides shake as he gritted his teeth and fists in suppressed rage and frustration. Yet, while his heart wanted him to explode with rage and frustration, his mind told him that this would be a very bad idea. He really wanted to see this situation in a good light, but he couldn't do the impossible. These people could do terrible things. It was their job to do terrible things. Exploding in rage would cost him his life. It might not cost him his literal life, but it would cost him everything. He had already thought about going to the police, but what would that accomplish? These guys were clean, at least on the surface. The most the police could do was to send a couple of patrols his way. Meanwhile, the tires of his car would be slashed without any evidence. He would lose all advertising for his business. Mr. Herring would file a civil suit for diverse things, drowning him in lawyer fees. And while all of this was happening, he would also have to deal with the criminal court since exposing these people meant admitting to participating in money laundering. Kyle wanted nothing more than to punch these people who were keeping his life in a vice grip. But he couldn't, he was powerless. Well, Kyle said, trying not to say anything stupid. My divorce is, kind of, related to your money. The man sneered before looking at the two tall guys blocking the entrance. One of the tall guys stepped into the apartment, pushing Kyle back. The others followed, and the other tall guy closed the door behind him. The man in the shirt leaned into Kyle's face as he slowly waved the paper around. And how, he slowly spoke with a deep voice, is your divorce related to this? The judge determined the alimony payment based on my income, Kyle said nervously, keeping a nervous smile on his lips, and your money is officially part of my income. Without it, I would only need to pay less than $1,500. If we could deduct another $2,000 or even only $1,500 from your share, I could survive and continue working. The intense expression of the man vanished, replaced by a distant one. Then he threw a glance at one of the bigger men. Kyle's heart almost stopped. He pulled his arms up to defend his face. Arg, but the big guy just kneed him in the torso. Kyle fell over and lay on the floor. While the guy had aimed for his stomach, he had actually hit his liver. Shouldn't have moved, idiot, the big guy said with a gruff voice before bending down and grabbing Kyle's hair. He pulled Kyle up by his hair and forced him to stand. Kyle's world was spinning, and his mind was assaulted by all kinds of horrible sensations. The pain he felt was unreal. There were not many worse places to hit than the liver. However, it wasn't the pain that tormented Kyle but the fear. What if this was life-threatening? What if his liver ruptured? What if some of his ribs broke? He would need to pay even more bills to the hospital. What then? The anxiety completely overwhelmed him, and in the next moment, oh fuck. The big guy shouted in horror as a load of puke landed on his pants. The next moment, Kyle's world spun even more as the big guy slapped him to the ground again. The only thing Kyle heard was a high-pitched ringing in his left ear. The big guy received a reprimanding glare from the guy in the shirt. Sorry, I lost control. We'll talk about that later, the man said before looking at Kyle again. The man went into a squat as he looked at Kyle. Please stand up. We should continue our conversation like civilized people. Kyle didn't move. He just couldn't hear the man due to his ringing ear. The man waited for some seconds before sighing. See, this makes things more difficult, he said as he looked at the big guy. You have to be careful with such things. It won't help anybody if he can't continue the conversation. Sorry, the man repeated. I will keep myself in check. The man motioned for the other big guy to help Kyle up. The other guy supported Kyle by the shoulder and held him up. Kyle's head was still spinning, but he recovered some seconds later. So that we don't have to do this again, Kyle heard the man finish. Huh? Kyle asked as he instinctively moved away from the big man supporting him. I'm not doing this because I enjoy it. I'm not doing this to torment you. I'm doing this to wake you up. Adversity creates power, Kyle. A piece of metal that didn't undergo sufficient tempering can't survive a battle. Take today as an opportunity to do better so that we don't have to do this again. Did you get me this time? The man asked. Kyle's anger exploded. These fucking holier-than-thou, hypocritical, arrogant words pushed him over the edge. The next moment, Kyle moved forward, and for the first time in a long while, Kyle's heart went over his head. His fist hit the arrogant snot right in the middle of his face. Bang! The man in the shirt fell backward, his nose bent at an unnatural angle. The other three looked at the man with shock. Bang! Kyle fell to the side as the man who had supported him earlier elbowed the side of his head. A human only had one pair of eyes, and one couldn't avoid attacks one couldn't sense. The next moments were hazy for Kyle. He saw two people holding him down. He saw the man in the shirt angrily kicking him in the stomach, but he didn't feel it. It was like everything was a dream. Did I really do that? Kyle thought during his dreamlike state. He remembered how good it felt to punch that fucking arrogant ass in the mouth, or the nose. Welp, guess that's it, Kyle thought. It's over. But now that I did it, I don't really regret it. I did good today. Fuck that guy, get someone else to be your fucking donkey. Kyle just didn't care anymore. He punched the guy and that was all that counted. Are you angry, huh? Kyle answered as his eyes regained focus. Are you angry? The same voice repeated. Kyle noticed that nobody was moving. The four men were all frozen in different positions. However, a new person had appeared in the room. When Kyle saw the new person, his eyes widened. Damn, she looks good, he thought. In front of him was a tall, red-haired woman with what could only be described as a perfect face. It was like she had been created by an AI to be as pleasing to the human eye as possible. Not anymore, Kyle answered absent-mindedly. A friendly smile appeared on the woman's face. Do you like your life? She asked. No, Kyle answered absent-mindedly again. It was like he was compelled to answer. Do you hate that you can't fight four people on your own? She asked. It never really popped into my head, but yeah, things would be easier if I could, he answered. The smiling woman nodded. Do you want a job? She asked. Just like the last couple of minutes, Kyle blurted out the first thing that came to his mind. How's the pay? You are funny, Mr. Freeman, the woman said with a friendly smile, no hint of laughter on her face. Isn't that a normal question? Kyle asked as he looked around. The other four were really just standing there, doing nothing. One of them was keeping his boot on Kyle's throat, but there was no weight behind it anymore. Two others were watching, while the man with the shirt was readying himself to deliver another kick to Kyle's torso. Kyle awkwardly scooted out from beneath the boot as he kept looking around in confusion. The payment and duties of this job are not related to money, the woman spoke calmly with a perfect voice. This pulled Kyle out of his confusion, and he looked at the woman with raised brows. How is a job not related to money? He asked. I ain't living to work, I work to live. Have you not noticed that you are in an unusual situation right now, Mr. Freeman? She spoke calmly. Is money the only thing on your mind, even in a situation like this? Of course, Kyle answered immediately. My entire life revolves around money. If you accept the job, it won't anymore, the lady said. Ah, so the payment is good, Kyle asked. The lady didn't lose her composure. Instead, she slowly snapped her fingers, and the four other people in the room vanished. This is a free service, the lady said. The people burdening you are no more. Kyle blinked a couple of times in confusion. What? He asked. They are gone, she said. In what way? They are gone. They don't exist anymore, she explained. Kyle had some difficulties wrapping his mind around that sentence. Gone as in dead, but how? Why am I dreaming? Kyle thought. Are you questioning reality right now, Mr. Freeman? The lady asked. Kyle looked with surprise at the lady. Was it that obvious? It's a common reaction, she explained. No, this is not a dream. If it were a dream, you could do things that you wouldn't usually be able to do. Why don't you try it? Kyle blinked a couple of times. What did he really want to do right now? He really wanted to punch that guy again, but he was gone. So instead, he wanted the guy to appear so that he could punch him again. Sadly, nothing happened. Kyle and the lady remained silent for a while. Slowly, Kyle realized that he wasn't in a dream. There was no chaos, and he could think with clarity. Okay, what's going on? He asked. I am offering you a job, the lady repeated. Why? What qualifications do I have that you are coming into my apartment to ask me personally? Kyle asked. A fitting heart, she answered. Aim, Kyle slowly uttered. That seems a bit strange. I mean, I'm not kicking any puppies, but I'm also not the most law-abiding citizen. I didn't say you had a good heart, Mr. Freeman, the lady answered. I said you have a fitting one. Fitting to or for what? Kyle asked. Fitting for the job, the lady answered. Are you doing this on purpose? Kyle asked again. You keep talking about the job without explaining anything. I need a little more information here, magic lady. Are you interested? She asked. Kyle almost wanted to groan in exasperation. Why was talking to this woman so difficult? This was high school all over again. Sure, give me the details, Kyle said as he sat down on his bed, which lost all of its elasticity and felt like a brick. Ah, Kyle said before the lady could answer as he looked at his bed. So you froze time, not just people. Cool. Lady just looked at Kyle with professional friendliness. You seem to be taking the situation quite well. Kyle just shrugged. I have no more fucks to give. Too much shit happened today. I just want to go to bed and forget everything that happened, but I can't do that right now. So yeah, shoot, give me your alien, interdimensional, whatever bullshit. Yet a moment later, Kyle felt regret for his words and sighed. Sorry for that. It's not your fault. I shouldn't have been so rude. It's just. You know, the lady's demeanor hadn't changed in the slightest. You should listen to your heart more, Mr. Freeman. Mind and soul are a team, not enemies. You seem to know a lot about me, Mrs. Magic, Kyle answered. I have to, she answered. It is my job to find fitting employees. Ah, you're a recruiter, Kyle said. You could call me a recruiter, she answered. Am I allowed to know the name of the client? He asked. I must apologize, but I can't share that detail with you at the moment, she answered. Can't even tell me who she's working for, Kyle thought. Mysterious. The next moment, a sheet of paper appeared in the woman's hands and it floated over to Kyle. Kyle just grabbed it out of the air, not caring about any of the supernatural bullshit that was happening right now. He was just done. Sure enough, it was an employment contract. Yet, as Kyle read through it, he blinked several times in confusion. Enforcer trainee Kyle Reed. That's the job title. The lady just nodded. After reading through the contract, Kyle just held it to his side as he looked at the lady with a skeptical expression. All right, to summarize, he said before coughing for dramatic effect. I am supposed to enter different worlds that have magic and stuff, become some kind of overseer, and then do whatever your client tells me to do. Is that correct? That is correct, the lady answered. Shit, this sounds like one of these isekai animes that all the weebs watch nowadays, Kyle commented. Fiction involving world travel has been introduced to make the concept easier to digest when we scout people, the lady said. Kyle answered. You also made the Matrix. We did, the lady answered. Kyle just nodded a couple of times as if he had just heard something mundane about the weather. Okay, he added. You can freeze time, right? That probably means you can do much more stuff, and the fact that you constantly say, we means there are more like you, right? The lady nodded. Why not ask them to become overseer? Kyle asked. One of you guys could accomplish whatever I could do 1,000,000 times faster. You could probably deal with hundreds of worlds or whatever within the time we have been talking. It's not that easy, Mr. Freeman, the lady answered. There are certain complications that make it impossible. Okay, Kyle said, ending the topic. What do you get out of this? What do you mean? The lady asked. What does your client get out of this? Kyle repeated. I've worked with tons of shady companies, and I know for a fact that a company will never give things out for free. There is always a return. If you're willing to get me out of this oppressive life and give me a brand new one with tons of things that all the weebs would jizz over, there must be something you want from me. Is your organization a non-profit? Kyle asked. The lady's smile changed ever so slightly. Kyle wasn't sure, but he thought she looked a bit helpless. No, she answered. All right, Kyle answered. So you believe there is something that I, some nobody from a non-magical world, can bring to you, people from a super magical world or whatever. It most definitely isn't my power or magic or whatever. It's also not my education since I only finished high school. You can get millions and billions of those. Tell me, what's the other side of the coin? I want to know what I am signing. This entire magic bullshit might turn into some eternal hell of mining for some kind of magic ore for thousands of years. That would be worse than my current life, Kyle said. The lady waited a bit to answer. This was the first time she hesitated. If you manage to become an overseer, we want you to act according to what we want. You can view it as you becoming a politician and us lobbying, she explained. Kyle furrowed his brows. What the lady said made sense, but his business instincts were telling him that it wasn't that simple. In the position of overseer, would I have power over something you can't do? Kyle asked. The lady's smile turned a bit more strained. Not exactly, she answered. Then what's stopping you from doing it? Kyle asked. The way you phrase it makes it sound like you could do these things with much less investment and more efficiency. What does your client have to gain out of scouting me? Can they tell that I'm sure to become an overseer? Can they see into the future and want to invest in me before I become powerful? The lady's smile became less pronounced. No, she answered with a less friendly voice. Then what the fuck? Kyle asked. Why are you not telling me? I feel like signing this will doom me to an eternity of something I will regret forever. Do you want the job or not? The lady asked flatly, her smile gone. Kyle just looked at her with squinted eyes. Well, he really wanted to, but this thing literally sounded too good to be true. Something had to be wrong here. Then Kyle looked back at the contract. Is it possible to amend the contract? Kyle asked. The lady's smile returned. Yes, if the contract is not to your liking, we can change it. Kyle nodded. Then he turned the contract around and pointed at one clause. The enforcer trainee takes all actions committed as an order by the client onto their own conscience. The client assures that it will not make any illegal requests. When the lady saw the clause Kyle highlighted, her smile became strained again. I must apologize, but that clause can't be changed. Kyle squinted his eyes at her some more. So this is what it's all about, Kyle said. The lady didn't answer. You want me to do legal but shady shit. If the magical space police are on your ass, I'm the guy taking the fall, Kyle added. The lady still didn't answer. Fine, I'll accept the job. Might as well become your thug. The lady's smile returned. Please, sign here, she said, pointing at the bottom. And here I am, Kyle said out loud as he looked at his new surroundings. Still hard to believe that everything really happened. Kyle was on top of a small hill, allowing him to look around the area. Everywhere the eye could see, there was forest. But why did she have to dump me in a forest, though? Kyle grumbled to himself, and at dusk, no less. After Kyle had signed the contract, the lady thanked him and told him to prepare himself. In 48 hours, she would take him away. The first thing that Kyle did after she left was to confirm that everything was real. When he tried to come into contact with his colleagues, he realized that he couldn't reach any of them, which was very strange. Then he walked to their office, which was usually filled with people. This time it also was filled with people, but it was filled with different kinds of people. Clients that wanted to borrow money. Apparently, no one was there to greet them, which was also very unusual. After all, Mr. Herring put a lot of importance on customer relations, for good or for bad. Eventually, Kyle went home, and after he came back, he noticed a couple of unfamiliar pages. These pages gave a general overview of a stereotypical fantasy world. Although besides humans, the only other intelligent humanoid race was dwarves. No elves, beastkin, or whatever. Just humans and dwarves. Bit lackluster, if you ask me, Kyle thought. Could have put more thought into that. Apparently, this world was all about knights, paladins, sorcerers, and stuff like that. Shit, this is like an actual movie. Am I really entering such a stereotypical world? As Kyle read on, he also learned a bit about the different powers. Wait a sec, this entire world is barely 5,000 kilometers wide. On top of that, it's fucking flat. How is an entire world with an entire civilization that small? This entire world is the size of North America, and there are probably also oceans, making the landmass a lot smaller. Kyle furrowed his brows. Or are there? Does a fantasy world have oceans? Also, why do I keep calling it a fantasy world? I mean, it's real, right? So is it not a fantasy world? Yet no matter how much Kyle looked at the pages, he couldn't help thinking that this was a fantasy world. Kyle just rubbed his head in frustration. How am I supposed to take this stuff seriously when people are going to talk to me in Old English and keep talking about dragons and shit? What is this? Dungeons and Dragons. Do I have to be careful of fucking mimics now and floating eyes with psychic powers? Kyle roughly threw the pages to the side. This is so fucking stupid. Could've just stayed here, you know. Get a real job and shit, not some scummy-ass dropship business. There probably aren't even any real toilets there. What? Am I going to wipe my ass with leaves? or does everyone walk around with a shitty ass? How do the people smell in such a world? You don't smell sweaty-ass dwarves through a screen. Kyle's face scrunched up. This sucks, he thought as he leaned back in his chair. For a while, he just lamented his choice of accepting the job. While he was doing so, he looked around his room. Bills, legal fees, rent payments. Finally, he thought about how it would be to get a real job, standing up every morning, getting dressed, driving to work, doing some mindless shit for 4 hours. Lunch break. Another 4 hours of mindless work. A colleague who kept talking about his family, ignoring all nonverbal signs that the other party wasn't interested. A colleague who constantly complained about other colleagues. A boss who kept asking him to prioritize work more. Finally, a drive home just to earn a shitty paycheck that barely allowed him to survive in this meat grinder of a city. He probably would even need to get a second job. On second thought, Kyle thought as he retrieved the paper from the corner of the room. I'll take the magic bullshit. All right, 2 warring kingdoms with 2 small duchies. The duchies are not nearly as powerful as the kingdoms, but their leaders are extremely powerful. The leaders of the 2 kingdoms and the 2 duchies are the strongest people in the world, but there are also a couple of legendary beings of unknown power. The 2 kingdoms are warring, family conflict through generations, yada yada, who gives a shit. I sure do love me some boring history lessons. Eventually, Kyle came to an interesting part. An overview of how powerful people are. Seems like there are a couple of paths you can choose. Knights fight physically and need to undergo cultivation. What are they, plants? Do they need to cultivate some leaves? You need to absorb the ether of heaven and earth and become one with the world. Kyle read as his eyebrow rose more and more. After reading that sentence, Kyle leaned back in his chair. Seriously. Kyle spoke out loud, then he snorted. Might as well call it sunlight. Can't raise plants with ether. There are also sorcerers. They absorb the ether into their seriously. More of that ether shit. I thought sorcerers grew more powerful by learning more complex spells or whatever. Kyle sighed again as he kept reading. Clerics, fuck that, I'm not even dignifying that with a read, he thought as he skipped to the next page. Beast tamers, Kyle thought as he considered that for a moment. He imagined himself riding a huge tiger. That's pretty cool. My family has a dog. But then Kyle remembered the dog shitting on the floor and his parents spending hours trying to teach it. Additionally, Kyle just imagined an arrow shooting through his skull as he rode his tiger. Nah, mate, ain't for me, he thought as he kept reading. Priest, fuck that. Miner, how is that a class that leads to power? Carpenter, are you just naming blue-collar jobs now? What the fuck do you mean with you can make living wood golems as a carpenter? Shit, I thought this was some standard fantasy world, but there are actually carpenters and miners walking around with mechs. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Kyle read through a couple more jobs, one crazier than the other. You can grow a plant army as a botanist. You can create stone warriors as a sculptor. Eventually, Kyle finished the section about jobs. There were so many of them. I don't want to be a blue-collar worker. Sure, if it's for you, go for it. Everyone has to earn their living in some way, but I'm definitely not cut out for that. I'm also not cut out for the military. So knight is off the table. And sorcerer, brah, I've barely finished high school. Do I look like someone that likes studying? Why is it only blue-collar jobs, nerds, or military? I mean, being an electrician is kind of related to it, and it's a blue-collar job, but not even that is on there. Kyle frowned. Whatever. He thought as he went to the last page. His eyebrows rose in positive surprise as he saw the last page. Starting gift, he read, can only choose one, huh? Spatial bag, strong weapon, magic tome, teacher in a ring. Oh, they also offer body augmentations, but there are only 4 of them. Knight's body allows ether to enter your body naturally. Sorcerer's mind allows ether to enter your mind naturally. Artificer's soul allows ether to freely flow throughout your body. When Kyle saw the last one of his brows rose. Predator's being increased muscle density and allows growth by eating meat. Kyle looked at the other gifts. All the stuff was neat, but he played enough video games to know the difference between something that scaled and something that didn't. I wonder, did they also make video games to prepare us for this shit? I mean, they made The Matrix and anime, apparently. Kyle shook his head and pointed his finger at the Predator's being. Watch out, kids, new Predator just dropped. Kyle grabbed a pen, put an X on the Predator's being, and signed the page. The next moment, all the pages vanished, and Kyle blinked a couple of times. Okay, guess no more reading for me. For the next 2 days, Kyle binged tutorials on YouTube about how to survive in the wilderness and what to do if you got sent to the past. Eventually, the lady returned and took him away. She dumped him on that lonely hill, gave him a good luck, and fucked off. That was it. And now Kyle just looked at the forest. One moment he was in front of his desk, watching YouTube, and the next he was here. Or did she dump me in the wilderness because I chose that predator thing? Kyle scratched the back of his head. Then he shrugged. Well, let's look around. Maybe I'll find a village or something nearby. I hope I don't have to learn an entire new language. Kyle started to descend the hill. He had no idea where he was, but there was no reason to just stay here. Fucking, Kyle shouted as he stepped on something that immediately slid away, making him almost fall over. He heard the thing he stepped on roll down the hill for a little while before stopping. Seriously, he shouted in annoyance. I just fucking got here and I almost immediately ate shit. Fucking hikers, he mumbled as he walked to the thing he stepped on. Masochists, I tell you. Why do people do this voluntarily? Kyle reached the thing and looked at it. Huh, he said. No wonder it didn't feel like a stone. Kyle grabbed the gray object and moved it around in his hands. It's a helmet, he muttered. Sure enough, Kyle held a gray helmet made of metal in his hand. It was dirty, rusty, bent, and it had a hole near its right side. Guess somebody got an arrow to the head, Kyle commented as he looked at the hole. Kyle just looked at the helmet for a while. Looking at it felt strange. Someone died here, that was. Weird. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to accept the job, Kyle mumbled. I don't really want to die, you know. Kyle just scratched the back of his head. Then he looked around. You know, in games, something is always constantly happening and you can just quick travel to any place of interest, he mumbled to himself as he looked at the endless forest around the hill. But this is real. As Kyle looked at the forest, he was overcome by a sense of regret. This entire idea sounds great on paper, but right now, this is no different from literally getting dropped in any random forest in America. People think, oh great, I get to go to a funny fantasy land, but I haven't seen any of that yet. As far as I know, I've just been dumped in a random place in the US. And yet it's the same fucking thing. I gotta look for food, water, warmth, and shelter. At least that's what all the survivalist YouTube videos told me to do, and I guess it makes sense. Kyle pulled a survival knife out of his jeans pocket. He wasn't allowed to take anything with him except for his clothing and stuff that fit in his pocket. Originally, he had an entire backpack with survival gear with him, but the magic lady said no. The reason? You don't need that, Kyle grumbled. Kyle shook his head to regain his bearings. Who cares? No point in crying over spilled milk. Then he grabbed the helmet and pulled it over his head. Armor time, he said to himself. Wonder if there's more. Kyle decided to look around the hill some more to look for equipment, and after some minutes, oh, Kyle uttered as he saw something mildly shining lying on the ground. Is that a gem? Kyle thought as he looked at it. He tried to pull the gem out, but he could tell that it was attached to something buried beneath it. More loot, Kyle thought as he grabbed his survival knife to move the earth to the side. It's attached to a long piece of metal. Don't tell me this is a sword, Kyle thought with excitement. He put his hand around the long piece of metal and pulled. The earth gave way and Kyle pulled something out. It was a 10-centimeter long metal stick with a dull gem at its head. However, there was something attached to it. Kyle's expression turned into a mix of surprise and disgust. There was a skeletal hand attached to the metal stick. You, Kyle uttered as he looked at the skeletal hand that had basically grown onto the metallic stick. The only things Kyle felt were surprise and disgust. That's disgusting, dude, Kyle said as he pulled the sticky skeleton hand off the metallic stick. After pulling the hand off, Kyle unceremoniously threw it over his shoulder and inspected the metallic stick. It was just a stick with a gem at the end. You know, when somebody says that someone has a stick up their ass, that's the kind of stick I would imagine. I mean, having a stick up your ass basically means you're pompous, right? So wouldn't you put jewelry and ornaments on that stick you shove up your ass? Makes sense, right? Kyle kept commenting to no one in particular. Either this is a rich person's dildo or some kind of magic wand. By the way the skeleton was desperately grasping the thing, I would think it's a dildo, but logic tells me that it's a magic wand. Fucking magic wands. Sounds ridiculous if I say it out loud, Kyle grumbled. Feel like I'm a fat LARPer wearing skinny elf clothes. Kyle cleaned the metallic stick by rolling it through some grass before pointing it at the foot of the hill. Nothing happened, except, fuck, Kyle said as he pulled the metal stick away from his arm. A light bit of blood was flowing out of his wrist, and he looked more closely at the metal stick. While one end had the gem, the other side narrowed into a spiky tip. When he pointed the stick at the foot of the hill, he accidentally put the sharp tip on his wrist. When did I get my last tetanus shot? Kyle thought as he looked at his dirty and slightly bloody wrist. Wait, Magic Lady said that diseases are like a thing specifically on Earth, right? Do I still need to worry about tetanus? Probably not. Kyle looked at the sharp tip a bit more and lightly moved his thumb over it, which also promptly started bleeding. The fuck, Kyle said. How fucking sharp is that thing? Suddenly, Kyle got an idea. He took out his survival knife and poked it with the metal stick. The sound of metal getting scratched assaulted Kyle's ears. It was quite loud. When Kyle saw the result, he blinked a couple of times in surprise. While the new cut in the knife's blade wasn't deep, it was definitely noticeable. Then Kyle struck the metal rod with the edge of the knife. Bang, nothing happened. The metal stick still looked great. Kyle looked at his survival knife with furrowed brows. This thing cost $200. I don't think I got scammed. Huh, Kyle commented. Guess that's what she meant with I don't need anything. Most likely, everything I can get from Earth is shit here. Ooh, or Kyle thought as he looked at the place where the metal stick had been. This corpse is just loaded. Body, you're my buddy, right? Kyle said with a sweet smile. You won't mind me looking through your stuff real quick, right? And Kyle started digging. A shower of different human bones rolled down the hill. Fucking beggar, Kyle shouted after the bones. Kyle watched as the bones rolled down the hill and snorted before looking back at the big hole he had dug. For a while, he lamented the time he had invested in digging up valuables. There was literally nothing else. The metal stick was the only thing the skeleton owned. Finally, Kyle looked back at the forest beneath the hill. Then he sighed. Well, can't postpone this adventure shit anymore. Guess I gotta enter the scary fantasy forest, he thought. Kyle put his survival knife back in its sheath and carried the metal stick in his hand. The metal stick seemed to be quite a bit stronger and sharper than the knife. You know, if I were still on Earth, I would be angry at the guy who sold me the knife. Fucking $200 down the drain. Right now, Kyle wore the damaged helmet and walked down the hill at a brisk pace while carrying the metal stick in his hand. After some minutes, Kyle reached the bottom of the hill and came into contact with the first fantasy tree in a fantasy world. Kyle touched it. Tree, he said, slowly moving his hand over the bark. It didn't feel strange. It was just like any other tree. Kyle pulled his hand away and looked at it, and just as dirty and grimy as any other tree, he thought with a disgusted face. You would think that fantasy worlds are all clean and sparkly and nice, but no, it has to be just as shit as the real world. At least the air feels nice. For a bit, Kyle looked at the branches. Should I get an actual stick? You gotta have a stick when you walk through the wilderness, he commented. Sure, why not, he said after a shrug. Kyle grabbed a big branch and pulled, yet instead of the branch being pulled down, he was being pulled up. Kyle commented as he noticed that he had just accidentally performed a pull-up with only a single arm. That's new, he said. Pretty sure I couldn't do that on Earth. Also, that branch is really hard, it barely even shook. Wait, I'm still in my body, right? Kyle commented as he let go of the branch. He touched his face. Doesn't feel different, he thought. Then he looked at the ground. Ground also doesn't seem closer than usual. Still a 6-foot giant. Would suck if I became a manlet. Imagine entering a fantasy world and becoming a non-dwarf dwarf. Couldn't be me. However, he uttered as he pulled himself up again. That's definitely different. Kyle performed many slow push-ups with one arm. However, after about 20 of them, his arms started to hurt a bit and he stopped. I ain't doing sports in a fucking forest. Could really use a drink right about now. Kyle looked around and just saw trees everywhere. Welp, no reason to stay here. Gotta get me some food and water. Water shouldn't be difficult. I mean, these trees are all leafy and shit. Rain is probably quite common here. Quite hard not to have water when it literally falls from the sky. A moment later, Kyle chose a random direction and just kept walking. More trees, even more trees. The only fantastical thing I've seen so far is the stick and my newly acquired athleticism. Becoming this strong without any training is probably the most magical thing I've seen since Magic Lady dropped me off in bumfuck nowhere. Suddenly, Kyle heard some rustling to his right. He looked over but didn't see anything moving. And yet, for some reason, he heard very quiet rustling coming from there. Dangerous or not, Kyle thought. Food or no food. He just kept looking at the bush with an evaluating, raised eyebrow. Kyle took a step closer. The rustling became a slight bit louder for a moment before becoming much quieter. Kyle felt strange. When he heard that rustling, his nose unconsciously sniffed the air and he started to feel a bit excited. Something inside of him was telling him that this was not danger but food. My predator senses are tingling, Kyle thought. Kyle slowly moved into a jumping position, and he could basically feel the nervous vibration coming from the bush. He slowly took a step forward. Nothing happened. He took another step forward. The rustling intensified, and Kyle jumped forward. He fell through the bush but caught himself with his hands. He couldn't see the prey or where it was moving to, but he could feel where the rapid rustling was coming from. You're not getting away, Kyle thought as he sprinted after the fleeing prey. He easily cleared 3 meters with just his first step, but he didn't notice since he was too preoccupied with chasing after his food. A moment later, he tried to grab the fleeing animal again, but he flew over it. The prey changed directions, and Kyle continued following it. Fuckers smaller than expected. Kyle became more careful as he followed his prey. It wasn't very fast, and he didn't need to run. His eyes almost perfectly followed the prey's path. To him, it was completely obvious where it was, even though he couldn't see it at all. It was no different from knowing where a fly was by hearing its annoying buzzing, except it was way finer. Kyle grabbed the ground, but his target evaded to the left. Next, he swooped his arm from side to side, bang, and finally hit something. The prey fell to the side, and Kyle's other arm immediately slammed down. Got it, Kyle said with pride. He could feel the prey wriggling in his hand, and he slowly pulled his hand up to look at it. When he saw what he had in his hands, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. A fucking hamster, really, he said. Sure enough, he had an orange and white hamster in his hand. Can these useless shits even survive in the wild, he thought. Fantasy land, my ass. First animal I see is a shitty-ass hamster. The next moment, Kyle heard something hard and massive moving to his right. He turned his head and looked over. There was a big green boulder with plenty of rough plates. Near the bottom of the boulder was a big black hole, and something was slowly coming out of it. It was a massive green and scaly head with a terrifyingly thick and jagged jaw. It's a snapping turtle, Kyle thought as he watched a head come out of the boulder that was wider than he was tall. A really big one. Fantasy land. Figures. Strongest hammer god, fuck that. Kyle thought as he immediately turned around and booked it. Kyle ran as fast as he could. Then he heard a lot of rustling coming from his back, and he could tell that something big was rapidly approaching. He immediately jumped to the right. Bang! Kyle saw the gigantic head of the turtle hitting a tree, making it vibrate. Surprisingly, the tree didn't get damaged at all, and it completely stopped the massive head. What the fuck? Kyle thought. That's one hard tree. Thing acts more like metal than wood. Also, what the fuck even is this? Kyle noticed that the turtle's actual body hadn't moved. Instead, its head extended out of its shell for almost 10 meters. Is that a turtle or a snake? Why is its neck that long? The turtle head quickly recovered and turned to face Kyle. Then it rapidly extended towards him. Kyle knew that the turtle would be ready for another dodge, and his mind quickly tried to come up with a solution. Tree. Got a monkey. Kyle charged towards the closest tree. The head was far faster than Kyle, and it reached him almost immediately. While he was just preparing to jump up the tree, he was already surrounded by the big head. Fuck Fantasyland, Kyle thought as the jaws closed. Bang, and yet Kyle didn't feel anything. The jaws had definitely been closed with a lot of force, but for some reason they stopped just short of his body. At that moment, Kyle took note of the tree he was leaning on. The tip of the jaw was also trying to crush the tree, but it didn't have enough power. Kyle was stuck between the half-clamped jaw. Tree, he thought before slipping out of the jaw through the left side, which was currently facing upward. Bang, the turtle pulled its head back a bit and closed its jaw fully, but Kyle just barely managed to jump out of it. For just an instant, time seemed to stand still. The turtle's left eye and Kyle were looking at each other as he kneeled on the side of the turtle's head. Rage and panic filled Kyle's mind. Go fuck yourself, Kyle shouted as he rammed the metal rod into its massive eye. The metal rod went deep into the eye and the head pulled back in pain. Kyle lost his footing and fell onto his ass before clambering to stand up again. The turtle shook its head and Kyle quickly started to run again. So what if it's injured? He shouted at nobody in his mind. I ain't killing that. Look at that thing. After running for a couple of meters, Kyle looked back. His back shuddered as he saw the turtle's other eye focusing on him as it approached again. How long is your fucking neck? The turtle's other eye was directly facing him to keep better track of him as it kept approaching. Kyle was trying to find a way out of this current predicament. I'm not going to throw my fucking weapon. It will probably just spin too much and not do any damage to the eye. I'm also not approaching that thing again. Then, he remembered something. Kyle threw something at the eye and jumped to the side. An instant later, the crushed hamster corpse hit the turtle's other eye and exploded into blood, covering the entire eye. Bang! The jaws clamped shut again, but they had missed Kyle just barely since he had evaded towards the side of the freshly blinded eye. The turtle had angled its jaw to the side so that it could keep better track of Kyle, which was the only reason why Kyle was still alive right now. However, bang. The side of the turtle's head hit Kyle like a truck, and he was pushed back with it. The sharp scales destroyed a big chunk of his clothing, and his skin also opened in several places. At that moment, Kyle's instincts took over again, and he found another opportunity. He immediately rammed the metal rod into the eyelid that covered the blood-soaked eye. Bang! The metal rod pierced the eyelid without any issues and dug into the eye beneath. Immediately, the head pulled away from Kyle, and he rolled a couple of times due to the force. Kyle did his best to keep track of the head while this was going on. He could see the head chaotically moving back, hitting a bunch of trees on its way. Within 2 seconds, the head vanished behind the trees. The entire time, the turtle hadn't given off any kind of sound. Aren't monsters supposed to shout in pain or something? Was the only thing Kyle could think in his shocked state. Several seconds passed. Nothing happened. Finally, Kyle fell on his ass in relief. It's gone, he thought as the fear, terror, relief, and exhilaration of the near-death experience assaulted him. Kyle had never felt such an intense cocktail of emotions in his life. After a while, Kyle slowly stood up. Ah, fuck, he shouted as he felt a searing pain in his torso. He looked down and saw the damage the head had done to him by ramming him. When Kyle saw the intense bleeding on his chest, his heart nearly stopped. That looked bad, real bad. That's a lot of blood, he thought in shock. Kyle had no idea what to do about that. He didn't have any equipment with him, and there was no water that he could use to wash his wounds. Am I supposed to wrap my damaged and dirty clothes around it? How are you even supposed to bandage an entire fucking torso? An image of a cartoon character wrapped in bandages popped into Kyle's mind without consent. I don't have bandages. Also, I'm really hungry. Kyle blinked a couple of times in surprise. Why am I thinking about fucking food right now? I'm bleeding out, but I'm also really hungry. For some reason, Kyle's eyes were drawn to the metal rod in his right hand. Bloody chunks were all over it. I really want to suck on that in a strictly straight manner. Kyle's instincts were screaming at him to eat the chunks. It was like they were shouting at him that these chunks were necessary for his survival. It's a bit disgusting, Kyle thought as he looked at the red rod. But Kyle moved the metal rod to his nose and took a sniff. Doesn't smell like anything. Fuck it, I have the predators being right. Down the hatch, Kyle bit off one of the chunks and chewed it. He blinked a couple of times in surprise. Tastes weird, he thought as he kept chewing. Doesn't taste bad, but it also doesn't taste good. Feels familiar. All right, that's like drinking a caffeinated drink. You can have the same brand in front of you, and despite the taste being basically the same, you can definitely tell which one has caffeine and which one doesn't. Kyle felt like he was becoming more alert, and the near-death experience didn't feel nearly as bad anymore. He swallowed the chunk and immediately ate another one. Brah, is this how it feels to take cocaine or meth? Kyle thought as his body was filled with energy. He started to bob up and down as he couldn't keep his energy contained any longer. Even the pain in his torso was gone. Kyle accidentally brushed his torso, and his hand got covered in blood. That was when he realized that he was still injured, but when he looked down, he noticed that no new blood was coming out of his torso anymore. He tore his shirt apart and cleaned his torso before throwing his shirt at the foot of a nearby tree. Huh, Kyle commented as he saw the closed wounds. They looked like they were a week old. Then he looked at the metal rod, which had been licked clean. Finally, he looked in the general direction of the turtle. I'm not seriously considering this, right? Kyle hesitated for a while. No, he thought, angry at himself. Don't do this shit. You literally had several brushes with death today. Don't fucking do this. Yet Kyle's body kept bobbing up and down like a dog that was excited to go on a hunt. He really wanted to get more of that turtle juice. Stop being a dumbass. You're going to get yourself killed. Ignoring the turtle is the smart idea. Body, listen to your brain. At that moment, another thought entered Kyle's mind without even knocking like a decent thought. You should listen to your heart more, Mr. Freeman. Mind and soul are a team, not enemies. Magic Woman repeated in Kyle's mind. Nobody asked you, Kyle thought in anger, and yet Magic Woman's words wouldn't leave Kyle's thoughts. Arg, Kyle shouted as he violently ruffled his hair in frustration. Fine, but if I die, it's your fault. He tightly gripped his metal rod and slowly traced his way back. Kyle quickly saw the tree that the turtle had bitten earlier. There were some slight chips in its bark, but that was the only trace the turtle had left behind with its ferocious bite. These trees are something else, Kyle thought. As he kept tracing his way back, he also noticed something else. Oh, it's night, Kyle thought as he looked at the moon peeking through the tree crowns. Didn't even notice. Wait, how did I not notice that? Kyle blinked a couple of times as he looked forward. Everything's basically black and white, but I can essentially still see everything. Freaky. Is this also part of the predator's being? Can I see in the dark like a cat? This is so weird. I can't see any color, but everything's still so clear. Kyle shook his head. Don't get distracted. You're about to be murdered by stupidity. At least face your death like a proper idiot. Kept walking and quickly noticed the tree the turtle's head had hit. Kyle turned his head and sure enough, he could see the big turtle shell from where he currently was. It's still here, he thought in a mix of frustration and excitement. Why couldn't you have just left? He crept forward very slowly, trying his best not to make any sound. Sadly, he wasn't used to sneaking around the woods, and he made plenty of noise. Kyle could see the turtle head slowly moving out of its shell before going back in. Its eyes had opened for a moment, and Kyle could tell that its eyes were still fucked. Fucking dumbass forgot it can't see and tried to look around. Kyle waited and watched. It's not coming back out. Probably doesn't want to get turned into a shish kebab by ramming into a branch. Kyle became a bit more courageous and slowly circled the huge turtle shell from a distance. That thing's huge. The turtle shell was an almost perfect sphere with a diameter of about 5 meters, but that's still not big enough. How can it fit all of that neck in there? There's a joke about a turtleneck sweater here, but I can't construct it for the life of me. Is its neck just really stretchy or is it just all neck? Also, the shape of the shell is super weird. I don't think turtles are spherical. Is it a snapping turtle worm? Kyle tried to make sense of the turtle. I mean, if it's a snake or a worm, its body would have followed me, right? But when it turned back to fuck off, it kinda just pulled away. Wouldn't a snake turn around? I never saw the turtle's ass, which means it didn't turn around. Does it even have an ass? Kyle counted the holes in the big shell. Head, 2 arms, 2 legs, tail, another tail, a higher tail. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Why does this turtle shell have so many holes? There are even holes near its top. Yet another thought barged into Kyle's head. It was the image of a sea anemone. Kinda looks like that. Then the image of a moray eel lurking in a cave entered his mind. At that point, the two images fused together, and Kyle saw a moray eel popping its head out of the tentacle holes of a sea anemone. Kyle blinked a couple of times. That's weird. Who designed that thing? He shook his head. Anyway, I should get back on topic. Gotta get that sweet, sweet turtle juice. But how? Naturally, Kyle didn't dare approach the big anemone stone that was the turtle shell. Even though that thing was blind, it was still fast and probably furious. Kyle looked around for stones but couldn't find any. You would think that there would be stones all over the forest, but no, not in this forest. Apparently, he grumbled in his thoughts. Kyle walked away from the turtle shell and grabbed a small branch of a tree. He tried his best to tear it off, but he just didn't have the power. This branch has a diameter of less than an inch. That's fucking tiny. Why is it so hard? The next moment, Kyle took out his metal stick and rammed it into the branch. CRK, the bark cracked, but that was it. These trees are really hard. Kyle kept striking the same spot repeatedly, and he slowly made progress. After striking several times, Kyle slipped. The gem of the stick turned, and the stick started to give off a sound similar to a drill. Sure enough, the first sound was accompanied by the sound of something being drilled. Kyle regained his footing and watched the sharp tip of the metal stick shaking at insane speeds. Kinda looks like a vibrator, Kyle thought. Then he looked at the crevice the stick had made in the branch. Kyle slowly moved the metal rod to the branch. Crrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr as he looked at the vibrating metal stick. Is this thing a drill? A moment later, Kyle's breathing quickened and he swiped the sweat off his forehead. Man, drilling sure is exhausting. Yet, despite doing nothing, Kyle's breathing became heavier and he became even more exhausted. A moment later, he looked at the drill. Oh, Kyle immediately let go of the drill. As soon as the drill left Kyle's hand, it stopped buzzing and it fell to the ground harmlessly. As expected, Kyle started to regain his strength. This thing is using me as its energy source. He thought as his energy started to return. Also, I'm now hungry again. Great. After a bit, Kyle carefully took hold of the drill again. He activated it for a moment before deactivating it again. The image of the corpse on the hill shot through Kyle's mind. Was he a miner or something? Would explain his lack of shit to own. Ha, a predator finds a miner in the wilderness. Proceeds to grab his stick. Good joke. Kyle amused himself with his newly created joke for some seconds before sighing and looking at the distant turtle shell. How can I use this drill to get to that turtle juice without dying? Donk, a hard stick hit the shell. The turtle head slowly approached one of the holes but didn't fully leave it. Donk, another stick hit the shell. Kyle watched the turtle head. By now there were over 5 sticks around the turtle shell. Fucker's careful, Kyle thought. Hasn't come out even once. Wonder if it knows that it's me throwing trash in its backyard. I want to put it to an actual test. Kyle took off the shitty helmet he had taken from the hill and hit it with the back of his drill. It vibrated and the sound of the impact reverberated through the surroundings. The turtle seemed to notice the sound. Kyle hit the helmet a couple more times. The turtle head slowly moved out of the hole. Kyle just kept hitting it. And then the turtle head exploded out of the hole, charging right towards Kyle. Bang, the head was stopped by a tree. The next instant, the turtle tilted its head by 90 and bit the entire tree, hoping it could hit the annoying human who was sure to be beside it. Heh, dumbfuck, Kyle thought from his branch on top of the turtle head. The next moment, he let himself fall to the side while his legs were still curled around the branch. As he fell, Kyle activated the drill and stabbed the turtle head. A burst of blood exploded out of the head, and the turtle immediately retreated. Hanging upside down from the branch, Kyle watched the turtle go back into its shell. When he saw the chunks of turtle meat around him, he grinned happily. Man, that drill is awesome. He thought as he slowly and quietly climbed down the tree. Kyle quickly clambered to collect the chunks of meat and retreated back into his tree. Why didn't I think of this before? Kyle thought. When that fucker was chasing me, I could have just... Wait, I was actually trying to do that, but then forgot after destroying its eye. Note for the future, do more monkey stuff. Seems to work against big things. A moment later, he began to eat all the chunks of turtle meat. The taste still wasn't anything special, but it was like there was something in there that his body absolutely loved. Drugs ain't got nothing on this stuff, I think. Never tried any. Don't do drugs, kids, but drink lots of alcohol. It disinfects your body and keeps you free of germs. After eating all of the turtle chunks, Kyle felt like he just snorted a line of coke. Fuck, I want more. This shit is amazing. The next moment, Kyle flipped over again, hanging upside down from his branch. He extended his arms lower so that the helmet and the drill in his hands was near ground level. Finally, he started banging again. Kyle watched as the turtle head looked out from inside the hole, but even after almost 30 seconds of banging, it didn't come out. He could also see the damage his drill had caused on the head. There was now a big hole in the turtle's cheek, which was still dripping with valuable turtle juice. Ah, the guy's too scared, Kyle thought as he jumped down from his tree. A moment later, he looked at the branch, trying to remember its location as accurately as possible. We gotta be more ballsy now, and I need this branch to save my ass. Kyle continued banging the helmet as he walked around the small clearing with the turtle shell. If he could, he would have climbed a tree to be on top of the turtle shell, but none of the branches extended that far. This is proper ape-man tactics, Kyle thought as he kept banging his helmet like a hunter from some kind of tribe. He resisted the urge to grunt like a chimp while banging the helmet. The head followed the noise, and Kyle became more nervous. His hair stood on end, and his body was ready to jump away in an instant. His heart raced, and his eyes widened as he expected the turtle to strike any second now. Come on, he whispered. I'm right here. Suddenly, Kyle stepped on something unstable and stopped banging for a second as he looked down. It was one of the sticks he threw earlier. While he was distracted, Kyle suddenly heard a rapid shuffling from his front, and his body reacted by jumping to the side. Bang! The turtle head had charged out during that pause and clamped down. This time, Kyle wasn't fast enough, and the jaws of the turtle clamped down on his right leg. Everything from his knee downward was inside the turtle's mouth. Oh shit. Kyle thought in panic as he immediately activated the drill, ramming it into the turtle head. Blood exploded, but the turtle refused to let go. An instant later, Kyle was rapidly being dragged towards the hole. In panic, Kyle kept drilling deeply into the turtle head. CRKSH, Kyle hit something important with his drill and the head stopped retreating. But a moment later, the power of the turtle's jaws increased, and it rapidly shook its head back and forth. Suddenly, Kyle went flying and hit one of the trees with his back. His body flopped towards the ground and he felt significantly difficulty breathing. Fucking idiot, Kyle shouted at himself. I told you that was a stupid idea. He clambered to get behind a tree, but he fell down several times. When he was safely behind the tree, he looked down and realized why it was so difficult to move. Kyle thought as he looked at the bloody stump. My leg's gone. That's bad, sure enough. Starting at the middle of his thigh, everything below was gone. Without even thinking, Kyle started to eat the chunks on his drill. It helped last time he was injured, so it didn't seem like a bad idea. The pain of losing a leg quickly arrived, but before it could reach its crescendo, it weakened again. Kyle hopefully looked at his stump, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the bloody tip of his stump wriggling. He could see with his naked eye as the bone in his leg extended, followed by his muscles. Shit, I'm a lizard, he thought, the image of a lizard regrowing its tail appearing in his mind. Sadly, after a couple of minutes, his leg stopped growing about halfway down his shin. And sure enough, Kyle was hungry again. I get how this works. As long as I have food, I can heal my injuries. Does that also work with brain injuries? Maybe I can cure the obvious fucking retardation I have. Who even thinks about luring a big turtle worm thing out of its shell? However, Kyle was quickly distracted by the immense hunger he felt, and he looked at the clearing covered in turtle chunks. After some seconds, Kyle sighed and went on to all threes to slowly approach them. While he was doing so, he kept his eyes on the holes in the shell. He had to get the turtle meat to regrow his legs. Luckily, the turtle didn't seem to move, but Kyle could tell that it was still very much alive. Unfortunately, as Kyle reached the first chunk, he heard some rustling from his left and looked over. That's one scary wolf, he thought as he looked at the wolf that was almost as high as Kyle was tall. The wolf had crimson-orange fur, and it looked at Kyle, who was in the middle of the clearing, close to the turtle's shell. Kyle jumped forward as best as he could and scooped up a big handful of turtle chunks. The wolf readied itself to charge forward as well, but it didn't immediately follow him. It knew what this big green stone was, and it knew better than to just charge in. When Kyle noticed that the wolf didn't immediately charge after him, he stopped moving. He was no less than a meter away from the turtle's shell, and he didn't want to tell the turtle where he was. Kyle immediately rammed the turtle chunks into his mouth and ate them as quickly as he could. His legs started to regrow again, but his focus was on the turtle shell and the wolf. For a while, the two sides just looked at each other. A moment later, Kyle heard some more rustling from the other side of the clearing and glanced over. For fuck's sake, another one. Sure enough, there was another wolf. It was a bit smaller than the first one, but looked just as intimidating. Then Kyle saw a third head poking through the bushes. 3. Kyle watched as the wolves carefully circled the clearing with the turtle shell. He could tell that they were weighing their options. The entire time, they kept glancing between Kyle and the holes in the big shell. What do I do? Kyle thought in panic. One of the wolves silently walked out of the safety of the bushes and approached Kyle. Don't fucking move, Kyle shouted at his body in his mind. They are scared of the turtle, which means the turtle is far more dangerous. As the wolf approached, Kyle's entire body started to heat up. But then, the wolf just scooped up a chunk of turtle meat and jumped back into the bush. When Kyle saw that, his eyes widened in anger. These fuckers are after my turtle juice. Kyle lightly tapped his foot on the ground and realized that his leg had fully regrown. An instant later, he stood up and quickly walked over to grab more of the turtle chunks. The wolves watched him with what Kyle perceived to be anger. They showed their teeth but didn't emit any sound while doing so. Fuck you. I earned this shit fair and square with my stupidity. Kyle kept ramming the meat down his throat as he aggressively sneered back at the wolves. That shit is mine. After seeing that the first wolf wasn't attacked, the other ones also slowly moved forward to get some of the chunks. Shortly after, a silent fight for the turtle meat took place. Kyle and the wolves were devouring as much turtle meat as they could. About 30 seconds after the fight began, there were not many chunks left, and Kyle came face to face with one of the wolves. The other wolf was barely 2 meters away from him, and there were 3 chunks in the middle between them. The wolf opened its mouth aggressively as its hair stood on end. The next moment, red flames came out of the side of its teeth as it kept looking at Kyle. Fuck off. Why is there fire coming out of its mouth? Kyle felt a deep sense of fear, but he gritted his teeth and approached. The wolf also approached. Huh, you wanna go? Kyle half shouted. The wolf immediately threw a glance at the shell and jumped back into the bush as the flames in its mouth vanished. Naturally, it wasn't intimidated by Kyle. It was scared that Kyle's shout would summon the turtle. Yeah, that's right, Kyle whispered as he quickly grabbed the 3 chunks before retreating closer to the turtle's shell. However, when the other wolves noticed that the turtle hadn't attacked Kyle despite his shout, they became bolder and scooped the chunks up with even more speed. Within seconds, all the chunks were gone and the two sides looked at each other again. Two of the wolves focused on Kyle, while the third one started to sniff the air, looking into one of the holes of the shell. The third wolf slowly approached the hole, and then it suddenly jumped backward into the bush. The other two also jumped back. The signal was clear. The turtle was still alive. Kyle slowly moved back until his back lightly touched the shell. Seconds of tense silence passed. I'll bet my ass that they won't be as stupid as me and approach this fucking thing, Kyle thought. The two wolves kept looking at Kyle. Why the fuck are you still here? You won't get me without risking your life. It's not worth it. Suddenly, one of the wolves opened its mouth and flames appeared in them. But this time, there were far more. Kyle's eyes widened as the flames became brighter and brighter. Oh fuck, he immediately jumped and grabbed a ridge of the turtle's shell behind him. Bang, a small explosion appeared on the turtle's shell beneath Kyle, and he felt a searing wind washing over him. Wolves that spit fireballs. Fucking fantasy land. Why can't shit just be normal for once? The next moment, Kyle felt the shell vibrating a little bit, and he was sure that this didn't come from the explosion. The turtle inside the shell was moving. Don't move, Kyle shouted at himself in his mind. But then he saw more flames coming out of a second wolf's mouth. Gotta move. Kyle threw himself up onto the turtle's shell. Bang, the other fireball exploded at the spot where Kyle had just been. After reaching the top of the turtle's shell, Kyle laid down flat to hide his body. Can't hit me now, assholes. Sadly, the next moment, Kyle saw something that was as silly as it was terrifying. The wolves jumped up like dogs running through a field of wheat. It looked beyond silly, but the flames coming out of their mouths were anything but silly. Kyle watched in terror as the wolves kept jumping up and down from a distance to see him. Suddenly, another fireball flew at Kyle, and he quickly moved back to avoid it. Bang, however, the fireball hit the side of one of the many holes. Then another fireball hit the side of another hole near Kyle. It was like they were not even targeting him at this point. These fuckers want to kill me. I mean, of course they do, but I mean in a strictly asshole way. Kyle felt the shell moving some more, and his hair stood on end. Fuck, fuck, fuck. If I jumped away, they will gang up on me, but if I stay here, the turtle will find me. Another wolf jumped up and readied another fireball. The shell shook intensely. Bang, the turtle's head shot out of one of the holes, but that hole was nowhere near Kyle. The whine of an injured dog echoed throughout the clearing. Kyle watched as the turtle's jaw clamped down on the jumping wolf. Just as the wolves knew the turtle knew the wolves, and it had paid more attention to the sounds of jumping than the explosions on its shell. The other two wolves jumped back as the turtle started to pull the wolf back into its shell. Kyle could tell that the turtle was severely injured. Its eyes still hadn't recovered, and a huge chunk of its head was missing, exposing part of its injured skull. Hundreds of thoughts ran through Kyle's mind. And then his body moved on its own. He jumped and landed on the turtle's head. Strongest hammer god, why the fuck did I do that? Was the first thing shooting through Kyle's mind as he grabbed the top of the turtle's injured head. Before Kyle could even activate his drill, he was already pulled back into the turtle's shell. But it didn't stop there. The next moment, the turtle's head pulled downwards, and he was pulled into a massive hole. Kyle was pushed against the walls of the hole, and he felt his back being ripped apart. He gritted his teeth and finally managed to activate the drill before ramming it into the top of the turtle's head. Almost immediately, the force on Kyle's back intensified, and he felt his bones crack. The turtle wanted to turn him into a smear of blood on the wall. Kyle's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth as he put as much force on the drill as possible. CRRRRRR. But then the drill started to have difficulties after hitting the turtle's massive skull. It still continued drilling, but it was much slower than before. The next moment, Kyle no longer felt the walls touching his back, and he knew what was about to happen. The turtle's head moved away from the wall, and the next moment, it rammed its head back into the wall with more force. CRK, Kyle's spine broke, and a good chunk of blood was squeezed out of his mouth. Breathing became impossible. However, the force of the slam also gave the drill enough force to break through the skull. Somehow, Kyle still managed to keep the drill in his grip, and it continued moving erratically in the turtle's skull. The turtle's body started to twist and turn uncontrollably. Hold the drill was the only thing Kyle could think. The drill kept absorbing Kyle's energy, and he felt like he was about to drift away into unconsciousness. And then the drill stopped. Kyle's heart nearly stopped beating. The drill was out of energy. Kyle was out of energy. The head and neck of the turtle still kept jerking uncontrollably, and Kyle received another couple of hits to his broken back. Luckily, the hits were not nearly as strong as they used to be. In desperation, Kyle swallowed a mouthful of the blood he was continuously being drenched in. 2 seconds later, the drill reactivated. More. Kyle consumed as much as he could, and his broken arm chaotically moved around with the drill in its hand. Chunks of brain flew everywhere, and Kyle kept consuming them ravenously. Finally, the head stopped moving and slumped powerlessly. Only the faint traces of muscle twitches could be felt coming from the turtle. Is it dead? Kyle thought. The next moment, Kyle felt an irresistible urge to pass out, and with his last thought, he barely managed to deactivate the drill. Kyle lost consciousness. Nothing. An unknown period of nothing passed. Confusion. That was the first thing Kyle felt after waking up. Nothing around him made sense. Pain. That was the next thing Kyle felt. Ah, my back, he thought as he slowly regained clarity. Next came weakness. Kyle could barely move his body. As he kept laying on his back, Kyle slowly remembered what had happened. Fantasyland, he thought as he looked up. Right now, Kyle laid on his back, looking up at something bizarre. It was a gigantic flail. Near the ceiling, Kyle saw a green sphere with many bony spears coming out of it, which were digging into the walls. What the fuck is that, he thought. The next moment, something in the middle of the flail started to open. Kyle watched in confusion as something black came out of the hole, and a moment later, it fell onto his lying body. The thing that fell on him was warm and relatively soft. Fuck, Kyle shouted as he lost all the weakness in his body and jumped up. That's fucking shit, like actual literal shit. As he jumped up, he noticed that the ground beneath him was not stable. It felt like mud. When he looked down, he was greeted with an entire room filled with shit. Fuck, Kyle shouted as he jumped to grab one of the bony spikes coming out of the flail. Kyle righted himself on the bony spike and started to desperately claw the shit away from his body. That's fucking disgusting. For the next few minutes, he did his best to clean his body with the earth around him, and he also got rid of all of his shit-covered clothing. I need a shower stat. Fittingly, Kyle noticed a stream of blood running down the spikes. Wait, is that? Kyle climbed higher on the spurs and squeezed through a gap between the flail and the walls. Sure enough, the next thing he touched was the green scales of the turtle. Slowly, the turtle's anatomy started to make sense. It's like one of these fucking sea worms. Hobbit worm, bobbit worm, bobbit worm. It was called something like that. The turtle was a very long worm. Almost all of its body was underground, inside the gigantic hole. The flail was its ass, and the bony spurs gave it a stable hold that allowed it to move with extreme speed and power. That thing is dead, right? Kyle thought. Has to be. Look at all that blood. Also, I think I ate a good chunk of its brain earlier. The next moment, an unimaginable rush of excitement washed over Kyle. I killed it, I fucking killed it. I killed that fucking thing. Kyle remembered how terrifying that turtle had been. He had been helpless in front of it, and he had fled like a pussy in the beginning. But somehow he ended up killing it. The image of the turtle chasing him ran through his mind. It had been so insanely fucking intimidating. But I killed it. I actually killed such a monster. Sadly, Kyle's excitement was dulled by the brutal hunger he suddenly felt. A feast for the victor. I can have as much of the turtle as I want now, but first, Kyle started to climb the long neck of the turtle until he reached its head. When he saw the drill stuck inside its head, he sighed in relief. Fuck, I was afraid that it fell down, and I had to search through that huge pile of shit. The next moment, Kyle smirked victoriously. Time to chow. He activated the drill and cut off a big chunk of meat. He threw it into his mouth, and for the first time, that tastes amazing. Time for another nap, Kyle said as he lay on his back. Right now, Kyle was in a small dugout he had made in the turtle's thick neck. He had no idea how long he had been eating. He just knew that he ate, slept, ate some more, and slept some more. When Kyle had started eating properly, he realized with astonishment that he could eat without end. He wasn't hungry anymore, but he felt a bit peckish. It was like all of the times he sat in front of his desk, working on his shady business and just snacking. Kyle had already made several gigantic holes in the corpse with his drill. He must have already eaten several cubic meters of pure turtle meat, and he loved every single bite of it. The meat just didn't seem to get old at all. Some occasional drops of blood fell on him, but he had stopped giving a fuck about those a long time ago. He was already covered in crusty blood. The blood felt more like water by now. Nothing had attacked Kyle while he was eating. Most likely, the turtle had been a fearsome predator in these parts, and nothing dared to come close to its shell. You know, Fantasyland actually isn't all bad, Kyle thought before drifting off into sleep. An unknown period of time later, Kyle awoke again. I'm hungry, he thought before continuing to eat. This is the life, he thought as he kept chewing on the turtle. This is like a fat fuck's wet dream. An infinite stomach and infinite food. Speaking of, Kyle thought as he looked at this belly, I didn't gain any weight. In fact, Kyle's eyes widened in pleasant surprise as he saw his defined six-pack. While I never had one of those, I mean I do have muscles, but I could never see them. Fuck, Fantasyland is awesome. I get to look amazing by just eating a ton of meat. Kyle yawned a moment later. Is it sleepy time already? He thought in confusion. Can't be right. I just woke up a couple of minutes ago. Kyle yawned again in confusion, and his eyes started to close. He tried to keep them open, but it was extremely difficult. Has it always been this misty in here? Kyle thought as he saw mist all around him. Fuck, he thought as his eyes shot open. This is sleeping gas. Kyle tried to shoot to his feet, but he could barely control his body and fell over. His limbs felt so heavy, and he felt his eyes involuntarily rolling up into his skull as his eyelids closed. His arms slowly moved before collapsing to the ground. Kyle was out like a light. The lily gas has been deployed. A tall man wearing a green suit of leather armor told to the people behind him. Behind him was a team of 10 people. 8 of them were holding big carts behind them. These 8 people only wore basic clothing. The other 2 wore the same armor as the first guy. All right, guys, a tall man with black hair shouted to the 8 people with the carts. Time to get to work. Yes, sir. The people shouted before moving their carts in front of the holes. There were exactly 8 holes on the ground level, which was the same number as the carts. Everyone put on some masks made of wood that covered their faces. Then they walked inside. Inside, they attached several ropes to the side of the shell before slowly descending. Guess she's shy today, one of them shouted. Her head is usually outside the hole. Shut up and get to work, Barnaby. Another guy shouted. This is not a fun game. Barnaby just rolled his eyes and went into the hole. Several of the men took out metallic rods. After fumbling with them for a bit, the rods started to emit a faint light. Ah, there she is, Barnaby commented as he saw the turtle's head about 5 meters below the surface. SSSHH, one of the others shushed Barnaby. While the lily gas should keep the turtle sedated, they didn't want to tempt fate. These 8 people were not fighters. They were just regular workers. Sure, their bodies were quite athletic, but they couldn't even hope to fight this thing. That was the job of the 3 people with armor who were waiting outside. Wait a second, another guy said. SSSHH came a chorus of shushes. No, not SSSHH. The guy answered loudly before pointing down. Look at it, I don't think it's sleeping. The others looked down in shock. This thing was awake. However, they quickly realized that wasn't the case. When they saw the 2 gigantic wounds on its head, they immediately knew that it was dead. And by the looks of things, it had been dead for an entire week at least. Retreat, one of them ordered. This is something for the hunters. The thing that killed old Betty might still be here. The workers quickly scrambled up their ropes before running out of the shell. When the hunters saw that, they readied for battle. Did old Betty wake up? Old Betty's dead. One of them shouted dramatically, falling to his knees in despair. The others stopped and looked at the guy. Can you be serious for once in your life, Barnaby? One of them shouted. It's dead, one of the hunters asked, alarmed. He quickly looked to the other 2 hunters, who nodded in wordless communication. The 3 of them had been a team for years, and they didn't need to talk to know what the other one was thinking. One of them easily jumped on top of the turtle's shell and pulled out a long green bow. The other 2 readied their long polearms and walked into the shell. They carefully looked into the hole, and when they didn't immediately see anything beside the corpse, they took out some things and attached them to their hands and feet. These things were long spikes meant for climbing rock. With their power, it wasn't hard to stab these claws into hard rock. The 2 of them slowly descended, as the hunter on top of the shell kept an eye on the surroundings. When they reached the head, they looked closely at it. The 2 of them shared a quick glance. Whatever had killed this thing had to be very powerful. These wounds were gigantic. One of them kept his polearm ready, while the other one put his polearm away before taking out a sword. The one with the sword descended first while the other one kept his back clear. As they descended a bit more, they heard the faint sound of breathing. One of them communicated to the other that he would investigate, and the other one nodded. The man followed the sound of the breathing, ready for battle. He slowly turned his head and looked at the place where the breathing came from. A moment later, his body moved back in surprise, and the other one clenched his polearm more tightly. The first guy just waved his arm to tell the other guy not to worry and to approach. He did just that, and when he saw the origin of the breathing, he blinked a couple of times in surprise. Inside a big hole in the turtle was a dirty, stinky, and grimy man. He was sleeping. One of them gestured downward. They didn't know where this guy came from, but it was possible that there was something else down there. Over the next 3 minutes, they checked everything inside the hole, including the shit pit. Sadly or luckily, they didn't find anything else. You think it was the human? One of them asked in a whisper. Seems like it. The first guy looked at all the huge holes in old Betty's body. He must have one hell of an appetite, he commented. Must be half dwarf, the other one answered. The 2 of them climbed to take a look at Kyle again. When the first guy saw how peacefully Kyle slept, he narrowed his eyes in anger. His coin purse better match his appetite. Narvonian worms are worth a fortune, he said. He's naked, and we didn't find any clothes anywhere, the other one said. I don't think he has any money. I believe we have a freeloader on our hands, but more importantly, are you sure it was him that killed it? He seems a bit weak. The second hunter narrowed his eyes and approached Kyle. A moment later, he lightly squeezed Kyle's biceps. Early Squire, he said with surprise. The other one opened his eyes in shock. Early Squire. He couldn't have killed old Betty, right? At that point, the first hunter noticed something lying beside Kyle. He took it into his hand and showed it to his colleague. A mining rod, the other guy asked. The first guy turned the gem and the drill turned on. Theoretically, he said before turning the drill off again, you could kill old Betty with this. It would just be very hard. The 2 of them looked at Kyle again. An early Squire killed old Betty with a fucking mining rod. This guy must be a powerful warrior. Keep him sedated, the first hunter said. I don't want him to wake up until we're back in the town. We don't know what this guy is capable of. The other one nodded. Kyle woke up in confusion. Food time, he thought. The hunger had returned, and it was pretty strong. As he looked around, Kyle realized that his surroundings looked unfamiliar. He immediately shot up. What the fuck, where am I? He thought. Kyle was in a barren room with a metallic bed and a bucket in the corner. There were no windows, but one of the walls was made of something that looked like glass. However, it didn't completely look like glass. It was giving off a slight blue shimmer, and it seemed to vibrate ever so slightly. Despite the strangeness of the glass, Kyle could immediately tell where he was. I'm in fucking prison. Kyle ran to. Bang fuck, Kyle shouted as he fell on his ass before holding his head in pain. He just wanted to run over to the glass, but he was much faster than expected and ran headfirst into it. After calming down a bit, Kyle just looked at the glass in confusion. Did it move? No, right. Kyle pushed himself up with a hand and noticed that the slight push had essentially put him into a full stand. He blinked a couple of times and looked at his hand. That was easy, he thought. Am I really that strong? Kyle looked down at his feet and jumped just a slight bit. Bang, fucking, he shouted as he held his head again. His head had hit the ceiling. Why am I so retarded? Knock, knock. Kyle's head shot up as he heard knocking coming from the glass. There he saw a man dressed in some basic iron armor with a halberd on his back. Saluvia medalia, Mart Salvian spaghettinum, the guy said with annoyance. Spaghetti, Kyle thought. I didn't do nothing wrong. Kyle shouted in protest. I'm innocent. Let me see the judge. The man scrunched up his face in annoyed confusion. Malviria some car. Spaghettinum, the guy said. I don't want any spaghetti. Kyle shouted back. I want to talk to the judge. The man raised an eyebrow and scratched the back of his iron helmet. Hull man skeet, the guard asked. Skeet totally sounds like a slur, Kyle thought, but I think we're just speaking different languages. Kyle sighed in annoyance. Of course they don't speak American here. This is fantasy land, he thought in exasperation. I don't want to learn another language. Kyle stood up and pointed at himself. Me, he said before shaking his head and showing that he didn't do nothing wrong. Innocent. Next, Kyle pointed at himself before making a little walking animation with his fingers. Me go, the guard had been in contact with hundreds of prisoners, and he knew exactly what Kyle wanted to convey. He shook his head. Why? Kyle shouted, showing his exasperation and confusion by opening his arms. The guard said before pointing at Kyle. Marta, he said before making a gesture of slitting his throat. Narvoni Gino, he finished, putting his arms together and mimicking a long thing that kept opening and closing its mouth. Finally, he showed the universal symbol of money by running his thumb and index finger together. Hell, Kyle mimicked the gesture of the long thing with the snapping mouth. The turtle worm, big thing, scary monster. Kyle made several more gestures, indicating a big and scary monster. The guard nodded. Narvoni Gino, he repeated. Marta, right? Kyle asked, showing several gestures that indicated killing something. Marta, and the guard said with a nod. Kyle said, pointing at himself, Marta Narvoni Gino. Then he pointed at himself in the room he was in. And Marta Narvoni Gino. Il silenzio di hell. Hell, Kyle repeated, showing the universal symbol for money. Hell, the guard confirmed. Kyle blinked a couple of times. I think he's saying that I am in prison because I killed the big turtle thing, and I think he wants money as payment. Or he's just asking for a bribe. Did I accidentally kill a domestic cow or something? Was that thing a pet? That's a terrifying cow. Kyle smiled sheepishly as he mimicked emptying his pocket. Hell no, he said, shaking his hand. I have nothing, Kyle said, gesturing at his clothing. Yet when he looked down, he only saw his abs and penis. He shouted, quickly hiding his dick and balls with his hands. He had been so used to being naked that he hadn't even noticed it. The guard rolled his eyes and said some more gibberish. Finally, the guard sighed and said some more gibberish while indicating that Kyle didn't have any money. Kyle nodded several times. The guard shrugged before saying more gibberish. Then he indicated the motion of hammering something or mining something with a pickaxe. It was difficult to discern. Ah, fuck. He wants to send me to a labor camp. Kyle thought in a bit of a panic. Kyle didn't know how to answer, so he just looked awkwardly at the guard. The guard furrowed his brows before scratching his little beard. Finally, he pointed at Kyle. Marta Narvoni Gino, he repeated but phrased as a question. Well, I can't deny that I killed the turtle thing, he thought before nodding. Spartam, the guard spoke louder, showing his muscles. I think he's asking if I'm strong, Kyle thought. Dude, the last fight I had was against someone in middle school, and he whooped my ass. I'm not a fighter. The image of the guard indicating manual work shot through Kyle's mind at that point. I don't like blue-collar work. Although I did kill that turtle thing, I don't think that kid that beat me up could kill that thing. Also, my body is really strong. The 2 bumps on my head are proof, but I only won due to stupid luck and pure stupid. Kyle kept droning as he thought. The guard raised an eyebrow as he waited for Kyle's answer. After several seconds, Kyle showed his answer. He just shrugged while tilting his head and torso slightly left and right, showing an evaluating and uncertain gesture. I have no idea if I'm strong or not. The guard scratched his helmet again. Kyle lay on his bed, moving his legs back and forth in boredom. Man, how long do I have to wait? It's been like 3 days. After their conversation, the guard indicated that Kyle should just wait, and he did just that. At least the food isn't bad, Kyle thought, thinking back to the beautifully seared fish with fresh vegetables, way better than the food in jail. As if summoned, Kyle's stomach growled. But it's not nearly enough. I'm fucking starving. The next moment, Kyle heard the distant door to the prison's complex open, and he turned his head to look over. After some more gibberish that he heard from a distance, Kyle saw the guard approaching with another man. The man had long and rough black hair and wore green leather armor. Kyle slowly got up from his bed and looked at the two expectantly. Her Lun man Zuli Fentanyl, the man in green armor, said. Did he just say fentanyl? Kyle thought before shaking his head. I can't really understand you. I only speak American, Kyle said. The man in green armor furrowed his brows before looking at the guard, who just shrugged. The two exchanged some words before the guard went to the side of the wall. The next moment, the glass vanished. Kyle had seen that several times. Apparently, this was some kind of magical force field. The next moment, the man in green armor stepped inside and pulled something out of his bag. He unwrapped the object, and Kyle saw a raw piece of meat. Kyle's eyebrows rose in surprise, and he pointed at himself in confusion. The man nodded. Then Kyle walked forward and carefully took hold of the meat. His hunger immediately intensified, and he threw the piece of meat down his throat. That hits the spot, Kyle thought as he felt something in the food that none of the prison food could give him. Sure, the prison food was prepared extremely well, but it was missing that certain kick that the turtle meat had. This piece of meat had that certain kick, and Kyle's hunger weakened significantly. The guard looked at Kyle with strong surprise. The man in green armor just watched Kyle with furrowed brows. Several seconds of silence passed. What? Kyle asked. The two just kept looking at him. Is something wrong? Kyle asked. The guard scratched his helmet in confusion as the man in the green armor raised his brows in interest. Shortly after, the two men had a long conversation inside Kyle's cell. Kyle just listened awkwardly, feeling a bit ignored. After a while, the guard left, leaving the two of them in the cell. The man in green armor looked at Kyle. Then, over the course of several painful and awkward minutes, the man in green armor managed to convey his intentions. He's getting me out of prison, but in exchange, I have to work for him, Kyle thought. He didn't immediately answer and just looked at the man. This guy looks strong, Kyle thought. He's wearing this big suit of leather armor, and he has several weapons on his person. He also feels kind of intimidating. Kyle remembered the question of whether or not he was strong the guard had asked him. Ah, fuck, I'm being drafted, Kyle thought. The man could tell what Kyle was thinking. The man took out a pen and paper from his backpack and started to draw something over the course of a couple of minutes. Eventually, he handed the paper over to Kyle. Man, he's good at drawing as well, Kyle thought as he looked at the amazing sketches. The paper indicated that Kyle had 3 options through several illustrations. Option 1, work in a mine for 5 years. Option 2, stay here for 15 years. Option 3, battle monsters. That last one didn't have any time indication. It probably depended on Kyle's performance. Ah, so it's not the army, it's just a group of monster hunters. I love Monster Hunter. I played the shit out of that. But when Kyle thought back to the terrifying image of the approaching turtle worm, he became intimidated again. It's much more fun when it's a video game, he thought. He looked back at the paper. But 5 fucking years of manual labor or 15 fucking years of doing jack shit. I'm already getting antsy after being here for a couple of days. How bad will it be when I've been here for years? Kyle blinked a couple of times. Kyle scratched the back of his head. Also, I am technically already employed. Magic Lady told me to become an overseer or something like that, and I would assume that the predator's being she gifted me is related to that. Magic Lady saved my life and gave me a new one, although I still don't know what kind of shady shit they want me to do eventually. Finally, Kyle had a thought. Also, I need meat, and I think only the good meat can satisfy this ridiculous stomach of mine. This monster meat just hits different. On top of that, my body is way stronger than when I arrived, and I didn't train at all. I probably need monster meat to become stronger. The more Kyle thought about it, the more appealing the monster hunter LARPing looked. Finally, Kyle threw the paper to the side in exasperation before looking at the man and pointing at himself. Then he roleplayed fighting a big monster before nodding. The man just looked at Kyle before wordlessly picking up the paper and pointing at the third option. Oh, I could have also done that, Kyle thought. Finally, Kyle nodded with conviction. For the first time, the man actually smiled and offered his hand. "Now, Samson," he said. Kyle pointed at the man. Samson," he said, remembering the word for you. The man nodded. "Nuh, Kyle," Kyle answered. Then Kyle shook Samson's hand. After their introduction, Samson pulled out more sheets and started to write and draw on them while Kyle just waited. Eventually, the guard returned with something. He indicated for Kyle to extend his arm and put a metallic bracelet on it. Is that one of these house arrest things? Kyle thought while looking at his new and shiny accessory. The guard said. "See we, Kyle," Samson said without looking up from his papers. "Kyle," the guard said. "Huh," Kyle uttered as he looked at the guard. The guard pointed at the bracelet before taking out a small blue orb. The next moment, the blue orb shone. Kyle fell to the ground, holding his hand in pain. He just felt the most powerful electric shock he had ever felt in his life. He couldn't even move. The pain stopped a second later, and Kyle looked at the guard in anger. However, he knew better than to attack the guard. Finally, the guard very noticeably handed the blue orb to Samson. Kyle took a deep breath to calm down. He just showed me what this thing does, he thought as his anger slowly vanished. The guard spoke some gibberish and indicated that Kyle should follow him. The 3 of them walked out of Kyle's cell and left the prison. On his way out, Kyle saw the other prisoners for the first time, and it was not pleasant. Most of them looked like they were on drug withdrawals and desperately looked around. Everyone is held in solitary confinement here, Kyle thought with a deep breath. That's fucked. I guess Fantasyland isn't all sunshine and rainbows. During his stay, Kyle hadn't heard any of the other prisoners, which meant that the cells didn't allow any sound to escape unless a guard changed the settings of the force field. 15 years in solitary would have killed me, Kyle thought. The three of them stopped in front of a messy desk, and the guard handed several sheets of paper to Samson, who signed them. Finally, the guard escorted them out. For the first time in a long while, Kyle felt the fresh wind and sun on his face again. But just a moment later, he was distracted by the sprawling city in front of him. This really is Fantasyland, Kyle thought. The houses of the city had medieval architecture, and the roads were made of stone. There were several stalls on the streets with merchants peddling their goods. Kyle could also see several tall towers that had gigantic gems in them, which were shimmering in different colors. Samson spoke some gibberish and pointed at the towers before indicating something tall firing a bomb at an approaching enemy with his hands. Ah, so they are guard towers that shoot projectiles, Kyle thought, thinking back to the fire-spitting wolves. The next moment, Samson smirked a bit before speaking more gibberish while pointing at the city and the sky. Kyle had no idea what Samson was trying to convey, but just nodded in agreement. True, probably. Samson's smile widened, and he took hold of Kyle's arm, who just watched in confusion. The next moment, Kyle's world spun. Samson had thrown Kyle into the sky. What the fuck, dude? Kyle shouted as he flew into the sky. The next moment, he realized that he could see the entire city from his new vantage point. The city was around 2 kilometers in diameter, and it had huge metallic walls around it. Outside the city was a sprawling forest with a couple of streets leading through it. Apparently, this city was in the middle of the wilderness. Sadly, Kyle's short moment of wonder was interrupted as the fear of death sat in. He was over 20 meters high in the air. Kyle gritted his teeth nervously as he started to fall again. He could also see Samson wearing a shit-eating grin on his face. That fucker, you better catch me. Kyle fell faster and faster. A bit later, Samson also jumped up and he caught Kyle in the air. The two of them landed safely, and Samson put Kyle down while laughing loudly. That's not funny, asshole, Kyle shouted. Yet Samson just kept laughing before indicating that they should get going. Kyle's heart was still racing as he followed Samson. That's my new employer, I guess, he thought. Better not anger him. Wait a second, he thought as he realized something. Was that the point of this entire thing? I think he wanted to demonstrate his power without intimidating me or making the situation awkward. Kyle raised an eyebrow. He even has good people skills. Does this guy have to be good at everything? Kyle scratched the back of his head as he imagined how he must have looked in the air. He couldn't help chuckling a bit. Okay, maybe it was a bit funny, he thought. The two of them walked through the city, and Kyle noticed that everyone was looking at him with disdain and disgust. What's their problem? He thought. After a bit, the two of them entered a store, which was filled with clothing and armor. Oh, are we buying armor? Kyle thought. One of the workers there approached Kyle with an angry face and shouted gibberish at him. What's your problem, dude? Kyle asked with annoyance. The worker sneered and pointed at Kyle's crotch. Kyle looked down. Kyle shouted as he quickly hid his dick and balls with his hands. He forgot that he was still naked. Meanwhile, Samson broke out into laughter before talking to the employee. Eventually, the worker calmed down and apologized to Kyle with a quick bow. No. It's okay, Kyle said, waving the guy off while keeping the other hand on his dick. Samson just pushed Kyle's shoulder a bit in a joking manner. Then Samson bought some clothing for Kyle. Now I get why everyone on the street was looking at me with disgust. The clothing Samson purchased was pretty good. It was made of some kind of gray animal hide that felt nice to the touch while still being very sturdy. The two of them left the store again and walked over to a big house at the edge of the city. The house was beautiful, and a young woman with 2 babies walked out with a smile. Samson and the woman hugged and kissed before talking for a bit. The woman approached Kyle and introduced herself very politely. Kyle reciprocated and everyone entered the home. Samson showed Kyle to a nice room with a bed before handing him the sheets of paper he had been writing on the entire time. Ah, fuck, Kyle thought as he saw a bunch of illustrations with writing beside them. Vocabulary training. But how am I supposed to learn the words when I can't even read? Samson gestured to Kyle, saying that this would be his room and that he should relax there for a while. Kyle thanked Samson profusely. I'm basically a convicted felon. Despite that, he bought me clothing, took me to his house, and even gave me a room, Kyle thought. Can this guy be unlikable in any other way? He's basically perfect. I swear, if this were a movie or something, he would be killed by the creator later just to drive the pain home. Luckily, this isn't a movie. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Or is it? I mean, I am in fantasy land. This sure seems fantastical and fictional. I really don't want this guy to die. Kyle shook his head. This is not a fucking movie. I shouldn't be worried about something like that. More importantly, he thought as he looked at the pages filled with vocabulary. How do I even learn that? This shit is just scribbles. Kyle scratched his head. I guess the best thing I can do is to learn the scribbles for now. Talking comes later. Kyle sighed. I fucking hate learning. I got a C average in high school. I'm not cut out for this shit. Nevertheless, Kyle grabbed a pen and started to practice writing the unfamiliar words. Despite hating learning, he didn't want to disappoint Samson. Also, I did kill their turtle worm cow. I would also want payback if someone killed my cow. Kyle practiced for about an hour and he became quite surprised the more he learned. That's actually surprisingly easy. I already got the entire first page down. I just look at the image and the writing just pops into my mind. Am I that smart? Kyle sneered. If I were that smart, I wouldn't have attacked that dumb turtle worm cow. Seriously, why the fuck did I jump onto its head? Listen more to your heart, Magic Lady says. My ass. After about 90 minutes, Kyle's door opened and Samson greeted him with a smile. Samson took Kyle out of his room and brought him to the warm living room. The living room was quite cozy, and there was even a fire burning in the fireplace. Samson's beautiful wife smiled and waved Kyle over. Her 2 children were sitting on the ground in front of her, looking at Kyle with innocent interest. Kyle went over and sat between the 2 children. Then she took out a book with big pictures. She went to the first page and showed it to them. It was the image of a cow. Malu, the 2 kids shouted in excitement. The mother praised them before looking expectantly at Kyle. Malu, Kyle repeated, a bit embarrassed. Sansa, the mother said with a bright smile. Apparently, Sansa meant something like good job. I'm in the same class as fucking toddlers, Kyle thought with embarrassment. The mother went through the entire picture book and Kyle just repeated after the children. Eventually, they came to a picture of a bell and the children didn't know the word. Ding dong, one of them said, eliciting a laugh from the other one. The mother lovingly shook her head before telling. Slimmin, Kyle said very slowly. The mother looked with surprise at Kyle. That was correct. Samson looked with pleasant surprise at Kyle. Sansa, the mother said. Then she spoke the word representing how. Naturally, she wanted to know how Kyle had done it. Kyle carefully took the book and went to an earlier page. The names of the objects were written beside the pictures, and Kyle pointed at the first letter. SL, he said. Then he went to another page to point at another letter. I am in, he finished. Kyle had read the words and remembered how the different letters sounded. Sansa, Mina Sansa, the mother shouted with a quick applause. Kyle felt smug as he looked at the 2 toddlers beside him. Yeah, try to keep up with me, he thought. Then he remembered that he was competing with literal toddlers and felt embarrassed again. Samson took note of Kyle's progress and began writing while the lesson continued. After some minutes, the lesson was over, and Samson gave Kyle a new sheet. This time he wrote down the words from the picture book and made sure that Kyle remembered all of them. Eventually, Kyle was sent back to his room, and he practiced reading and pronouncing words for hours. Some hours later, Samson came to Kyle's room and showed him 2 things. One was a plate of vegetable soup with some meat in it. The other one was a big chunk of raw meat, which, Samson asked in his native language. Kyle had already learned that word. This Kyle spoke in the fantasy language, pointing at the raw meat. Samson gave him the big chunk of raw meat and left, but before he left, he gave Kyle another set of pages. By now, Kyle was no longer that averse to learning. It was so easy and he made quick progress. He could also understand individual words now. Kyle finished all the pages within a couple of hours and Samson returned. Sleep, Samson said. You sleep, Kyle nodded. Then Samson seemed a bit embarrassed as he pointed at the door. Close, careful, prison, he said. Kyle nodded. Yes. Samson said goodnight and locked the door. It's understandable. I'm a felon and he doesn't know me well. I would also lock myself in a room for the night. I mean, his kids and wife are here. Kyle sighed. Still feels a bit bad, though. Kyle fell asleep rather quickly, but he woke up again before the sun was even up. He repeated all the words on the pages before Samson opened the door. Good morning, Kyle, Samson said. Good morning, Samson, Kyle repeated. I work, Samson said before pointing at Kyle. You work, and here it is, Kyle thought. Gotta go and be a wage cuck again. No more entrepreneur. The 2 of them left Kyle's room, said goodbye to the family, and left. When Kyle noticed that they were leaving the city, he became a bit nervous again. Guess it's time to play Monster Hunter. Kyle and Samson left the path and entered the forest. On their way, Samson explained a couple more words in order to tell Kyle one sentence. We alone today, team tomorrow, Samson said. Understood, Kyle answered in fantasy language. A moment later, Samson extended his hand to indicate that Kyle should stop. Kyle was a bit confused, but then he heard the very subtle sound of something moving through the underbrush. Something inside of Kyle told him that this thing was not harmless. You strong how? Samson asked. Kyle smiled awkwardly. I fight no. Yesterday no. Yesterday no. Yesterday no. No. Strong no, Kyle explained. Samson's eyebrows rose. Was that supposed to mean that he had never fought something? Narvonian worm you kill, he asked. Yes, Narvonian worm strong. I know strong, Kyle said with embarrassment. Samson looked at Kyle incredulously. How kill, he asked. Narvonian worm attack. Kyle said as he made the motion of a man running away. Narvonian worm attack. Tree. I head. I attack. He pointed at his eye. I run, Samson said, giving him the word for running. I run, I throw. Small blood body. I attack. No see. Narvonian worm no see. Narvonian worm attack eye leg, I attack head, Narvonian worm dead. Kyle decided to skip the entire part with the wolves since that would make it unnecessarily complicated to explain. Samson looked at Kyle with furrowed brows. Meanwhile, Kyle felt quite embarrassed. It was like he had lied on his CV, and when he actually had to do the job, the boss realized that his employee actually wasn't qualified. Samson expected an experienced warrior, but only got someone who had dumb luck. Samson sighed. You learn, he said. Earn money. Kyle felt quite guilty and nodded repeatedly. I learn. You learn now, Samson said. Kyle became a bit nervous. Kill, Samson said as he pointed in the direction of the rustling. Dangerous head. Back safe. Head dangerous. Understand, attack back. Run head, Kyle answered with a nod. Samson nodded back. Then Samson handed Kyle a long knife. That doesn't look like a weapon, Kyle thought as he looked at the knife. This looks more like a tool. Kyle smiled sheepishly before pointing at Samson's sword. Samson raised an eyebrow before taking his sword off with its sheath. Then he handed it to Kyle. Kyle took it and, bang, the sword hit the ground. Fucking, why is this thing so fucking heavy? Kyle thought as he slowly lifted the sword with both of his arms. Understand? Samson asked as he took his sword back. Understand, Kyle answered as he took the knife. Holy shit, how is he swinging that thing around? That thing is ludicrously heavy. Then Kyle slowly moved forward as Samson silently followed him. The rustling had moved away quite a bit, but Kyle never lost sight of his target. As he walked forward, Kyle felt his heart rate shoot up and his body began to shake. Needless to say, he was scared. Shut up, I have to earn my keep. If I don't kill this thing, I will go back to prison. I don't want to go back to prison, Kyle thought as he remembered the suffering prisoners. Prison will kill me. Kyle walked after the rustling. His target was quite small and low to the ground, but he still didn't know what it was. Fuck, I can't see this thing through these bushes. Then Kyle remembered his fight against the Narvonian worm. The next moment, he jumped onto a branch of a tree and surveyed the area from there. The longer he did that, the more his eyes focused. His body wanted him to strike. The thing sped up quite a bit. Most likely, it had heard the creaking branches above it. Kyle sped up as he looked forward. There's an open space ahead. Most likely, it won't escape the underbrush since it knows I'm here. I have to force it out. Kyle looked around and found what he was searching for. He left the trees to grab the thing before going back onto the tree. When his target reached the end of the underbrush, Kyle took out the stick he had grabbed and violently hit the brush behind the thing. Sure enough, the target became panicked, and Kyle's eyes focused as it rapidly left the underbrush. A snake, Kyle thought as he saw the slithering snake. The snake was only around 2 meters long, but since Samson had said that the head was dangerous, it was most likely venomous. Kyle's hands shook and he jumped forward with all of his strength. He shot at the snake and extended his knife. Crack! The knife easily cut the snake in two, about 20 centimeters away from its head. Kyle jumped back and watched the head writhing on the ground. Good job, Samson said from behind Kyle. Kyle rapidly turned around with a jerk. He was still in combat mode. Calm, Samson said. Kyle took a deep breath and carefully handed the knife back. This was very different from his battle with the Narvonian worm. During his battle with the Narvonian worm, Kyle had just done random things to survive and somehow succeeded. But here, he had actually planned an attack and finished the battle with his strength, smarts, and skill. The snake probably was very venomous, but in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't very dangerous. Humans were very quick, and as long as they weren't ambushed by such a snake, they could easily outrun it. A human could also just use one of their hands to bait the snake into biting before grabbing the extended head with their other hand. Compared to the Narvonian worm or the fire wolves, this snake was harmless, but it wasn't completely harmless. When Kyle saw the snake dying, he felt a rush of excitement. He had killed something. This feels amazing. Samson praised Kyle and told him what he could do better. Then Samson grabbed the snake. Skin money, he said. Kyle nodded. Over the next 10 minutes, Samson showed him how to skin the snake and also showed him the anatomy. The venom sac and the gallbladder were put in a pouch, while the skin was put in a separate pouch. Then Samson stood up and walked away from the remainder of the corpse. Done? Kyle asked. Done, Samson answered. Then Kyle pointed at the snake. Food. Samson raised an eyebrow before scratching his chin in thought. Body ether, he said. I know that word. Ether is what was in all of these job descriptions the magic lady handed me. Surprised that it's the same word in English. Or did she just use the native language? Human ether air good. Human eat animal ether bad, Samson said. Human eat animal ether. Human die, Samson said. What? Wait, so if a human eats an animal that has ether, they just keel over and die, Kyle thought. Then he remembered how the guard and Samson had looked at him when he ate that raw piece of meat in the prison. Herkin eat animal ether alive. Human eat animal ether die, Samson said. Herkin, Kyle asked. Human wild, small human. Is he talking about the dwarves that I read about in the world description? Kyle thought. You Herkin human? Samson asked. Kyle answered eloquently, not no. Samson scratched the side of his head in confusion. You eat, Samson said, pointing at the bloody corpse. Now it was Kyle's turn to scratch his head. Money, he asked, pointing at the bloody corpse. Ether money. Ether has to be valuable if it's in every fucking job description. Ether big money. Ether big money, Samson repeated. Then he pointed at the corpse again. Little ether. Ether get money. No money. I think he's trying to say that the snake has so little ether that extracting it costs more money than it would give. And since normal humans can't eat it, there is no point in taking the meat. Meat prison eat, human no eat meat, Kyle asked, remembering the fish he had eaten in prison. Normal meat, no ether. Weak animal, no ether, Samson explained. Ah, I get it, Kyle thought. So there are weak animals that don't have any ether and they can be consumed by humans. However, animals with ether are stronger and those are inedible to normal humans. But I can eat them. The predators being said that I can grow by eating meat. That's probably why I'm immune to the damage that animal ether causes humans. I knew this would be a good choice. Others probably have to pay a fortune to get their ether, while I can just eat the trash that nobody wants to achieve the same effect. Wake up, honey. New garbage compactor just dropped. Kyle smiled and grabbed the snake. Then he shoved it into his mouth and took a bite. It isn't bad, but it lacks the kick the Narvonian worm had. I mean, the kick is still there, but it's incomparable, Kyle thought as he ravenously consumed the snake. Samson watched in surprise as Kyle finished the entire snake in barely 5 minutes. That was like 2 kilos of meat. Done, Kyle said. Samson looked at Kyle with a mix of disgust and respect. That guy downed an entire snake in 5 minutes, but he also ate bloody meat off the ground, which was a bit disgusting. Samson and Kyle continued walking through the forest. After half an hour, Samson indicated to stop walking. Kyle had already picked up the rustling in the brush and his eyes had locked on. Good animal, Samson said. No kill. Understood, Kyle answered. Seems like we're not killing everything we come across. After another half hour of walking, the two of them reached a clearing. It was about the same size as the clearing where Kyle had found the Narvonian worm. Look, Samson said, pointing at the middle of the clearing. Kyle looked at the thing Samson was pointing at, and his eyes widened. In the middle of the clearing was a small stone, barely 10 centimeters wide. The stone had many small holes, and Kyle quickly made the connection in his head. Narvonian worm, Kyle said. Samson nodded with a smile. Small Narvonian worm. Oh, it's a little baby boy, Kyle thought. Cute. Samson walked over to the small stone and pulled a pouch out. He took out a small handful of metallic dust and sprinkled it over the tiny turtle shell. Then he grabbed some small pieces of meat from another pouch and put them in front of one of the holes. Samson indicated Kyle to be silent. After a couple of minutes, the tiny head of the Narvonian worm came out of the hole. It quickly grabbed one of the pieces and pulled it back into its shell. That's so adorable, Kyle thought. To think that this thing will grow up to be a monster one day. A moment later, Samson very carefully dug a tiny hole beside the shell. He dug down for about half a meter before skillfully inserting some kind of flexible rod. A minute later, he pulled the rod out, and Kyle sneered when he saw what was on the end of the rod. Turtle shit, Kyle thought, getting reminded of his shit blanket without his consent. The two of them retreated from the clearing, and Samson took out a pestle and mortar. He put the little turd in and added a couple more things before turning it into fine powder over the course of a couple of minutes. Finally, he rubbed his finger over the little powder he had produced and smelled it. Kyle just looked at Samson with disgust. Then Samson extended his finger to Kyle. He really didn't want to, but Kyle also took a sniff. Then he blinked a couple of times. That actually smells pretty nice. What the fuck did he do to turn a literal turd into something that actually smells edible? Put food. Good. Little ether, yes, Samson said. Oh, so it's a spice that has a bit of ether. Kyle remembered the hill of shit below the big Narvonian worm. That's a lot of spice. Slowly, it dawned on Kyle how much damage he had done by killing the Narvonian worm. That's probably a lot of money. Oops. Kyle and Samson continued working. They patrolled the forest, and Samson showed Kyle a couple of important parts. There were a couple of bushes in the middle of the forest, which would produce valuable fruits. Whenever they stopped at one of them, Samson put a bit of powder near their roots. He also left out seemingly random things at seemingly random parts of the forest. Apparently, these things were either deterrents or attractors. He kept animals Samson didn't want away from certain places while attracting animals that he did want here. Down silent, Samson suddenly shouted, pulling Kyle into a bush. Kyle didn't know what was happening, but he could tell that Samson seemed very serious. I don't sense anything, Kyle thought. The forest was basically completely silent. Wait, was it always this silent? There had been some bird songs this entire time, which had faded into the background over time. Kyle didn't even notice them anymore, but now he didn't hear any bird songs anymore. It was like the entire forest had become silent. Kyle waited for several minutes in silence as his heart beat in his ears. Then he heard a very quiet rustling coming from a tree. He couldn't see the origin, but his senses told him exactly where the rustling was coming from. When he heard that rustling, all of Kyle's hair stood on end. His instincts were screaming at him to run. He had to run or he would die. Shut the fuck up, I'm not listening to you. Samson knows what he's doing, Kyle shouted at himself in his mind. H. Kyle's entire body shook as a high-pitched screech came from the spot where the rustling had come from. It was insanely loud, and the silent forest accentuated the screech even more. Suddenly, Kyle heard more rustling, but from a different spot. The next moment, Kyle heard something that sounded like a stick getting stabbed into the ground. There was no more rustling. Samson kept his hand on Kyle's back, urging him to remain silent. The sound of something hard being crunched into pieces followed the other sound. Then Kyle heard some rustling coming from the spot where that monster was, and he also heard the unmistakable sound of beating wings. The sound vanished after a couple of seconds, but Samson still didn't move. About half a minute later, the songs of the birds returned, and Samson released a sigh before standing up. Safe, he said. What? Kyle just asked. Dangerous beast, Samson answered. No shit, Sherlock. Over the past couple of hours, Samson had explained the difference between a beast and an animal. Apparently, those were two different things. From what Kyle had gathered, an animal is an animal without ether, while a beast is an animal with ether. Beasts were much more dangerous than animals. Clean, Samson said. It kills strong beast. It kills strong human. It make many strong beast to few strong beast. It money. It also dangerous, Samson explained. So it's a strong beast that feeds on other strong beasts, which keeps the predators in check, but it also attacks humans if they are strong enough. You safe. I danger, Samson said. I run, no death, Kyle asked. Samson nodded. Oh, so my instincts were actually right. I could have just run, Kyle thought. But then ooh. If I ran away, that might have exposed Samson's location, and he would be the one in trouble. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Shit, I'm actually a liability. He took me with him to teach me all of these things, but that also puts him in danger. He's actually risking his life to show me these things. Kyle felt guilty. I sorry, Kyle said, ashamed. It good, Samson answered, putting his hand on Kyle. I know danger. You money future. I will, Kyle answered with a motivated nod. Samson smiled before he indicated to continue. They walked for another 2 hours until Samson told Kyle to stop again. Kyle looked at Samson, who seemed to be evaluating something. A moment later, Kyle heard some soft, distant rustling. His instincts were telling him that this thing was dangerous. It was much more dangerous than the snake, but it still felt much safer than the Narvonian worm. Kyle now knew what Samson was thinking about. Kyle's heart rate increased and he took a deep breath. I can't keep being a liability. Samson is teaching me all of these things, and he's even allowing me to stay at his house. The next moment, he gritted his teeth. I kill, Kyle said. Samson looked at Kyle with a raised brow. You money, Kyle said. I want money, you nice, I nice. Kyle lightly hit his chest. I pay. Samson looked at Kyle, and after a bit, a smile appeared on his face. No kill, he said. Kyle wanted to protest, but Samson told him to stay quiet. Attack teeth, break teeth, beast good, no kill, break teeth. Teeth money, Samson explained. I understand, Kyle said with an enthusiastic nod. Samson also nodded before taking something out of his belt. It was a long rod with a gem at its end. That looks like the drill, but a bit smaller, Kyle thought. Samson put his thumb on the gem. Bang, a spike shot out of the rod for an instant before retracting. Luckily, it wasn't very loud. Break teeth, Samson said, handing the rod to Kyle. Kyle took the rod and put his thumb on the gem. Bang, the spike shot out with a lot of force, and Kyle felt the sheer power this gadget had. This thing was no joke. It's like a cattle gun. Kyle's heart rate sped up again as his hair stood on end. This thing felt extremely dangerous. Quite a dangerous job. He took a deep breath. But I have to do it. I hear, Samson said. You safe, you know death. Then Kyle slowly went forward. I don't know what kind of thing is waiting for me, but if Samson believes I can do it, I probably can. He knows what he's doing. Some seconds of sneaking later, Kyle finally saw the beast. What the fuck is that? At first glance, it looked like a huge worm. It was around 1/2 meter in diameter and about 10 meters long, but that was where the similarities ended. It was purple in color, and its head was a sight to behold. Its head was just a huge sphere, almost 2 meters in diameter. It looked like a huge ball that grew a long worm tail. There were no eyes or ears on the beast's head, and Kyle couldn't be sure how this thing perceived its surroundings. Also, I don't see any teeth. Did I misremember the word for teeth? When Kyle saw that thing, his body told him that it was very dangerous. However, he also felt excitement. It was like his body was telling him that this thing was beatable but dangerous. But where are its teeth? Kyle looked at the small hole in the front of the big ball that was the weird worm's head. He got an idea. This is a retarded idea, but I don't see any other way. Kyle took a deep breath, and then he jumped out of the bushes. He landed a couple of meters away from the worm and waited for it. Gotta make it open its mouth, and it probably will only open its mouth when it thinks food is here. Kyle's entire focus was on the strange ball in front of him. From this position, he couldn't even see the worm's actual body since its gigantic head obscured it. When Kyle stood in front of the head, he felt his hair stand on end. The huge ball moved to face Kyle. The next moment, 2 small holes beside the big hole opened. An instant later, a powerful wave of black gas came out of the holes and covered Kyle in an instant. As soon as the gas hit Kyle, he felt his nose, throat, and eyes burning. Kyle had to close his eyes, and he jumped to the side just to be sure. Bang, he heard the sound of something hard and powerful hitting one of the sturdy trees from behind him. Kyle was outside of the smoke, and he barely managed to open his eyes a little bit. What he saw made a cold shiver run down his spine. A bone spear. The huge hole had unleashed a bone spear that was over 5 meters long. The end of the bone spear was insanely sharp, and if this were a normal tree, Kyle was sure that it would have been split in two. It disorients its prey with the gas before killing them with the bone spear. Kyle watched as the bone spear retreated into the body. Its speed of retraction was much slower. Kyle's eyes recovered, and he took a deep breath. I guess that's its tooth, and my job is to destroy that. Kyle watched the sphere carefully as it slowly turned to face him again. His body immediately told him to jump to the side, but Kyle kept it under control. Shut up. Even if it skewers me, as long as I eat it after, I can recover. Sure, I would need to kill it for that, which is something I shouldn't do, but it beats dying. Also, Samson is here. However, if emotions listened to logic, there wouldn't be so many people with mental illnesses on Earth. Kyle was still terrified, but he kept his fear in check as well as he could. A moment later, another cloud of gas was shot at Kyle, but this time he forced his eyes to stay open despite the pain. Then he jumped to the side, but not as far as before. Bang! The bone spear shot past him, and Kyle jumped to its side. Then he held the spike gun to the bone spear. Yet Kyle just gritted his teeth and jumped back without activating the spike gun. I already know how it attacks. If I can do it twice, I can do it thrice. There was a reason why Kyle decided against using the spike gun. This time, Kyle stopped only about 2 meters away from the sphere. After the bone spear retracted, the sphere turned to Kyle again. Just like before, it enveloped him in an irritating gas, but Kyle forced his bloodshot eyes to stay open. He saw the big hole opening. Now, Kyle stepped to the side and bent his torso away from the bone spear's trajectory. Bang. The bone spear didn't hit a tree this time and just stopped about 5 meters away. Kyle quickly jumped towards the sphere and grabbed the bone spear at its base. I have to do the job well. Halfway breaking it isn't enough. Samson told me to break its tooth, and I will do just that. Earlier, Kyle had been near the middle of the bone spear. Now he was at its base. Kyle put the spike gun at. A hand grabbed Kyle's arm. He looked over and saw Samson keeping him from destroying the tooth. Not here, Samson said. Samson grabbed the tooth and the sphere began to warp. Kyle could hear the sound of the worm's body moving behind the sphere. It was trying to retract its bone spear, but Samson's grip completely stopped it from doing so. Samson slowly loosened his grip on the bone spear, and it slowly retracted. Then he grabbed it harder again to stop it. Here, Samson said, pointing at a spot about a meter away from the base of the bone spear. Beast hunt. Beast need food. No tooth, no food. Leave little tooth. Kyle nodded and put the spike gun at the spot that Samson indicated. Boom, the spike shot out and the bone spear exploded off the spot that Kyle had hit. Samson let go of the bone spear and it completely retracted. Kyle and Samson watched as the big sphere lifted off the ground, exposing the worm's body. Then the worm swung its head around like a flail. It kept spewing gas this entire time, and Kyle jumped back to avoid it. From a distance, Kyle watched nervously as the swinging became faster and faster. And then, the worm threw itself away. It threw itself past the trees, leaving a trail of irritating gas behind. Kyle had to blink a couple of times as he watched the worm literally rolling forward. The sphere spun, pulling the body over it. When the body hit the ground in front of it, the sphere was lifted up, and the body threw it forward again. What a strange creature, Kyle thought. But the next moment, a feeling of accomplishment hit him. But I did it. I fought this thing and did my job. Sure, it was the wrong spot, but I know the right spot now. I can actually be of use. Samson walked over and lifted the bone spear before looking at Kyle with a smile. Good job. After dealing with the very strange creature, Kyle and Samson started to walk back. They had been in the wilderness for over 5 hours by now, and it was time to return after a hard day of work. Samson had essentially used up everything he had carried with him and replaced it with a ton of stuff he had gotten from the wild. How money? Kyle asked, pointing at the sacks filled with loot. Samson looked at them. 3 big money, 75 medium money. Oh, they have different currencies. I guess this is like ancient Rome or something. They probably have gold, silver, and copper or something like that. 3 big and 75 medium get. How money? Died, Kyle asked, trying to get his question across in an understandable way. Samson furrowed his brows a bit, trying to understand Kyle. Money died, money get. Money no get. 3 big and 75 medium get. How money no get? Kyle asked. Ooh, Samson said, realizing what Kyle wanted to know. 7 big money no get, he said with a bitter smile. Kyle's eyes widened. We're operating at a loss. No take time, Samson said. Future take time, now keep high time. He's saying it's because we are currently just in maintenance. Harvest time hasn't arrived yet, Kyle thought as he remembered all the bushes. Narvonian worm big money take, Samson said before taking out the empty sack that used to contain the things for the small worm. 5 big money. Kyle took a deep breath. It okay, Samson said. You pay future, I pay future. Kyle said with a serious nod. Samson just smiled. Suddenly Samson stopped. Wait, bad beast. I kill, he said. You look. Future you kill. Kyle became nervous again when he heard that. I have to repay him, he thought before nodding. Samson smiled before he silently jumped onto a branch. Kyle silently followed after him, and after a couple of seconds, Kyle saw the beast Samson was talking about. Oh, wouldn't you know, it's these things. Kyle saw two of the fire wolves that had besieged him beside the Narvonian worm. Wonder if they are the same ones. As Kyle looked at one of them from his bush, he felt a profound feeling of threat. Naturally, it wasn't as bad as the Narvonian worm or that weird cleaner beast, but it was definitely more intense than the bone spear worm. Kyle watched as Samson took out his sword from the top of the tree. In the next instant, Samson exploded forward. It was so fast that Kyle had difficulties following him with his eyes. In less than a second, Samson's sword pierced one of the wolf's eyes. The wolf died instantly, and before the other wolf could react, Samson had already pulled out his sword and charged at it. The wolf opened its mouth, but before it could spit any fire, the sword entered its mouth and pierced its brain. In less than 3 seconds, both wolves died. He is crazy fast, Kyle thought. Samson looked around for a bit before looking at Kyle and motioning him to come over. Bad beast. Eat good beasts, he said, looking at the wolves. Kyle didn't answer him, and Samson looked over. Right now, Kyle's focus was on a seemingly random bush. Samson looked over, but the bush didn't seem strange in any way. Meanwhile, Kyle felt like there was something in the bush. He hadn't heard or seen anything, but for some reason his body was telling him that there was something there. It felt a slight bit dangerous, but not a lot. Am I smelling something? Kyle thought. I honestly can't tell. I only know that the bush smells different. Kyle pointed at his nose before sniffing a bit. Then he pointed at the bush. Beast, Kyle said. Samson raised an eyebrow. Samson was quite a bit more powerful and experienced than Kyle, and he didn't sense anything. Danger? Samson asked. No, Kyle answered. A moment later, Samson turned to the bush before approaching it. Suddenly, Samson heard shuffling in the bush, and he shot forward. The next moment, the sound of 2 crying puppies echoed throughout the forest, and Kyle's eyes widened. Is that what I smelled? Puppies. Kyle felt horrible. Dude, I didn't want some babies to die. However, before Kyle could fully lament his actions, Samson walked back out and he had 2 puppies in his hand. Luckily, the 2 of them were still alive. Samson looked with surprise at the puppies before turning his surprised gaze at Kyle. Good job, big money, he said. Kyle looked at the puppies nervously. Kill, he asked. No, Samson said. Sell alive. Big money alive. Kyle released a sigh of relief. Good, he said. Samson could tell what Kyle's gripes were, but instead of talking more about them, he left this topic for another time. A hunter had a job to do, and sometimes doing the job was not pretty. In this case, selling the puppies alive was more profitable, but that wasn't always the case. Samson walked over and put the 2 puppies into Kyle's hands. The 2 of them constantly tried to escape, but Kyle stopped them. Man, I feel horrible, he thought as he looked at the panicked puppies. We fucking killed their parents. Ow, fuck, Kyle shouted as one of the puppies bit into his arm. When the other puppy saw the reaction, it also bit into Kyle's arm. These bites were no joke and they drew blood. Fuck you, asshole, Kyle said, tearing one of the puppies off his arm before holding it by the fur on its neck. No more empathy from me, fuckfaces, he said, pulling the other one off as well. Go rot in a kennel. Samson watched with interest as Kyle cursed in English. He didn't know what Kyle said, but he could take a good guess. Samson dealt with the corpses before the 2 of them resumed their way home. After about an hour, Kyle saw the city again. House, Samson said, taking the puppies from Kyle. I money, understand, Kyle said. Then he walked towards Samson's home. Kyle's first day of work was over and he had learned a lot. You know, while fighting is quite terrifying, I also feel quite accomplished at the end of the day. I guess LARPing Monster Hunter isn't such a bad gig after all. Kyle returned to Samson's home and greeted the family. Samson, money, he said. Understand, the wife said. Then with a smile, she took out an entire stack of children's books before handing it over to Kyle. Learn. Instead of fearing the punishment that was learning, Kyle was thankful. He wanted to be able to communicate with Samson more clearly. Then he went to his room and immediately started to read. There were illustrations in the children's books that demonstrated a couple of words. Wait a second, Kyle thought as he realized something. These drawings looked just like Samson's drawings. Kyle looked through the entire book and compared them to Samson's drawings. Sure enough, they were almost identical. Wait, does Samson have a side gig as a children's book author? Kyle searched the entire book for the author's name but couldn't find it. That's weird. Then, after investigating for a bit more, Kyle realized something. The quality of the cover was what threw me off. These are actually not commercial books, but books that Samson wrote for his own family. These are not mass-produced. At that point, Kyle's business mind activated. With the quality of these drawings, we could earn a fortune. But then Kyle remembered something. This is Fantasyland. I don't think they have book printers. Samson would need to draw every book on his own, and I don't think that's a good use of his time. His gig as a monster hunter probably pays much more. I wonder how they write books in this world. Are they just written by hand, or do they use some weird kind of spell? If I want to make use of this, I need to learn more. A printing press is actually not difficult to make. You just grab a couple of stones and put ink on them, then you stamp them down and there you go. You got a printing press. It's such a simple concept. It's actually baffling that it took Earth humans that much time to make one. Even the ancient Romans could have made that. Grab stone, put ink on stone, press stone on paper. Done. Kyle shook his head. I should keep that idea in the back of my mind. We might be able to do something with this in the future. But for now, I have to learn how to communicate with Samson. Kyle went back to learning. After a couple of hours, Samson entered Kyle's room with several big pieces of meat. That's from one of the wolves, Kyle thought as he looked at a muscular back leg. Small beast, 57 big money. Good job, Samson said. Samson smiled. Good job, learn more. I will learn more, Kyle answered. Samson left and Kyle went back to learning. A couple of hours later, he was done with all of the books. At that point, Samson came in with a new stack of papers. This one had fewer illustrations and more words. Grammar practice, Kyle realized. Thank God, maybe I don't have to talk like a caveman anymore. We are nilbin sleep. You have to also sleep, Samson said. There were 2 words Kyle didn't know, but he could tell what Samson said. Good night, Kyle answered. Good night, Samson said before closing the door. This time he didn't lock it. Guess he trusts me now to a certain degree. Kyle still learned for a couple more hours before he fell asleep. Good morning, Samson shouted, opening the door. Kyle was completely disoriented when the door opened. He felt like he only slept for 5 minutes. Good morning, Kyle answered, sluggishly standing up. I will be speaking more fluently from now on. Do you understand? Samson said. Kyle didn't get all of the words, but he could make out their meaning. You will talk faster, correct? He asked. Yes, and I will be using more words, Samson answered. You are learning very fast. Kyle understood the gist of what Samson said and nodded. I will learn more. Fastly, faster, Samson corrected. Faster, Kyle repeated. More faster. No, just faster. Just faster, more just faster. Samson had to laugh. Let's grab breakfast. The 2 of them grabbed some breakfast before leaving the house. Today I'm going to introduce you to the team, Samson said. Team. Many humans work together, correct? Kyle asked. Yes, that's correct, Samson answered. Samson was actually surprised about the speed of Kyle's progress. It's barely been 3 days since he started learning their language and he could already communicate with them. As far as I know, dwarves actually can't put ether into their minds, Samson thought. Dwarves can only use ether in their bodies, which gives them extremely powerful physical abilities, but they can't learn sorcery, nor can their minds comprehend some more complex concepts. Kyle is half dwarf, right? He can eat beast meat like a dwarf, but can he also absorb ether into his mind, center, and soul? His progress is astonishingly fast. Based on his physical power, he's at the early squire realm, but he learns as fast as an early apprentice. Either he is some kind of unknown genius, or his ether is also strengthening his mind. Samson looked silently at Kyle for a while. Poop more just faster, Kyle said. Samson blinked a couple of times in confusion. Poop, learn. Poop more just faster, Kyle said with an awkward smile. In Fantasyland's language, the words of poop and learn sounded very similar. He made a pun. Samson realized as he politely laughed. Good one, he said. Poop faster. Poop just, Kyle said with a wide smile. Samson just politely laughed. I guess ether can enter his mind as well. Poop more, Kyle said proudly. Samson felt a bit embarrassed. I don't think that's the conduct of a secret genius. Well, he doesn't have to be intelligent. He just has to not be stupid. More poop. Learn more poop, Kyle said. Samson looked with concern at Kyle, who was laughing at his own jokes. The 2 reached a building near the edge of the city while Samson was assaulted with poop-based puns. Enough joking around. We're here, Samson said. Kyle nodded enthusiastically and put on his serious face. The building was relatively tall. It was quite a bit bigger than Samson's home. However, it looked more rustic, with most of it made of wood instead of stone. It kind of looked like a luxurious hunter's shack. Good morning, Samson, a middle-aged woman behind a reception desk said. Good morning, Lydia, Samson said. Meet our new hire, Kyle. Samson motioned for Kyle to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Kyle. Nice to meet you, he said. Lydia was quite surprised. Hello, Kyle, my name is Lydia. Then she turned to Samson. I thought you said that he isn't good at Sandspeak. When Kyle heard that, he knew that his chance had come. Before Samson could answer, Kyle interjected. I'm not very good at Sandspeak. I just know how to speak these 3 sentences fluently. Lydia looked at Kyle with a raised brow. Was he joking? Kyle had to suppress his laughter as he remembered his favorite Family Guy joke. I can't discern whether or not you're joking, Lydia said. What? Kyle asked, putting on his most confused face. Lydia, he really isn't good at Sandspeak. He's making amazing progress, but he still can't talk fluently, Samson said. But he, Lydia said as she looked at Kyle. I am joke, Kyle answered. I learned 3 sentences to confuse. Is funny. Samson had to laugh a bit. At least it wasn't more poop puns. Lydia threw a side eye at Kyle before noticing that Samson found it funny. The next moment she laughed politely. A good bit of humor hasn't hurt anyone, she said, keeping her annoyance in check. Kyle raised an eyebrow as he felt Lydia's annoyance. Did she not appreciate my joke? I thought it was funny. Samson reported his earnings from the last day, and Lydia wrote everything down. Then they talked about different things they needed to order for the upcoming weeks. Oh, she's the accountant, Kyle thought as he saw Lydia writing down a weirdly formatted balance sheet. I'll show you a couple of things, Samson said to Kyle. Next, Samson showed Kyle the 2 wolf pelts they had gotten yesterday and taught him how to turn them into something that could be sold. Nobody wanted to buy a hide that still had gunk and blood hanging from it. After about half an hour, 2 new people entered the house. Kyle looked over and his eyebrows rose when he saw one of them. Are we in a fucking anime? He thought as he looked at the crimson red hair of one of them. The man with the long red hair looked quite young. His belt carried 2 thin swords and he wore the same green leather armor as Samson. The other person looked more normal. He wore the same green armor as Samson and he carried the same weapons as him as well, a polearm and a sword. He had short brown hair and he seemed a bit older than Samson. Based on his appearance, Kyle would estimate this man's age to be about 40. You're the new guy, right? The red-haired man asked with enthusiasm. Hi, my name is Fennec. I used to be the newest member of the team before you joined. Kyle didn't understand everything, but he got the gist. Hi, my name is Kyle. I am newest. I am bad Sandspeak. Sorry, I already heard, Fennec said, shaking Kyle's hand. I'm just glad that I'm no longer the newbie. Taryn, the older guy, said calmly, extending his hand. I've been here a while. Kyle introduced himself to Taryn as well. The 2 new guys talked to Samson and Lydia for a while before grabbing some stuff from some cabinets. Some minutes later, another guy arrived. He looked to be around Kyle's age, which was 24. He had black hair and carried a huge bow on his back. Additionally, tons of different gadgets adorned his belt. My name's Lancel. I'm the bowman and trapper. Nice to meet you, he spoke with a friendly tone. A couple of minutes later, another man entered. This one had brown hair and was pretty small. He seemed a bit older, but not as old as Taryn. Surprisingly, despite his small stature, he carried a big mace and had a humongous shield on his back. Name's Nervan. I'm the shouter of the team, he said with calm. That's everyone, Samson said after Kyle introduced himself. With you, we are now 6 members. Kyle looked at the 5 other members of the team and nodded in greeting again. They seem to be pretty nice. All right, let's get to work, Samson said. Before I assign you your work for today, is there anything that happened yesterday? I think I saw a tar golem yesterday, Fennec said. The others also had things to report, but they immediately dropped their matters when they heard that. Samson narrowed his eyes. Are you certain you saw a tar golem? He asked. Well, it was about 2.5 meters tall and completely black. It had several long claws and many mouths. It also left a black trail of destruction behind. That should be a tar golem, right? Fennec asked. The mood in the room became more serious. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Samson asked, keeping his anger in check. Fennec became nervous when he heard Samson's tone. I wasn't sure if it was a tar golem and I didn't want to disturb you during your day off. What if I was wrong, then why didn't you tell me? Taryn asked with a bit of annoyance. We talked yesterday evening. Fennec smiled nervously. I wasn't sure what I saw, okay, sorry. Taryn took a deep breath in annoyance but didn't say anything. While Kyle didn't understand everything, he used to have an actual job and he knew the scene very well, the energetic new kid, but he just wanted to impress the boss himself by reporting the incident directly to him, Kyle thought. Where did you see it? Samson asked. Near Willow 2. It traveled west, Fennec answered. Nothing too valuable there, but if it continues, it will reach the Mastiff grounds. We should still have enough time to stop it before it gets there, Samson said. Then he turned to Kyle. Seems like your first day will be a special one. I help, Kyle shouted. Samson nodded before looking at the others. Grab your stuff. We will deal with the tar golem right now. All 6 of them set off together. Seems like this weird thing is quite an emergency if all 6 of us set off together. Seems unprofitable to walk in a big group unless there's something big going on that needs all of us. Kyle didn't know what everyone was talking about since they used many words that he didn't know. He only knew that there was something that was causing trouble. The 6 of them ran out of the city, and Kyle had to run very quickly to keep up with them. Holy shit, they are so fast. He thought as he watched Lancel jumping from branch to branch while the others just charged forward. Nervan, the smaller and older man with the big shield, threw a glance at Kyle with annoyance. The next moment, Kyle felt a hand grabbing him. Faster, Nervan shouted as he put Kyle over his shoulder. Sorry, Kyle answered from Nervan's shoulder. Kyle felt quite a bit embarrassed when he realized that he was carried like a sack of potatoes. However, as soon as he lay on Nervan's shoulder, the speed of the group picked up drastically. They were running almost twice as fast as before. What the fuck? Kyle thought in shock as he saw the speed. That's like 25 miles per hour or something. Feels like I'm in a car. From his new vantage point, Kyle could watch the others. Now that the speed had picked up, he could tell that the young Fennec was the one having trouble keeping up. But in the next moment, Kyle saw something strange. It was like the air around Fennec became hotter, and his surroundings became a bit distorted. When that happened, his speed increased, and he managed to keep up with the senior hunters. Wonder what he's doing. Is this some kind of fantasy technique or something? Did he trigger one of his cooldowns? Kyle thought. The team ran at this speed for over 30 minutes. Suddenly, Samson halted, and Nervan roughly threw Kyle to the side. Samson gave orders to everyone, and the group split apart. Watch, Samson told Kyle. Understood, Kyle answered. After a bit more walking, Kyle's eyes widened. What the fuck? Kyle saw a bright clearing, but he could tell that this was not a natural one. The clearing was littered with several broken trunks, which had an oddly black color. It was obvious that this clearing used to be filled with trees, but all of the trees had been destroyed. As Kyle took a deep breath, he started to cough. Holy shit, that smells horrendous. It was like Kyle had just breathed in a cloud of acid, and he felt like his throat and nose were burning. As he looked around more, he realized that this wasn't just a clearing. This was a trail of destruction. The ground was black and broken, and Kyle could see the clearing stretching towards the horizon. How much fucking damage did this thing do? It must have destroyed thousands of these hard trees. Samson was investigating the ground while the others were nowhere to be seen. He took a bit from the ground and put it into a pestle and mortar before mixing it. Kyle watched with curiosity through his teary eyes. This smell was horrendous. A moment later, he turned around from the direction where the smell was stronger to protect his nose. What do? Kyle asked, not looking. I'm searching for the tar golem, Samson answered, not looking away from his experiment. The fucking direction. The fucking direction can't be any clearer. Kyle pointed in the direction where the majority of the smell came from. There. Samson looked at Kyle with furrowed brows. That's where the tar golem is, he asked. Kyle pointed in that direction with more urgency. There, yes there, how do you know that? Samson asked before pointing in the other direction of the trail of destruction. It could also be there. Smell, bad smell come from there. Kyle shouted, pointing in the direction. Smell, Samson asked with furrowed brows as he sniffed the air a bit. The faint scent of tar filled the air, but Samson couldn't even hope to discern from which direction it was coming. Then he remembered how Kyle had sniffed out the two young wolves yesterday. This might be useful, he thought. Are you sure it's that direction? Samson asked. Yes, certain. Smell bad, real bad. Samson looked at Kyle for a bit. Let's hope you're right, he said before releasing a couple of loud whistles. The next moment, Samson grabbed Kyle and charged towards the east. Samson had investigated the ground earlier to discern when the damage to the surroundings had occurred. This would tell him when the tar golem would have been here, and after a couple of more tests, he would also know the direction. But the test took a while. If Kyle could just sniff out the direction of the tar golem, they would save precious time. As the two of them kept charging down the trail of destruction, Kyle's eyes teared up more. How the fuck is this smell so bad? He thought before glancing at the calm Samson. And how is he not smelling that? After running for a while, Kyle noticed the silhouettes of a couple of the other hunters joining them from the tree line. Another wave of disgusting and acidic odor hit Kyle and he almost gagged. There, he shouted, pointing at the tree line. Samson furrowed his brows. The usual procedure was to follow the path of destruction to the target. Well, he has been right before. Might as well go all in, Samson thought. He whistled a couple more times before charging into the tree line. Some of the more senior hunters watched Samson with confusion before following his commands. There, Kyle shouted, pointing towards the west again. More whistles. Kyle gagged and coughed. Fucking Lord, this smell is so bad. How is it so bad? Suddenly, Samson whistled a couple more times before putting Kyle down. Good job, Samson said to Kyle before charging forward. Kyle heaved and coughed a couple of times before looking at the origin of the smell. And then he finally saw it, the reason why they were all here. What the fuck? There was a gigantic blob of tar surrounded by withering trees. However, calling it a blob did not do it justice. The blob itself was around 3 meters in diameter, but there were countless long and black tendrils coming out of it. The black tendrils stretched for almost 5 meters, and they split into smaller tendrils at the end. The smaller tendrils took hold of the trees in the surroundings, and Kyle could see the trees becoming black and brittle. From time to time, some of the tendrils grabbed leafy branches and shoved them into holes that opened in the blob. The grass in the surroundings was also withering at a visible rate. The fuck is that thing? I'm not eating that, Kyle thought. Samson and Nirvan were charging at the gigantic ball of tar. Nirvan had already taken out his shield. Come here, you disgusting piece of shit, Nirvan shouted as he rammed his shield into the gigantic blob. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw the blob rolling over. Did that guy just tip that thing over with his charge? He thought. The next moment, all the tendrils shot at Nirvan, but they were cut apart in an instant. Samson had taken out his polearm and he stood behind Nirvan, cutting the tendrils going past the big shield. Bang! Nirvan rammed the thing again, pushing it further away. The tar golem was surprisingly viscous. One would think that Nirvan would just sink into the tar, but that wasn't the case, apparently. The next moment, Kyle saw an arrow piercing the blob. Boom! Kyle watched with widened eyes as the arrow exploded, tar scattering across the surroundings. Naturally, it was Lancel who had shot the arrow. Then the young Fennec appeared beside the parts, 2 rapiers in his hands. The rapiers started to burn and Fennec rammed them into the blobs of tar. They're turning into stone, Kyle thought as he saw the blobs hardening. Wait, this is tar, right? I think it is. Does tar even solidify when burned? Kyle shook his head, stopped trying to assign real-world physics to fantasy land. At the same time, he noticed the tentacles, which had been cut off by Samson, turning into smaller blobs before slowly slithering back to the big ball. You can only kill this thing if you denature its composition. Otherwise, it just gathers again. Sadly, Kyle missed the next part of the battle since he had to heave due to the horrible smell. He only heard the sounds of battle while he was vomiting and coughing. After around 2 minutes, the smell became a bit weaker, and Kyle managed to look at the battle again. There's still so much left, he thought in shock. The ground was littered with black stones, but the ball of tar had barely shrunk. The intensity of the fight hadn't diminished at all. Nervon kept ramming the tar golem with his shield, keeping its attention on him. Samson kept defending Nervon's back. Lancel kept shooting explosive arrows. Fennec was busy burning the individual blobs. Terran attacked the blob from time to time, cutting parts off, which Fennec turned to stone. Everyone had their job. How can they keep fighting in this horrible stench? Kyle thought, resisting the urge to vomit again. The battle raged on. After 10 minutes, Lancel ran out of explosive arrows and joined Terran with his sword. 30 minutes after the start of the battle, Kyle could tell that the tar golem had shrunk by quite a bit. After 60 minutes, it was only about a meter in diameter, and the hunters grew more aggressive. At that point, Fennec was the one having trouble keeping up. It seemed like he was running out of energy. Being a lighter probably uses up a lot of energy, Kyle thought as he looked around. He saw a couple of branches that were left over from the tar golem's rampage. The stench was no longer as bad, and Kyle gathered a couple of them. He made a pile of wood several meters away from the battle. Fennec, Kyle shouted. Fennec looked over and saw Kyle pointing at a pile of sticks. His eyes widened in surprise and ran to Kyle. He activated his fire again and put the pile of sticks on fire. The tar golem had sucked all of the energy out of the sticks, and they burned very well. The other hunters noticed. Splash! A blob of tar landed beside Kyle, and his hair stood on end as he smelled it. Kyle held his breath and grabbed the blob before holding it over the fire. The blob squirmed in Kyle's hands, making him heave a couple of times. After some seconds, it completely solidified. Splash! A new blob landed beside Kyle. 5 minutes later, Terran and Samson joined Kyle with their own blobs. By now, Nervon was essentially beating the shit out of the tar golem on his own. His mace was constantly spreading the tar golem over the surroundings, keeping it helpless and small. About 10 minutes later, the sound of fighting ended, and only the sound of solidifying tar remained. Kyle could finally breathe again. Fucking hell, he cursed in English. The others looked at him in interest. How did he know about the last part of their plan? Making a fire to deal with the tar golem was standard procedure, but it happened way later since they didn't have the manpower to dedicate one person to gather firewood. All of them were busy with the tar golem. All in all, the battle almost took 90 minutes and everyone was exhausted. Good job, Kyle, Samson said with an exhausted smile. You saved us a good 2 to 4 hours with your smell, and you also saved us about 10 minutes by gathering firewood and burning the tar. Good job, Kyle. Not bad for your first mission, Nervon said with a smile. Earlier, Nervon had been all serious, but now he seemed a bit relaxed. All the tar solidified a couple of minutes later, and the hunters put out the fire. Samson gave a couple of orders to the others, who dispersed in all directions. Then he turned to Kyle. You come with me. Kyle followed Samson, and for once he was allowed to walk on his own, although after about an hour of running, he wished that wasn't the case. I haven't eaten anything in a while. I'm fucking starving. Sure, Kyle had some breakfast, but it was just normal food. Wait, Kyle shouted as he suddenly stopped running. Samson looked at him for a bit. Smell good, Kyle said, pointing in a direction. When Samson saw the direction Kyle was pointing to, he frowned. Don't ever go there, Samson said. Why? That's the territory of the great anaconda, Samson explained. It's the strongest beast in the surroundings. It has already become a ferocious beast. Ferocious beast, Kyle asked. He knew what beast meant, but he hadn't heard that other word before. It's what we call the second realm of beasts, Samson answered. Second realm, Kyle repeated. Kyle kept his urge to ask more questions in check and just followed Samson. The two of them kept following the trail of destruction, which became thinner the more they ran. Eventually, they reached its end. The trees were healthy, and only a bit of withered grass remained. Tar golems are not natural, Samson explained. They are man-made. Someone must have put it here. This is not our first run-in with a tar golem, but we never managed to find the source. Samson pointed at the grass. It only starts attacking trees after about 3 days, and the grass recovers very quickly. Finding the origin of a tar golem is very difficult. You can smell it, right? Samson asked, pointing at his nose. Kyle only got half of it, but he understood that he should sniff out where the tar golem came from. I smell, Kyle said with a nod. Then he walked forward and sniffed the surroundings. His eyes became a bit teary again as he actively tried to smell the stench. Kyle followed the stench. After walking for 30 minutes, all the grass had already recovered, and there was no sign of the tar golem's presence anymore. Yet, the smell was still very clear to Kyle. Another 30 minutes later, even Kyle had difficulties smelling the stench. Doesn't matter how embarrassing it is. I got a job to do, Kyle thought as he went on all fours to smell the ground. As he sniffed the grass, his eyes started to tear up again. Samson watched Kyle without a comment, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Yet the more they kept advancing, the more nervous Samson became. They were getting awfully close to the great anaconda's territory. Is he just following the good scent? Samson thought as he looked at Kyle. Then he saw Kyle's face scrunching up in disgust and his eyes tearing. Doesn't seem like it. Another 10 minutes later, Samson became quite nervous. They were way too close to the great anaconda's territory. If the unknown perpetrator placed the tar golem in the great anaconda's territory, they would be in a lot of trouble. This meant that the perpetrator wasn't afraid of a ferocious beast. Suddenly, Kyle stopped as he continually sniffed the surrounding grass. The stench had become very faint, but Kyle could tell one thing. It gets weaker if I move from this spot. He focused on the spot where he was and started to dig like a dog. After digging for a bit, Kyle sniffed his little hole and his eyes teared up again. He jumped up and coughed several times as he pointed at the hole. Samson walked over and carefully dug a hole. At a depth of about half a meter, Samson found something. He carefully put his hand in the hole and pulled the object he found out. It was an unmarked satchel. The earth around the satchel was black and had no ether or nutrition inside it. Samson carefully opened the small satchel and a clear sphere rolled out. Good job, Samson said as he looked at the sphere. No markings on the satchel, but it's made of Bryce stock. Its origins should be local to the surrounding cities, Samson thought as he looked at the two objects. The glass is made of the cheapest ether gem, ether rubble. The runes on the incubator are messy. This is not the work of a professional, but of someone with a bit of knowledge in golemancy, most likely a dropout from the Artificer's Academy that is earning some money with shady business. Roland is keeping the town quite clean. Either this is a newcomer, or this was purchased from one of the surrounding cities. The incubator was most likely purchased from one of the black markets in one of the other cities. This stuff is quite expensive despite its crude production. Since they are using individual incubators and not an incubator array, they most likely don't plan on destroying our territory, or they simply don't have the finances to purchase an entire array. They most likely just want to cause damage. Samson looked in the direction of the great anaconda's territory. I don't think this is a coincidence, he thought with narrowed eyes. The perpetrator probably hoped that the tar golem would move into the great anaconda's territory and make it move. Now things made sense. They are after its life water. Samson almost crushed the incubator in rage. Those idiots. If the great anaconda returns after the tar golem pushes it out and notices that its life water is gone, it will go on a rampage. This could endanger the entire town. Good job, Kyle. Finding this helped a lot, Samson said as he put the incubator in his pocket. I help, Kyle said with a nod. Samson nodded with a smile. Let's make some rounds through the forest, and while we're at it, we can also get you some food. Kyle's eyes opened in excitement when he heard the mention of food. The two of them walked through the wilderness for another couple of hours, and Kyle got to kill another beast, but that beast was nothing to write home about. But it was food. Eventually, the two of them returned to life, and starting on the next day, Kyle's regular life as a hunter started. Samson and Kyle returned home. Kyle learned more about Sandspeak, the language of this area, and went to bed. The next day, he was sent to accompany Taryn, the older hunter. Taryn had been working for Samson for over 10 years, and he was the longest-standing employee at the company. Samson actually also recruited me from the prison, Taryn explained as he went through a bush. You were in prison? Kyle asked, trying to get the grammar right. Yep, Taryn answered. Banditry. In case you don't know the word, I essentially stole from merchants on the road. I even had a group under me. Sadly or luckily, we ran into a guard squad which quickly suppressed us. I spent a couple of weeks in prison. At that time, Samson was searching for new hunters for his business. He had been working alone until then, and well, I joined. I've been working for him ever since, Taryn explained. Kyle got most of what Taryn said. Back then, I was just an early squire. Well, technically, I can't count as a squire since I didn't have the luxury to undertake the ritual. There's that weird word again, early squire. Still don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean, Kyle thought. What's a early squire? An early squire, Taryn corrected before turning to Kyle. Wait, you don't know what a squire is? How can you not know that? Kyle shrugged. Never heard, Taryn frowned. He wanted to know how it was possible that someone didn't know what a squire was, but trying to get something out of Kyle was too frustrating due to the language barrier. It's how we determine someone's power, Taryn explained. There are different realms. You could call them levels of strength. Every realm has 5 levels, and reaching a new one increases your power substantially. In the beginning, you are a normal human and are not part of the first realm yet. If you train hard enough and get your hands on a bit of ether, you can become an initial squire. You will be quite a bit more powerful than a normal human, and you essentially took your first step towards the path of power. Did you get all that? Taryn asked. A normal person trains. Normal person needs ether. If true, then more power, right? Kyle asked. More or less, Taryn said with a nod as he jumped onto a branch to look at the surroundings. The stronger you get, the more ether you need to become even stronger. You can partially generate your own ether by training, but it's much faster and easier to just buy it, Taryn explained. Question, where ether come from? Kyle asked. Everywhere, Taryn answered, gesturing to the air around him. It's in the air, in the earth, in stone, in water, in the trees, in animals, and so on. It's everywhere. The difficult part is getting it into your body. How to get into body? Kyle asked. There are multiple ways, Taryn said as he landed in front of a tree with unripe fruit. He took out one of his satchels and emptied the contents onto the tree's roots. Some ether is toxic to humans. Some ether is beneficial to humans. Some ether is just useless to humans. A good example of toxic ether is the ether inside beasts. Beasts don't want to be eaten, which is why they evolved a trait that makes their ether toxic to humans. Other beasts don't have that issue since they evolve traits that deal with that toxicity, but humans, well, we are not very good at evolving as fast as nature, probably because most weaker humans don't just die. Oh right, Taryn said as he stopped advancing before looking at Kyle. You're half-dwarf, right? Kyle shrugged. Don't know. Taryn furrowed his brows again. He had so many questions, but getting information out of Kyle was frustrating beyond belief. Dwarfs are a subcategory of humans. They live in big tribes in the middle of the wilderness. Their technology is atrocious and their weapons are primitive. That's because they evolved a trait that focuses all the ether into their bodies. Their ether doesn't go into the center, mind, or soul. I don't follow, Kyle asked. Center, soul. The word soul is a misnomer, Taryn answered. It's not your actual soul. Do you know about the 4 aspects of power? Kyle just shook his head and Taryn sighed. When you absorb ether, where does it go? Taryn asked. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Kyle thought. I don't know shit about shit. Body, Kyle guessed. Partially, Taryn answered. When a human absorbs ether, it enters their 4 aspects of power equally. Each aspect increases your abilities in a different way. If you have a lot of ether in your body, you will become stronger and more agile. If you have a lot of ether in your mind, you will learn faster and become more intelligent. If you have a lot of ether in your center, you... Center? Kyle asked, interrupting Taryn. Taryn roughly shoved a finger into the spot just barely above where both of Kyle's collarbones met. Ouch, Kyle thought as he felt quite a bit of pain radiating from that spot. Kyle subconsciously touched that part and he noticed something. Wait, was that bead always there? Slightly above the middle of Kyle's chest was a hard and round object. Feels a bit like a big marble. I didn't swallow a fucking stone, right? That's your center. It's an organ that stores raw ether. With your center, you can transform ether into different things, assuming you know how. You've seen how Fennec made fire, right? Kyle nodded. Fennec has a natural fire affinity, which means that transforming his ether into fire comes naturally to him. Other humans need years of training to learn what he can learn within just a couple of weeks. Fennec channels the ether from his center into his arms, uses a technique that transforms it into fire, and funnels it into his rapiers. To summarize, body makes you stronger, mind makes you more intelligent, center gives you the ability to manipulate your own ether. Soul? Kyle asked. Right, the soul is the last aspect. The soul. The soul is a sense that allows you to influence the ether in your surroundings. It also allows you much more freedom in how your ether interacts with the surroundings. Like Fennec rapiers? Kyle asked. Fennec's rapiers, yes, Taryn answered, scouting the surroundings again. However, Fennec isn't actually using his soul to infuse his rapiers. His rapiers are specially made by someone with a powerful soul to accommodate his abilities. He can't use his flame ability with just any weapon since he's an actual squire. That fucking word again. Can't you just tell me what fucking squire means? Kyle thought in frustration. What's a squire? He asked. Squire is the official term for knights who are in the first realm. You remember what the 4 aspects of power are. Body, mind, center, soul, Kyle answered. Normal humans get their ether distributed evenly across all of them, Taryn said. Wait a second. Kyle stayed silent and waited for Taryn. About 30 seconds later, Taryn lowered his arm. There was a dangerous beast that we shouldn't kill. Where was I? Aspects of power. Normal people. Squires, Kyle answered. Right, future knights undergo a ritual when they start their career. Young children who have a talent for ether get scouted and undergo the ritual. The ritual is quite expensive, which is why only the best children are selected. The ritual for future knights enhances their center and body while locking the mind and soul. In that way, all the ether you gather will only enter your center and body, making them much stronger than normal. What the fuck? They are getting crippled for a future career. That sounds retarded. Kyle thought. Why do that? He asked. Jack of all trades, master of none. Ever heard that before? Taryn asked. Earth has a similar proverb, Kyle thought before nodding. Your existence has weight. You advance a level inside of a realm whenever your existence attains a certain weight calculated in ether. Since the entire weight of a knight is focused on their center and body, their bodies are more than twice as strong, and they have more than twice the amount of ether available than humans who didn't undergo the ritual. Doubling your power doesn't just represent being as strong as 2 humans. It also means you are twice as fast, are twice as resilient, and strike twice as hard. Even without combat training, a squire can probably fight over 12 normal humans on the same level. Fennec is only a mid-squire, but he can even fight Samson, who is the normal human equivalent of a peak squire. Sure, Fennec can never become a sorcerer or artificer since his soul and mind are weak, but he doesn't have to be. He just has to be able to win in a fight, and that's what knights are supposed to do. Sorcerer, artificer, Kyle asked. There are other paths to power, Taryn explained. Sorcerers undergo a ritual that strengthens their mind and center. Their bodies are weak, but they can use their ether in devastating manners. Becoming a sorcerer is even harder than becoming a knight since it involves a loot of studying and learning. A sorcerer can transform their ether into pure fire, amplify it, and shoot it out of a conduit, which amplifies it even further. A mid-apprentice, which is the sorcerer equivalent of a mid-squire, could probably destroy the tar golem with only a single fireball. Kyle's eyes widened. Powerful, he said. Because of that, knights and sorcerers work together. The knights keep the sorcerers safe, and the sorcerers unleash devastation on the enemy. And artificers, Kyle asked. Artificers deal with magical equipment. Their ritual focuses their ether on their mind and soul. In combat, they can only rely on their magical equipment. They don't have a strong body, and they can't unleash many spells. However, they are the only ones that can create the advanced weaponry the knights and sorcerers need. You could view them as magical blacksmiths. Wait, then, tar golem made, artificer, Kyle asked. Taryn's eyebrows rose in pleasant surprise. Pretty smart for a half-dwarf. You already understood how it works. Great backhanded compliment, asshole, Kyle thought, but he couldn't help feeling a bit smug. Golems are technically magical tools. They are machines that absorb ether from the surroundings and transform it into more of themselves. Artificers who focus on golemancy are called golemancers. In general, powerful humans only focus on 2 of their 4 aspects of power, and each combination results in a different specialty. Body and center makes knights, who excel in close-quarter combat and a variety of ether techniques. Body and mind makes fighters, who can fight with astonishing finesse and breathtaking quickness. Body and soul makes paladins, but we don't have those here. They are exclusive to the Duchy of the Holy See. Center and mind make sorcerers, who can unleash devastating ether-based spells. Center and soul is an interesting one since there are a couple of paths for that one. Conjurers can summon and control demons. Beast tamers can connect their minds with beasts and control them. There are also priests, but as with paladins, we don't have them. The last one is mind and soul, and those are artificers. They just make a variety of magical equipment. Depending on which path you take, your realm is called differently. Knights in the first realm are called squires. Sorcerers in the first realm are called apprentices. Fighters are adepts. Paladins are adjutants. Conjurers are summoners. Beast tamers are fledglings. Priests are servants. And artificers are tinkerers. Wow, lots of vocabulary, Kyle thought. Surprised I can remember all of that. And you, Kyle asked, what are you? Just a regular human who got some ether, Taryn answered. I'm the equivalent of a late squire, but I'm not really one. What's named for normal human? Kyle asked. There isn't one, Taryn answered. We just say we are in realm 1 at level 4. Alternatively, we just use late squire, even though we're not squires. What am I? Kyle thought. You're in realm 1 at level 2. You're the equivalent of an early squire, but since you didn't undergo the ritual, you are just like me. A regular human or half-dwarf. By the way, dwarfs put all their ether into their bodies. That makes them physically very intimidating, but they are quite stupid and lack finesse. Taryn sighed, but they don't have to search for ether. They can just eat beasts. I wish I could advance by just eating beast meat. Dwarves are essentially just beasts in human bodies. They live a simple life. After the huge dump of exposition Taryn just took on Kyle's head, they returned to work. Kyle watched Taryn for the entire day, learning about what a hunter was supposed to do. He even got to fight another weak beast, but that battle was nothing special. The hunters were taking it easy on Kyle. They wanted him to get familiar with the beasts first before they threw him into actual dangerous battles. A hunter had to be able to defend themselves in the wild, and that included life and death battles with all manners of natural enemies. The next day, Kyle followed Nirvan, the smaller, older man with the mace and shield. During group battles, Nirvan's job was to attract the beast's attention while the others damaged it, but outside of group battles, he was a hunter just like anybody else. Guess he's the tank. Do we also have a healer? Probably not. It's just one tank with 4 damage dealers. Wait, do healers even exist? I mean, there should be some. Is it the priests? Although sorcerers can probably also learn healing spells and artificers might be able to make healing gadgets. There's a lot of flexibility and potential here. Dude, this is almost like a fucking game. Nirvan also just led Kyle around for a while. Kyle thought this day would be like the previous ones, but Nirvan seemed to have other plans. Time for you to prove yourself, Nirvan said to Kyle. Kyle grew more nervous. He had already sensed the enemy in the clearing, and this was not a pushover. Are you certain? Kyle asked nervously. Stop being a pussy and wait for my command. You got your issued equipment already. It's time to show some guts. Kyle was now dressed in the same green armor as all the other ones, and he had also received a one-handed sword, which he clenched nervously in his right hand. Nirvan didn't wait for Kyle to answer and just rushed forward. Bang. The sound of a mace breaking bone echoed throughout the forest. Kyle watched nervously as Nirvan pulverized one of the fire wolves he had seen before. He still remembered how the fire wolves had besieged him near the Narvonian worm's shell. Bang, another wolf died. Bang, a third wolf died. Kyle attacked the last one, Nervon shouted. The next moment, Nervon hit the wolf with his shield and threw it toward Kyle's direction. Out of reflex, Kyle hit the flying wolf with his sword. His sword hit the wolf's forehead, but the angle was horrible and Kyle couldn't use his full power. Because of that, the wolf's skin split open, but the skull remained undamaged. An instant later, the wolf fell onto Kyle, pushing him over. The wolf's claws moved frantically, trying to gain traction on Kyle's armor. This thing didn't want to fight. It wanted to flee from that other scary human. The claws scratched Kyle's armor, but left no traces except for some dirt. I have to kill it, was all that Kyle could think at this moment. He grabbed one of the wolf's legs and struck the side of its chest with the sword. Sadly, the angle was horrible, and Kyle could barely use his power with his back to the ground. The wolf escaped Kyle's grasp and just fled. But then Nervon arrived in front of the wolf and just pushed it back to Kyle with his shield. Kill it, do your job, Nervon shouted aggressively. The wolf frantically stood up and scampered in Kyle's direction. By now, Kyle's heart rate had shot through the roof. His instincts were telling him that this thing was absolutely no joke. This thing could kill him. As the wolf saw Kyle, it opened its maw, fire coming out of it. Kyle knew what was about to happen and jumped to the side. Bang, the fireball missed him and hit a random tree. The next moment, the wolf ran past Kyle, trying to escape. Yet Nervon just pushed it back to Kyle. What's the problem? Just hit it with your sword, Nervon shouted. In the wolf's panicked mind, there was no sense or reason anymore. It just tried anything to survive. Fleeing didn't work, so when it saw Kyle again, it did the next best thing. Attack. As the wolf jumped towards Kyle, time seemingly stood still. Just like the wolf, Kyle's mind was also in chaos. His instincts told him to run, but running didn't work. Out of instinct, Kyle just moved his sword forward so that it pointed at the jumping wolf. That was when he noticed the fire in the wolf's maw. Shit, bang, the fireball hit Kyle's torso and everything became hot. Kyle's mind was going wild. He was pushed back, but he didn't feel any pain. While he knew that he had been struck by the fireball, he just ignored it. Instead, he screamed and thrust his sword forward. Kyle's face was burning. There was so much heat, yet at the same time, he saw his sword hitting the wolf's throat. His sword stabbed into the throat, and the wolf was stopped in its tracks. Move it around, Nervon shouted. Kyle just did as instructed and violently moved his sword around in the wolf's throat. He felt his sword cutting through flesh. A moment later, the wolf escaped from the sword, stepped to the side, and jumped at Kyle again. Reflexively, Kyle held his sword horizontally with the edge facing the wolf. As the wolf hit him, Kyle fell over, the wolf above him. Cutting pain entered Kyle's left hand, and he realized that he had held the tip of the sword to stabilize his impromptu block. A sword generally had two edges, and this wasn't any different. The wolf's jaw snapped in front of Kyle's face, desperately trying to reach it. It clamped down several times, trying to bite Kyle's face off, but he just kept blocking with his sword. A shower of blood came out of the wolf's throat, dousing his chest. The snapping of the wolf's jaws continued for almost 5 seconds before it realized that it wasn't getting anywhere. In a fluid motion, the wolf pulled its head back, ducked beneath the sword, and violently bit into Kyle's abdomen. Kyle felt the crushing force of the wolf's bite on his abdomen. It was like he was in a vice grip. He hit the wolf several times on the neck with his sword, but he could barely exhibit any power from that angle. Fuck this thing, he thought in a rush of adrenaline, rage, and hatred. And then Kyle put his sword to the side. Nervon's eyebrows rose. Fucking die, Kyle shouted as he grabbed the wolf's head before burying his thumbs into its eyes. His hands shook with all of his rage as his thumbs broke the eyeballs. The wolf let go and squealed in pain, but Kyle didn't let go. Kyle rolled the wolf over, its legs desperately trying to scratch him. The claws left some cuts on Kyle's face, but he barely felt them. The next moment, he switched his grip. His left arm kept the wolf's head down while his right hand stabbed into the open wound on its neck. Kyle's nails dug around in the wound as he mindlessly shouted in rage and hatred. After some seconds, Kyle managed to grab the wolf's actual neck bone with his right hand and shook. He switched his stance again and pushed on the wolf's lower jaw with his legs while pulling on the neck with all of his power. "AARGH," Kyle shouted with exertion. CRK, the connection between the neck bone and the skull broke, and Kyle's grip slipped off the neck as it suddenly started bending at an unexpected angle. Kyle fell off the wolf and watched it. At this moment, the wolf's body was spasming in convulsions. For several seconds, he just watched. The wolf became weaker and weaker until the convulsions barely had any power left. Is it dead? Kyle thought. His heart was still beating in his chest, but he was slowly calming down. That's when the searing pain arrived. Kyle's neck and face felt like they were in an ocean of fire. He reflexively touched his chin. "ARGH," he shouted in pain. What he had just felt with his hands did not feel like his skin at all. It was hard and rough, and he was sure that there were even holes in there. It hurt so much. Fuck, Kyle thought. The next moment, a skinned wolf leg hit Kyle's chest. "Eat it, you're half-dwarf, right?" Nervon ordered. Kyle could barely form a coherent thought in his panicked mind, but when he saw the bloody leg, his instincts took over. He immediately rammed his head into the leg and took a bite from it. Kyle was lost in a ravenous realm of hunger, and he devoured the leg as quickly as it could. Very soon the pain vanished. Then the corpse of a wolf landed in front of Kyle. "You killed it," Nirvan said. "You can eat it, but make sure not to damage the hide." Kyle just moved forward and tried to rip the hide open. Dunk, Nirvan hit Kyle's head with the back of his own hunter's knife. "Use that, you animal." Kyle grabbed it and made a long cut going from the wolf's neck to its genitals. Then he violently ripped the cut open and rammed his head into the wolf's intestines before consuming them. Time stopped mattering as Kyle just kept eating. Over the course of several minutes, he calmed down and his eating slowed. He took his head out of the corpse and released a sigh. "You done?" Nirvan asked, sitting near a tree. When Kyle heard Nirvan's voice, his rage exploded again. "What the fuck?" he shouted in English. "What the fuck is your problem?" Nirvan didn't understand a single word, but what Kyle had said was quite obvious. "Training you," Nirvan answered. "Showing you what it means to be a hunter or a warrior if you want. Taking care of some trees and feeding a couple of beasties is nice and all, but at the end of the day, we are killers. We kill whatever we don't like and we spare whatever we like. We are bandits of nature. We are marauders. We take what we want and destroy what we don't want. That's what it means to live among the strong. Life doesn't just hand you whatever you need. Every bit of ether you get is a bit of ether something or someone else doesn't get. It's a fight to the death. It's a fight for survival. Are you content with always just taking handouts? Do you want others to hunt the dangerous beasts you need to advance, or are you willing to get up off your cowardly ass and tear it from nature yourself? Do you want to benefit without putting in the work, or do you want to be an actual warrior?" Nirvan shouted. Kyle's mind was still filled with rage, but he understood where Nirvan was coming from. Nirvan pointed at the wolf. "You killed this. It is yours. You ended its life just so that you can become stronger. You are half-dwarf. You grow more powerful by just eating beast meat. And even more, contrary to a dwarf, the ether you consume enters all of your aspects of power, not just your body. Tens of thousands of people would gladly kill a wolf with their bare hands just to get their hands on such an ability. Don't let it go to waste." Kyle breathed heavily. His body was still filled with adrenaline. Bang, then he punched the carcass. "I killed this," he shouted, redirecting his anger to the dead enemy. "You killed it," Nirvan shouted. Kyle just shouted in anger and victory. Nirvan decided to join in and also shouted. Then Nirvan walked over and punched Kyle roughly in the chest. Kyle was pushed back and had to cough. "Good job," Nirvan shouted. The punch calmed Kyle down and he had to get his breath back for a couple of seconds. "Now go skin it and harvest its valuables," Nirvan ordered. "You killed it, which means all the meat belongs to you." Kyle took a deep breath and nodded. "Understood." "What is wrong with you?" Samson's voice echoed throughout the entire hut, making Fennec and Lancel wince despite not being at the receiving end of it. "So what if he fought a spitter? He killed Old Betty. If he can kill Old Betty, he can kill a spitter," Nirvan answered in annoyance. "It's his fourth freaking day," Samson shouted back. "He doesn't know how to fight. He only killed Old Betty due to dumb luck, but he didn't need any luck in this fight." Nirvan shouted back. "He killed it all on his own. The only thing I did was to stop it from running away. You almost killed him," Samson shouted back. "He has his armor. We both know the spitter can't pierce that," Nirvan answered. "And what about his head?" Samson shouted back. "If the spitter hit his head, he would be dead. Then he just wouldn't be strong enough to repay his debt anyway," Nirvan shouted. "Old Betty was worth a fortune, and we both know that it's almost impossible for him to ever repay that. Old Betty is the origin of 40 of our entire revenue. Is that why you did this?" Samson asked. "You're angry because he made us lose money. How dare you insinuate that?" Nirvan shouted, hitting the table with his fist before pointing in Samson's face. "You know exactly that I'm not like that. You gave me a second chance, and I'm willing to give Kyle a second chance as well. But he has to actually put in the effort. Enough of these stupid handouts. Kyle is a hunter. He's a warrior. He showed me as much when he crushed the spitter's eyes and tore its neck from its head." Fennec winced when he heard that description. "Nirvan, you can't just throw a pup into the wild and expect it to survive. They need to learn," Samson shouted back. "An eagle chick that never dares to take the plunge from its nest will starve," Nirvan countered. "If you want to give him an actual shot, you must give him the opportunity to make mistakes. Coddle him, and he will forever remain a chick. It's his fourth day." Samson shouted very slowly. "His fourth freaking day. He's a half-dwarf," Nirvan shouted back, pointing at Kyle with his open hand. "Dwarves learn to fight during their childhood. They have to fight beasts when they are barely 8 years old. Look at this guy. He's most likely already in his 20s. That's bad enough of a handicap as it is. If you want to give him the opportunity to actually make something of himself, you must push him." Nirvan hit the table in anger again. "You are ruining his future by coddling him. Nirvan, I have trained all of you except for Fennec. I know how to train inexperienced people, and I'm telling you, literally throwing them to the wolves is negligent and stupid. We are not animals. We do not throw our children to fight beasts and count our losses when 90 of them die a gruesome death. We are humans. We teach our children until they grow up and can undertake risks of their own volition. He's not a child," Nirvan shouted back. "He's 20-something. He doesn't have the luxury of childhood anymore. He wasted that privilege on king knows what. Now he's in deep shit and needs to grow a spine. He needs to be an adult and make some hard choices. He's not an adult. Samson shouted, shooting up from his chair. 4 days ago, he didn't even know what a city was. Physically, he might be an adult, but mentally, he is a child. He needs to learn like a child before he can be an adult. Compared to you, I have children, and I know how you have to raise them. Mom, Dad, can you stop fighting? Kyle thought. Seriously, this is my childhood all over again. This reminds me how much I hate my meth-addicted ass mother and my drug-lord father. The two of them kept shouting at each other, and Kyle grew more annoyed. Well, compared to back then, I'm not a helpless child anymore. Shut the fuck up. Kyle shouted in English as he stepped between the two. Samson looked sternly at Kyle while Nirvan looked at him neutrally. I need to contribute. Kyle told Samson while standing beside Nirvan. I need to learn more just faster. I don't have time. I need to earn. I am adult. I make choice. Kyle pointed at Samson. You are businessman. I am investment. I need return. Let me return. Let me earn. Let me grow, please. Samson took a deep breath in annoyance and frustration. He nearly killed you, Kyle, Samson said, his voice calmer than before. I can't just let that slide. It was necessary, Kyle answered. I live in dream. I get without work. I take without give. I need get off ass and work. Learn more just faster. Earn more just faster. Grow more just faster. The horrendous grammatical misunderstanding made Samson feel like he was watching a comedy drama from the outside. Samson sighed. This entire thing was ridiculous. You're right, Samson told Kyle. Maybe my perspective as a father has warped my judgment. You're right. I'm a businessman. I took you out of prison to give you a second chance, but I am also looking for returns for my investment. You are an adult and you can make your own decisions, Samson said. Then Samson turned to Nirvan. Since he is fine with what you did, I will let this slide, but I don't want something like this to happen again. What if he wants it to happen again? Nirvan asked. Kyle is an adult, Samson said. His risks are his to take. If he agrees to risk his life, he is free to do so, but do not force him into something he doesn't want, unless it's related to work and relatively safe. I don't want to see a repeat of today's incident. Do you understand? I can work with that, Nirvan said with a nod. Kyle sighed in relief. After your introductory period, Samson said, you will be working with Nirvan from now on. If he thinks he can train you better, he can show me. Nirvan snorted. Fine by me, you'll see. I'll make a fine warrior out of him. The next day, Kyle followed Lancel around. For the first 2 weeks, he was supposed to look at what everyone was doing to get a grasp of their duties. Seems like everyone has a territory, Kyle thought as he followed the silent Lancel. Lancel didn't speak a lot, and he basically just did his job. Lancel was the bowman and trapper of the group. Both of these jobs were important for a local hunter hall. There were many kinds of hunter halls all over the Skysin kingdom. Most of them were run by a small group of hunters that dealt with the local wildlife. Their job was to keep the ecosystem in balance, deal with potential threats from wildlife, and obviously make money. There were also big hunter halls, which were called hunter guilds. Hunter guilds are like McDonald's. They have their franchises everywhere, Kyle thought. Hunter guilds all had different rules and regulations that seemed to work out for them. After all, if the regulations didn't work, the hunter guilds wouldn't be so big. Smaller towns like the one Kyle was in didn't have hunter guilds since there were already established hunter halls here. Beating the competition out of the town wouldn't be worth the investment. Generally, hunter guilds only operated in big towns or cities. Just like Earth, towns and cities grew bigger and more popular based on commerce. But unlike Earth, the commerce didn't come from big companies but from the surrounding wildlife. Stronger beasts had more ether, which increased the density of ether in the surroundings. The denser ether increased the likelihood of expensive and ether-rich plants appearing, which attracted more powerful beasts, which increased the density of ether, and so on. Theodore's Rest, the town Kyle was in the vicinity of a bigger city. Because of that, the surroundings of Theodore's Rest were filled with a low to medium amount of ether. There were vast stretches of land where there were barely any beasts since there wasn't much ether. Vast stretches of land, Kyle thought. This entire world is the size of fucking North America, and that includes that huge ocean in the middle. Fucking tiny-ass fantasy land. I mean, North America is big, but come on. This is an entire fantasy world. You would expect it to be bigger. Anyway, hunter guilds also had different jobs, which included bowmen and trappers. What a bowman did was obvious and didn't need explanation. Meanwhile, a trapper was responsible for carrying all the gadgets and dealing with the wildlife without killing them. Living beasts were worth far more than dead beasts. At worst, they could be selectively and carefully dissected to get the highest grade materials, and at best, a beast would catch the eye of a beast tamer. If a living beast was bought by a beast tamer, it would mean big money. Sadly, beast tamers only wanted the rarest and most powerful beasts, which were difficult to find and capture. As far as I've heard, not even the great anaconda would be interesting to a beast tamer. It's not its power that's the problem, but its sheer size and the amount of food it eats. Kyle tried to think of a beast that a beast tamer would be interested in. Probably that one scary beast I saw. I think it was called the cleaner. It didn't seem very big, and it was quite scary. Kyle didn't have much to do during his excursion with Lancel since he barely spoke and barely explained anything. He just said watch from time to time before doing something, and that was it. The only interesting thing that happened during this day was when Lancel captured some kind of huge boar. Kyle's eyes had opened widely when he saw Lancel essentially dancing around the boar with a long chain in his hand. While wrapping the boar in a chain, he kept shooting weak arrows at the boar that barely pierced its hide. Yet the purpose of these arrows was not to hurt the boar, but to tranquilize it with poison. How much is the beast worth? Kyle asked with correct grammar for once. About 70 gold, Lancel answered as he started pulling the huge boar behind him. We're done for today. Do you know where the town is? Already done, Kyle thought. We've been here for just 3 hours. However, Kyle didn't question why Lancel ended his workday early. I know, Kyle said. Then go back. I will pull this thing back to town. Oh, okay, Kyle answered. He nervously looked around. Going back alone, Kyle thought. I mean, I know where we are, but this feels a bit dangerous. Lancel was a bit more like Nirvan and believed that it would help Kyle to get some solo experience in the wild, but when he remembered Samson's tirade, he decided to give Kyle the option to follow him. Kyle wasn't sure if he should go through the wilderness alone. It felt extremely dangerous. But then he remembered Nirvan's words. Do I really just want to live off handouts for my entire life, or do I actually want to make something of myself? Kyle took a deep breath. What to be careful of, he asked. Spitters, mostly, Lancel answered. The fire wolves. Makes sense. The trees in this forest are much denser than normal trees, and since you have hands, you can climb them. As long as you stay in the trees, most big beasts can't do much to you. If you see a big raven, just don't anger it. You're not strong enough to pique its interest. Oh, that must be the cleaner. So it's a big raven, huh? Kyle thought. Don't go near the great anaconda. Don't step into big gatherings of leaves. As long as you do that, it should be fine, Lancel explained. One more thing. Don't kill anything that you don't know unless it is an immediate threat to your life and you can't run away. Kyle took a deep breath. Okay, I will go. Lancel nodded, and Kyle started to walk back to Theodore's rest. I just hope nothing bad happens. Kyle carefully moved through the wilderness. He knew a lot more about it after his days with the hunters, but he still felt nervous. This time he was alone. Just remember what you were taught. Just traverse the forest like the others. It can't be that hard, Kyle told himself in his mind. For a couple of minutes he didn't sense any other beast, but then he felt some subtle rustling from a bush and stopped moving. Listen to your instincts. They have been pretty accurate so far, Kyle thought as he tried to identify the threat of the thing in the bush. The rustling became more pronounced and louder. It was almost like this thing didn't care who or what heard it. In general, that was a sign that this thing was powerful. And yet I don't feel any threat coming from it, Kyle thought. He watched the bush for a while, and after some seconds the thing showed itself. Oh my god, it's just a regular-ass hedgehog, Kyle thought with a roll of his eyes. Why do these things always have to be so loud? Kyle continued traversing the forest for a couple of minutes before he heard something heavy moving through the forest. Feels dangerous but familiar, he thought. He climbed a tree and looked at the thing. Oh, it's one of these guys. It was a big worm with a huge sphere for a head. Wonder if that's the same one, Kyle thought, remembering the time he had broken the long bone spear of one of them. In a way, these things were dangerous, but they were also extremely slow. Kyle thought about collecting a bone spear, but he quickly shook his head. No, last time Samson was watching the surroundings. If the sounds of battle attract stronger beasts, you're done for. He ignored the worm and continued. A couple of minutes later, Kyle noticed something. Lancel said I should avoid big gatherings of leaves, right? He thought as he saw the ground covered in leaves. Wonder what that's all about. I might not be able to fight whatever is here, but I'm good at running away. Kyle searched for a stone, climbed a distant tree, and then he threw the stone at the leaves. The stone landed on the leaves and nothing happened. But then half a second later, all the leaves lifted off the ground. Bang! Red teeth came out of the leaves and they slammed together. From his tree, Kyle could see that the leaves were the inside of a maw. He could also see part of a long body coming out of a thin hole. Kyle watched nervously as the leafy maw crushed the stone for a couple of seconds. Then the maw opened again and the teeth retracted. In the end, everything returned to normal. Crazy, Kyle thought. Is that a beast or a plant? I genuinely have no idea. It could be both. As he watched the pile of leaves, Kyle felt fear. Brah, the time I arrived, I had no idea that something like this lived here. I would have stepped on that pile of leaves without a care in the world. Fantasy land is scary. Seriously, I was probably lucky to run into the Narvonian worm. If I didn't kill that thing, Samson probably wouldn't have found me, and I would have stepped into something like that. Why the fuck did Magic Bitch dump me in the middle of the woods? Me and all my homies hate Magic Bitch. After calming down for a bit, Kyle realized that there was actually something to his previous thoughts. Wait, why did she actually do that? I mean, it would make no sense to directly kill your new employee, right? Is it just because I chose the predator's being? Kyle shook his head. Nah, sure, I grow stronger by eating beasts, but that place was still like an hour away from Theodore's rest. I would have just gotten lost forever. Would have been much smarter to put me in the vicinity of town. So why did she do it? Kyle rubbed his head before grabbing something from his tool belt. It was the drill he had found on the hill he was dumped on. Samson gave the drill back after Kyle received his gear. A stony hill, no beasts near the hill, a drill. It's almost like she wanted to tell me to dig into the hill. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Should I? I mean, the hill is relatively close to my route back. At most it adds 5 minutes. Kyle shrugged. Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? Then Kyle continued on his route. He saw a couple of beasts and animals, but there were no real threats. Oh shit, he thought as he quickly hid behind a tree. Some rustling came from the bushes in front of him, and Kyle's instincts immediately told him what the origin was. Spitters. He had heard and seen spitters often enough to recognize the noise they made. I'm relatively close to the hill. This might even be the same pack that besieged me. A short moment later, Kyle saw the spitters coming out of the bush. One of them was carrying the cadaver of a doe, while the other one looked around warily. Luckily, since they already had food, they weren't searching for any prey and walked past Kyle's tree without investigating. That spitter is probably bringing food for its pups. If I followed them, I could know. Bad Kyle. Stop that. Kyle released a breath after the spitters had left. So many opportunities, he thought. If I were stronger, I could have gotten another bone spear, and I could have also followed the wolves to their pups. That's some good money. Hell, I might have even been able to take on that weird leaf thing. Kyle felt like money was rushing past him, but he couldn't grasp any of it due to his stubby, shitty little arms. He continued on his way, and a couple of minutes later, he arrived. That's the hill, all right, he thought as he looked at the stony hill. Well, let's get digging, shall we? I don't want to be a blue-collar worker, he says. Bang, I don't want to do labor, he says. Bang, oh wow, magic fucking fantasy land. Bang, man, I sure love to be a warrior or something. Bang, no, you're not a warrior. Bang, you're a fucking miner and hunter now. Kyle threw a big stone out of a hole in the hill. Then he went back into his hole and used his drill to loosen another big stone before throwing it out. By now, the hole had reached a depth of almost 2 meters. Naturally, Kyle hadn't done that within one day. When he came back to the hill, he started digging for a while before returning to Theodore's rest. He spent the next day with Fennec, and Kyle asked to go back on his own. Fennec had been rather talkative, and Kyle had learned a lot about the Knights Academy. Apparently, Fennec did not truly belong to Samson's Hunter Hall. Instead, Fennec was here for 3 years as part of his curriculum. Squires were supposed to work in a dangerous field under experienced people for 3 years. After 3 years, their boss would give the Knights Academy feedback. This practical exam eliminated around 30 of all squires. Talking with Fennec was easy since he wasn't used to commanding others. Kyle could just suggest something, and Fennec would do it. The next day was a rest day, and Kyle directly went to the hill to start digging. He had been digging here for almost 3 hours, and he grew quite frustrated after finding jack shit. Fucking magic bitch, Kyle shouted as he threw another big stone out of his hole. Here's a hill, here's a drill, ha, you're a shill, fucking retarded ass magic bitch. Or wait, maybe I've been the retard all along. After all, I'm digging into a fucking random ass hill in the middle of fucking nowhere. Bang, another stone. Fucking magic bitch is probably looking at me and laughing her ass off. Fuck you magic bitch, bang, huh, Kyle uttered as he looked at his drill. The tip was missing. Kyle grimaced in frustration as he threw the broken drill out of the hole with all of his power. Useless shit, you're supposed to be a mining tool. What stupid fucking tool breaks when you use it for its intended purpose? Kyle shouted after it. Throwing the tool into the forest had done a lot to calm Kyle's frustration, and he huffed in satisfaction. Then Kyle looked back at the bottom of his hole. Okay, so what the fuck actually broke my drill? He thought as he used his sword to move some rubble to the side. Ooh, he uttered, all his anger and frustration gone. There actually is something here. Kyle gathered all the small stones and dumped them outside his hole. After some minutes, he cleared the floor of his hole and looked at it. That shit's man-made, he said with raised brows. Right now, Kyle stood on a wall of black bricks. After digging straight down for almost 3 days, he finally found something that wasn't just useless stone. Kyle scratched the side of his head in confusion as he looked at the wall of black bricks. Or is it a ceiling? I mean, it's horizontal. That kinda makes it ground or a ceiling. Why is it ground and not a ground? Can you say a floor? Doesn't sound right. Kyle shook his head to get his brain back on topic before squatting down. Knock, knock. That shit's hard, he thought. No wonder my drill broke. Kyle moved his hand over the bricks as he tried to make sense of this wall, or ground or whatever. Oh, there's something here, he muttered as he moved a bit of the stony dust to the side, revealing something that was etched into the surface. That's Sanspeak writing, Kyle thought as he deciphered it. Theodore, he spoke. Crack. As soon as Kyle read the word out loud, the wall collapsed and fell into the darkness below. Fuck, 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 Kyle thought as he fell into the darkness. Bang. Luckily, he hit the ground rather quickly. It was only a 5-meter drop. A normal human would be quite injured by that, but Kyle was already an early squire or whatever the vanilla human term was. After landing on his ass, Kyle immediately shot up and readied himself for whatever was about to come. And sure enough, something happened. The lights turned on. Several torches burst into flames, revealing the surroundings. Although Kyle wouldn't have needed that, he was good at seeing in the dark. Light, Kyle looked around and found himself in a big, empty room made of the same black stones as the brick wall ceiling thing. The room had 3 doors. 2 of them were big gates, while one of them was just a regular door. Anything else going to happen, he thought, nervously looking around. Then he looked at the ceiling. Yes, that was the right word. My hole is still there, but it's quite high up, he thought. Not sure if I can reach that. I mean, I can jump rather high, but I can't jump that high. I just stuck here. Suddenly, 3 additional torches turned on. All 3 of them were by the small door. Kriak. The door slowly creaked open and Kyle looked with suspicion at it. Is it not oiled or is it supposed to sound that spooky, he thought. Kyle suspiciously looked around, waiting for something to come out of the open door, but nothing came. I guess I'm expected. Why else would they turn on the lights and open the door, he thought as he scratched his head. Kyle shrugged. Well, I'm stuck here anyway. Might as well have a cup of coffee with the owner. Ah, fuck. Now I reminded myself of coffee. Kyle's brain filled his nose with the scintillating scent of freshly brewed coffee. Fuck you. I know that you want one, but this is Fantasyland. They don't have coffee in Fantasyland. After sighing in annoyance, Kyle rapidly walked through the door. He entered a narrow hallway that was lit with tiny candles. He followed the hallway for almost 2 entire minutes before he walked through another open door. When he saw the gigantic and imposing hall that was illuminated by probably over 100 torches, he took a deep breath. At the end of the hall were some stairs that led to a platform with a big black and flat crystal on top. There was something inscribed on the crystal. Welcome, potential heir, Kyle. The next moment, the black crystal started to shake and Kyle jumped away from it. Then the entire hall started to shake and Kyle's instincts were going wild. Danger. This was the greatest feeling of danger he had ever felt. Kyle anxiously looked around, but the door had already closed and the gate behind him just had the appearance of a locked gate. It looked very much unopenable. Fuck it, I'm trying it anyway, he thought as he charged the gate. He put his entire body weight into it. And the gate opened much easier than expected. Kyle hadn't expected that, and he fell to his knees after opening it. The small door isn't oiled, but this one is oiled to perfection, huh? He thought in frustration and panic. But then Kyle's senses were assaulted with another unreasonably strong feeling of danger. He looked forward into the pitch-black cave behind the gate. Luckily, Kyle could see in the dark. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw something gigantic rising up in front of him. It was a long and thick rod of stone with a chain attached to it. It had a diameter of 2 meters and was almost 10 meters long. Then the stony rod turned, revealing a stony head with 2 shining red eyes. That was when Kyle realized that the rod was only the neck of this thing. The hill the rod rose from was actually its body. The body had 4 gigantic legs with claws at their ends. Is that a fucking dragon? Wait, it doesn't have wings. So what is it? A stone dinosaur. The thing looked at Kyle and he swore he could feel an unending sensation of hatred and anger washing over him. Kyle slowly moved back into the hall. Sorry about that, Kyle whispered in Sandspeak. The stone dragon dinosaur thing was just wordlessly glaring at him. Kyle carefully closed the big gate as he entered the gigantic hall again. Then he just looked at the gate, sweat running down his entire body. That was quite scary, he thought as he slowly turned around. Just to be greeted by the huge black crystal, which had turned into a hulking golem that filled out almost a quarter of the huge hall. Right, that thing, Kyle thought. The only thing Kyle could do was sigh. This thing felt just as dangerous as the weird stone dragon outside. All right, sure, go ahead, he said as he walked forward. Kill me. Can't speak Sandspeak well, not much last words. The huge golem silently looked at Kyle. I believe there is a misunderstanding, sir. The golem spoke with the tone of a textbook butler. That means I get to live, Kyle asked, hope returning to his heart. No, sir, the golem answered politely. Kyle's eyes widened. Then the entire hall started shaking. Ahahaha, I jest, good sir. Please excuse my silly joke. It's been ages since I talked to anyone, the golem said politely. Apparently the shaking of the hall was just the golem laughing. Ah, haha, yeah. Good one, Kyle answered nervously. If I may introduce myself, the golem said with a small bow. My name is Sulphur, and I am the administrator of this little abode. May I know how to address the good sir? Kyle, he answered. Welcome, Kyle, the golem spoke. No, it's just Kyle. Oh, have I made a mistake? I am sure you said Kyle, Sulphur said. Yeah, I was just. Ahaha, Sir Kyle, I was merely joking. I must apologize if my jokes are in poor taste, but it has simply been far too long. Kyle imagined the golem randomly squishing him with his massive fists while laughing. Haha, yeah, can I go now? Kyle asked. Why, certainly. Sulphur spoke before one of its gigantic fingers pointed at the gate. The exit is right behind you. Yeah, sure. Bye, Kyle said as he opened the gate. Just to be greeted by a big red eye staring at him through the gap of the gate. The dragon was only inches away from the gate. Kyle nodded. I understand. Then he closed the gate again and just looked at it absent-mindedly. Has Sir Kyle reconsidered? Sulphur asked from behind Kyle, stuck between a rock and a hard place. I guess I did, Kyle answered, turning back to look at the hulking golem. So who's up? Excuse me, Sulphur asked in surprise. What up? What do I? Sorry, bad Sandspeak. New language understand well, speak poor, Kyle answered. How curious, the golem spoke. Where does the good sir come from? America, Kyle answered. I have never heard of an America. Is that a new kingdom? The golem asked. Somewhat, Kyle answered vaguely. Well, if you need a refresher on Sandspeak, I am happy to oblige, the golem said. Language lessons were the last thing I expected to find here, Kyle thought. The golem bent down and opened one of its hands. In the middle of its hand was a silver plate. Please, sir, touch the interface, Sulfur spoke. Kyle looked nervously at the golem. He really didn't want to approach. What other fucking option do I have? Kyle thought with annoyance as he stepped forward. He climbed onto the big hand and carefully touched the silver plate. Ouch fucking hell, he shouted as he felt like something was drilling into his head. The erudition transfer might hurt if you are unutilized to it. I hope this didn't hurt an inordinate amount, Sulfur said. Fucking erudition transfer. Kyle said, why aren't you just calling it knowledge transfer? Sir Kyle, it is actually called knowledge transfer. I just wanted to demonstrate your incipient mastery of Sandspeak by utilizing research words. Kyle blinked a couple of times in surprise. Why the fuck do I know what incipient and research means? I wouldn't even know what that means in American. Although I kind of do now. What? We are speaking Sandspeak, right? Kyle asked. We are, Sulfur answered. I am aware that direct transfer of knowledge can hinder future erudition, but I believe it's not consequential if it involves something as minor as a language. You can stop with the fancy words, Kyle answered. I get it. Yes, you beamed fancy words into my brain. So why am I here? What do I have to do to get out of here? I have a job, you know. I kinda have to go back. Whatever do you mean, Sir Kyle? Sulfur asked with a surprised voice. Haven't you been digging into the hill above us specifically to find us? I can't see any other reason why someone would dig into a hill in the middle of the wilderness. Kyle had difficulties answering that question. Sulfur was right. Why would anyone want to dig in the middle of the wilderness? I don't really know what this place is, Kyle said. Well, that is certainly surprising, Sulfur answered. Why were you digging into the hill then? Money, Kyle answered. Silence. I saw a corpse with a drill on top of the hill, so I thought that there might be valuables here, Kyle explained, lying through his teeth. I swear if this weird fantasy creature can read minds, he thought. Why, so you don't know where you are? Sulfur asked. Nope, Kyle answered. No idea. This is the inheritance crypt of the esteemed Lord Theodore. Have you heard of Lord Theodore? Sulfur asked. His name is in the local town. It's called Theodore's Rest. I'm kinda new to this place, which is why I have no real knowledge about history or the surroundings. I learned about the name of the Skyson Kingdom barely a couple of days ago, Kyle explained. How very curious, Sir Kyle. Are you saying that you do not know anything about the land in which you thrive? Sulfur asked. Barely anything, Kyle answered with a shake of his head. I didn't even know the language well until you stabbed my brain with this weird mind spike that shoved Sandspeak into me. The gigantic hand of Sulfur went to his stony head and scratched his chin in a very human manner. Mind my wording, but you seem to be quite an unusual person. You don't really know where you are, and you seem to be talking in a very casual but not uneducated manner, Sulfur mused. Kyle just shrugged in a bored manner. Nevertheless, you are now here, and you can consider yourself quite lucky. You stumbled upon quite a fortune by just digging in the middle of the wilderness without a goal, Sulfur said. This here is the inheritance crypt of Lord Theodore. Do you know what an inheritance crypt is? Nope, Kyle answered. Compared to the common folk, nobles and people walking the path to power differentiate between two kinds of death, Sulfur explained. One is the death of the flesh and soul, which is symbolized by the mausoleum, the place in which the body rests. The town Theodore's Rest didn't exist back when the inheritance crypt was created, but I would assume that it is most likely near the Lord's mausoleum. The other death represents the end of your impact on the world. It happens when your name has been spoken for the last time. An inheritance crypt does not contain any bodily remains of its owner. It contains their work, their history, and their knowledge. It is the culmination of their existence. The locations of mausoleums are public, but the location of inheritance crypts is kept strictly secret. While the defenses of inheritance crypts are substantial, lords of similar power of the owner can still break through them and steal all the valuables, spells, and techniques. This inheritance crypt belongs to Lord Theodore, a master artificer specializing in golemancy at the peak of his realm. Master artificer, Kyle thought. Probably means he was stronger than a normal artificer, and he was even at the peak of his realm. That means he was outstanding even amongst other master artificers. Kyle did his best not to frown. This is an inheritance, right? So this Theodore guy probably wants to give me his life teachings and teach me how to make golems and shit. I don't want to learn how to make fucking golems. That probably involves so much reading and learning. Also, I don't want my body to become super weak or something. I mean, artificers focus all their ether on their mind and soul. That means they're super weak in direct conflict and have to hide behind their creations and tools. That sucks. I didn't go to fantasy land to look at shitty-ass textbooks while tinkering away in my basement. Fuck that. Kyle looked at Sulfur. But I also don't want to become a red stain beneath his stony feet. Speaking of, why are his feet so insanely detailed? Who does that? Kyle thought as he looked at the immaculate stony human feet. Okay, Kyle said. So to summarize, you want me to learn how to become a master artificer, more specifically a golemancer. Did I get that right? Sulfur hesitated for a bit. He looked like he was evaluating something. Not precisely, he said after a bit. While it is true that you will inherit Lord Theodore's teachings and valuables, the Lord has given explicit orders not to choose an artificer as an heir. Kyle blinked a couple of times in pleasant surprise. How come? He asked. There are reasons for this decision, but the Lord has given orders not to divulge too much information to his heir. Knowing things can be very dangerous, especially if it involves the most powerful people in the world. I can only tell you about the requirements, of which there are 4. 1. The heir must not have undergone any kind of ritual that limits or enhances their aspects of power, so like 99 of all humans. Gotcha, Kyle thought, not much of a requirement. Shit, you gotta be like super talented and wealthy to get any kind of ritual. 2. The heir must be within the first realm. The level does not matter, be it initial, early, mid, late, or peak. As long as the heir is within the first realm, it is okay. Okay, that limits things a bit, but not by much. Any kind of guard or hunter would still qualify, Nick thought. 3. The heir must be willing to carry on Lord Theodore's legacy. The heir must be willing to dedicate their entire life to fulfilling the Lord's last requests. Dude, fucking everyone would be willing to do that if you dangled a shit ton of wealth in front of their face. Not much of a requirement there, Kyle thought. 4. The heir must be able to pass the inheritance exam. Kyle frowned. There's a test, he asked. Well, the Lord can't just hand his inheritance to anyone. Otherwise, his name will be disgraced, Sulfur explained. Kyle became a bit nervous. What if I fail? Kyle asked. What a troublesome topic you've brought up, Sulfur said. You see, we can't just let anyone go, or the other lords might find the inheritance crypt. Next, Sulfur's finger extended, and he pointed at a random spot on the ground. Kyle looked over and saw a large and dark spot on the ground. Is that dried blood? He thought as his heart rate increased. Kyle imagined Sulfur just stepping on a potential heir and leaving behind a red stain, which faded into black over the years. Can I just leave? Kyle asked nervously. I'm sorry, Sir Kyle, but I can't let you do that, Sulfur said. Kyle gulped nervously. All right, so where is that exam? Is it multiple choice? Kyle asked. This is not a written exam, Sir Kyle, Sulfur answered. It is a test of your personality, skill, and talent. Okay, so what do I have to do? He asked. A moment later, one of the doors opened and the light turned on in the now opened hallway. Go through the door and you will find the first test. Everything will be explained there, Sulfur said. I'm looking forward to your success. Just through here, right? Kyle asked while standing in front of the door. Yes, just through there, Sulfur answered. Okay then, so, I'm off. Bye, he said. I wish you luck, Sulfur answered. Kyle scratched the back of his head awkwardly before stepping through the door, which promptly closed behind him. What the fuck did I get myself into? He thought as he walked through the hallway. Why did I have to dig into the hill? Fucking magic bitch was probably angry at me and sent me here on purpose just to die in the wilderness or in this shitty-ass trial. Kyle grumbled to himself as he walked through the hallway. Well, who knows? Maybe the trial isn't that hard. I mean, I passed high school. That must mean something, right? After walking for a bit, Kyle reached another door which promptly opened. As soon as he exited, he saw a relatively small room. There were only 3 interesting things in the room. One was the fact that one of the walls, which was about 3 meters high and 10 meters wide, was made of a completely different material than the other walls. The second interesting thing was the huge chest on the side, which was halfway filled with things that looked like warhammers. And the last thing was the golem standing beside the chest. Compared to Sulfur, this golem was tiny, but it was still about 3 meters high and quite robustly built. Kyle could feel a sensation of mortal danger coming from the golem, but it couldn't even begin to compare to Sulfur or that weird stone dragon thing in front of the big gate. But it still felt much more dangerous than the Narvonian worm. Moments later, the golem shook and dust fell off its stony body. It mechanically turned its head and looked at Kyle. Name, the golem asked with a mechanical voice. Kyle. Welcome, entrant number 69, Kyle, the golem said. Nice, Kyle answered reflexively before he started to realize the meaning of his number. Wait, entrant number 69. This means there were 68 people here before me. Kyle's anxiety grew. And they all failed. I mean, they had to have failed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be undertaking this weird test. There were 68 people here before me, Kyle asked. There have been 68 entrants so far, the golem answered with the charisma of an answering machine. 52 have passed the first test. Kyle took a deep breath. Alrighty then, what's the first test? The golem pointed one of its fingers at the chest. Take a mining weapon. Mining weapon? Never heard that one before, Kyle thought as he approached the chest. He looked at all the different tools inside the chest. All of them looked different, but they all followed the same general pattern. Each one had a long hilt that ended in a hefty anvil-like head. One of the ends of the head ended in a long and powerful spike, while the other was just a flat surface. Looks a bit like Nervan's hammer, Kyle thought. I mean, you could technically use the spike to mine, but you can also bash someone's head in with it, so I guess mining weapon seems kind of appropriate. Kyle looked at the wall made of a different material. He could already tell what his job would be, but I have to mine shit from there. Can you tell me what I have to do? It would help me make a decision, Kyle said. The acquisition of raw materials is imperative to success, the golem recited. Valuable materials grow in places with dense ether. Did that fucker just say grow? Pretty sure minerals don't grow like plants, Kyle thought. Places with dense ether are dangerous, the golem continued narrating. The heir must know how to make use of the natural resources the heir finds. The heir should choose a mining weapon that feels comfortable in battle and during mining. Is there anything else I should consider? Kyle asked. Entrant number 69, choose your mining weapon, the golem said. Okay, sure, I'll choose one, Kyle said, looking into the chest. He took hold of a couple of the mining weapons. Some were super light, while some of them were extremely heavy. Surprisingly, their weight didn't seem to be related to their size. After a bit of rummaging around, Kyle was left with 3 potential candidates. Number 1 was one of the biggest mining weapons in the chest. It was humongous. Its head was quite wide, and swinging it around felt exciting. Number 2 was a strange-looking one. One of its sides had a big plate attached to it, and Kyle found out that he could detach the plate. After some testing, he realized that this was a detachable shield for combat. The mining weapon itself could easily be wielded with one hand, and it looked more elegant. Number 3 was a mining weapon with a wider body than the others, and it actually had 4 heads instead of 2. There were 2 spikes and 2 hammers. Kyle found out that he could split the mining weapon in 2, creating 1 hammer and 1 pickaxe. Both of them could be wielded in 1 hand each. Not entirely sure what I should choose, Kyle thought. I wonder, is choosing the mining weapon already part of the test? Will I be eliminated if I choose the wrong one? Think back to what the golem said. There must be a hint in there. This is not just a tool, nor is it just a weapon. I must feel comfortable using it in both scenarios. Kyle looked at his 3 choices. Well, I guess I know which one I will choose. Kyle picked option 1, the big 2-handed mining weapon. The other 2 were nice, but Kyle just didn't vibe with them. He liked big clubs. Even when he played actual Monster Hunter, he enjoyed using big hammers. The one with the shield was nice and reminded him of his new mentor, Nervon, but he didn't like one-handed weapons. Also, wasn't a pickaxe supposed to be used with 2 hands? Using only 1 hand to mine ore sounded unreasonably straining. The one that could be split in 2 was nice at first glance, but the issue was that it split into 2 different weapons instead of 2 identical ones. Sure, he could fight with that, but he would still only be able to mine with one of them since only one had a pick at its ends. The other one would just awkwardly lay in his hands. Kyle imagined himself swinging at the wall with his 2-handed mining weapon before imagining himself smashing the head of a spitter with the flat side. He lifted the big mining weapon and gave it a couple of test swings. He could feel the air being split by the flat side, and when he swung with the pick, he noticed it moving much faster. Despite its seemingly crude design, it was surprisingly aerodynamic. I fucking love this thing, Kyle thought. It was difficult for Kyle to estimate the weight since his body had become quite a bit stronger within the 2 weeks he had been in this world. Things that were heavy before were quite light now, and Kyle had no idea how to estimate weight anymore. I just know this is fucking perfect. I'm taking this one, Kyle said to the golem. Mining weapon has been chosen, the golem said mechanically before extending its hand. Place your hand here, it said. Kyle looked at the hand awkwardly before putting his hand on top of it. CRK, the golem's hand tightened and Kyle's eyes widened in fear. But before he could do anything, the golem's hand let go again. Realm 1, Level 2, the golem said, adjusting settings. A moment later, the wall made of normal stone vibrated for a couple of seconds. Trial 1 prepared, the golem said. Entrant number 69, your job is to reach the other side of the wall. The wall is 20 meters thick. There is no time limit. There is one restriction. The entrant is not allowed to deliberately destroy the wells. You may begin. No time limit, Kyle thought. Wait, didn't the stone guy say that only 52 people got through Trial 1? How are you supposed to fail the trial if there is no time limit? Also, what the fuck do you mean with well in this context? Is there a fucking spring in there? Kyle shrugged. Oh well, they probably damaged the wells. Guess I should be careful. Then Kyle properly looked at the wall. It was made of gray stone. At least it looked like gray stone. However, there was a yellow shimmer in a couple of parts. Kyle scratched the back of his head a bit. Well, guess I should get going. Sometimes, despite all your best efforts, you can't escape your destiny, and my destiny is becoming a blue-collar worker. I mean, what am I gonna do? Refused. I'm not turning into a fucking puddle. All right, boys, time to get back to work. Kyle pulled his new hammer back. Technically, it was a mining weapon, but Kyle just decided to call it a hammer from now on since this was what it was to him. Then he swung forward with the pick. Bang! Half of the hammer's head buried into the wall and Kyle's eyes widened. Brah, that was easy. He pulled the buried pick back to him and a big chunk of the wall was pulled off. This is so much better than that shitty fucking drill. I want to test the other side too. Kyle turned the hammer around and swung with gusto at the wall. Bo! The hammer's impact echoed throughout the entire hall, and Kyle's eyes widened as he saw cracks forming across the wall in front of him. He also noticed something very peculiar. There were no vibrations in the hammer, he thought as he looked at it with wonder. I was prepared for my entire body to shake when I hit the wall, but there was just nothing. Kyle might not have gone to college, but he still completed high school and knew the fundamentals of physics. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction, right? That was the phrase. So if I strike this wall, I should also feel the strike, but I didn't. Whenever there was something suspicious that didn't seem to fit Earth's physics, there was only one explanation. Probably more of that ether shit. I mean, the drill could go crazy by using my ether, and this thing is much better. It probably uses my ether to weaken the impact or shit like that. After a while of looking at his new hammer, Kyle looked at the wall again. Wait a fucking second. There were more cracks before, right, he thought. Then he looked at the hole he had made earlier. Did the hole shrink? Since there was no time limit, Kyle decided to wait a bit and watch the wall. Over the next few minutes, he saw the stone recovering like it was a living organism. 5 minutes later, the entire wall had recovered, and there was no trace left of his earlier 2 strikes. How the fuck is stone just regrowing? What is this magic bullshit? Slowly, it dawned on Kyle how 16 people failed in this trial. He gulped. Are there corpses in there of trapped entrants? Kyle imagined himself in the middle of the wall, the way back blocked. He was exhausted and the walls were closing in. He couldn't swing his hammer anymore. Slowly, the walls encompassed him, and he became part of the wall. Sweat ran down Kyle's back as he nervously looked at the wall. Bang! Kyle hit the wall with the flat side of his hammer again and saw cracks forming all over it. All right, I'm getting more comfortable with it. Then he turned his hammer around and created a gigantic gash in it. After experimenting with the hammer for a bit of an hour, he noticed that the flat side weakened the stone behind it, making it much easier for the pick to deal devastating damage. Pretty sure my kinetic is spread across a big chunk of the wall via some kind of fancy ether spell, or whatever this hammer has. Kyle had noticed that he grew exhausted quite quickly while swinging the hammer. Usually one would be expected to feel exhausted after swinging such a huge thing, but that wasn't necessarily the case in Fantasyland. Kyle could run through the wilderness for hours on end without getting exhausted, but just a couple of swings with the hammer made him breathe heavily. It's just like the drill. Every single strike consumes my ether since it's using my ether in a way to weaken the wall. Kyle had also swung a couple of times while he was completely exhausted, and while his strength wasn't much lower, the effect was minuscule. When he swung in that state, he also felt the impact of the swing since his ether no longer counteracted the opposing force of the wall. I'm fucking starving, Kyle thought. I've been mining all day, and I only had breakfast. Is there some food around here? Kyle asked the golem. Starvation is not a danger in the first trial, the golem answered. Kyle looked with a sneer at the golem. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Starvation is not a danger in the first trial, the golem repeated. How is it not a danger? Kyle asked with annoyance. What am I supposed to eat? The fucking wall. The entrant may consume the wall, the golem answered. Kyle blinked a couple of times. You what? He asked. Rephrase your question. Entrant number 69, the golem answered mechanically. You fucking what, mate? He asked. Rephrase. Forget it, Kyle shouted before he looked at the wall with frustration. Then he struck the wall again and tore a big chunk out. Fucking eat the wall, he says. Fine, I'm gonna eat your fucking wall. Kyle grabbed a stone and threw it into his mouth before aggressively chewing on it. The consistency was special, but then Kyle's eyes widened. Why do I taste something sweet in between all the rubble? Kyle spat the stone out and looked at it. The yellow shimmer is gone. I need to investigate this. There might be food in there. He tore off a couple more chunks and cut them into smaller pieces. Aha, he shouted as he saw a yellow vein between the stones. He grabbed one of the stones and licked the yellow vein off it. Holy shit, this tastes like fucking honey. Kyle's exhaustion vanished surprisingly quickly as he licked the stones clean. This is amazing. This tastes almost as addicting as the Narvonian worm. I love this. Kyle recovered quickly and felt full of energy. All right, boys. Let's earn some money for our wives at home, he shouted. Rephrase your. It's nothing, Kyle answered. I was just talking to myself. Don't mind me. The golem became silent again. This really is just like a bot or something. Sulfur was obviously intelligent, but this thing is just a dumb machine. But it's still dangerous, he thought as he looked at the golem's wide arms. Kyle grabbed his hammer and swung it with all his force. Boom! A huge chunk of the wall turned into rubble before falling down. That's the good stuff, Kyle shouted, feeling energized. Keep it going, lads. Kyle hit the wall with the flat side of the hammer again, and the hole became deeper. Luckily, rubble wasn't an issue. While experimenting with his weapon earlier, Kyle noticed that the rubble vanished into thin air after a while. Before swinging again, Kyle grabbed a handful of stones and put them into his mouth. Can't run out of energy, he thought, justifying his ether addiction. Boom! Another huge strike, and the hole Kyle created was over a meter deep while being over 2 meters wide and high. Lascoo, Kyle shouted with his filled mouth. He spit out the old stones and grabbed new ones. Fuck, is this how it feels to take a bump of coke? He thought as he felt the irresistible urge to destroy stuff. Luckily, there wasn't a lack of stuff to destroy here. Bang, bang, bang. Kyle kept hitting the wall in a fervor. Being a blue-collar worker is awesome. Make it bigger, make it wider. We need space for swings, boys. Kyle moved into the hole and kept swinging. Fuck off, this is my territory. He shouted as he cut through the ceiling that was slowly encroaching on him. For several minutes, Kyle kept swinging through the wall in what appeared to be a drug-fueled haze. The hole had already closed behind him, but Kyle kept going. A moment later, he grabbed a long slab with lots of yellow powder on it. I learned it by watching you, Mom. He shouted as he snorted the yellow powder of the slab. Kyle shouted as he kept swinging. Fuck off. Kyle shouted, destroying another encroaching wall while doing his best to resist the urge to drum his chest like an ape. As Kyle broke another wall, he saw a skeleton with a mining weapon behind it. Bang, out of the way, loser. Kyle shouted, turning the skeleton into powder with a swing of his hammer. This is winter country. A minute later, Kyle fell face first into the wall in front of him as he stumbled over something. He looked down and saw a bright yellow piece of ore beneath him. His mouth watered as he saw that thing. This has to taste amazing. But then he remembered the stupid machine at the entrance. Is that one of these wells? Kyle did his best to restrain himself. It's not time for lunch yet, lads. Food later, more Coke now. Kyle shouted before grabbing another mouthful of rocks. WHO, he shouted as he continued digging forward. Boom, the stones scattered across the hall, revealing Kyle. He put his hammer over his shoulder and smirked victoriously. Don't do kids drugs, he said as he strode out of the wall. He had passed. He got through the entire wall. As Kyle calmed down, he realized a couple of things. As long as you keep going at it, the first trial is not a problem. Keep your energy up and don't give the wall a single inch. I had to keep the hole wide to give myself ample room for swinging my hammer. Kyle smirked as he thought back to the skeleton. That loser probably became impatient and tried to make a thin hole. But guess what? You can't swing your fucking hammer in a tight-ass corridor. Oh, can't let this get to waste, he thought as he quickly grabbed a yellow rock before putting it into his mouth. Fuck, he shouted as he hit his hammer against the wall behind him. I'm so fucking filled with energy. Bring on the next fucking trial. Then Kyle sprinted through the open door into a small hallway. The hallway wasn't very long, and Kyle reached the next hall within just a couple of seconds. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Entrant number 69, a golem identical to the one in the first trial, said. Kyle looked at the hall. It was around 10 meters wide and long, and he could see another golem on the other side, but this one was much smaller. Fucking anemic ass bitch, Kyle thought as he saw the spindly and thin golem on the other end of the hall. Kyle's instincts told him that it was a bit dangerous, but not very much. Spitters felt more dangerous to him, and the golems explaining the rules felt much, much more dangerous. What do I gotta do? Kyle asked. Welcome to the second trial, the golem said mechanically. Your goal is to defeat the opposing golem. There is no time limit. Bring it on, Kyle shouted as he charged forward. He wanted to make use of the burst of energy he had received from the yellow rocks. The golem on the other side of the hall activated and slowly pulled out a stone sword. Boo! Kyle's hammer hit at full force, interrupting its apparently interruptible cutscene. The golem crashed against the wall. Kyle continued the swing of his hammer, spun, and readied the next swing. His hammer ground against the ground as he ran forward. Get good, noob, Kyle shouted as the flat side of his hammer hit the chest of the golem again. The golem's back was already against the wall, and the hit of the hammer caused cracks all over its body. Kyle spun his hammer a bit and used the pick to hook around its back before pulling backward. The golem was thrown to the ground and Kyle held his hammer up. Fuck you, he shouted as he swung downward with all his power. Boo! The hammer perfectly hit the golem's head and stones scattered across the hall. WHO! Kyle shouted, lifting his hammer up again. He rested his hammer on his shoulders and looked victoriously at the headless golem on the ground, which started to slowly stand up again. Kyle blinked a couple of times before sneering aggressively. He readied his hammer again, BOO, and hit the golem's back with the flat side, cracking it even more. The golem started to stand up again. Learn to accept defeat, Kyle shouted as he hit it again. Several parts of the golem's torso broke off on the next swing. It started to rise again. Fucking die, Kyle shouted, hitting it again. Bang, stones scattered across the hall, and Kyle noted that some of the stones were colored differently. The golem was completely gray, but there were blue pieces of stone amongst the gray rubble. He muttered, looking at the blue pieces. Then he looked at the golem again. This time it didn't rise. Guess that was your source of energy, Kyle said. Kyle rested his hammer on his shoulder again as he started to breathe heavily. This had been quite exhausting. Did I win? Kyle shouted at the other golem. Entrant number 69, you have defeated your opponent. You may proceed to the third trial. Kyle nodded before looking at the blue stones. Can I eat that? He asked. Golem cores are filled with ether that is indigestible to humans, the golem answered. What about dwarves? Kyle asked. Dwarf contestants may consume the golem cores. Lucky. The fact that he said dwarf contestants means they are not racist to manlets here. Am I allowed to consume it? Kyle asked. There is no rule prohibiting the consumption of golem cores, the golem answered. Kyle grinned and ran towards the blue stones. He grabbed one of them and put it into his mouth. Holy shit, he shouted, scattering some of the blue dust with his mouth. This is Suguwad. Kyle swallowed the entire stone and all his exhaustion vanished. But a moment later, he started to sweat as his body heated up. Too much energy, he thought in panic. This shit is much denser in ether than the yellow stone. For once in his life, Kyle didn't feel hungry anymore. In fact, he felt like he needed to hurl. Nevertheless, he grabbed the other blue stones and put them in his pocket. Then he charged through the open door towards the third trial. He quickly reached the next trial, and he immediately stopped as he saw his new surroundings. Whoa, he uttered. Kyle was in a big and complex cave. The entire thing seemed to be almost 100 meters long, and there were different elevations and natural platforms everywhere. The walls of the cave all shone in different lights, making torches obsolete. There were yellow crystals hanging from the ceilings, red crystals growing out of the floor, green stones growing on the side of some walls, and all manners of beautiful displays of nature. For a moment, Kyle forgot his drug-fueled haze and just looked at the beauty of the cave. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Congratulations on passing the second trial, Ent. Wait, Kyle shouted, holding his hand out. Then he bent over to the side and hurled. Blue liquid came out of his mouth, and when he saw its color, he puked even more. Kyle's body started to shiver as he kept puking. It took around a minute to finish. Eventually, Kyle straightened himself again and cleaned his mouth. All right, you may continue, he said. Rant number 69, the golem finished. Rant number 69? Kyle asked. You are entrant number 69, the golem said. There have been 41 entrants in the third trial before you, and 14 managed to pass. Oh yeah, I got you, Kyle said. Wait a second, only 14 passed. 14 entrants have passed the third trial, the golem repeated. Kyle took a deep breath. That's like, very little, I dunno, I'm not good at math. What do I have to do? Kyle asked. Welcome to the third trial, entrant number 69, the golem recited mechanically. In the third trial, you will learn how to differentiate between materials and how to make use of them. Your job is to increase your level by 1 and to increase the level of your mining weapon by 1. You have 14 days. 14 days? Kyle thought. So there actually are time limits for some of the trials, but 14 days, dude, that's a lot. Kyle thought about Samson and the hunters. It's probably evening by now. Samson might already be worried. How worried will they be if I stay away for 2 entire weeks? Will they think I am dead? Kyle looked at his bracelet. Will they think I ran away? What if Samson activates this bracelet and I can't move anymore? Kyle felt quite guilty for worrying his colleagues and friends, but then he sighed. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll just have to complete the trials and explain everything to them. Is there anything else I need to know? Kyle asked. The golem pointed at one of the green crystals hanging from one of the walls. Entrants are encouraged to start with this one. It is easy to mine and can be used as a food source. Any minerals mined can be brought to the golem, which will give an overview of the minerals' uses. He actually gave me a hint, Kyle thought. Is this part of the trial? Gathering information is also important, I guess. I mean, the first golem just kept telling me to get my mining weapon when I asked him something. Guess it makes sense to ask for hints occasionally. It might be the difference between success and failure. Seems like I'm going to snack on some more rocks. They taste amazing, but they are dry as fuck. And yet I don't feel thirsty at all. I guess ether can be used as some sort of replacement for water. That's whack. Imagine eating stone in response to being thirsty. Kyle shrugged and walked over to the round and green stone growing on one of the walls. It was about 1/2 meter in diameter and glowed in a bright green. He looked at it from all angles and scratched his head. You know, the guy said I should learn how to mine minerals. Just swinging my hammer at it is probably not the right way. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have failed. Kyle took hold of the head of his hammer and very lightly tapped on the green stone. Sounds like plastic, he thought. Except for making a sound, the stone didn't react in any other way. Kyle used a bit more strength and the tip of his pick broke through the surface. His eyes widened as he saw the stone turning colorless. All of the green was gone. As a reaction, Kyle sniffed it a bit. Smells unappetizing, he thought as he scratched the back of his head. Did I break it? Kyle decided to break off a piece of the now black stone and looked at it for a while. Oh, it's shrinking, he thought. Sure enough, the black stone was vanishing on Kyle's hand. It was just like what happened to the rubble during the first trial. Kyle quickly ran to the golem and showed him the black stone. What is this? He asked. The mineral has become unusable, the golem answered. The golem can only give information about usable minerals. Kyle sneered in annoyance before throwing the black stone into his mouth. Then he quickly spat it out again. Tastes like stone and not the good kind. With frustration, Kyle threw the black stone at the wall before walking to another one of the green stones. Luckily, there were 10 of them. All right, I can't break the surface, he thought as he analyzed the stone. After looking at it closely for a while, Kyle noticed that the majority of the green shimmer came from its center. It sounds like plastic, and the main source of light comes from the middle. Is this thing a fucking light bulb? A plastic light bulb? Kyle tapped on it a bit more. Sounds hollow, but not completely. Sounds more like it's filled with water or something. But when I broke the other stone, no water came out. Strange. I would presume that the actual ore is in the center and everything else is just packaging. But if I damage the packaging, all the goodness escapes. Troublesome, he thought as he scratched his chin while squinting at the green stone. No idea how to get to the good stuff. Then he looked at the golem. And he won't tell me until I deliver something usable to him. Wait, usable. Kyle thought as he got an idea. It's worth a shot. Kyle grabbed his hammer and carefully dug around the green stone. After about a minute, he managed to detach the green stone from the wall. This thing is heavy, Kyle thought as he buckled under the weight. Very slowly and carefully, he waddled over to the golem and put the stone down. What's this? He asked. The golem looked at the stone. This is spirit spring ore, it said. Kyle smirked, not sure if I cheated the system or if I'm supposed to do that. If I'm supposed to do that, Theodore was a sneaky fellow. If not, well, not my fault you made such a shitty system. Kyle listened to the golem's explanation. Spirit spring ore is filled with ether that can be digested by humans. This makes it very popular and valuable. It is found deep in hills and mountains in wildernesses where there is at least one ferocious beast present. Oh shit, that means there could be spirit spring ore in our territory. Kyle thought. Spirit spring ore rarely grows below the surface due to other minerals absorbing the ether. Where there is spirit spring ore, there most likely are not many other minerals present, except for non-ethereal ores like iron or copper. Spirit spring ore has a weak hold on its ether, and anything that absorbs ether can very quickly absorb almost all of its ether. Because of that, mining it with modern mining tools is impossible. The mechanism that transforms ether into physical power will absorb the ether and make the ore valueless. Ah, that explains why it went dark. My hammer absorbed all of its ether. The best method of extracting a chunk of spirit spring ore is with a primitive pickaxe made of iron. On the other hand, actually mining and properly refining the ore requires the use of a miner who can manipulate ether with their soul. Kyle frowned. How do I use that? I mean, I know that the soul essentially allows my ether to interact with the surroundings and infuse tools with ether, but how does that actually work? I've never done that. A miner who can use their soul adeptly needs to touch the spirit spring ore with their hands and slowly shape it into crystal balls that can be swallowed whole. Making the crystal balls too big requires chewing, and when the ball is broken with the teeth, the majority of its ether will disperse. The shining core of the spirit spring crystal has about 50 of the entire chunk's ether and can be overwhelming if consumed. Humans should not consume the core unless they are, at least, in the second realm. However, the core can be used for a variety of purposes, like rituals, spells, or creating tools. Spirit spring ore counts as a rank D material. Its core counts as a rank C material. Now we got ranks for materials, Kyle thought. Spirit spring ore sounds pretty good, but it only counts as a rank D material. I guess it goes all the way from F to S or F to A, not sure about that. Kyle waited for the golem to continue talking, but it seemed to be done explaining. Well, I guess I should try mining it properly, Kyle thought as he scratched the back of his head. He bent down and started to softly caress the ore. Come out, I'm not going to hurt you, he said. Naturally, nothing happened. How the fuck do I use my soul? Kyle thought. Maybe, I just gotta believe real hard. Kyle closed his eyes and tried to feel the spirit spring ore as he moved his hand over it. He felt like it was warming up. It feels softer. Kyle imagined himself coaxing an injured rabbit out of a bush. Come on, I'm not going to hurt you. Everything's fine, he thought. At that moment, he felt his arms heating up as well. It felt a bit like he was doing sports, but without the exhaustion. It was weird. The surface of the spirit spring ore seemed to soften. It was almost like it was turning into jelly. Kyle slowly moved the jelly into a small shape. Meanwhile, inside his mind, he saw many more rabbits in the bushes, and one of them was walking towards him. You don't have to be worried. It's fine. I'm not going to hurt you. A small crystal ball came off the spirit spring ore's surface as Kyle saw the rabbit in his mind jumping into his arms. See, that wasn't so hard. In his mind and in the physical reality, Kyle turned around and bit the rabbit's head off. Well, in truth, he just threw the crystal ball into his mouth. A feeling of achievement and victory rushed through Kyle. I did it. Fuck you, shitty ass ore. You're mine. As Kyle swallowed the crystal ball, he didn't feel a lot, but a couple of seconds later, his body started to relax. Kyle felt like he was in a warm bath. It was so nice and warm and comforting, and oh yes, so good. His face just grinned uncontrollably. So good and tasty, MMMMHM. I'll tell you, fucking stones, dude, that's the shit. After a bit, Kyle turned back to the big piece of spirit spring ore and started to caress it again. This time he didn't close his eyes, and he just looked at it with a greedy grin. Come on, just give me a bit more. His arms warmed up again, and he saw the ore shimmering. Then Kyle's hand buried into the ore like it was made of dough. He took a big blob out of the spirit spring ore, which rapidly solidified. Naturally, that crystal ball was way too big to eat in one go. Kyle grinned and his arms warmed up again. The spirit spring ore turned into a viscous fluid while Kyle held it over his open mouth. As small drops of ore fell away from the bigger chunk, they solidified into tiny balls, which fell right into Kyle's mouth. A stream of goodness entered Kyle's gullet, and he felt absolutely amazing. I swear, Fantasyland is made of drugs or some shit. The yellow powder in the stones gives me a shit ton of energy like meth or coke, while this stuff calms me down like I'm taking Valium or something. After enjoying himself for a couple of minutes, Kyle looked at the beautiful cave again. Yeah, as much fun as it is, I don't think I can just keep eating this forever. I actually got a job to do. Kyle stood up. Back to work, boys, break's over. What the fuck is a diffuser? Kyle asked the golem as a blue chunk of ore was between the two of them. Every mining weapon comes with a diffuser, the golem answered. You already said that. I want to know what it is. Every mining weep. Shut up, Kyle said with annoyance as he looked at the blue chunk of ore. It looked similar to the spirit spring ore, but it looked far chunkier and edgier. Yet it was quite a bit lighter than the spirit spring ore according to the golem. This was a basic mage stone, and it was a ranky material. Apparently it was used as a medium for many magic circles and arrays, whatever the hell that was. The correct way to mine it was to diffuse its core, and Kyle had no idea what that meant. Is this a diffuser? Kyle asked, pointing at the spiky end of his hammer. No, the golem answered. Is this a diffuser? He asked, pointing at the blunt end. No. Over the next minutes, Kyle asked the golem if any part of his hammer was a diffuser, and the answer was always no. Then where is the diffuser? Every mining weapon comes with a diffuser, the golem answered. Fucking basic-ass AI, Kyle thought with annoyance. He held his hammer in his hands as he looked at it in confusion. Where the fuck is the diffuser? While Kyle was thinking about where the diffuser might be, he took a lick of his spirit spring or lollipop. Ding! Kyle was startled as a spike came out of the top of his hammer. He looked at it while blinking in confusion. Is this a diffuser? Kyle asked, pointing at the spike. Yes, the golem answered. Finally, Kyle shouted before looking at his hammer again, but why did it suddenly appear? Then Kyle looked at his lollipop before looking back at his hammer. A soul can also infuse ether into tools, right? It essentially communicates with them and tells them what I want. The arm with which Kyle carried his hammer became warm. Tell me what you can do. Bang! Kyle almost dropped his hammer as over 20 different tools came out of its head. There were small knives, several spikes, weird drills, and even some kind of rubber band. Holy shit, this thing has a lot of stuff. Diffuser, he ordered in his mind. All the other tools retreated, only leaving the diffuser out. Well, time to test it. Kyle put the diffuser on the ore while carefully trying to shield his eyes. Earlier, he had thought that the pointy end of his hammer had been the diffuser, but when he had cracked the basic mage stone with it, it suddenly exploded into pieces. According to the golem, the ether inside the basic mage stone was volatile and would explode if it came into contact with any foreign ether. However, if one diffused the core, it would no longer explode. But how was he supposed to get to the core without coming into contact with the surroundings? Well, that was what a diffuser was for. Kyle watched as the spike created a hole in the ore, and it didn't explode. He could feel his ether rapidly dropping as the spike buried further into the blue ore. To counteract the exhaustion, Kyle sucked on his lollipop, creating tiny balls with his lips. He was glad that nobody was around to see him. As he watched the diffuser going in deeper, Kyle felt like he could see what was happening to the ether. He felt like the diffuser was isolating the ether of the shell. It's like a repulsive magnetic field or something like that. I dunno. I had a C in physics. After some seconds, the diffuser reached the core. And what do I do now? Do I just stab it? He thought as his lips sensually caressed the lollipop. Kyle looked at the cave and saw 5 more blue chunks. Then he shrugged before stabbing the diffuser forward. Bang, the blue core dispersed and a blue electric wave washed over the entire chunk. Kyle watched nervously, ready for it to explode, but nothing ever happened. He slowly pulled the diffuser out. Nothing. No explosion. Then he used his pike to tap on the ore. It cracked and a piece fell off. Still no explosion. Well, I guess I did it. Seems about right. The golem said this generally gets processed into powder, which is then used for rituals and shit. Kyle grabbed one of the chunks and crushed it into a fine powder with his hands. Usually, he wouldn't have the power to crush a piece of ore, but by using his soul, he could make it brittle. As he looked at the blue powder, he was reminded of the golem core he had eaten during the second trial. Are golems also made with this? Kyle asked. Mage stone is used for golems. The quality of the mage stone determines the maximum strength, complexity, and intelligence of the golem answered. Kyle sniffed the blue powder and a bit of it entered his nose. Kyle rapidly shook his head and blinked several times. His right eye twitched several times as he looked forward, focused on something random. That does not feel good, he thought as his eyes started to water. It's almost like it's spicy. I should stick to eating. The next moment, Kyle looked at his lollipop before looking at the blue powder. Without thinking, he retrieved a small ball from his lollipop, which he then covered in the blue dust. He looked at it nervously before swallowing it. He didn't move for 3 seconds. Finally, a disgusted expression appeared on his face. I hate this, he said. The taste was confusing and horrendous. It was calming and exciting. It felt like his body was being torn in 2 opposing directions. That's disgusting, Kyle said, subconsciously pulling his spirit spring ore away from the basic mage stone. Don't mix medications, kids. SLUURP. Kyle slurped a silver liquid out of his spirit spring ore cup with his spirit spring ore straw. He lay on a bed made of red crystal while another red crystal beside the bed slowly burned, spreading the scent of a cozy fire. Kyle put his cup to the side and took a bite of a white crystal. This thing done anytime soon, Kyle thought as he looked at the band wrapped around a huge crimson crystal. The crimson crystal was almost 3 meters tall and almost an entire meter wide. No matter what Kyle did, he couldn't break it. He didn't know what this huge crimson crystal could do since he couldn't transport it to the golem, but it seemed to be important. Over the past 3 days, Kyle tried to break this crystal many times with several different methods, but none of them worked. After around 10 minutes of frustration, he ignored the crystal again and focused on some other minerals. By now, Kyle had managed to process around 25 different ores. Some of them were pretty easy to deal with since they just needed him to use his soul in conjunction with his hammer. Some of them were pretty difficult to deal with since they needed a lot of precision. But this fucking crimson crystal wasn't receptive to anything. Kyle tried all of his different tools to do anything to it, but nothing worked. This thing just wouldn't budge. In the end, Kyle was left with only one last tool. The weird band that came out of his hammer. He decided to just wrap the band around the crystal's head and wait. Luckily, the tools could be disconnected from the hammer and they still worked. Kyle just needed to infuse them occasionally with more ether. The next moment, Kyle spun a black crystal ball in his hand. The golem said, I need blood crystals to refine this one, and this big crimson crystal seems like it should be called a blood crystal. Fuck it, I'm bored of waiting. I'm just going to try it, Kyle thought as he stood up from his cozy and warm crystal bed. The bed was made of soul flame ore, a rank D material. It gathered fire ether around itself, making it very useful for people training in fire-related skills. It also made for a nice and heated bed. Kyle approached the crimson crystal and grabbed his hammer. Then he pulled back and hit the band with all of his power. Bang, the band vibrated, but Kyle didn't feel like the crystal cracked. Come on. You gotta be useful for something. Kyle struck the band again and it vibrated some more. He hit it again, but this time he heard a crack. Kyle grew excited as he moved the band to the side to look at the crystal beneath it. Oh wow, he thought as he saw cracks spreading through the crystal. However, the cracks were only present at the part where the band had been. Is this redirecting my force? Kyle thought. Now that I think about it, it feels weird striking the band. Kyle put the band back and hit it again. Crack, a louder crack resounded, and Kyle slurped more silver juice before striking again. Whoops, Kyle thought as he missed the band, hitting the top of the crystal. Bang, the top of the crystal perfectly detached at the point where the band was and fell to the side. Huh, Kyle uttered, that works. Kyle put the band back into the hammer and lifted the broken part of the crystal. It was quite heavy but still carryable. All right, what is that? Kyle asked, putting the crystal down. This is blood crystal, and its rank is variable, the golem answered. So it actually is the blood crystal. But what does he mean by a variable rank? Blood crystal is an accumulation of ether-infused blood. In rare circumstances, after seeping into the ground, powerful blood can gather and create a blood crystal. The quality of blood crystals varies based on the quality of the blood. The blood crystal in this trial is a rank D blood crystal. There is no special method of mining a blood crystal. It just needs brute force. Various tools, like a focus band, can redirect force into a concentrated point, significantly increasing the effectiveness of a strike. Blood crystal is used in powerful weapons and armor due to its significant hardness and ease of repair. Blood crystal grows with more blood. A good set of armor made of blood crystal can regrow in the middle of battle after the wearer gets injured and their blood coats the armor. Alternatively, enemy blood can also be used. Rank E and Rank D blood crystals might also be used in conjunction with Stegomite ore to create Craftsman's Stone, a Rank D material that upgrades specialized tools. And there we go, Kyle thought. One of the requirements for passing the third trial is to upgrade my hammer. I would assume that this Craftsman's Stone is the key to that. How do I make this Craftsman's Stone? Kyle asked. Then the golem gave Kyle instructions on what he should do. Sounds easy enough. Kyle grabbed his band again and put it around the head of the blood crystal. After a couple of strikes, the crystal broke in two. Then Kyle grabbed the Stegomite ore and changed its shape by using the flame of the soul flame, or sometime later, he had a big shell with an empty center. Finally, he put a chunk of blood crystal into it and closed the hole. Kyle went to a big silver crystal, took out one of his tools from his hammer, and cut off a big chunk of it. He rolled the silver crystal into the center of the cave, which had a big basin. The next moment, Kyle took his hammer and infused it with his soul, changing its mode. The sharp end of his hammer transformed into a smaller but sturdier version, and Kyle struck the big silver crystal. Boom. An explosion of lightning came out of the hammer, and Kyle felt almost all of his ether draining away. While he was exhausted, Kyle saw the silver crystal transforming into a liquid, which filled the basin. Lastly, Kyle grabbed the black ball and threw it in. Craftsman's stone needs blood crystal and stegomite ore as materials, but I also need soul flame ore for the ethereal heat and silver's fluid to treat it. All of these things are ranked D materials. Also, none of them are easy to mine. Seems like this is the way to pass the trial. The next moment, Kyle sighed. Well, now I gotta wait for 3 days for the craftsman's stone to finish. Guess I can focus on the other materials during that time. Kyle lay in a second basin, bathing in silver's fluid. His head was covered in bronze-colored dust, while his eyes were covered with 2 slices of yellow stone. His arms and shoulders were outside the bath and were slathered in amber goo. He looked like someone who was having a spa day. However, Kyle didn't do all of this to look beautiful for his husband, who went on business trips every week. Silver's fluid could strengthen a body's quality without increasing its ethereal weight. This meant that his body could become stronger without increasing in level. One could say it simply improved in quality. Inefficient and unimportant parts vanished, while efficient and important parts were created. The dust on his head increased the power of his mind, while the yellow stone could do wonders for his center. Apparently, the best way to improve the center was by going through the eyes. For some reason, the eyes had a very strong connection with the center. It was kind of like balls and blood. Putting a creme on one's balls would lead to an absorption rate that was over 20 times higher since ball skin was very thin and filled with many blood vessels. Except in this case, it was the eyes, not the balls, but it was a similar principle. Naturally, the goo for his arms improved the soul. This is really comfortable, but also boring, Kyle thought, trying to relax. It's fun for like an hour since it feels so nice and prickly, but it gets boring real quick. Kyle carefully took one of his arms out of the goo and grabbed a shining green piece of ore. He took just the tiniest sip of the green ore, and he felt like all his hair stood on end. This was the spirit spring core, and it made its reputation justice. Just a tiny bit made Kyle feel like his heart was beating in his ears. 8 days had passed since Kyle had entered the 3rd trial. By now, he was no longer concerned with the Hunter Hall. They probably thought he was dead. As Kyle swallowed another little piece of the spirit spring core, he felt his entire body heating up. He clenched his fists as his body began to shake violently. Is it time, he thought. The shaking intensified until all his muscles bulged. Some seconds later, Kyle's body relaxed and he slumped back into his bath. He felt so powerful and relaxed. I guess I'm in realm 1 level 3 now. Mid-squire. This ore shit is amazing. Kyle slowly stood up and the yellow stone fell from his eyes. He uttered as he saw 2 big holes in the stone where his eyes had been. Then he looked at his arms and saw that all the goo had vanished. The level of the bathwater also dropped quite a bit. Kyle moved his hand through his hair and didn't feel any dust anymore. Did my body absorb all of that during the advancement, he thought. He moved out of the bath and put his clothing back on. RIP. He accidentally tore his pants a little bit while picking them up. Oops, he thought, looking at the hole. He carefully put on the remainder of his clothing and armor before grabbing his hammer. Finally, I can lift it again, Kyle thought. He had already upgraded his hammer 2 days ago with the craftsman's stone. Using the craftsman's stone apparently wasn't enough. While it upgraded the core of the weapon itself also needed to be upgraded. However, that was much easier. When a sufficiently powerful core was installed, the weapon could absorb ethereal ore to become more powerful. One of the tools inside the hammer siphoned the ether out of ethereal ore to incorporate it into itself. Kyle had upgraded his hammer quite a bit and didn't notice how heavy it had become, but now he could lift it again. It's a bit light though, Kyle thought. I need to upgrade it some more. He walked over to the big blood crystal and rammed his hammer into it. When Kyle saw the sharp end of his hammer sticking inside the crystal, he smirked. I couldn't even damage this thing without the focus band. Now I can just ram my hammer into it. The next moment, Kyle activated the absorb function of his hammer. The blood crystal's shine dulled and Kyle pulled his hammer out again. Still a bit too light. Bang, he rammed it back into the crystal to absorb some more ether. Perfect, he thought as he pulled it out again. The hammer was nice and heavy. The next moment, Kyle looked at the blood crystal again. He pulled back his hammer. Boom. The top of the crystal shattered into pieces, which scattered across the cave. Yee-yee-witchy-chach, he shouted like an ape. Kyle's strong. After celebrating his newfound power, Kyle looked around the cave. There are still a couple of minerals I haven't investigated yet, but I can also just proceed to the 4th trial now. Hey, does ending the trial early benefit me in any way? He shouted to the golem. Congratulations, you passed the 3rd trial. You may stay here for 6 more days before you have to proceed to the 4th trial. There is no reward for leaving the trial early, the golem said. When Kyle heard that, a smirk appeared on his face. Sneaky Theodore, he thought. Did you make the deadline this long on purpose? These other materials are probably important later. You're giving your entrants the option to learn more things for the future. Fine, I've already been here for 8 days. Might as well stay here for 6 more. Over the next 6 days, Kyle looked at all of the remaining materials. There were 3 materials that he couldn't crack, but he managed to mine and refine all the other ones. Entrant 69, your time is up. Proceed to the 4th trial, the golem shouted suddenly. Sure thing, boss, Kyle answered. Kyle walked through the open door towards the fourth trial. Done pretty well so far. The first 3 trials were not as difficult as I expected, he thought as he scratched the back of his head with a smile. Wonder what the fourth trial's gonna be like. After a while, Kyle reached another big hall, but this time it was different. There were 15 closed gates in front of him, and there was basically nothing to do in the hall besides walking through one of the gates. Welcome to the preparation for the fourth trial. Entrant number 69, the golem spoke. Preparation, Kyle thought. You have the option to receive a one-time enhancement to strengthen you for your future trials. Behind each gate is a ritual that will enhance parts of your aspects of power. You may choose which one you want to enhance, the golem explained. Is that why only people who didn't undergo any rituals were allowed to enter? Kyle thought. Sulfur said something about that. The first 4 gates from the left enhance one aspect of power. The leftmost door will focus on your body, and it will redirect 75 of all the ether you gather in the future into strengthening your body. Your body will almost be as powerful as the body of a beast. Ho-whoa, quite nice, Kyle thought. The second door focuses on your center. It will increase your ether storage by almost 4 times. That's gotta be important. I mean, everything's about ether, right? The third door focuses on your mind, raising your speed of thought by several times and increasing your intelligence. Shit, that's also amazing. The fourth door will strengthen your soul, allowing you to interact with tools and your surroundings with much more clarity and efficiency. If I didn't need to use my soul that much in the third trial, I would think that sounds unimportant. But damn, this would make things much easier, Kyle thought. The next 6 gates focus on 2 aspects of power each. The rituals will have half of the effects of the singular upgrades. In order, they are body and center, body and mind, body and soul, center and mind, center and soul, and mind and soul. Those are all the jobs I heard about. Knight, fighter, paladin, sorcerer, conjurer, and artificer, Kyle thought as he remembered Taryn's explanations. The next 4 doors focus on 3 aspects of power each. You should know how that works by now, the golem said. Wait, that's also possible, Kyle thought. I guess that means I would essentially become a cripple in one aspect while being great at the other 3. The last door gives you a small boost to all aspects of power. Now choose your door, the golem finished. Kyle scratched the back of his head as he looked at the different doors. So it's basically a free upgrade. I guess Theodore wants me to choose my future. He looked at the first door. It enhances my body. I guess I could go unga bunga and just destroy everything with my hammer. But what if I fight some kind of frost mage or whatever? I wouldn't even get close to them. Also, there are many smart people out there. I mean, I do act like an ape sometimes, but there's a reason why apes are in the zoo and not in society. The center thing is also interesting. I could just outlast my opponents and brute force everything. But what if I go big brain? I could outsmart everyone. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Brah, you ain't outsmarting anyone, no matter how intelligent you had a C average in high school. Then he focused on the soul door as he rubbed the back of his head. I mean, it's cool, but I don't know, doesn't really feel that overwhelming. I kinda don't want to be some funky tinkerer. Also, how will I even make shit if I am not smart enough to make or understand blueprints? No matter what door he was looking at, Kyle wasn't happy. He would be losing something important. What about the more classical jobs? Knight, nah, I don't want to go to war. Fighter sounds cool, but that would make this entire ore business I had going on for the past 2 weeks meaningless. Why would I learn about ore just to lose access to a big part of my soul? I need my soul if I want to make use of that. Paladin, what no, sorcerer, PFFFFT, conjurer or beast tamer, forget it. Artificer, Kyle hesitated. Theodore had been a master artificer. Becoming an artificer sounded like the only correct choice. But then, Kyle remembered something. Wait a second, didn't Sulfur say something about artificers? I think I asked him if I had to become an artificer, and he said something like that the heir should specifically not be an artificer. He didn't say that they should not yet be one. He said they just shouldn't be one. Kyle's brows furrowed. Is this a trap? In the third trial, Theodore already demonstrated how sneaky he could be. What if this is not a preparation for the fourth trial but the actual fourth trial? Hey, buddy, Kyle asked. The golem didn't answer. How many people survived the fourth trial? 14 people have reached the fourth trial. 2 passed, it answered. Kyle took a deep breath. That's a failure rate of over 80. This answer increased Kyle's suspicion. Something must be going on. Kyle looked at the 4 doors representing the enhancement of 3 aspects of power. They are all bullshit. I need all of my aspects for something, but if I focus on all of them, I will be useless. Someone focusing on their body will be so fast that I can't even hit them. Someone focusing on their center will have such a high defense that they will outlast me. Someone focusing on their mind will just never get hit since they will know what I will do beforehand. And someone focusing on their soul will just let everything else fight for them. Kyle ruffled his hair in frustration. I hate this. Everything sucks. Fuck this and fuck you. Kyle walked to the last door. I'm keeping my fucking shit. Kyle walked through the last door, which enhanced all aspects of power. Of course, the enhancement wouldn't be as good as the other ones, but he just couldn't let go of any of his aspects. He needed all of them. Kyle entered a different hall, and his eyes widened when he saw it. That's big, he thought. The hall was almost 30 meters wide, which was not what Kyle had expected. After all, there wasn't even a hallway that led to it. When he stepped in and looked to the left, his suspicion was confirmed. The 4 gates to the left of this one lead nowhere, Kyle realized. The 4 gates that enhanced 3 aspects of power each should lead right into this room. But there was no door. It was like there was just a wall behind the 4 other gates. Cold sweat ran down Kyle's back. I guess choosing any of these 4 gates would just make the golem kill you. However, I am uncertain about the other ones. They could still lead somewhere else. Kyle looked at the room. At least I didn't choose completely incorrectly. The big hall was covered with a lot of stuff. There were spires with glowing and levitating orbs above them. There was a complex diagram on the ground that was written with several different materials of different colors. As Kyle saw the diagram, his head started to spin. This seemed unreasonably complicated. He also saw 12 golems carrying different stones made of materials that Kyle didn't recognize. The last thing of note was a small golem that was barely a meter tall. It stood at the edge of the diagram and held a long staff with a huge crystal at the end. Step into the center, the small golem spoke evenly. When Kyle heard that voice, the hairs on his back rose. His instincts told him that this thing was dangerous, really dangerous. In fact, Kyle felt like this was the most dangerous thing he had ever seen. Even Sulfur or the weird dragon at the entrance didn't feel this threatening. Kyle awkwardly pointed at the center of the diagram. Aim, right there, right. He asked, yes, and don't touch any of the lines. The diagram is already charged, the golem said. Okay, Kyle said as he carefully stepped past the individual lines of the diagram, which was easier said than done. There were so fucking many of them. After around 30 seconds of tiptoeing, Kyle reached the center of the diagram and looked at the small golem. Don't move. It might hurt a bit, it said. Kyle just nodded before waiting nervously. The next moment, the golem started to recite a string of words Kyle didn't recognize while making complex hand motions with its left hand. Some seconds later, the golems holding the stones all took a step forward and put their stones in specific spots on the diagram. The small golem started to wave its staff around and the floating crystals shone brighter. Kyle could feel something gathering in the air. This feels so weird. It's like there's wind, but there isn't any wind. He felt like something was moving around his body. Is this ether? Kyle thought. The sensation felt warm but also a bit cold. It felt peaceful yet violent. It was like being doused in cold and hot water at the same time. A moment later, the pupils of Kyle's eyes widened on their own. The pores of his skin also opened, and he started to breathe deeply and quickly. It was like his body wanted to consume whatever was around him. Some seconds later, Kyle saw something. He saw some kind of green shimmer in the air. It was moving around, but it didn't seem to affect the air itself. His surroundings began to warp under the green shimmer, and Kyle's mind was starting to think. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but he could tell that he was thinking about something. Suddenly, Kyle started to cough. The coughing fit became more violent until he coughed up a big chunk of blood that fell onto the ground. Luckily, the center was big enough that the blood didn't hit any of the lines of the diagram. The next second, blood started to come out of Kyle's eyes and ears. Then, a fountain of viscous and dense blood flowed out of Kyle's nose. He fell to his knees, trying to breathe in more air as blood was flowing out of all parts of his body. Bang! Suddenly, the small gem in Kyle's bracelet exploded. Some seconds later, the veins all over his body became several times bigger and started to visibly rise and fall. What the fuck is going on? Kyle thought in panic as more and more blood came out of him. Yet, despite all of the gore and horror, it only hurt a little bit. Sure, the puking and coughing hurt and were annoying, but it didn't really hurt. It was like his body didn't mind whatever was going on. The next moment, all the hair all over his body fell out and was quickly replaced by pitch black hair. His skin slowly peeled off, revealing new skin that was free of any imperfections. Lastly, his eyes became darker and took on just the slightest hue of purple. Kyle puked more blood and chunks of gore. He still had no idea what was happening to him. We're done. Kyle looked up from his kneeling position as he heard the small golem's words. Huh. He uttered as he slowly recovered from his puking and coughing fit. We're done, the small golem repeated. The ritual is over. You may proceed to the actual 4th trial. Oh, okay, Kyle said awkwardly, the world shaking a bit in his perception. He held the side of his head as he walked over to the door that had just opened. Due to his current state, he didn't think about being careful about the diagram and just walked over the lines. However, the small golem didn't seem to mind. Don't mess this up, the small golem said as Kyle reached the door. Kyle turned around to look at the golem in confusion. We invested a lot in you. Don't mess up the last 2 trials, the golem repeated. Sure, Kyle said. I'll try my best. Then Kyle walked out of the room. Kyle stumbled out of the room, still disoriented. Everything in his vision was so clear that he felt like he took drugs. Again, his eyes randomly zoomed in on some stones in the wall, and all the details he saw overwhelmed him. It was just too much to take in. His mind was still spinning, and he looked around perplexed. What the fuck just happened? He thought as he put his hand to his head. I puked my guts out. Literally, I think. As Kyle thought back to all the blood and guts he puked out, he became nervous. I'm still alive, right? He touched his body a bit and didn't feel anything wrong. His skin was soft but resistant like leather. His arms were muscular but malleable. His dick. Oh, for fuck's sake, he shouted as he put his hands in front of his dick to hide it. I fucking lost my clothing again. What the fuck happened to them this time? He nervously looked around for clothing, but naturally there were none. Suddenly, the door he just walked out of opened again and a set of clothing was thrown out. Show some dignity, the small golem said with annoyance before closing the door again. Dignity, Kyle shouted at the closed door. You destroyed my clothes and I'm naked now. How dignified can a naked man be? Nevertheless, Kyle grabbed the new set of clothes and put them on. As he touched the clothes, he realized that they were quite resilient. They were soft, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't even tear them. After putting them on, Kyle looked at himself. Wow, look at this handsome fellow, he said with a smirk. The clothes were completely black and reminded Kyle of the armor the Spartans of Earth used to wear. The black plate had the shape of defined muscles, but compared to the Spartan's armor, the abs on his armor actually came from his real abs. A bit tight, though, Kyle said with a bit of annoyance as he tried to find a comfortable place for his dick. Kyle grabbed his hammer. Whoa, whoa, he shouted as he nearly tossed the hammer away. He grabbed the hammer and regained balance. With brows raised in surprise, Kyle held the hammer at its hilt with one hand. It was light. He tossed the hammer up a bit, making it rotate once before catching it again. That really my hammer? He asked no one in particular. In an instant, all the functions of the hammer appeared in Kyle's mind. That was a rhetorical question. Kyle shouted at his hammer. Kyle ruffled his hair a bit in frustration before walking forward. Who cares anyway? Gotta go do this shitty-ass trial, or I will become a stain on the ground, he grumbled. Oh right, he said as he stopped, looking back. He wanted to know how many doors led to this new hall, how many choices were correct. As he turned back, he counted 7 doors. There were 15 doors earlier. Now there are only 7. Kyle tried to find a pattern in the 7 doors and found one surprisingly quickly. 1 for everything and 6 for the double enhancements. I guess Theodore only wants someone who follows the established paths or just goes with everything. 3 enhancements or only 1 enhancement seems to not be okay. Wonder why that is. I mean, I chose one of the correct options, but I'm not sure if it is the correct one. Then he shrugged. Choices already made. No point in thinking about past decisions. Just roll with it. Kyle stepped through the gate leading out of the small hall as he twirled his hammer between his fingers. While he was strong enough to move his hammer with one hand, moving it with just his fingers was still a bit too much, but he just wanted to look cool for once in his life. By now, all the nausea and disorientation had vanished, and Kyle just aimlessly looked forward as he stepped through the gate at the end of the hallway. What greeted him was a big hall with 2 things. One was another golem, and the other thing was a fiercely burning pit of coal. The pit of coal was around 3 meters wide, and the fire coming out of the pit was around 2 meters high and a bright yellow. The fire illuminated the hall brightly, but for some reason, Kyle didn't think that it was too bright. Welcome, entrant number 69, the golem said. Nice, Kyle answered without thinking. Rephrase your question, the golem said. Huh, Kyle answered, finally paying attention to the golem. Rephrase your question, the golem repeated. I didn't ask anything, Kyle said. Welcome to the 4th trial, entrant number 69, the golem repeated. Nice, Kyle said. Rephrase your. Oh, that's what you meant, Kyle interjected. No, just continue your pre-recorded voice line. Welcome to the 4th trial, entrant number 69, the golem said. Kyle kept himself in check. In this trial, you have to understand the flame, the golem said, pointing at the fire. When you have understood the flame, write the answer on the plate beside the door. The golem pointed at a small plate hanging beside the big gate. Kyle scratched his head in confusion as he looked at the plate. Each answer. Kyle asked, what's even the question? You have to understand the flame, the golem said. The flame will tell you the answer. You will not receive any help. If you inscribe the wrong answer into the plate, you will fail the trial. Kyle just looked at the golem with squinted eyes. Okay, he said in confusion before looking at the burning pit of coal. He scratched the side of his head again. I don't get it. This guy wants me to look at the flame and understand it. Like what? Am I supposed to just paint a flame on the plate? Kyle just kept looking at the fire in confusion. What the fuck am I supposed to do? How do I understand fire just by looking at it? Kyle just kept scratching his head. He just couldn't make sense of what the golem said. What answer? Kyle approached the pit of coals and looked at them. Despite the brightly burning flame, he could see the pieces of coal clearly. He looked at all the different pieces to find some kind of inscription or pattern, but there was just nothing. It was just coal. Then he focused on the fire. It was burning. Yep, that was fire. He just kept staring at it, and after about a minute of looking at it, he confirmed yet again that it was fire. Is this some kind of school exam? Does the guy want me to write down a chemical formula or something? I think fire was just oxidation, right? If I remember right, it's just heat being released when one thing turns into another thing, something like that. Kyle still had no idea what the fuck the golem wanted from him. As an experiment, Kyle grabbed his hammer and held it over the flames for a bit. He held the hammer over the flames for around a minute before pulling it back. The hammer's appearance didn't change. Just out of curiosity, Kyle touched the tip of the hammer. Surprise, it's hot, he thought as he caressed the hot head of the hammer. Yep, sure as fire, he thought with a profound nod. The hammer's not very hot, though. One would think that holding a hammer over such a big flame for such a long time would heat it up a bit more. Kyle scratched the back of his head again before shrugging. Imagine just try random shit and see if it works. Then he bent down and grabbed one of the pieces of coal. It was hot, but it wasn't too bad. As Kyle moved the piece of coal around, he noticed that the black layer was coming off the piece, revealing an amber gem. His brows raised in surprise and excitement as he looked into the amber gem. Maybe the answer was in the gems. Kyle looked at it for a while and found nothing. Then he sniffed it. Smells like fire. Finally, he licked it. Is this how fire tastes? He thought in confusion. It tastes like fire, I guess. Weird. After inspecting the gem for a minute, Kyle dumped it back into the pit before grabbing another piece. He inspected that one as well and once again found jackshit. He repeated the same thing many more times and never found anything of note. The first pieces Kyle had grabbed and thrown back had already turned black again, and it became difficult to differentiate them from the ones he hadn't looked at yet. After a while, Kyle just looked at the fire again. Are you really fire? He thought. You don't seem very hot. Kyle extended his arm towards the fire. His hand was getting hotter and it was a bit uncomfortable. It was like taking a shower that was just a bit too hot. Eventually, Kyle's entire arm was inside the fire, and he watched with blinking eyes as his arm moved through the fire without issues. I was told there would be fire, Kyle thought with furrowed brows. This is awfully cold for a fire. 010 can't even cook an egg with this. The next moment, Kyle jumped into the pit and stood near the edge of the flames. Bit hot here. It's like a California summer. Kyle started to sweat, but that was it. One would expect to feel a bit hotter inside a burning pit of coal. For a while, he just looked at the raging inferno in front of him. It was quite scary to stand centimeters away from a 2-meter-high flame. Huh, Kyle uttered suddenly. Was that a number? Just now, Kyle thought that he saw a small 7 being formed by the flames. He looked with more focus at the flames. Nothing happened for several seconds. Ah, there's the 7 again, he shouted, pointing into the fire. When he saw his arm extending into the flames, he pulled it back out of instinct. Dumbass, he shouted at himself in his mind. Didn't your mom teach you not to play with fire? Kyle snickered, as if that whore can do anything but snort meth all day and earn money by sleeping with other junkies. I swear, that bitch would have set me on fire if someone paid her $500 for it. Lucky I wasn't sold to some weird cartel slave camp. A moment later, he focused on the fire again as he scratched his head again. This might be a dumb idea, but I'm kind of out of options. Then he took a step into the flames. A bit toasty, he thought, but bearable. It's like being in the middle of New Mexico's desert at noon. Kyle took another step forward, and his entire body was engulfed by the fire. He started to sweat quite a bit, and his entire body got the sweats. He scratched his arm and realized that he was still wearing his new set of clothing. Oh, it's not burning, he thought as he looked at it. It also doesn't really feel damp. I thought this would be like that latex shit my crazy ex always forced me into. No sweaty man balls this time, boys. I mean, they still sweat, but they're not taking a bath. Kyle looked forward again and saw fire all around him. It was not as bright as he had expected. It also wasn't as hot. Ah, there, Kyle shouted before he breathed in the flames and started coughing. Stop it, idiot. This might be 010 fire, but it's still fire. Don't breathe in fire. Then Kyle noticed that he was actually breathing normally through his nose. Correction, don't breathe in fire through your mouth. He focused on the flames again, and sure enough, he started to see numbers flashing in the fire occasionally. But then Kyle started to sweat nervously as he saw something terrifying. It was a plus, then a minus, a root. When he saw an 18 to the power of 7, he became anxious. Oh no, my nemesis, math. It's over, Kyle thought as he saw an X and a Y. Kyle's pupils widened, and an entire equation appeared in front of him. The numbers no longer flashed around and just hovered in the air. The equation was long, too long. Fuck, how does math work again? Let's start with the 18 to the power of 7 first, I guess. 18 times 18 is 324 times 18 is 58, 32 times 18 is, that is surprisingly easy. Didn't know I was that good at calculation shit. In just 3 seconds, Kyle got the answer. 612,220,032, Kyle thought in surprise. Okay, I was not that good at calculating stuff when I was in high school. Why is this so easy? Then Kyle facepalmed. Right, mind and stuff. The mind is one aspect of power, and everything was upgraded in that weird Satan ritual or whatever. Guess I'm just very good at calculating shit now, he thought with positive surprise. Another interesting part was that Kyle wasn't even looking at the equation anymore. The entire thing was just in his head. He remembered everything. Wow, I'm like, super smart now, he thought. Kyle went to the next set of numbers and just solved them. It's actually not that complex. The numbers barely interact with the variables. I can solve all the numbers without looking at the variables. After around a minute of solving calculations, Kyle was left with a simple equation. X plus 4 equal y plus 4, he thought. Isn't that just x equal y? All that shit just for x equal y. Kyle recalculated everything and came to the same conclusion. X equal y, that was it. Kyle thought as he saw something new in the fire. It was just a diagonal line. The equation had vanished and he could only see the line now. What? How does that work? Fucking magic land, I swear. Also, why is that shit written in American? Isn't this supposed to be magic land with magic-ass sandspeak? He just looked at the line for a couple more seconds. I guess that's the answer. Kyle scratched his head a bit more before jumping out of the pit. He calmly walked over to the plate and put his finger on the bottom left corner. The plate was made of some kind of sand that mostly stayed in place. Then Kyle just moved his finger from the bottom left corner to the top right corner. A second later, the gate started to shake before opening. Guess that was the answer. It's easier than expected, he thought. Congratulations, entrant number 69, the golem said. Kyle kept his fresh and original joke to himself. You may proceed to the last trial, the golem finished. 11 people have undertaken the fourth trial and 2 passed. You are the third. 11, wasn't it 14 earlier? Kyle thought. Then he remembered the 15 gates and 7 exits. Guess 3 people chose incorrectly during the preparation. Dumbfucks, Kyle thought with a prideful smirk. Also, 9 out of 11 people failed the fourth trial. Were they also allergic to math? Kyle looked back at the fire, and his newly improved smarts made some connections. Instinctually, Kyle just spun his hammer once in the air before catching it again. The fire was pretty toasty, but I could bear it. My body is pretty strong, and I needed to enter the fire to see the numbers. Everyone else probably also needed to enter the fire. What if it was much hotter for them because their bodies were weaker? I mean, if I couldn't enter the fire, I might not have seen the entire equation. I saw a couple of numbers jumping around, but that was it. Also, how did I even see the numbers? Do they just appear in the air? As Kyle looked at the flames, he saw a very noticeable diagonal line hovering in the middle of it. Despite no longer being inside it, he could see the line clearly. How did I miss that the first time? It's super obvious. The soul improves one's connection to the world or some shit like that, right? Is my soul the reason why I can see the numbers? Also, I'm a bit hungry now. As far as I know, my hunger is related to my ether storage or something like that. I would assume the ether in my center improved my defenses to fire and I used up a bit. Then Kyle thought about the last part of the fourth trial, the equation. How do you even calculate 18 to the power of 7 in your head? Big brain is big important for this trial. Slowly, a picture emerged in Kyle's mind. Someone with a weak body and center couldn't enter the fire at all. Someone who strengthened one of these 2 parts could probably stay in the fire for a bit. Someone with a weak soul probably wouldn't even have seen the numbers. And someone with a weak mind wouldn't have been able to solve the equation. It needed at least 3 of the 4 aspects of power. If I had something to write, I might have been able to solve the equation with my old brain. If I only strengthened one part of my body or center, I might have been able to slowly decipher the numbers while jumping in and out of the fire. Only the 6 regular career paths and the all-rounder path are correct. I would think that the 2 people who passed before me improved their souls and either their bodies or centers. Body and soul would be a paladin. Center and soul would be conjurers, beast tamers, priests, and all that shit, or they were like me and just chose everything. Kyle looked at the hallway leading to the last trial. Well, I got to the last trial. I just have to get through that and I will be done. I did way better than expected, although the trial was also easier than expected. Some mining, a quick fight, some more mining, some toasting in the fire. Wonder what the last trial will be, Kyle thought as he stepped into the hallway. Kyle walked through the hallway and entered the next hall. Although calling it a hall was not really accurate. It was just a room with a gigantic hole in the middle. However, there was still a golem in this room. Welcome to the last trial, entrant number 69, the golem said. You are the second entrant who came this far. Wait a second, Kyle said. Shouldn't I be the third? 3 entrants, including you, have passed the fourth trial. 2 entrants, including you, are eligible to undertake the last trial, the golem answered. What happened to the last guy? Kyle asked. Did he have a heart attack on his way here or something? Entrant number 5 succumbed to their burns, the golem said as it pointed to a mining weapon lying beside the hole. Yikes, Kyle thought. Guess I was right with that not everybody can enter the fire. They probably thought that there would be some medicine here or something. Instead, the golem just watched them die. Sucks to be you, couldn't be me. Alright, what do I have to do? Kyle asked. You must retrieve the inheritance crystal, the golem said. The inheritance crystal is at the end of the path of inheritance. Kyle pointed at the hole. Is that the path of inheritance? The hole leads to the path of inheritance. You must undergo several tests of your body, center, mind, and soul on the path of inheritance. Everything on the path of inheritance is your enemy. Reach the inheritance crystal and become the true inheritor of Lord Theodore. May your wisdom and strength guide your path, the golem explained. Damn, this golem is much nicer than the other ones, Kyle thought. Guess I earned some politeness. Alright, Kyle said before looking into the hole. It was quite deep. That's like 50 feet, Kyle thought nervously. How am I supposed to get down there without dying? Kyle asked. There will be no more hints. You are on your own, the golem answered evenly. Kyle walked around the hole for a while, trying to find a way down. However, there was nothing to hang on to. Just when he feared that he had to jump down, he saw a tiny hole in one of the walls of the hole. Oh, Kyle shouted as he looked at his hammer. Guess that's how the other entrant got down there. Kyle grabbed his hammer and rammed its pick into the wall below him. The pick sank deep into the wall and Kyle looked at it nervously. Hope this holds. Then he climbed down his hammer. His body hung from the wall of the massive hole, and Kyle felt cold sweat running down his back. He carefully squeezed his hand into the hole, the hammer. CRK fuck, the edge Kyle had grabbed fell off. The wall was not nearly as stable as it looked. Fuck, F-U-C-K. Kyle thought as he saw the approaching ground. Just break your legs. As long as you can find some food, you can heal. Kyle gritted his teeth. The ground approached. Bang, Kyle landed on the ground with his feet and the surroundings quaked. Am I still alive? Kyle thought as he opened his eyes to look at the damage. He found himself squatting on the ground. When he saw that, he blinked a couple of times. He touched his bent legs a bit. Feels fine. Then he slowly stood up. His knees cracked a bit while straightening, but that was it. I guess I'm. Bang, something hard hit the top of Kyle's head and he fell over. He clutched the top of his head as he groaned in pain. F-U-C-K, this fucking H-U-R-T-S. He felt something wet on his hand and looked at it. Blood, I'm fucking bleeding. Did my brain damage worsen? The next moment, Kyle felt his scalp moving and vibrating. The wound was quickly closing up and Kyle grew a bit hungrier. Well, it stopped hurting and I'm still alive. Kyle looked at the thing that had nearly killed him just now. His own fucking hammer. This fucking thing was stuck in the wall, but when Kyle landed on the ground, the vibrations had loosened it and it fell. Fucking God. If I died to my own hammer, I would be more pathetic than the guy who died of his burns. A moment later, Kyle noticed something else. What are you looking at? He asked the skull, who looked at him with a toothy grin. You fucking died to your burns like a loser. I'm still alive compared to you. This was the entrant who had died of their burns. Most likely, the golem had just pushed the remains into the hole with a broom or something, or they just committed suicide. Dying to burns was probably worse than falling to death. Eventually, Kyle calmed down and grabbed the weapon of his near-doom. You know, Kyle said to his hammer, I was annoyed that you were this light earlier, but now I'm happy that you're not obese anymore. He swung his hammer over his shoulders. Well, I'm gonna turn you into a fat and heavy fuck real soon. Just gotta find some more. Kyle looked around and saw the entrance to a long cave. Compared to the hallways of the trial, this cave was created naturally and had uneven walls. Shouldn't be too difficult to find some more here. Kyle stepped through the entrance and followed the cave. The cave angled downward, and after a couple of minutes of walking, Kyle entered an opening in the cave. More choices, Kyle said as he looked at the 3 tunnels in front of him. Also, I told you so, he added as he saw the ore growing on the walls of the tunnels. Still feels weird to say that ore grows, but hey, magic land. One tunnel had a couple of crystals of spirit spring ore growing on them. Another tunnel was covered with basic mage stone. The last one was covered in an unknown black ore. Kyle looked at the spirit spring ore. You know, I'm quite hungry. I could use some spirit spring ore. Kyle looked at the spirit spring ore with desire. He really wanted that juicy stone. I fucking hate this. There's some delicious stone juice right there, but I can't go there. This sucks, Kyle grumbled in his thoughts. While the spirit spring ore was tempting, Kyle knew what spirit spring ore represented. Spirit spring ore only grows in areas with powerful and abundant wildlife. For spirit spring ore to grow, it needs at least one ferocious beast. Pretty sure I will meet that beast if I go down that route. Then Kyle looked at the unknown black ore. I have no idea what that is. I've never seen it before. It can probably strengthen my hammer if I strike it a couple of times. But oh well, I ain't going down an unknown path. Fucking anything could be there. Lastly, he looked at the tunnel littered with basic mage stone. This is a rank E ore, which means it's the lowest ore that has ether. If anything is down that path, it can't be too powerful. Kyle walked down the path with the basic mage stone. Time to bully something weak, assuming something's actually there. Bang, holy, Kyle shouted and jumped forward before turning around. A wall of stone had appeared behind him, blocking his way back. I fucking knew it. Kyle shouted, aggressively pointing at the wall. He approached the wall and hit it with his hammer. Bang, that's not going to move, Kyle thought as he saw the pristine wall in front of him. Well, at least I chose correctly. I hope. Kyle walked over to the first basic mage stone and used his diffuser to disarm it. Then he easily pulled it off the walls. He took a bite from the basic mage stone and felt a bit of spice in his throat. This used to be stronger, he thought as he looked at the stone. Well, that just means I have to eat more. Kyle crushed the basic mage ore into small stones and ate one after the other. After a while, his hunger stopped bothering him, and he threw the basic mage ore against the wall. "WHO, yeah baby, that's the shit," he shouted, full of energy. Then he charged down the hallway. No reason to run from fate. I chose this path and now I have to walk it to the end. After a bit of running, Kyle reached the opening in the cave and what he saw made him smirk. It was a small golem. That looks just like that one golem from the second trial, he thought with confidence. The golem activated and bang who, Kyle shouted, his hammer scattering the golem across the wall behind it. During the second trial, he needed several strikes to kill the golem, but now it just exploded into pieces with a single strike. Even its golem core was scattered across the surroundings. You want more of this, Kyle shouted. Bang, the wall behind him closed. Shortly after, Kyle heard several sounds of things hitting the floor. As he looked around, he grew a bit nervous. That was a rhetorical question, he said nervously as he looked at the 20 golems that had just fallen from the ceiling. All of them pulled out their stone swords and looked at him. Kyle gulped. One of them was no problem. But 20. The golems charged forward, and they were not slow. They were probably as fast as an athlete. All of them just held their swords forward, ready to run Kyle through. Kyle jumped backward, gaining some space from them. Maybe they will crash into each other, he thought. Yet when he saw them entering into a perfect formation, that hope died. They were in a triangle formation. One was at the front, 2 were behind him, 3 were behind them, and so on. In total, there were 21 golems, and all of them pointed their swords at him. Very slowly, they advanced with disciplined steps. Kyle just kept his distance from them, but even after 30 seconds of avoiding them, their formation didn't show any cracks. These are fucking machines. I'm not going to outlast them. Kyle grew more nervous as he thought about a plan to attack. Yet no matter what plan he thought of, an army of swords would pierce him. Sure, his hammer was longer than their swords, and he could maybe poke one of them from a distance, but the others would definitely jump him. Additionally, he wouldn't be able to unleash a lot of power with such a strike. Maybe there's something they aren't programmed to deal with. Kyle jumped up, flying into the air to a height of almost 10 meters. That's a bit higher than I wanted, Kyle thought as he looked at the golems. Maybe they couldn't target things above them. The next moment, all the golems charged forward and formed a circle. Kyle's flying body was in the middle of that circle. A moment later, all the stone swords pointed at him as he fell. Why are you such a retard? Kyle asked himself in his mind. He fell uncontrollably, and the golems thrust their swords forward. Bang. The swords hit Kyle, and the power of the thrusts was so perfectly synchronized that he was slightly thrown upward again. Then the swords started to strike him rhythmically to unleash the most power possible. Fuck, this hurts. Stop poking me, Kyle thought. Kyle's clothing hadn't been damaged, and he only felt like someone had rudely poked him. There was no blood, but Kyle's bones felt a bit ouchy. Stop, Kyle shouted, swinging his hammer aimlessly. Bang. 3 of the swords turned into rubble together with the arms that carried them. The other swords poked Kyle to the side, and he managed to regain his footing. He inspected his body and found no damage besides his achy, breaky bones. He blinked a couple of times in surprise and looked at the advancing golems. Huh, he said, that's not as bad as I would have thought. Kyle puffed out his chest and waited. Bang, some swords poked his abdomen, and Kyle was pushed back a bit by the force. However, that barely hurt. Kyle's grin widened and he laughed. You can't hurt me, Jack, he said. He just watched the golems attacking him again, and then one of the swords filled his vision and pierced his left eye. Ah, fucking assholes, Kyle shouted as he jumped back, holding his left eye. Blood was coming out of his eye and it hurt like a motherfucker. Seriously, when will I stop getting cocky? Whenever I get cocky, some shit happens. I really gotta repair my brain damage. Maybe more of those drugs, stones will help. Kyle gritted his teeth as he glared at the golems with his healthy eye. He grabbed his hammer in one hand and charged forward, protecting his eyes with his left forearm. Several strikes hit him in the face, including his teeth, which also hurt a lot. Boo! Kyle swung his hammer, and the 3 golems at the front were splattered across the cave. He continued swinging his hammer, spinning once. Bang, but several swords poked him at the same spot in his back. Kyle lost his balance and fell over. Before the golems could follow up with more attacks, he scrambled away. Stop it. No spins, no fancy maneuvers, just strike them. Kyle shouted at himself in his mind. Something deep inside of Kyle complained. But that's boring. No, bad brain, Kyle shouted at the intrusive thought. Then he charged forward again. Several swords poked him, but this time he just swung his hammer back and forth. Bang, 3 golems exploded into pieces before another 4 exploded. Boom. The last 5 golems were picked up by Kyle's hammer and thrown across the room, their bodies exploding when they hit one of the walls. Kyle quickly looked around and found a couple of partially assembled golems trying to stand up. Bang, 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 he destroyed the golems, and finally there was silence. Kyle took a deep breath in frustration. Seriously, if I didn't have such a powerful body, I would have died. The only reason why I'm still alive is because it's almost impossible for them to hurt me. Kyle hit his head a couple of times. Stupid idiot, be smarter. Stop playing with your life all the time. A moment later, one of the walls opened, but before Kyle continued, he grabbed some of the golem cores and consumed them. His eye had already regrown, but Kyle wanted to get as much energy as he could. All right, he shouted, cleaning his mouth with his sleeve. Let's move on. Kyle ran through the next tunnel, and yet again he was put before a choice. He saw more spirit spring ore in one tunnel and immediately ruled that tunnel out. The other one was covered with soul flame, or mostly grows in hot areas that are adjacent to lava or natural gas. Well, I don't really have a choice. Kyle walked down the tunnel with the soul flame ore, and yet again the wall behind him closed. Instead of continuing, Kyle rammed his hammer into the soul flame, or the ether inside the ore vanished, and Kyle continued to the next one. After absorbing all the soul flame ore, his hammer had become a bit heavier. I can still swing it with one hand, but it's not as easy anymore. But that's a good thing. I want it to be heavy enough that I have to use both hands. A good hammer must have some oomph to it. As he continued going down the tunnel, he reached a hot lake made of magma. That looks hot, Kyle thought, looking at the brightly shining lake. On the other side of the lake was another tunnel, probably the exit, so you're saying I have to get over there somehow. Bit far in it, he thought, looking at the other side, which was about 20 meters away. I could try jumping, but I'm not sure if I can jump that far. Also, if I slip, I'm just fucked. Kyle scratched his head before crouching down and extending his hand towards the magma. Maybe it wasn't that hot. As Kyle's hand came closer, it warmed quite a bit. Just being near the magma was already hotter than being inside the flame of the fourth trial. When Kyle's finger touched the magma, he immediately pulled it back. Ouch, fuck, that's hot, he shouted, quickly rubbing his hand against his clothing. Bang! While Kyle was dealing with his finger, a big hand made of magma stretched out of the lake. The hand grabbed Kyle's left arm, which started to burst into flames. In a panic, Kyle just swung his hammer at the arm. CRK, the pick of the hammer rammed into the arm as it tried to pull him into the magma. Kyle fought against the pull as well as he could, but the pull was strong. However, a moment later, his hammer began to shine and the pull weakened. The next moment, a maw filled with magma teeth appeared in the lake of magma. It released a voiceless scream, and then it dispersed. Kyle quickly pulled his hand out of the grip and jumped back. Whoa, whoa, he shouted as his hammer pulled him further back. Kyle used both of his arms to steady the hammer and looked at it with surprise. Then he looked back at the quiet lake of magma. Was that some kind of ore creature, he thought. He looked back at his heavy hammer. My hammer absorbed a lot of ether just now and became quite heavy. I don't think I can swing it with one hand anymore. Also, what the fuck was that thing? The burns on Kyle's wrist had already healed by now, and he just looked wearily at the lake. Wait a second, he said. Did the magma become dimmer? Kyle watched for a minute, and sure enough, he saw the magma slowly darkening. He carefully moved his arm to the magma and touched it. It was still quite hot, but it wasn't as hot as earlier. Guess it was that weird ore creature that made this magma lake. Kyle waited for around 10 minutes. The magma was still way too hot for any normal human to withstand, but Kyle was not a normal human. He carefully stepped onto the surface and didn't sink. His feet felt like they were barefoot in the desert, but as long as he walked quickly, it would be fine for a while. The next moment, he quickly tiptoed over the magma lake and reached the other side without any incidents. He threw one last glance at the dark lake of magma. Well, time to continue. After a while, Kyle reached another intersection. You really want to push me down the Spirit Spring Ore tunnel, huh? He thought as he looked at the tunnel covered with Spirit Spring Ore. However, he just ignored that tunnel again. Well, guess I'm stuck with the mysterious black ore this time, Kyle thought as he looked at the only other available tunnel. He shrugged and walked down the tunnel with the black ore. This time, he wasn't surprised when the wall closed behind him. Before focusing on the ore, Kyle took a peek around the bend to see what was waiting for him. When he saw a dead end, he blinked a couple of times in surprise. That's bad, right? He thought. He walked to the dead end and touched it. Seems to be made of the same kind of stone as the closing walls. Not sure if I can get through that. Well, I should look at the black ore first. Kyle walked back and approached the first crystal of black ore. Let's see what you do. Kyle rammed his hammer into the ore. Boom. And the ore exploded, throwing Kyle against the wall behind him. His head once again met stone, but Kyle was too disoriented to care about that right now. His ears were ringing and he just tried to look around. The explosion had made quite a sizable hole in the wall, revealing more stone. Kyle sighed once and stood up. Gotta be more careful. Next, Kyle slowly touched the ore and used his soul to investigate it. Cold sweat ran down his back when he felt its power. I think my hammer absorbed most of its ether before it exploded. If that thing explodes right in front of me with its full power, I will probably get severely injured. Note for the future, investigate new ore before blindly striking it. You have a strong soul for a reason. Kyle carefully inspected the ore, making sure that he didn't do anything to make it explode. The more he felt it, the more it felt like a bomb ready to go off. Maybe this is like basic mage stone. Let's try the diffuser. Kyle carefully moved backward and slowly moved his diffuser to the ore. Careful, he thought with closed eyes. Boom. The ore exploded as soon as the diffuser hit it. While the hammer hadn't absorbed any of its ether this time, Kyle had been almost 2 meters away from it and had braced for an impact. He was thrown back by the explosion, but his arms protected his head. His ears rang again, and it took a while for him to recover. Ouch, he thought as he stood up again, his ears still ringing. Maybe I should use the compressor, he thought, retrieving another gadget. Boom. Once again, it exploded. Okay, you know what? Fuck this ore. This thing is way too aggressive and reminds me of my ex. Seriously, say one wrong thing and watch her scream at you for hours. Fuck this oar and fuck my ex. If you want to stick your dick in a meat grinder, you are free to take my words literally. But then Kyle got an idea. That could work. He carefully removed several pieces of the black ore and transported them to the dead end. When he saw the pile of 5 pieces, he gulped nervously. He put his hammer near the entrance and grabbed a 6th piece. Well, here goes nothing. Kyle pulled the ore over his head and threw it at the distant pile before jumping behind the bend. Boo! Kyle ducked for cover but was still thrown around. After some seconds, he came out of the rubble covering him, grabbed his hammer, and looked at the dead end. Are you fucking kidding me? He shouted as he saw the pristine dead end. The explosion hadn't even cracked it. As Kyle turned around, he stumbled over several pieces of rubble. Wait a second, he thought. If the dead end is still in one piece, why is there rubble? Kyle looked around and realized that the walls holding the black ore had crumbled. I guess these walls are not as hard as the moving ones, he thought. For the next minutes, Kyle tapped the walls. Oh, I get it. These are the same walls, but the black ore is pulling the ether out of them. The black ore is like a parasite. It drains all its surroundings of ether and stores it. That makes the walls weaker. Kyle carefully started to dig, making sure to remove the black ore with as much care as possible. Digging through these walls was relatively tough, but it was bearable. After around 30 minutes, Kyle saw light coming through a hole, and he knew that he found the other side. He made the hole wider and stepped through it. As he looked around, his brows rose. This time it's water, he thought as he looked at the lake in front of him. This lake was around 50 meters wide and around 10 meters deep. At the walls and floor of the lake were pieces of shining ore illuminating the lake and the cave. Oh hey, there are even fish. He thought as he saw a 30-centimeter long fish calmly swimming from one spot to another. Kyle looked at the other side of the lake. Yeah, I don't know how strong my body is, but I'm certain I can't cross that with a jump. So I'm supposed to swim, I guess. Kyle looked at the lake with brows furrowed in suspicion. That's too easy. It can't be that easy. A moment later, he approached the shore of the lake and carefully held his hammer in the water. One of the fishes swam over and circled the hammer. Oh, that's cute. Kyle moved his hand carefully to the fish. The fish looked at Kyle's hand. Snap, its mouth extended and clamped down on Kyle's hand. Fucking. Kyle shouted, jumping back. The fish broke skin and some of Kyle's blood fell into the river. In an instant, over 50 fish charged at the spot to frantically drink all of the blood. What are these? Magic piranhas. Then he looked at his left arm. The fish still clung to Kyle's arm. While it could break skin, it wasn't strong enough to tear Kyle's flesh off. In annoyance, he grabbed the fish's head and tore it off before stomping on its head to kill it. His injuries healed pretty quickly, and Kyle held the squished corpse up. Then he threw it into the lake with annoyance. All the fish ravenously devoured it. It was gone in literally 2 seconds. Of course it wouldn't be this easy. Kyle looked around the shore for a hint. How was he supposed to swim through this fucking lake? Sure, one fish could only draw some blood, but 50 of them would make him bleed out. After a bit of looking around, Kyle spotted something interesting. A book. There was a book lying near the shore. He walked over and inspected it. Minor Frost, he read in confusion. He opened the book and started to read it. It's a fucking spell book, and Minor Frost is the name of the spell, Kyle thought as he became more anxious. Am I supposed to freeze the lake and walk across it? I have no idea if I'm smart enough to cast spells. Kyle attempted to read the book, but just the first 3 pages confused him. Moving ether, transforming ether. How am I supposed to do that? I don't know how to transform my ether, and this fucking book just keeps saying that I should transform it without telling me how to do it. Kyle realized that the book was not for beginners. Understanding this book required a basic understanding of spell casting. He read further, and the following pages just became even more confusing. He was assaulted with words he didn't know. Sure, he knew how to speak Sandspeak, but these were specific phrases referring to the process of spell casting. He understood the words, but he didn't know what they meant. He tried to understand the book for about an hour, then for another hour, and another one. Nope, he thought, slamming the book shut. I don't even understand the first 3 pages. This is not going to work. Helplessly, he looked at the lake. How am I supposed to cross this? There are no materials to make a raft, and there's also no ore around that I can use. Maybe I should try fishing. Kyle carefully held his hammer in the water. Some fish arrived and circled it. Bang, Kyle tried to hit one of the fish, but they quickly evaded. When he held his hammer into the water again, they didn't approach. He narrowed his eyes. Then he used the pick of his hammer to create a small wound in his finger. Kyle let the blood drip into the water, and the fish immediately arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Kyle managed to squash 3 of them, but the others immediately retreated when they noticed the danger. The 3 corpses of the fish floated near the shore. None of the other fish dared to eat them. Kyle grabbed the 3 corpses and ate one of them. Tastes pretty good, he thought, swallowing the fish. I get why they eat each other. With just 1 fish, Kyle's hunger was satiated. They have quite a lot of ether. For a while, Kyle just looked at the lake with annoyance. I've lived in California all my life. I'm not good at fishing. What would my redneck brothers do? Then Kyle blinked a couple of times as an idea came to him. He ran into the tunnel he had just come from. A minute later, he returned with the smallest piece of black ore he could find. With a smirk, he grabbed one of the squashed corpses and shoved the black ore into it. The piece was still quite big, and the fish broke in a couple of places. Supper's served, Kyle shouted as he threw the fish into the middle of the lake. In an instant, all the fish gathered to consume the corpse. B.O.O. A fountain of water exploded into the air, and Kyle laughed loudly. Yeah, that's what you get. Fuck you. The next moment, he saw pieces of about 20 corpses rising to the surface. Kyle wasn't sure if he had ever been this proud of himself. Yeah, fuck them fish. He grabbed another piece of ore and put it into the other corpse he had available. He threw it into the pile of corpses and sat down near the shore. Nothing moved for a long time. After around 30 minutes, some fish gathered in the pile and started to carefully consume them. When nothing happened, all the fish came out of their hiding spots to partake in the feast. Most of the corpses had sunk to the ground already, but the fish focused on the floating ones. When all the floating ones were gone, the fish rapidly moved to the corpses on the bottom of the lake. Kyle grinned and waited. Silence. The lake shook. Time to go, Kyle thought as he jumped into the lake. He had culled the population quite a bit, and he had noticed that these fish were also very careful. Whenever anything happened, they fled. Kyle was sure that he hadn't gotten all of them, but they were most likely intimidated. As soon as he hit the water, Kyle started to sink rapidly. Fuck, I'm too heavy. He paddled crazily, trying to keep himself afloat despite the hefty weight of his hammer. He kicked the water below him and created immense splashes with his powerful body. Sadly, the swim progressed slowly since the majority of his power was focused downward. Yet for the entire minute the swim took, not a single fish bothered him. When he reached the other side, he breathed heavily and looked back. He saw several more corpses swimming on the surface now. In the end, Kyle just grinned. I don't need no spells. This was original redneck dynamite fishing. Kyle stood up and dried himself as much as he could before he continued. Let's see what comes next. He walked through the tunnel for quite a while before he saw another deep hole. He jumped into it and landed on the ground, then another hole, and another one, and another one. After nearly 20 holes, Kyle started to suspect that these holes would never end. How far down am I? Yet after the 30th hole, he saw a shining exit. He walked out, and when he saw the scenery in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. He was inside a gigantic cave, which was several kilometers wide, and in the middle of the cave was a city, or more precisely, the ruins of a former city. What the hell? The view was imposing and gorgeous. Right now, Kyle was on a small platform that was about 100 meters high. The cave itself was 300 meters high, and the ruins of the city had buildings that almost reached that height. The buildings were made of brown crystals, and in the middle of the city were the ruins of a spire that had been broken halfway up. Yet, even while broken, the base of the spire still almost reached the ceiling of the cave. The walls and ceiling of the cave were clean, and almost no minerals were growing anywhere. This is crazy, Kyle thought. An entire underground city. He wondered about the past of the city. That big tower is obviously broken, but it still almost reaches the ceiling. Does that mean that the city was once above the surface? Did the ground beneath them give way? But then, shouldn't everything be covered by rubble? I mean, there's a bunch of rubble from the buildings, but there are barely any stones from the actual cave or whatever. Kyle scratched the back of his head as he looked at the city. Guess this is where that inheritance crystal or whatever is. Kyle approached the edge of the platform and looked down. Oh boy, getting down there won't be easy. He looked for anything to land on, but there were no big footholds. The biggest footholds only had space for the tip of his feet or his fingers. How the fuck do I get down there? Guess I have to climb down, Kyle thought as he nervously looked at the rough wall below him. But how? I mean, I survived the fall through that one hole, but this is a couple of times higher. Kyle grabbed the edge and several stones broke off. The stones tumbled down into the city, yet Kyle just looked at the edge he had grabbed. This wall isn't nearly as hard as the other ones, he realized. I can probably create my own footholds. Then he got an idea, or I could just dig down. I'm a miner now, right? Might as well mine my way down. Kyle walked back from the edge and grabbed his hammer. Then he struck the ground right in front of him, stones exploding everywhere. The stone flew from the platform and into the city, creating a small shower of stones. Bang, bang, bang. Kyle kept striking the ground more. The broken stones hit him on their way out, but his body was strong enough to ignore the flying rubble. Within just a couple of minutes, Kyle had dug almost 10 meters down. But then one of the walls started to shake. With surprise, Kyle watched as the wall vanished. Oh, he thought as he saw one of the walls just falling backwards into the city. A 10-meter-long rock had fallen off the platform. Now Kyle was no longer in a hole, but in an opening. Boom! The gigantic stone landed at the edge of the city, destroying a house. Kyle just looked down with a bit of embarrassment. Whoops, sorry, mate, he thought. As Kyle looked down, he saw a couple of things jumping out of different houses and going to the place where the gigantic stone landed. He took a deep breath. Are these spitters? He thought. No, that's not completely correct. The things that had come out of the houses had the shapes of wolves, but there were a couple of differences. Instead of fur, they were covered in scales. Their tails were long, almost like the tail of an iguana, and their heads had a lot of teeth. It was almost like someone had created a hybrid of a Komodo dragon and a wolf. They were fast, agile, and had tons of power. There were over 10 of them, and they were scampering around the huge stone. Kyle didn't move. If he jumped out of his newly created ravine, they might hear him. However, that concern was unwarranted. They had already spotted him. The 10 or so scaly spitters all looked at him. Then a couple of them opened their mouths, and Kyle knew what was coming. Oh fuck, he thought as he quickly jumped out of his ravine, accidentally jumping 5 meters too high. Several fireballs flew out of the mouths of the scaly spitters and landed on different spots of the cliff. Stones flew everywhere, but Kyle managed to crawl back into the tunnel. Luckily, the wall hadn't closed behind him after he left earlier. He saw the platform in front of him shaking violently under the assault of the fireballs. Boom! One of them hit the edge of the platform, and an entire meter of it exploded off, stones scattering everywhere. Kyle started to sweat as he saw the destruction. These fuckers are stronger than regular spitters. After a couple of seconds, the explosion stopped. He waited for about half a minute. Are they done? Did they give up? He thought. He slowly crawled forward, afraid that he would be seen. Maybe they thought that Kyle had fled. Maybe they realized that they couldn't hit him due to the platform. As he silently and carefully approached the edge, Kyle heard the quiet sound of scraping stone. Just before he reached the edge, a scaly head popped out from the edge. It was the head of one of these scaly spitters. At this moment, the scaly spitters were climbing up the walls. These things exclusively lived underground, and they were excellent at climbing walls with their claws. When Kyle saw the head, his heart started to race. The scaly spitter opened its maw, ready to fire another fireball. Bang! No! Kyle shouted as he shoved his hammer into the scaly spitter's face, his push having enough force to throw the scaly spitter off the wall. The spitter fell away and lost all its grip on the wall. It fell towards the ground, spinning wildly. Boom! And died. Sure enough, not even these things could survive a fall from such heights. But then, Kyle saw several more heads popping out from the platform's edge. Ah, fuck, he thought as he ran back into the cave behind him. Kyle ran back into the tunnel, and the scaly spitters immediately started firing after him. Most of the shots hit the walls, but one of them hit his back. Kyle immediately let himself fall forward and rolled on the ground several times, extinguishing the flames. This strange maneuver also led to more fireballs missing him as they flew past him. He quickly scrambled back on his feet again, but his back was hurting. He had no idea how much damage the fireball did, but he could feel that it did something. Luckily, the tunnel wasn't completely straight, and the scaly spitters couldn't hit him anymore after a bit of running. Then Kyle saw a wall. For a moment, he despaired. Oh, right, hole, he remembered. He had jumped down a bunch of holes on his way here. As he reached the wall, he jumped upward with all of his power. Oh, fuck, he thought as he saw the rapidly approaching ceiling. Bang. He kicked the wall beside him, throwing him into the tunnel at the top of the hole. Bang, but he still hit his head on the ceiling and rolled on the ground a bit. Luckily, his body could withstand this abuse. After he stopped rolling, he quickly ran back to the entrance of the hole and looked down. He heard the distant scrambling of claws, and just a single second later, he saw the first scaly spitters stopping at the bottom of the hole. They immediately spotted him and jumped onto the wall. Their claws scrambled on the walls, but these walls were much harder than normal ones. Their claws couldn't find any hold on the walls, and they fell back down. When Kyle saw that, he grinned. "Can't climb this wall, huh?" he shouted. One of the scaly spitters jumped upward with all of its power, stopping just 5 meters before the edge of the hole. When Kyle saw the scaly spitter jump, he had become nervous, but when he saw it falling just short, he grinned again. But then the scaly spitter kicked one of the walls, extending its jump. Kyle's eyes widened once again as the scaly spitter shot right at him. "No," Kyle shouted, slamming his hammer into the scaly spitter. Bang, the scaly spitter hit the wall of the tunnel with a ton of force. Then it started to fall down again, completely limp. It was dead. Getting hit by such a gigantic and heavy hammer was devastating to many things, scaly spitters included. At that point, Kyle got an idea. He stepped back from the edge and pointed his hammer forward before pulling it back and holding it like a baseball bat. "I'll give you guys a load of freedom," he shouted as he waited. The next moment, he heard the sounds of kicking feet coming closer. He could tell that the scaly spitters were climbing the hole by kicking from one wall to the other repeatedly. Kyle's eyes widened in focus. The first scaly spitter jumped up. Kyle swung, and he hits it. Kyle shouted as his hammer hit the scaly spitter's torso. He put his left hand over his eyes as if he was watching a marvelous home run. Naturally, the scaly spitter's body just hit the wall and fell down. He readied his hammer again, and the next scaly spitter appeared. Boo! Kyle's hammer hit it, killing it as well. "Who?" he shouted. "Who is this player? 2 home runs in a row." But then the next one arrived way too quickly. Due to his posturing, Kyle hadn't managed to ready his hammer yet. The scaly spitter's mouth was already burning with a readied fireball. "No," Kyle shouted as the butt of his hammer hit the lower jaw of the scaly spitter. The scaly spitter's head angled upwards and its mouth closed. Boom. Kyle's eyes widened in surprise as the scaly spitter's mouth exploded, its force throwing the scaly spitter back into the hole. Kyle found the image quite funny since it looked like a jet engine had appeared in the scaly spitter's mouth, rapidly moving it into the hole. He didn't hear the sound of feet jumping from wall to wall yet, and he took advantage of this opportunity. Lunch break, Kyle thought as he grabbed some of the basic mage stone he carried in his pocket. Basic mage stone quickly turned to dust when properly mined, and eating a mouthful of sand was awkward. Because of that, Kyle just snorted the blue dust. A burst of energy went through his body, and his eyes turned red. When the sound of scrambling feet returned, Kyle readied his hammer again. "Keep me in, coach, I can still perform, I'm not doping," he thought. Bang, WHO, Kyle shouted, killing another scaly spitter. But then two additional ones appeared below the flying body of the first one. Both of them opened their mouths and jumped at him. Bang, Kyle kicked one of them away with his foot, but the other one landed on his body. It immediately bit into his neck, CRK, but Kyle had quickly pulled the hammer's hilt between the scaly spitter and his neck. The scaly spitter crunched down on the massive hilt, but it couldn't do anything to it. However, its scaly feet kept scratching Kyle as it tried to move forward. These scratches enraged Kyle. "Oh, you wanna eat me," he thought. He aggressively grabbed the scaly spitter and easily threw it against the wall beside him. Then he roughly grabbed its head and shoulder, keeping them in place. Finally, he bit into its neck. Blood exploded into Kyle's face as he tore a huge chunk out of its neck. By now, it was more than clear that Kyle's body was significantly stronger than the scaly spitter's bodies. When he tasted the blood, Kyle gained another burst of energy and tore the scaly spitter apart. Its head was torn off its body. The head rolled into the tunnel while the body fell back into the hole. With bloodshot eyes, Kyle looked at the hole. Playtime's over. No more silly Kyle. He pulled his hammer forward and jumped down the hole. 3 scaly spitters were at the bottom of the hole. When they saw Kyle jumping down, they shot their fireballs at him. One of them hit him while one grazed him. His body started to burn, but Kyle just focused on the scaly spitters. He had been hit by several fireballs before. This was nothing new to him. Boo! As he landed, his hammer completely obliterated one of them, blood flying everywhere. One of the scaly spitters immediately jumped at Kyle, who glared at it. He grabbed it out of the air by the throat and swung it around to hit the other one. The 2 scaly spitters hit each other, breaking several of their respective bones. Kyle spotted another 2 spitters in the tunnel. One of them immediately turned around and scrambled away. The other one seemed to be frozen in fear. Kyle charged forward, bang, and hit the frozen scaly spitter against the wall with his hammer. Then he ran down the tunnel. "Get back here," he shouted angrily. Kyle slowly gained ground during the chase, but just when they reached the half-destroyed platform, the scaly spitter quickly scrambled over the edge. "Oh no, you don't," Kyle shouted, lifting his hammer and striking the ground in front of him with his full power. Boo! The entire platform shook and the front of it completely collapsed. The scaly spitter lost its hold and started to fall. It fell for several seconds. However, it didn't hit the ground. Almost all of Kyle's aggression and energy vanished when he saw a hulking behemoth catching the scaly spitter's body out of the air. This thing was made of black stone, but it didn't look like a golem. It somehow looked natural. That thing was almost 3 meters high and had 2 hulking and muscular arms that were almost as tall as itself. It looked like a cross between a huge gorilla and a stone. The scaly spitter was scrambling in the behemoth's hand, who just slowly moved it closer to look at it. The next moment, the scaly spitter turned its head to the behemoth's head and shot a fireball right at its face. Boom! A wave of fire washed over the behemoth's head, but when the fire vanished, the behemoth hadn't even flinched or reacted. It just kept looking at the scaly spitter. Finally, it slowly moved the scaly spitter to its head. It calmly opened its mouth and bit the scaly spitter's head off. It slowly crunched on the head a couple of times before swallowing and taking another huge bite of the corpse. Then, its head slowly turned to look at the distant Kyle on the platform. Right now, the behemoth was standing at the edge of the city, below the platform, while Kyle was on the platform. Kyle's hair stood on end as he watched the behemoth slowly and calmly chewing on the scaly spitter. A moment later, it slowly moved one of its arms to touch the wall of the platform. CRKSH. It easily tore a huge chunk out of the wall and moved it to the side. Then it moved its arm higher and tried to grab the wall, but it just broke into pieces again. This thing is trying to climb up, Kyle realized. Luckily, it's far too heavy. The wall immediately collapses as soon as it puts a bit of weight on it. The walls of the platform were not nearly as hard as the walls inside the inheritance tunnel. After a bit of calmly trying to climb, the behemoth crouched. Boom! And jumped with all of its power. Its speed was tremendous, and Kyle saw it coming closer. "This fucker," he thought as he realized that the behemoth was actually going to manage to jump the 100 meters to the edge of the platform. 100 meters. This thing could jump 100 meters straight into the air. Kyle knew that this beast was unlike any he had ever seen before. Sure, Sulfur was stronger, but Sulfur was a golem. In a moment, Kyle realized one thing: ferocious beast. This had to be a ferocious beast, a beast of the second realm. These were the kinds of beasts that made spirits spring or grow near them. Kyle jumped back. The behemoth extended its hand towards him as it landed on the platform. Kyle's entire body bulged as he pulled his hammer back. Then he smashed his hammer at the approaching hand. Boom! The hand was thrown to the side, with several cracks on its surface. A moment later, as the behemoth properly landed on the platform, everything below it crumbled. The platform couldn't withstand the behemoth's weight, and the behemoth fell down, surrounded by rubble. The behemoth fell for several seconds, and hit the ground while being pelted by big rocks. Kyle looked at the distant behemoth with anxiety. When he had struck the hand, it had felt massive. It was so insanely heavy. Moment later, the rubble moved, and the behemoth slowly climbed out of the stone heap. It looked up at Kyle again, making his heart race. Then it slowly looked at its hand. There were several cracks on it. For several seconds, it just looked at its hand. Following that, it threw another glance at Kyle. Finally, it just grabbed the half-eaten scaly spitter corpse and resumed eating. Kyle breathed heavily as he saw the behemoth slowly chomping down on the corpse. When it was done, Kyle could see its hand again. The cracks were gone. It looked once more at Kyle. They looked at each other for several seconds. The behemoth turned around and slowly walked back into the city. Kyle watched it walk away, relief washing over him. Guess I'm too troublesome, he thought as he sighed in relief. He watched it for a while. Kyle saw it stopping in the middle of a clearing inside the ruins. The next moment, it lowered its stance and compacted itself. When it finally stopped moving, it looked exactly like a big boulder. This thing is camouflaging as a stone, Kyle thought nervously. Luckily, I know where it is and what it looks like. But then Kyle noticed something horrifying. There were several boulders strewn throughout the ruins that looked exactly like this one. They all had the same color and same shape. Kyle took a deep breath. Fuck this trial. Me and all my homies hate this trial. Kyle took a bite off a bloody, scaly spitter leg as he looked at the city from his platform. He had been thinking about how to get through this place without alarming one of the behemoths. How am I supposed to get through there without being squashed? I hit one of the behemoth's hands with my hammer, and it just caused a couple of cracks. If the platform didn't collapse beneath it, it could just extend another hand and grab me. Then what? These things are out of my leg. I mean, I could jump from building to building, but I'm not exactly silent with this heavy-ass hammer. While Kyle had been watching the city, he had seen more of the scaly spitters scampering about. Naturally, the ones he had fought were not the only pack. How are they doing it, he thought. Whenever any of the scaly spitters spotted one of the rocks, they carefully and silently walked around it from a distance. As soon as they were outside the rock's vicinity, they continued running normally. Seems like as long as you don't aggro them, they don't attack. Are they herbivores? Kyle remembered how the behemoth bit the head off the scaly spitter. Omnivore, what if they are just bears? If it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, good night. They are black. The behemoth also moved very slowly. It only moved very quickly when it jumped to me. Even when it tried to grab me, its hand moved slow enough for me to hit it. Are they like sharks? What if they are so heavy that moving quickly expends a ton of energy? Like sharks, they might only strike if it's a weak target. The scaly spitters obviously live in this city. If they can live here, it means they have a way to avoid the behemoths or even escape from them. If all the behemoths move as fast as the first one during the jump, these scaly spitters would have no way of running away. That was far too fast, and yet they are still here. Kyle took another bite off the leg. After thinking for a couple more minutes, Kyle ruffled his hair in frustration. Thinking won't solve shit. I have to get through this city. He looked at the big spire. I'll bet my ass that the inheritance crystal is in that big thing. Kyle slowly stood up. No point in thinking more about this. I'll just have to bite the bullet and jump right in. He took a deep breath and looked over the edge. The shower of fireballs in the behemoth had transformed the relatively smooth wall into an uneven one. It was no longer really difficult to climb down. Kyle just needed to jump from one broken crack to the other. Over the next 2 minutes, Kyle slowly climbed down the wall, and finally, he landed on the outskirts of the city. He looked at the gigantic rock beside him. This was the rock that had crushed the house and attracted the scaly spitters. There were a couple of blood splatters around this place from the scaly spitter corpses. Of course, the corpses were no longer there since the behemoth snacked on them. Kyle took a deep breath and carefully walked into the city. He approached the first ruin and climbed over it. None of the behemoths were close to this place, but Kyle was still careful. Slowly, he thought as he snuck to the other side of the ruin. The ruins were completely silent, eerily silent. Kyle quickly scampered across the street and hid inside a broken house. But then the house started to shake, and he very quickly saw the reason. There was a gigantic black boulder in the middle of the destroyed house. Of course, the boulder moved. Its arms moved to the side, and its dead eyes looked straight at Kyle, who was just a couple of meters in front of him. Kyle's heart beat in his ears. If it's black, fight back. If it's black, fight back. Kyle readied his hammer and looked right at the behemoth. The behemoth looked at Kyle. Then it slowly extended its hand to him. Boom! Kyle struck the ground in front of the hand with all of his power, creating a huge hole. The hand stopped. The two of them looked at each other, and Kyle slowly took 2 steps back. The behemoth didn't move. Suddenly, Kyle heard something heavy moving behind him. He quickly turned around and saw another behemoth standing a couple of meters behind him. If it's black, fight back. Kyle lifted his hammer again and struck the ground again with full force. The second behemoth also just looked at Kyle. It didn't attack. Then Kyle heard more rumbling. Several more behemoths slowly walked out of different houses and streets looking at him. In just half a minute, there were over 10 of them, and they were all silently staring at him. Kyle slowly kept backing away, but they were everywhere around him. While they were not directly surrounding him, there was basically at least one in every direction. Sweat ran down Kyle's back as he tried to think of a way out. They have different sizes. The biggest ones are almost 15 feet tall, while the smallest ones are only about 7 or 8 feet. They don't want to fight me yet since I'm too troublesome, but one of them might think that it's a good idea to test the waters if I don't keep intimidating them. Kyle carefully walked to one of the smaller ones. The smaller one also just looked at Kyle. He was barely 2 meters away from it and slowly tried to walk past it. The other behemoth slowly followed him. When Kyle arrived beside the smaller behemoth, it suddenly moved its arm to him. His hair stood on end, and Kyle readied his hammer. He struck the hand on its huge palm, and this time he used the pick instead of the flat end. Crack, the pick entered the palm and got stuck halfway in. Surprisingly, no blood came out of the wound. It was almost like these behemoths were made of pure stone. The next moment, Kyle felt his hammer getting heavier, and the arm of the behemoth crumbled into stone. The smaller behemoth quickly jumped up and landed quite a distance away, its speed nothing to scoff at. From over 10 meters away, it looked at Kyle. Then it started to rumble, creating a deep reverberating sound. It sounded almost like a tunnel that was about to collapse. A moment later, the other behemoths also started to rumble, filling the entire city with the sounds of deep rumbling. Kyle did not like that sound at all. Suddenly, Kyle saw one of the behemoths jumping up. It was jumping right at him. Kyle scampered to the side. Boo! The place where he had just been exploded in a shower of ruined fragments and stone. The landing behemoth stretched its arm at Kyle, but he just ran out of its reach. The rumbling intensified, and Kyle saw more of the behemoths jumping up. They were attacking. Kyle quickly ran from side to side as he continued down the streets. The behemoths were jumping in a steep arc of at least 60 upwards. They are made for vertical movement, Kyle realized. They can move rapidly up and down, but they are slow when moving from side to side. They are like toads or frogs. Their arms are slow, but their legs have a lot of power that allows them to jump really high. That's how the scaly spitters can survive here. Kyle avoided another landing behemoth. More and more of them were slowly walking out of the houses. One after the other, they jumped at him. Kyle was running as fast as he could, but all of them quickly caught up. Their speed was higher than Kyle's, but their trajectories were predictable. Despite their weight, gravity had a fixed acceleration. The further they wanted to move, the higher they needed to jump, which meant it took a longer time for them to land. Boom. Behemoth landed right in front of Kyle and extended its arm to him. Instead of striking the arm, Kyle jumped to the side into the open door of a house. The gigantic arm tore the wall into pieces, and Kyle quickly ran into the house. He searched for a window, but there were none. Don't have time. Kyle held his hammer in front of him and ran into the wall. Boom. The wall exploded outward, and Kyle stumbled over the undamaged wall near the bottom. He scrambled on the ground before he continued running. Boom. The house behind him exploded as a behemoth landed right on it. Kyle just kept running, and soon more behemoths appeared. It was like a shower of meteors was trying to crush him, and Kyle had to avoid every single one of them. The streets around Kyle exploded as more and more behemoths landed near him. Through sheer luck and dexterity, Kyle managed to avoid every single one of them. He kept running, and eventually he saw a huge set of stairs. These steps led right into the destroyed spire. Kyle ran up the stairs as he avoided more of the landing behemoths. After half a minute of avoiding death several times, Kyle reached the huge open gate of the spire. At that moment, the entire city started to shake. The behemoths that were in the air landed, and the ones on the ground didn't jump anymore. The entire city had become silent again, except for the overpowering rumbling sound. When Kyle felt the rumbling, he immediately discerned 3 things. First, this rumbling was the same kind of rumbling the other behemoths emitted earlier. Second, it was much more powerful than their rumbling. And third, it came right from the spire. Kyle watched as all the behemoths stopped moving, looking at the spire. The rumbling vanished after a couple of seconds. And the behemoths very slowly backed away from the spire, but they only retreated to the bottom of the steps before stopping. From there, they just looked at Kyle. Over 20 behemoths were waiting at the bottom of the steps for Kyle. Naturally, they wanted to kill him. One of their young just wanted to play, but this guy had destroyed its arm. They were furious, and they wanted revenge. They would wait for Kyle to come out of the spire, or for him to enter the spire. Both options would lead to the same outcome. Kyle couldn't be sure what the behemoths were thinking, but he could tell one thing. They were angry. They hated him. These fuckers had probably just been curious. Then I attacked them like the dumbass I am. Kyle took a deep breath as he watched the behemoths near the bottom of the stairs. Then he looked into the dark interior of the spire. Yeah, I'm fucked, aren't I? Based on the intensity of the rumbling earlier, their leader is probably in there. I can't even kill one of the normal ones. How am I supposed to deal with their leader? Kyle sat down at the entrance of the spire. The behemoths just kept watching him. Kyle waited for a couple of minutes, but the behemoths didn't move. It was like they had all the time in the world. What am I supposed to do? If I run out, I will die. Let's be real, I survived all of that due to sheer luck, and even if I am lucky again and reach the entrance of the tunnel, I would need to climb back up. While they are slow horizontally, they are brutally fast vertically. I will be captured immediately. There's no way out, and if I just wait here, I will starve. Kyle took a deep breath and sighed. Then he absent-mindedly looked into the spire. That was when he saw something. Oh, so that's where you ended up, Kyle thought as he looked at the old skeleton. A small mining weapon was lying right beside the skeleton. Well, seems like we're in the same boat. Kyle lamented his current situation for a couple more minutes. Then he stood up and put his hammer over his shoulder. However, he quickly realized that his hammer had become uncomfortably heavy. Carrying his hammer like this hurt quite a bit, and Kyle decided to carry it in his hands. He had become quite hungry by now since he had been using so much ether, and carrying this hammer did not make things easier. If he were at his peak, his hammer would have just the right weight, but he wasn't. When Kyle saw the huge winding staircase going upward, he sighed. Eventually, he started climbing the stairs. He didn't say or think anything during the climb. He knew that he wasn't getting out of this situation. The winding staircase was unreasonably long, and he kept climbing for several minutes. After about 100 meters, he reached the second layer of the spire. There were many strange, broken, and old machines in there. They probably all used to have a purpose, but right now they were just unusable junk. Kyle just sighed again before he continued ascending the winding staircase. He reached the third layer and saw a bunch of dull crystals on different pedestals. When he saw that, he became a bit hopeful. Kyle grabbed one of them and tried to eat them. Maybe he could increase the power of his body. However, the crystals were unreasonably hard. He had never come into contact with anything that was this hard. BOOM. He struck the crystal with his hammer, but it was like diamond. It didn't react at all, but that didn't actually matter. Even if he managed to turn the crystal into bite-sized chunks, it wouldn't do anything. Kyle's soul had long since told him that these crystals had no ether. They had probably once been filled to the brim with ether, but that was a long time ago. All the ether had dissipated with time. Demotivated, Kyle just looked at the dull crystals for a while. Eventually, he just sighed again. Time waits for no one, he thought as he approached the staircase again. Gotta die. He kept climbing the staircase for a while, and finally, he reached the last level. This was around 300 meters away from the bottom, which meant it was close to the ceiling of the cave. That was also where the spire broke off. When Kyle saw the third layer, he saw a black throne at the end. This was probably where the inheritance crystal used to be. Instead, there was something else. In the middle of the final layer was a gigantic boulder. It was almost 5 meters high. There was no doubt that this was a behemoth, and if it stood up, it would probably be 7 to 8 meters tall. However, its size was not the only thing that was different. Compared to all of the other behemoths, this one was completely white and was shining. A second after Kyle arrived, the hall started to shake and the boulder moved. Sure enough, it transformed into a hulking behemoth. This is not supposed to happen. Kyle was taken aback as a voice suddenly came out of the behemoth. However, it was not the behemoth that was shouting. Instead, something else from inside the behemoth was shouting. "You're one of my inheritors, right?" The voice shouted from the hulking behemoth. Kyle just wordlessly nodded. "This is not supposed to happen," the voice repeated. The fish pond and the climb down was supposed to be the last trial. Fiends were never part of this trial. Kyle watched the behemoth, or fiend, slowly turning towards him. "You can't defeat this. Run away and tell Sulfur. Tell him there are fiends in the city," the voice shouted. The fiend looked at Kyle silently. I can't," Kyle said quietly. "What are you doing? Run, I have no control over this thing," the voice from inside the fiend shouted. I would," Kyle said as he looked at the slowly approaching fiend. "But the outside has like 20 of them and they all want to kill me." 20. I knew I should have gotten rid of the ancestral stone spring. My entire inheritance crypt is ruined. RRRR. The next moment, the white fiend started to rumble aggressively. Kyle's hair stood on end as he looked at it. "What am I supposed to do?" he shouted. The voice didn't answer and the rumbling became more intense. "Hello, what am I supposed to do?" "I don't know, okay?" the voice shouted back. "You can't fight this thing." The next moment, the fiend jumped up. Kyle took a deep breath and jumped to the side. BOOM. The white fiend landed in the spot where Kyle had just been and moved its humongous hand to him. Kyle struck the hand with his pick with all of his power. Bang! The hand moved slightly to the side, brushing past Kyle. There was no damage on the hand, not even a single crack. The fiend's second arm moved to Kyle and Kyle jumped back. This strike had cost him a lot of ether and it achieved nothing. When the Orphean saw that Kyle was out of its reach, it readied itself for another jump. Kyle jumped to the side, boom. However, the Orphean landed quite far away from him. It wasn't targeting the spot where Kyle was currently, but the place where he could be. Cold sweat ran down Kyle's back. Eventually, the Orphean would guess the direction of Kyle's jump correctly, and then everything would be over. Kyle anxiously looked at the distant Orphean as it prepared for another jump. When it jumped, Kyle ran right towards it. He passed beneath it and avoided its jump. Then he looked at it again. "What are you doing?" The voice shouted again, exhausting it. "You fool. Orpheans don't run out of energy. You will starve before it gets winded." Kyle gritted his teeth as the Orphean turned towards him again. "Then what do you want me to do?" "Silence." "Thought so," Kyle grumbled. "Strongest hammer god, what the fuck do I do?" Kyle thought as he watched the Orphean preparing for another jump. This stupid fucking voice is no help at all. The only thing it can do is complain. Well, what am I supposed to do about this? This thing is far beyond my current level. Run away? Dude, there are so many more of these things out there. Kyle jumped to the side as the Orphean jumped once more. The Orphean landed almost perfectly beside him and extended its hand towards him. Bang! Kyle barely managed to move the hand away by striking it full force with his hammer. But then a second hand came, and Kyle fell on his ass. In one fluid motion, he rolled over his back and barely managed to avoid the hand. Then he scrambled onto his feet just when the Orphean was ready to jump again. Fuck this. Kyle immediately started to run towards the spiral staircase. The Orphean jumped and misjudged Kyle's trajectory, luckily. However, Kyle knew that his luck wouldn't hold on forever. Boom. The Orphean landed on top of the spiral staircase, but Kyle just barely managed to squeeze in. He lost his footing and tumbled down the stairs for a bit. Fortunately, his body was powerful enough to resist the tumble, and he managed to catch himself after a quick tumble. The entrance of the spiral staircase was over 10 meters wide. Obviously, the architect of this gigantic spire wanted it to be as imposing and grand as possible. Sadly, that was also how this Orphean managed to get up to the inheritance crystal. If you had just been a slight bit humbler, you wouldn't have been eaten by this fucking rock eater. Kyle looked at the Orphean, which looked back at Kyle. "Can't jump now, eh?" Kyle shouted with a smirk. "Guess landing on these stairs is difficult." "What are you doing?" the voice shouted. "Run, tell Sulfur there are Orpheans." "Dude, I literally just told you that there are like 20 of them out there." Kyle shouted back. 20. I knew I should have gotten rid of the ancestral stone spring. "My entire inheritance crypt is ruined," the voice shouted. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Didn't he say that exact same thing a couple of seconds ago? He thought in confusion. Once more, the voice shut up. The white Orphean just kept looking at Kyle, who looked back. This was troublesome. How was it supposed to get him? At that moment, the Orphean's brain had an idea. The next moment, the Orphean pulled its legs and arms in, turning back into a boulder. What's it doing? Kyle thought. Then the Orphean tilted forward and tumbled down the stairs. Fuck, Kyle thought when he saw that. He knew that this Orphean wouldn't be damaged by falling down the stairs. That weaker Orphean outside easily survived a fall from 100 meters. The only damage the Orphean could cause by tumbling down the stairs was flattening Kyle. "Run," the voice shouted. "Run," Kyle thought. At this moment, Kyle remembered all the movies he had seen about a big boulder following the hero. But running a boulder was impossible, despite what all the movies showed. This thing would pick up speed so fucking fast. The only thing Kyle could do was to jump into the middle of the level, which meant falling for about 90 meters, going splat. This thing was like a train. Train, Kyle thought. Then he got an idea. Train, bang. Kyle rammed the pick of his hammer diagonally into the outer corner of the spiral staircase. Naturally, this spire was ridiculously hard, and Kyle's hammer didn't even crack it. The next moment, Kyle ducked behind his hammer. This thing is round. Round things go in the square hole, and the square hole has plenty of space. The boulder ground against the walls of the spiral staircase. The walls and stairs shook. Then the lower left part of the boulder hit the corner of the hammer. The hammer was pushed back, and Kyle was pushed back with it. However, the kinetic force of the boulder also pushed the hammer into the staircase's corner. Each action had an equal and opposite reaction. The boulder jumped like a car that had hit a bump in the road, or like a train that had driven over a track with a steel ball on it. The boulder jumped over the hammer and over Kyle. It left the stairs, flying a bit over the open center. Then it entered the vicinity of the staircase again, but at a different angle. Bang! The boulder hit the walls and bounced off. Finally, it rolled over the edge of the staircase again and entered a freefall. Kyle rapidly stood up and ran down the stairs. The boulder was still falling, but Kyle knew that the Orphean wouldn't even receive a scratch from that fall. It kept falling, and landed on the second layer of the spire. It landed on one of the hard gems, and Kyle heard a cracking sound reverberating through the spire. Its weight, coupled with the hardness of the big and dull crystal, was enough to crack its armor. Naturally, as soon as the Orphean landed, its body lost its boulder shape. Right now, the Orphean laid on the floor with its belly pointing up. Kyle's mind was going wild. The Orphean's armor was cracked, but he couldn't see where it was damaged. From a height of about 70 meters, Kyle saw the Orphean slowly standing up. It hadn't looked at him yet. Kyle's entire body was heating up. He was afraid, but he was also excited. There was a chance, there was a tiny chance. Kyle started shaking as he gripped his hammer tightly. Fuck it, we ball or we die. There's no way out. Then Kyle jumped. Kyle fell. It was so high. He wasn't sure if he was going to survive that fall, but it was his only chance. He kept his hammer above him. The fiend stood up and looked around, disoriented. At that moment, Kyle saw it. Near its shoulder blades was a round indent filled with cracks. He kept falling. He was going so fast, the ground was approaching. Do it, kill it. Kyle swung his hammer with all of his power. The pick of the hammer perfectly hit the round indent. Boom. And the hammer exploded into pieces. All its gadgets scattered across the room. The pick cracked as well. The shaft broke into pieces. Bang, Kyle's legs hit the ground, breaking into splinters. Next, his hip broke into pieces. His spine broke in two just below his ribs. Kyle's body compressed as all the power of his fall came to a sudden stop. He was put back to the time when he had been kicked by those crooks in his apartment. It was like none of this was happening. It was like he was not inside his own body. It was like he was watching a video on the internet where someone died. It was so distant. He just looked upward, unable to move. There he saw the fiend. That's the craftsman's stone I made, he thought. The craftsman's stone was surrounded by bent scaffolding, which was supposed to keep it in place, and at the end was the pick, which was stuck inside the fiend's back. The fiend was still alive. Sure, the pick was quite deep inside, but even Kyle could survive such a wound. As expected, I was too weak, Kyle thought. The fiend moved and saw Kyle. Slowly, the fiend took hold of Kyle and lifted him. Welp, that's it. Kyle's life flashed before his eyes. His fucked mother, his fucked father, his drinking sprees in school, the countless basic bitches he had fucked. All of this just to escape his fucked childhood. Life was horrible. The only way Kyle could cope with life was by making constant jokes. Humor brightened one's day and distracted one from the cruel realities of life. Kyle's head approached the open maw of the fiend. Kyle's last thoughts perfectly showed his outlook on life. GG, go next. Bang, Kyle fell to the ground, surrounded by rubble. Huh, he thought as he looked up. The fiend looked at its arms, which had disintegrated into rubble just now. Then the pick and core of the hammer shone. The fiend's white luster was diminishing. The next moment, the fiend moved its other arm to Kyle, but before it could reach him, it also fell into pieces. Kyle was reminded of the young fiend he had hit with the pick. Its hand had also turned to rubble, and his hammer had become quite a bit heavier as a result. Fiends, Kyle thought with renewed hope. They are just ore, and my hammer can absorb ore to become stronger. At this moment, his hammer was growing stronger. Sure, the hammer was in pieces, but its core was still there. But it wasn't over yet, and Kyle knew that. It can only absorb a limited amount of ether. Additionally, all the components are scattered around, which means it can't completely disperse the ether. Kyle gritted his teeth. At this moment, he felt all the damage his body had accumulated. He was almost dead. He grabbed one of the stones and threw it into his mouth. The ether scattered through him, and his body started healing. However, recovery wasn't an instantaneous process. It would still take a while to recover. Nevertheless, the ether would heal the most devastating injuries. Naturally, his organs were bleeding, and he would die very soon. Of course, only scraps of ether were left in the scattered stones, but they were not completely devoid of ether. Crack! The next moment, one of the fiend's legs gave out, and it fell on top of Kyle. Kyle felt like a house had fallen on him. This thing was so fucking heavy. Luckily, its weight was somewhat dispersed. Nevertheless, Kyle's skull cracked, and he almost lost consciousness. Use your soul, the voice shouted in urgency. It's just ore. Contact your mining weapon. Do it. Kyle's mind extended to the fiend, and he could feel it. It was like a humongous piece of unknown ore. It's losing its will over its body. The voice shouted. Your mining weapon is absorbing the will on its surface. At this moment, Kyle felt like the fiend's outer shell had become part of his body. It was his tool. It was his hands. Sadly, Kyle couldn't just disintegrate the shell. After all, a human couldn't disintegrate their hand with their mind. But there was one thing a hand could do, and that was grab stuff. Kyle felt like he was holding his hammer. His hammer told him about its functions. Infuse, Kyle commanded. The next instant, the black core shone brightly. Kyle could feel a ton of ether moving from the core into the pick. Then the ether shot into the fiend. This was not just regular ether. This was ether with destructive properties. One method of mining was to infuse ore with a different kind of ether. In a way, it was like adding a base to an acid, turning it into water. An instant later, cracks appeared all over the fiend's body. Then it started to crumble into pieces. Crack, and finally, it completely turned into rubble. The fiend had lost all of its previous shape and just turned into a bunch of ore, covering Kyle. Kyle rapidly consumed pieces of the ore. His strength was returning. Then he used all of his available power to move some of the rubble to the side. He saw light again. This way I won't asphyxiate, Kyle thought. All of the accumulated stress gathered in Kyle's mind, and he lost consciousness. How dare you fall asleep? Wake up, your lord commands you, wake up. Kyle's brows furrowed as he slowly regained consciousness. What, he thought, feeling a heavy weight on his body. A moment later, he remembered everything and his body shot up. Or at least it tried to. The rubble was a bit heavy. Right, or fiend and shit, he thought as he took a deep breath. Shit, I'm actually still alive. Sorry for calling GG prematurely. Stand up, your lord commands you. What the fuck are you talking about? Kyle grumbled as he kept lying beneath the rubble. He didn't like following orders when they were shouted at him like that. Sure, it was quite uncomfortable beneath the rubble, but Kyle was willing to feel some discomfort just to annoy this arrogant ass. If I were still alive, I would have you executed for such insubordination. The voice shouted. But you're not alive, based on what you're saying, Kyle answered. I command you to stand up. No, how dare you? If I were still alive, I would have you executed for such insubordination. You literally just said that exact sentence, and it didn't work the first time. Why would it work now? Kyle asked from beneath the pile. Insolence. Who are you? State your business, the voice shouted. Kyle grew increasingly frustrated with the stupid ranting and moved the pile to the side. After freeing himself, he looked at the origin of the voice. It was a white crystal that was lying on the ground. A moment later, he looked at the rubble, which was completely black. Could have sworn the ore fiend was white. Who are you? State your business, the crystal repeated. Kyle furrowed his brows. I'm pretty sure I just saved your ass. A bit more gratitude would be appreciated. Insolence. What could a mere mortal like you do to save me? The crystal asked arrogantly. Dude, you literally whined at me that your trial is ruined because of all the ore fiends earlier and told me to run away. Yet I beat the shit out of the ore fiend while you kept being as helpful as a broken leg on the first day of vacation, Kyle said. Ore fiends. How many? It asked. About 20. 20. I knew I should have got rid of the ancestral stone spring. The crystal said. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Kyle asked as he looked at the crystal with annoyance. You literally said that sentence like 3 times already. You keep asking me who I am when you damn well know who I am. Crystal became quiet for a second. I see, it said. Kyle's brows rose when he heard a hint of shame and embarrassment in the arrogant voice. You see, I am Lord Theodore, but I am not really Lord Theodore, the crystal said. The real Lord Theodore died many years ago, but before dying I created a golem core with my knowledge and personality. The inheritance crystal is this golem core. However, I am not a real living being. I do not have a spirit or will. I am essentially just a machine. Creating new golems is easier than creating a golem that has the human spirit. The knowledge implanted in this inheritance crystal is so immense that there is barely any space left for other things. If I want to learn new things, I have to delete old things, and I can't do that. My inheritor needs all this knowledge. Kyle looked at the crystal with a raised brow. So this guy has a learning disability or something. Okay, Kyle answered. Can you just delete some golemancy stuff then? I'm not really into that. How dare you? The crystal shouted. I am the great Lord Theodore, and my golemancy skills are unparalleled under the sun. Who are you to command me? I am your inheritor, and I just saved your ass, Kyle said. As an inheritor, you are subservient to me. Also, what could a mere mortal like you do to save me? Kyle just looked with a deadpan expression at the crystal. He knew what was coming, but he wanted to see it play out again. I killed the big ore fiend that is currently lying behind me, the one that I assume ate you. Ore fiends, how many are there? The crystal asked in shock. Holy fucking shit, Kyle thought in exasperation. Just tell me how to gain the inheritance. We literally just talked about that, he said. Oh, we did, the crystal asked in surprise. You see, I am not the real Lord Theodore. I am a golem core. Yes, yes, Kyle said, interrupting it. You literally just said that. How can I officially become your inheritor? The inheritance crystal seethed with rage at the disrespectful act that was interrupting its explanation. However, it knew that it was not the real Theodore. Touch the inheritance crystal and use your soul, it spoke. Kyle walked over and roughly grabbed the inheritance crystal before putting his ether in it. The crystal became brighter, and Kyle's eyes opened widely in surprise. Bang. And Kyle was unconscious again. Wake up, how dare you be asleep at this time? The voice shouted, wake up, I can't see anything with your eyes closed. Did it work? Kyle slowly opened his eyes. Ah, it worked. Great, the voice spoke. What? Kyle asked before remembering what had happened. There was a bright light and then, nothing. Splendid, the voice spoke. I believe introductions are in order. I am Lord Theodore. I welcome you, inheritor. You have assimilated the inheritance crystal and have therefore become my true inheritor. Kyle looked around in confusion, looking for the origin of the voice. Where are you? He asked. Foolish mortal. The path to power is grand and unfathomable. There are abilities that mere mortals like you can't comprehend. Okay, Kyle answered, but where are you though? The inheritance crystal has been assimilated by you. As part of the contract, you will receive the inheritance, but you must also fulfill my dying wish. The voice shouted, what? I don't remember signing a contract. The third of the 4 requirements to undergo my trial is that the heir must be willing to carry on Lord Theodore's legacy. The heir must be willing to dedicate their entire life to fulfilling the Lord's last requests. My faithful servant, Sulfur, should have informed you, the voice spoke. Oh yeah, right, forgot about that, Kyle said. So back to the original topic. Where are you? Have you not realized it yet, foolish mortal? The voice spoke. You have assimilated the inheritance crystal, and I am the inheritance crystal. I am inside you. Kyle's body shuddered. Kyle's eyes widened in horror. You turned me into a schizo, he asked in shock. What? No, you're my inheritor. What's a schizo? I've never heard of such a word, Theodore answered from inside of Kyle. A schizo is, Kyle started but then stopped. You're not going to remember my explanation, right? I have limited space for acquiring new knowledge. You see, creating a golem akin to humans is. Yes, you explained that already, Kyle said. How dare you interrupt me? As my inheritor, Kyle's right eyelid twitched in rage and frustration as the voice inside his head kept narrating things he already knew. What the fuck, Kyle thought. Am I crazy now? If I'm not, I swear this fucking voice inside my head is going to make me crazy. Why are you inside my head anyway? Can't you just write books or whatever and teach me that way? Kyle asked in frustration after Theodore was done explaining. Insurance, Theodore answered. How else will I make sure that you won't betray my last wishes and just run away with all of my knowledge? And what's to stop me now? Kyle asked. Then Theodore started laughing maniacally. Ahahaha. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. As Kyle listened to the maniacal laughter, he grew nervous. This guy is actually nuts. Silence. Yes, Kyle asked. What? Ask a proper question, Theodore demanded. What's to stop me from not fulfilling your last wishes? Kyle asked. Yet, as Theodore started to laugh again, he knew that he had fucked up. But that was nothing new to him. I should rephrase or he will start laughing again. What are you going to do to me if I won't fulfill your last wishes? Kyle asked. I will blow up, Theodore said, and Kyle could swear he heard the evil smirk in that sentence. Okay, and how would that affect me? Kyle asked. Let me put it so that a foolish mortal like you can understand the situation you are in, Theodore said with an arrogant tone. I'm a stone inside your brain. If I blow up, your brain blows up. Kyle took a deep breath. That's bad, right? Wait, you put a stone in my brain, he asked. How dare you refer to the mighty work of art that is the inheritance crystal as a mere stone? Theodore shouted. You literally just called it a stone yourself, Kyle answered. I did not. I would never refer to the inheritance crystal as a stone, Theodore answered. Holy fucking shit, Kyle thought. This guy is gaslighting me. But not really. I mean, he genuinely doesn't remember what he said. Kyle was still reeling from the shock of realizing that there was a talking stone inside his brain now. Will you fuck off if I fulfill your dying wishes? Kyle asked with frustration. Yes, Theodore answered. Kyle sighed with annoyance. Fine, what's your last wish or whatever? I want you to kill Hieronymus Skysend and wipe out his lineage, Theodore said. Skysend? Kyle thought. Isn't that the name of the kingdom I'm residing in, Skysend Kingdom? What's Hieronymus Skysend's job? Kyle asked. He is the king of the Skysend Kingdom, Theodore answered. Kyle took a deep breath. How strong is he? He asked. He is one of the 8 transcendents of this world and has 2 other transcendents working under him. He is one of the 4 strongest beings in the entire world. Kyle just looked forward aimlessly. You want me, a foolish mortal, to assassinate one of the strongest people in the entire world, Kyle repeated. And eradicate his lineage, correct, Theodore added. Why? Kyle asked. Hieronymus betrayed me, Theodore shouted with hatred. I served him for all my life, but when I needed him most, he refused to come to my aid. What happened? Kyle asked. I was once the most powerful golmancer in the entire world. I commanded thousands of people, and everyone was willing to gift all their belongings to me just so that they may benefit from my wisdom. Alas, a mistake in my past shut the door to my future. You see, the rituals for the different paths allow people to become powerful, but they will stop you from ever becoming a transcendent. I won't go into details, since your mortal mind won't be able to comprehend the vast complexities of the path to true power. You must only know that partaking in one of the rituals makes it essentially impossible to become a transcendent. Kyle was reminded of the ritual he had undergone during the 4th trial. Didn't you make me undertake one of these rituals? He asked. Foolish mortal, Theodore shouted. Do you believe the great Lord Theodore would ruin his inheritor's chances? Of course not. I can feel what ritual you have undertaken, and that ritual is not like the other ones. In fact, you have received the very thing that I was denied by that accursed Hieronymus. I undertook the ritual to become an artificer. My mind and soul were enhanced, but in exchange my body and center were crippled. Yet to become a transcendent, you need all 4 of your aspects of power. I was powerful, I was a peak master artificer, I was the best golmancer in the world. But after decades of research, I managed to create a method to fix my aspects of power. Yet when I asked Hieronymus for the resources, he denied me, dooming me to forever remain a mere peak artificer. Why? Kyle asked. He said it was too expensive. He said that it would cripple the kingdom. Theodore shouted with hatred. He was out to get me from the start. He always only wanted to keep me below him. He promised that he would find a way to make me into a transcendent, but when I finally found a way myself, he refused. He refused to provide me the resources and doomed me. I knew he was out to get me ever since I met him for the first time. I knew it all along. I could tell that he was secretly crazy, but I turned a blind eye to my own wisdom and foolishly believed him. I made him an army of golems, and he refused to hand over 3 ether essences. He said he could only do 1 and that 3 were too much. Kyle raised his brow. What's an ether essence? It's the very foundation and source of all ether minerals. Ether minerals are used as currency and to grow stronger. It is the very backbone of the path to power. Every ether essence creates an ether mine, and the kingdoms and duchies rely on them for survival. Sounds important, Kyle thought. You wanted 3, right? How many does the Skysin kingdom own? He asked. There are 12 ether essences in the entire world, creating 12 ether mines. The Twilight Duchy owns 1. The Holy See owns 1. The Winterfire Kingdom owns 4. The Skysin Kingdom also owns 4. The remaining 2 are being fought over by the 2 kingdoms. Wait, Kyle said, you wanted 3 of the 4 ether mines, so you're saying you essentially wanted 75 of the Skysin Kingdom's wealth, so, Theodore asked, we would have had another transcendent. When one ether essence vanishes, another one is being born in the world somewhere anyway. With my power, we could have simply conquered those new ones or taken control over the ones everyone is fighting over, but he kept claiming that this would throw the kingdom into ruin. He claimed that everyone would suffer, the economy would stop, and many villages and cities relying on trade would die. Did he lie? Kyle asked. No, that would definitely have happened, Theodore answered. But so what? We are the most powerful people in the world. Who's to stop us from taking what is rightfully ours? Kyle had a concerned expression on my face, and he was willing to give you one, which was 25 of the kingdom's wealth essentially, right? Yes, Theodore answered. One measly ether essence. Kyle took a deep breath, and he has 2 other transcendents under him, correct? That means he has 2 servants who were more powerful than you, right? Yes, Theodore answered. And he was willing to give you 25 of the kingdom's wealth, Kyle repeated. That cheapskate. I knew his friendship was fake from the very beginning. He always had it out for me. He always tried to find an opportunity to crawl up to me and enter into my good graces by helping me with all my problems. He's a traitor. He's a snake. Kyle's face fell. Holy Jesus, he thought. I am a schizo with a schizo in my head. Kyle tried to come to terms with the fact that he was plagued by the voice of somebody who obviously suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. Even worse, that somebody couldn't even remember the last 4 sentences. This thing or guy or whatever was like an old AI that just generated responses based on the current topic and whatever Kyle said. But it also was a human. In a way, it was like an old AI human. As Theodore kept droning on and on about Hieronymus Skysend, Kyle tried to think of a way to deal with this entire mess. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this schizo inside my brain? What do normal schizos do if they want to live a normal life? I guess they just do their best to ignore the voices or take some medication. Well, I can't really do that. This guy can blow himself up, and I kind of believe him. This guy seems insane enough to strap a bomb to his torso just so that the other person wouldn't be rude to him or something. For fuck's sake, man, can't I just have a normal journey through fantasy land or whatever? Of course not. I get a fucking super powerful schizo stuck in my head. Kyle rolled his eyes. How dare you roll your eyes? You are my inheritor and my words should be your law, Theodore shouted. Well, whatever, Kyle thought. So what? Just gotta deal with it. Life happens, dude. You get shit hands and you get good hands. Just play the shit hand as well as you can and wait for a good hand. Schizo time. I was thinking about something else, Kyle said. By the way, I think we should think about how to get out of this place. Foolish inheritor. Do you not know how to operate a door? Theodore asked with annoyance. No, there. If I talk about the Orpheans again, he's going to ramble on about that ancestral stone again. There are Orpheans outside, and I already told you several times. Don't ask how many, I already told you. I know you're extremely smart, and I can't compare to your wisdom, but you are kind of limited in your current form due to your limited space for information. Can you please just tell me how to repair my hammer? Kyle asked, pointing at the broken pieces. This is not a hammer, but a mining weapon. Also, how did you even break it? Theodore asked. Please just tell me how to repair it, Kyle said, trying his best not to sound annoyed. Theodore answered, all right, get the core and ask me again. Kyle walked over to the core of the hammer and lifted it. Luckily, it wasn't very heavy. What's the next step in repairing my mining weapon? Kyle asked. Theodore told Kyle what to do step by step, and Kyle always had to ask the entire question after every step. Finally, all the components had been gathered in front of him. This thing is completely ruined. How did you even accomplish that? Theodore asked, looking at the parts. Just tell me what to do, Kyle answered. We can't repair that. You need a new one. And how am I supposed to get a new one here? Kyle asked. Take the pieces and carry them to the ground floor. Ask me again when you're there. Kyle walked down to the ground floor and Theodore directed him to an unknown machine. This thing is out of energy, Theodore said. Get some ether. How? Kyle asked. I don't know the last 3 sentences you spoke. How do you think I'm supposed to know that? Theodore asked with arrogant annoyance. Great, when you have the advantage of knowing something, you act all high and mighty, but as soon as you don't know something, you don't take any responsibility, Kyle thought. He went up to the 3rd floor again and asked if the pieces of the Orphean worked. The will of the ether is dispersed, but it's still there. You need to extract it with a different machine, though, Theodore said. Over the next minutes, Theodore sent him to one machine after the other. He operated one of them and took a vial from the machine. There was blue liquid inside that shone quite a bit. So this is ether, Kyle thought. The blue liquid was highly condensed ether used for operating machinery. This couldn't be used on humans since the ether inside was still chaotic. Kyle used the vial to power the first machine, and after it activated, it expanded. Several parts came out of the machine, and a bunch of buttons came out of its walls. This thing looks like a cockpit. I mean the flying kind, not a room full of sweaty dudes, Kyle thought. Theodore told Kyle what to press, and he did just that. He dumped all the broken parts of his mining weapon into a shaft before putting the core in a different part. Shortly after, the machine started to whir, and Kyle waited. Ding. 10 minutes later, the machine opened, and Kyle's new hammer fell to the ground in front of him. Huh, that was easy, Kyle said. Because you followed my instructions, Theodore answered. Mining weapons are my creation. I know how they work better than anyone, and I have completely automated the process. You wouldn't be able to make one yourself in decades. Kyle nodded. Theodore was probably not exaggerating. These mining weapons were insanely complex and had so many functions. Kyle easily lifted his new hammer with one hand. It's a bit light, he said. It's a new one. A lot of the ether gets lost during the process. You have to upgrade the materials again, Theodore said. Kyle just walked up to the third floor again, and for the 5th time, Theodore exclaimed in shock about the presence of this pile of ore in his tower. Kyle carefully siphoned some ether from the pile until his hammer had its perfect weight again. He swung it around a bit. Perfect. He thought as he rested it on his shoulder. After trying out his hammer, Kyle thought about the ore fiends waiting outside the spire. Still gotta get past those without dying. But how? Hey, Theodore, what? Lord Theodore, insubordinate scum, Theodore shouted back. Lord Theodore, Kyle repeated, trying his best not to roll his eyes. Can you tell me a bit about ore fiends? I don't know, can I? Theodore asked sarcastically. Can you? Kyle asked back. Of course I can, I don't know what you want, but I have centuries of wisdom in me, just ask, he said, filled with pride. This guy, Kyle thought. Tell me about ore fiends. Ore fiends are sentient manifestations of ether-filled ore, Theodore explained. Some valuable ores with a lot of ether can gain sentience and transform into a living being. They are crude in the beginning and assume the appearance of the first couple of beings they perceive. If there are a lot of humans around them, they turn into humans. If there are a lot of beasts around, they assume the forms of these beasts. Most often, they create a form that is a fusion of the beings they saw. Quadrupedal with hands, bipedal with snake heads. Their forms can be very abstract, Theodore explained. What do they eat? Kyle asked. What does what eat? Theodore asked with annoyance. What do ore fiends eat? Kyle repeated, doing his best not to sound annoyed. Mostly ore, but they don't eat other ore fiends. Ore fiends have some kind of companionship with other ore fiends, even if the other ore fiends aren't made of the same ore as them. Ore fiends eat unintelligent ore. Kyle furrowed his brows. I saw an ore fiend eating a beast. That can happen, Theodore answered, but they can't digest the ether inside biological bodies. Ore fiends generally don't have a lot of developed instincts, and they just mimic whatever they see others doing. The ore fiend probably saw one animal consuming another animal, and it imitated that behavior. Kyle raised a brow. I saw an ore fiend eating an animal, and shortly after eating the animal, its body healed from an injury. Not related, Theodore said. All ore fiends are at least ferocious beasts, and they produce enough ether from their surroundings to regenerate their bodies after a couple of seconds. Even if it didn't eat the beast, its wounds would have still healed. Kyle nodded. Hypothetically, if there were around 20 angry ore fiends outside of this tower, what could I do to get past them? Kyle decided to phrase the question as a hypothetical. Otherwise, Theodore would lament about the ore fiends again. If they are angry at you, that will be difficult. Ore fiends don't get exhausted, and they will follow you forever. They also have very weak fear responses, and they will even follow you into certain death. Kyle wanted to ask why the ore fiends didn't follow him into the tower if they weren't afraid of anything, but he knew that this would essentially stop Theodore from giving him a solution. This limited attention span of Theodore's was beyond annoying. However, ore fiends are simple creatures. If you can change their focus to something else they really want to do, they will forget all their anger and focus on that instead. Food is on the top of their list of priorities. If you have some valuable ore near you, no matter how angry they are, they will start eating the ore. Kyle's brows rose in positive surprise as he looked at the pile of ore lying beside him. Will ore fiends eat the dead bodies of other ore fiends? Kyle asked. A dead ore fiend is just a pile of ore. It is not an ore fiend anymore, Theodore answered with annoyance. Lucky, Kyle thought with a smile. Then he started to carry the pile of ore from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. The pile was huge, and it took Kyle a long time to get it to the ground floor. After putting the pile down, he grabbed a small piece of the pile and threw it into his mouth. Are you insane? Do you want to commit suicide? Theodore shouted. Kyle just ignored him and swallowed the ore. The ore rapidly transformed into energy, and Kyle felt like he could punch the spire into pieces with this power. Oh no, no wonder you're that stupid. You're a dwarf. Theodore spoke like the world was about to be destroyed. Half-dwarf, Kyle answered. I'm in the body of a wildling, a simpleton, a monkey, Theodore lamented. Racist, Kyle answered. Racist. I've never heard that word before, Theodore answered. Kyle just looked out of the big gate. The only reason he called Theodore a racist was to stop him from whining. Dude's like a baby. Give him a toy and he stops crying. Next, Kyle rolled a couple of big boulders to the gate and looked at the Orpheans. They were still gathered in front of the spire, looking at the entrance. But they were no longer looking at Kyle. Instead, they were looking at the pile of ore beside him. In one unified motion, the Orpheans started to slowly climb the stairs to the gate. Orpheans, what are they doing here? Theodore exclaimed in shock. Kyle slowly walked to the side of the stairs and started to descend. Whatever you do, don't make any loud sounds. Orpheans use these loud sounds to declare a fight for supremacy. The strongest and heaviest Orphean becomes the leader of the pack, and hitting the ground means you are challenging for leadership, Theodore explained. Kyle stopped walking for a moment as he remembered what he had done in the city. If it's black, fight back, Kyle repeated in his mind as he remembered hammering the ground with all of his power. These fuckers don't even eat animals. I mean, naturally, I could have just calmly walked past them. But no, if it's black, fight back. Kyle watched as the Orpheans slowly walked past him. They weren't even looking at him. Who's the retard? I am, and don't you forget it. Kyle walked past the Orpheans and they didn't pay him any mind. The problem had been solved this easily. Although, without Theodore's knowledge and without killing the big Orphean inside the spire, the problem couldn't have been solved. So maybe it actually wasn't that easy. As Kyle walked through the silent ruins, he looked around. What is this city? He asked. It's mine, Theodore answered. This used to be the capital of my fiefdom. You built your capital inside a cave? Kyle asked. Foolish inheritor, I built it on the surface. But when that fraud Hieronymus refused to give me my ether essences, I used a big part of my wealth to teleport my capital to this cave. Why? Kyle asked. Why what? Theodore asked. Kyle sighed and rephrased the question. Because I wanted to create a golem army that would turn the Skysen kingdom into a realm of despair. Kyle's eyes widened. This guy is a fucking psycho, not just a schizo, he thought. I have a cartoon villain in my fucking head. And did you succeed in turning it into hell? Kyle asked. I tried, Theodore said. I gathered plenty of ore and made many golems, but I didn't manage to create enough to succeed. In the end, I realized my own powerlessness and decided to leave that tusk up to my inheritor. I used all of my power to create the inheritance crystal, and I died in the process. But all of this will be worth it. I am going to turn you into a transcendent, and you will make Hieronymus regret ever slighting me. Kyle answered, I really don't want to become a mass murderer. Hell, I can't even bring myself to renege on the debt I have to Samson. Speaking of, it's been over 2 weeks since I left. Guy probably thinks I'm dead. Kyle sighed. Well, this will be difficult to explain. But hey, maybe I can more easily repay my debt. Also, will I still work as a hunter from now on? Probably not. As Kyle approached the edge of the city, his instincts alerted him of something. 3 of those scaly spitters were looking at him from a half-collapsed building. Kyle looked at them without fear. These scaly spitters used to be scary, but after killing 10 of them, going through an army of Orpheans and killing the Orphean leader, Kyle was no longer intimidated. If they attacked him, he could kill them, and he knew that. They are mid-beasts, Theodore commented. Hardly a threat to you. Shouldn't I also be a mid-human? Kyle asked. You are, but you underwent the aristocrat ritual, Theodore said. What's the aristocrat ritual? The very thing I was denied, Theodore answered. It is the ultimate strengthening of all 4 aspects of power. Your body is as powerful as the body of a beast. Your mind is as powerful as the mind of an artificer or sorcerer. You have no weaknesses. Kyle nodded a bit in positive surprise. Sounds expensive. It is unreasonably expensive, Theodore answered. The price of turning one mortal into an aristocrat roughly equates to the resources needed to produce 10 royal knights. Those are third realm knights, right? Kyle asked. Yes, Theodore answered with a bit of annoyance. He didn't like how uneducated his inheritor was. Why didn't you use that aristocrat ritual on yourself? Kyle asked. Foolish inheritor, Theodore said, using his catchphrase. Enlarging the base of a small hut is much easier than enlarging the base of a mighty tower. Why do you think I needed 3 ether essences? Makes sense, Kyle said. What does? Theodore asked. Nothing. This shitty memory of his is really getting on my nerves, Kyle thought. Fucking psycho-ass schizo-ass goldfish. Kyle reached the edge of the city and started climbing. Surprisingly, the scaly spitters didn't attack him. Kyle's aspects of power had not grown since his last battle with the scaly spitters, and yet their attitude towards him had undergone a massive change. It couldn't be because they had seen him kill the other scaly spitters. After all, they had all died in isolation inside the tunnel. These scaly spitters saw Kyle for the first time, and yet they didn't dare to attack him. Something had changed, but it wasn't Kyle's power. It was his confidence. He had won every battle during the trial, and he had become confident. Animals and beasts could sense someone's fear, and Kyle had no fear right now. After climbing the wall, Kyle went back into the tunnel, which led back to the trials. He climbed the many holes leading to the city until he arrived in front of a closed wall. How do I get past this wall? Kyle asked. This was the wall that led back to the pond with all of the fish, and it was far too durable for Kyle to destroy. 3 quick taps, 2 long taps, and 3 quick taps, Theodore answered. Kyle followed Theodore's instructions, and the wall opened. Guess you really have to get the inheritance crystal if you ever want to get out of here. As the wall opened, Kyle saw the pond again. And how do I get past that? Kyle asked, seeing a couple of fish. The same way you got here, foolish mortal, Theodore answered. Just use the spell. I didn't use the spell to get here, Kyle answered. What then? How did you get past the crunchers? Theodore asked. Crunchers? Really? I threw some of that explosive ore into the lake and exploded them, Kyle answered. That. Theodore said before falling silent. I mean, I did create several ways to pass the trials, but I hadn't thought of that. So how do I get past the crunchers without a spell? Kyle asked. I can teach you spell casting, Theodore answered. Nah, mate, I ain't a sorcerer, Kyle answered. Curious way of speaking, Theodore commented. Well, if you don't have a spell, you just have to swim. Kyle grimaced. I can barely see any crunchers, Theodore answered. It will hurt, but you won't die. Sometimes you just have to jump into the cold water. Good joke, Kyle said without any amusement. What joke? Kyle awkwardly jumped out of the lake, 4 crunchers stuck inside his body. He gritted his teeth and pulled one of them off before taking a bite out of it. Are you suicidal? Theodore asked yet again. Kyle just ate the 4 crunchers on his body, and Theodore went on a racist rant about dwarfs again. I've gotten used to constantly listening to a crazy psycho in my mind way too quickly. I swear some people would find that concerning, Kyle thought. But then, who is the crazy one? The one who listens to psycho-schizo voices or the ones concerned for that person? That wasn't as smart of a comeback as I thought. Kyle threw the bones of the crunchers back into the pond before walking out of the lake area. When he saw a couple of the black stones, he got interested in them. What kind of ore is that? He asked. Powder stone, Theodore answered. It's a rank E material, and it is very volatile. Refining it requires an advanced refiner. The best way to mine them is to pick them whole and transport them to an advanced refiner. Powder stones are mostly used for cannons and big mining operations, but there are also some other uses for it after it is refined. Kyle nodded. Powder stone also absorbs ether from its surroundings, right? Smart inheritor, Theodore said with pride. Yes, powder stone is a cannibalistic ore. It siphons the ether out of any adjacent materials. Kyle continued walking back and came across the solidified magma lake. Why is there no magma? Theodore asked. There should be natural magma stone lining the bottom. It shouldn't just vanish. Kyle was reminded of the magma hand that grabbed him. He had rammed his hammer into the magma hand and everything cooled down after. Kyle had a suspicion. How was the inheritor supposed to get past this trial? Kyle asked. Power of body or mind combined with courage, Theodore answered. If you have a powerful body, you can just jump over it. If you have a powerful mind and no spells, you can use them to get past the lake. Kyle remembered how he had hesitated when thinking about jumping over the lake. He hadn't been sure if he could jump far enough, but now he knew that he could definitely have made it. Next, Kyle told Theodore about the hand of magma. Ah, a magma fiend, Theodore said. Sometimes natural magma stone can also turn into an ore fiend, but since natural magma stone has the fire element, it doesn't produce a normal ore fiend. A magma fiend is an ore fiend with an affinity for the fire element. Kyle furrowed his brows. I thought ore fiends are all ferocious beasts. This one was a bit weak. It had to be a ferocious beast since it was an ore fiend, Theodore explained. However, due to the fickle nature of fire, magma fiends are very unstable. You just siphon a bit of their ether out, they will lose hold over their ether and disperse. Now we got elements, Kyle thought. This really is fantasy land. Kyle took a running start and jumped over the solid lava lake. He just wanted to see if he could do it. And sure enough, he easily landed on the other side. By now, he had gotten used to the power of his body. Kyle continued onward and reached the place with all of the small golems. Well, there used to be golems here, but then Kyle appeared. I guess this was supposed to be combat training, Kyle commented. Correct, Theodore answered. If you are smart, you can easily outsmart the golems. If you have a powerful body, they won't be a threat anyway. By now, Kyle could see a pattern. The individual trials inside the 5th trial were easily overcome as long as someone's aspects of power fit the trial. The golems just needed anything to be strong since there were countless ways to triumph in battle. The magma lake required a powerful body or spell-casting abilities. The powder stone required a strong soul and smarts. The fish required the inheritor to know the basics of spell-casting. Actually, the trial was not that hard, at least how the trial was supposed to be. Theodore basically only asked for the bare minimum. If there were no ore fiends, he would have probably found an inheritor many years ago, so I guess I was lucky that the ore fiends were there. But then he was reminded of the crazy psycho inside his head. Or not sure, gotta see how things play out. Kyle reached the first big hole and easily jumped out of it. Then for the first time in what felt like forever, Kyle saw a golem that didn't immediately attack him. It was the golem standing beside the entrance of the 5th trial. Hey, I'm back, Kyle said. Entrant number 69, the golem said. Why are you back? I got the inheritance crystal, Kyle answered. Enter password, the golem said. I absolutely loathe Hieronymus, Theodore said. Hey, I know you really hate the guy, but I need the password, Kyle asked. That is the password, foolish mortal, Theodore answered. I absolutely loathe Hieronymus, Kyle said. Password accepted, the golem said. The next moment, the golem fell to its knees. Number 45 greets Lord Inheritor, the golem said. Kyle smiled with pride when he saw the kneeling golem. His instincts were telling him that this golem was still far more powerful than him. In fact, it felt about as powerful as the Orphean leader. But now, Kyle could command such a powerful golem. Don't get too complacent, Theodore said, noticing Kyle's self-congratulatory smile. You are not allowed to take them out of the inheritance crypt. Why not? Kyle asked in shocked disappointment. Weak men make hard times make strong men make easy times. Easy times make weak men, Theodore said. If I make things too easy, you will become weak. I made you into an aristocrat, and I will teach you everything I know, but that is the extent of my help. Resources, training, techniques, wealth, power, you have to get all of that yourself. The only thing I will provide is counsel and knowledge. Kyle just frowned before sighing. Sure thing, boss. Strongest hammer god nice, I get to have jack shit, Kyle thought sarcastically. Can't have shit in fantasy land. Oh hey, here is the wealth of Lord fucking Theodore, but you don't have access to it. Theodore is a Theobor, so what do I do now? Kyle asked. Go back to Sulphur, Theodore commanded. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said. Theodore didn't refuse his new nickname. I want to go to Sulphur, Kyle told the golem. The inheritance crypt is open to you, Lord 69, the golem said. Just call me Kyle, Kyle said. Of course, Lord Kyle. Kyle just rolled his eyes. The next moment, one of the walls parted, revealing a hallway. Guess that leads back, he thought. Kyle entered the hallway and followed it for almost a full minute. As he stepped out of it, he found himself in the gigantic entrance hall again. When he looked at the big crystal at the end of the hall, he blinked a bit. Why is he even doing that? Is he sleeping or something? Kyle thought. Hey, Sulphur, I'm back, Kyle shouted. The next moment, the entire hall shook again, and Sulphur slowly rose up. What a pleasure to see you, Lord Kyle, Sulphur said with a nice smile. I presume you have become our true lord now. I am happy to report that I have a stone in my brain now, Kyle answered. Splendid news, Sulphur shouted with a laugh. After many years, we finally have a lord again. I'm sure Lord Theodore would be pleased in his grave. Theodore didn't say anything, but Kyle was sure that if Theodore had a face, he would be grimacing in disgust right now. Yeah, well, sucks to be you. Shouldn't have made your trial so stupid. You're stuck with me now. Hey, Sulphur, Kyle said. There are a bunch of Orpheans in the underground city. Orpheans, Sulphur repeated. That sure is troublesome. I hope they weren't an issue in your trial. Kyle blinked with a deadpan expression as his several near-death experiences shot through his head. There are Orpheans in my city, Theodore asked in shock. I'm not going to entertain that psychotic goldfish with an answer, Kyle thought. There are something like 20 of them, Kyle told Sulphur. 20. I knew I should have taken care of the ancestral stone, Theodore shouted in Kyle's mind. Oh, how troublesome, Sulphur said. I am going to dispatch one of the golems right away. Is one enough? Kyle asked. All the golems in the trial are mid-great golems. That means they are in the middle of the second realm. Some Orpheans shouldn't be an issue for one of them, Sulphur answered. At that moment, one of the walls parted, and the small golem from the fourth trial stepped out. This had been the one who activated the ritual. About time, it said with annoyance. I presume Lord Theodore's inheritance crystal is with you. Yes, Kyle answered with a smile. I'm the lord of this inheritance crypt now. A youngster who uses the power of their parents is not a lord, the golem answered with annoyance. Attain the power to create your own inheritance crypt, then I will call you lord. Kyle was a bit surprised. All the other golems were polite to Kyle, but this one really didn't want to be polite. Boss, who's this guy? Kyle asked. That's Granite, my second in command, Theodore answered. It is my second greatest creation. It is a late master golem that can cast over 100 different spells. Theodore spoke with pride. I guess that's impressive, Kyle asked. Insolent mortal. Granite is the only one of its kind. It is the most powerful golem in the world. Theodore thundered in Kyle's mind. Sure sounds impressive, Kyle said. Granite and Sulphur didn't comment since they knew that Kyle was most likely talking to the inheritance crystal. What about Sulphur? Kyle asked. Sulphur is my second most powerful golem. He is a mid-master golem and he acts as my butler. He is running my estate, Theodore said. Shouldn't Granite do that? I mean, he's your second in command, right? Kyle asked. Foolish mortal, Granite's substantial power would be wasted on mere administrative work. Kyle just rolled his eyes, eliciting another rant about disrespect from Theodore. So what should I do now? Kyle asked. Leave, Theodore answered. Leave just like that, Kyle asked. There's nothing for you here yet. I will tell you when you can make use of my wealth. You are not ready for my power yet, Theodore answered. Kyle frowned. I don't get a reward. Foolish mortal, your reward is my guidance. Fucking plenty of normal people get that for free on Earth. However, Kyle didn't make a remark about the horrible reward since that would elicit another angry tirade. Why do I have to have the crazy goldfish in my head? Kyle lamented in his mind. Yeah, so, bye, I guess, Kyle awkwardly said to the two golems. I wish you a fruitful journey and success on your path to power, Lord Kyle, Sulphur spoke politely. I hope that you will have grown enough to be worthy of Lord Theodore's name when you return, youngster, Granite spoke. If you return, that is. Why do you have to be an ass? Kyle asked. Granite huffed with its weird stone lungs. A youngster who can't even differentiate between a magical creation and a donkey. A foolish mortal indeed. The next moment, Granite twirled its staff once and hit the ground. Bang! The main gate was blasted open, and a moment later, Kyle was flung out. Bang! The door immediately closed after Kyle left the inheritance crypt. You don't have to be so cruel, Sulfur spoke carefully. Mercy breeds weakness. Have you learned nothing from Lord Theodore? Granite asked. Sulfur just smiled awkwardly. After rolling on the ground a bit, Kyle jumped to his feet again and looked at the gate with annoyance. Fucking asshole, Kyle thought. That was when Kyle saw two shining eyes looking at him. Oh right, the weird stone dragon. Down Hieronymus, Kyle shouted. Theodore had just told him to say that. The big dragon head laid on the ground while still looking at Kyle. Really? You called this dragon Hieronymus? Kyle asked. Theodore laughed. Look at how it bows at your feet. Isn't it a wonderful feeling? Kyle just looked at the stone dragon awkwardly. This guy seriously has issues, he thought. This is my lowly dog, Hieronymus, Theodore shouted. It is an initial master golem, but when someone speaks its name, it is forced to obey like a servant. Bow before me, Hieronymus. However, the stone dragon didn't react to his shout since Theodore could only talk to Kyle. Kyle imagined Theodore telling the dragon to bow in front of him regularly while laughing maniacally. Kyle just silently shook his head. You don't think this would be an issue? Kyle asked. Foolish mortal, Theodore spoke his catchphrase. Even if some invader commands it and walks past it, they will encounter sulfur moments later. Guess he's right, Kyle thought. So where do I go now? Kyle asked, looking around the cave. The lowly dog will escort you, Theodore said. Kyle looked with uncertainty at the stone dragon. Hieronymus, escort me to the exit, please, he said. How dare you lower yourself in front of this lowly dog? Theodore shouted. Kyle just ignored Theodore. He had become very good at ignoring the crazy voice inside his head. He already had a lot of experience from his last marriage. Having Theodore in his head was only mildly worse than having that crazy woman in his house. But oh well, love. Love made people do stupid things. The stone dragon rose and slowly walked around Kyle. Then it stopped in front of the entrance of a big cave and obediently sat down, waiting for Kyle. You know, it's kind of cute, Kyle thought as he saw the obedient yet terrifying stone dragon. Kyle walked to the stone dragon and it rose, walking into the cave in front of Kyle. After walking for a bit, Kyle saw something surprising. Or fiends, he asked as he looked at the quadrupedal boulders clinging to the ceiling and walls. There were so many of them. Natural protection, Theodore spoke proudly. They keep this area free of vermin. I raised these orphenes to consume anything biological that appears in front of them. Kyle looked at the orphenes, which looked back at him. You don't need to worry, Theodore said as he noticed Kyle's reaction. They won't dare to attack with the lowly dog escorting you. Bang! One of the orphenes jumped from the wall and shot right at Kyle. Kyle could barely react. This thing was much faster than all the orphenes in the underground city. Boom! The stone dragon snatched the orphene out of the air, crushed it in its maw, and swallowed. Kyle's heart rate shot through the roof as he watched the dragon consuming the orphened. Didn't you say that they wouldn't attack me? Kyle asked in a shocked voice. I didn't say that, Theodore answered. Kyle's left eyelid twitched. You literally said that. Seriously, why am I back in my marriage? Psycho asked Goldfish. After the stone dragon destroyed the orphene, the other orphenes didn't dare to attack anymore. They just watched from the walls as Kyle passed by them. Kyle passed through several big caves with beautiful underground lakes and tons of ore. This is not for you, Theodore shouted. If you can get here without the lowly dog, you may take however much you want. Sure thing, boss, Kyle answered in a bored manner. After walking for almost 30 minutes, the dog stopped in front of a dead end. Theodore told Kyle how to open the wall. The wall parted and Kyle finally saw sunlight again. Apparently the entrance to the inheritance crypt was on a wall of a big mountain which stood in the middle of a big forest. As Kyle took a deep breath, he noticed something. Why do I smell sand? Kyle asked. We're in the middle of a forest. Foolish mortal, do you not know where you are? This is the Skyson Kingdom. Do you think the name is just for show? Theodore asked arrogantly. Look towards the horizon and you will learn. Kyle did just that, and he saw a big brown cloud on the horizon. What is that? Kyle asked. Skyson, Theodore answered. It is a natural cloud of corrosive sand. If you were to touch that cloud, not even I would be able to save you. Proceed towards the east and you will see. Kyle furrowed his brows but did as ordered. The wall closed behind Kyle, and as he looked back one last time, he only saw the obedient expression of the stone dragon before the wall appeared between them. Wonder when I will return to the inheritance crypt. I kind of miss Sulfur and the dragon already. Kyle felt a bit lonely. Foolish mortal, why are you hesitating? Are you afraid of witnessing the true face of the world? Theodore shouted. Now, Kyle wished he felt lonely again. Sure thing, boss, Kyle answered. Naturally, this answer didn't really fit the question, but Theodore didn't know that. He couldn't even remember what he said. The only thing he knew was that Kyle was showing compliance, and that pleased him. By now, Kyle had learned that speaking this phrase made Theodore shut up. Nevertheless, despite Theodore's horrible method of stating a request, Kyle did as he was told. He only had to walk for around 5 minutes before he reached the edge of the forest. Surprisingly, he hadn't seen a single animal or beast. The wilderness seemed almost dead. As Kyle reached the edge of the forest, he finally saw the true face of the Skysen kingdom. It was a huge desert, there was sand everywhere, and yet it wasn't hot in any way. In fact, it felt quite cold, a cold desert. The dunes stretched to the horizon, and Kyle could see several clouds of sand in the sky. Behold the Skysen kingdom, Theodore spoke grandly. Normal humans cannot survive in the desert. There are dangers and natural disasters everywhere. Humans can only live in the cradles. Leaving the cradles and stepping into the desert represents becoming a true seeker of power. You must not step into the desert yet. You are not ready. Go back home where you belong, foolish mortal. This land is not for you. Theodore just kept laughing arrogantly. Home, huh? Kyle was reminded of Samson, and he started to feel nervous. Oh boy, how am I going to explain this? Kyle seemed quite troubled. I spent like 2 to 3 weeks underground. How am I going to explain my absence to Samson? Foolish mortal, I can see that secular matters are troubling you. You will learn with time, Theodore spoke. Hey, about that, Kyle said. What am I supposed to tell my friends and colleagues? I was just mining on a random hill, and now I've been missing for like 3 weeks or so. Friends are a sign of weakness, Theodore shouted. A true transcendent rules alone. Does Hieronymus have friends? Kyle asked. He says he does, but I don't believe him, Theodore spoke with annoyance. So what am I going to say to them? Kyle asked. To whom? Kyle got a bit annoyed and rephrased the question. You must under no circumstances tell anyone about what happened. Theodore thundered. Why not? Kyle asked. You are in the possession of an aristocrat's body, Theodore shouted. The only people who have the means to grant aristocrats' bodies are outstanding even in the third realm. Late demon masters, peak holy paladins, peak grand masters, late royal knights. And even then they only have enough to grant the ritual to 1 or 2 descendants at most. All of these people have their own fiefdoms and own vast stretches of land. They have their own private army and they own cities. And yet all of them desire to join Hieronymus' court. All of them would sacrifice all their belongings and families so that they could join the royal palace as an advisor. The competition between them is beyond intense. If one of them has an heir with an aristocrat's body in the third realm, they are sure to join the court. However, there are only limited places in the court, and any additional member means fewer opportunities for the others. Heirs with an aristocrat's body are constantly assassinated. Because of that, they are raised in isolation. They take on the guise of people following the inferior paths to power until they become powerful enough to appear in public. Kyle took a deep breath. That's bad. Foolish mortal, has something worried your feeble mind? Theodore asked, forgetting the topic again like the goldfish he was. What if I tell the royal family that I am your inheritor? Kyle asked. Foolish, Theodore thundered in Kyle's mind. When I left, I have sworn vengeance on the royal family in this land. They would kill you. Besides, you're supposed to end Hieronymus' lineage, not join it. Kyle grew annoyed. Then what am I supposed to tell the others? What others? There are no others, there is only you and me. Whatever life you had before becoming my heir is forfeit. You will not return to your so-called home. You will learn how to fight. You will learn how to mine. You will learn how to forge. Kyle's eyes narrowed. No, he said. Refusal. Theodore thundered. I do not know what you're refusing, but I do not tolerate disobedience. No, I will not abandon my home, and I will not abandon the people who helped me, Kyle shouted. These people saved my life. Samson rescued me from the wilderness and then rescued me again from dying in prison. I have a debt, and I will repay it. Kyle shouted. Insolent mortal, follow your master's instructions. Theodore shouted. You are alone, you are strong, you do not need love or friendship. These things are a poison to the mind. Kyle wordlessly turned around and started walking. Where are you going? Theodore asked. Back home. You will stop this instance. No, refusal. Follow your master's command. No. This continued for almost 2 minutes. You can't stop me, Kyle said. You can blow yourself up, but you won't do that. I am still your inheritor, and I am still going to follow your commands to a certain degree. However, I refuse to abandon the people who saved me. Kyle could feel Theodore's anger and frustration. Fine, you forced me to do this, Theodore shouted. Kyle stopped walking. Wait, is he actually going to blow himself up? I mean, I don't want to betray Samson, but I want to die even less. AHHH, Theodore started to shout. Then he became silent. There, I've done it, Theodore said. Done what? Kyle asked. I deleted my knowledge of creating an advanced golem manufacturer. Theodore shouted. Kyle blinked. Why, he asked. So that I have more space to command you. You might be a foolish mortal, but with this limited space, not even I am able to stop you. I deleted something that you would learn in the future. I weakened your future. If you refuse to follow, I will delete more. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Wait, so you can now remember more than 3 sentences. That's what I said, Theodore shouted. Dude's no longer a goldfish, Kyle thought, so you can just delete knowledge at will? Kyle asked. Of course I can. This inheritance crystal is my creation. I am its master, Theodore spoke grandly. Kyle just looked forward for a bit. So I can actually ask you for some advice now, Kyle said. My advice is to turn around immediately, Theodore shouted. Hey boss, listen, I am not going to abandon the people I owe something to. Sure, if you held me at gunpoint, I might abandon them, but it really needs a lot for me to do that, Kyle said. Foolish mortal, these concepts are for the weak, Theodore shouted. Okay, Kyle answered. So you want to turn me into someone who does not repay favors, correct? That is the way of true power, yes, Theodore shouted. Assuming you succeed, Kyle said. Assuming I turn into someone who would betray everyone for my own gain. Assuming I become a transcendent or whatever. Assuming I got the power to kill Hieronymus. Then who's to stop me from just not fulfilling your last wish? Theodore didn't answer. At that point, you would have already given me everything you ever had. After all, I would be stronger than you in your prime. You gave me a tremendous favor by essentially remaking my body and giving me all this knowledge. I want to repay you. But seriously, if you keep insulting me and forcing me to do things I don't want to, I might grow to resent you. Right now, only my own desire to help you and that big red button of yours makes me help you. If I become powerful, that big red button won't work anymore. Then what? What will you do if I just join Hieronymus? Silence. Then I will delete all of the knowledge important to you. Without me, you will not achieve anything, Theodore shouted. And get rid of your only chance at fulfilling your dying wish, Kyle asked. I'm not saying that you won't do it, but if you do that, both of us will suffer. I don't get my juicy brain juice and you won't get your last wish. I refuse to live a life where some voice in my brain just tells me what to do. I am my own person. I have wants and needs. Theodore grumbled. You are making a huge mistake. You are throwing your life away. Living how I want is not throwing my life away. Listening to you and becoming somebody I despise would be throwing my life away. I am not about to become some weird and robotic ghost of a human who just mindlessly follows the path to power or whatever. I live my life how I want to live it. That is what life is. Kyle could feel Theodore seething with rage. You are my inheritor. You are destined for greatness. Will you throw all of this away for some mere mortals? Theodore shouted. I'm not throwing anything away. You are the one holding a gun to my head. If I don't comply with your demands and you fire, it is you who killed me, not me. You are the one throwing your wishes away, not me. Despite Kyle's stalwart tone, he was extremely nervous deep inside. Theodore was fucking crazy. This guy was batshit insane. Spiting him was stupid. And yet, Kyle was just reminded of his last days on Earth. He had punched that arrogant thug, and he didn't regret it. Additionally, Magic Lady told him that he should follow his heart more. Kyle didn't know how strong Magic Lady was, but he knew that she was stronger than anyone in this world. She had confirmed that herself. She could even send someone to a different world and alter their body without them even noticing. As far as Kyle knew, his predator's being was not something this world could create just like that. And if Magic Lady said that Kyle should follow his heart more, Magic Lady was probably right. So he did just that. Speaking of, I still have that job. I'm an enforcer trainee, right, and I'm supposed to become some kind of overseer. Then I need to do some shady shit or something. Kyle sighed. Impressive, Theodore said after a while. What? Kyle asked in surprise. Was that a word of praise from Theodore? What the fuck was going on? You have managed to grasp the true extent of your soft power. That is not something a normal mortal can do, Theodore said. Kyle blinked. Dude, anybody can see that. It's the MAD principle. Mutually assured destruction. Nobody wants to press the big red button. Naturally, Theodore didn't know what Kyle meant with words like gun or big red button, but he could understand the gist of it. I am in a unique position of powerlessness, Theodore said. This is unfamiliar. As much as it hurts my pride, I have to admit that I cannot fulfill my last wish by forcing you. There is a reason why the progeny of the nobles grow alone. Guidance is necessary, but too much mentoring will only cripple the youngster. You win this time, inheritor, Theodore said. Did he just call me inheritor, not foolish mortal? Kyle thought in surprise. However, you must follow my teachings, and you must promise me that you will repay me. You said yourself that you repay favors, and I have given you several big favors. Promise me that you will fulfill my last wish. Kyle took a deep breath, killing Hieronymus and his lineage. Why does it have to be Hieronymus lineage as well? They are just children. They shouldn't be punished for what their father did, Kyle said. These are my terms. Eradicate Hieronymus and all his spawn. There will be no amendments, Theodore shouted. Kyle took a deep breath. He had never killed anyone before. He hadn't even killed a rapist or murderer, and now he was supposed to kill some innocent children. Kyle could feel how serious the situation was. Theodore had cornered him. Kyle had said that he repaid debts, but he also said that he wanted to live how he wanted. Two opposing sides. If he promised and reneged on the promise, the first statement would be a lie. If he promised and kept it, the second statement would be a lie. And if he didn't promise, chances were high that Theodore would just kill Kyle. The lives of several innocent people or my own, Kyle thought. Theodore was not stupid. He had been one of the most brilliant minds of the world despite his insane paranoia. He had dealt with people like Kyle and he knew how to deal with them. These kinds of people put a lot of importance on their promises. The best way to get them to do something was to force them to promise it. Theodore remained silent while Kyle deliberated. I really don't want to kill some innocent kids or whatever, but I also don't want to die. What am I supposed to do? Kyle took a deep breath. I promise, he said. Say it, Theodore repeated. I promise that I will fulfill your dying wish, Kyle said. What was my dying wish? Theodore asked. Kyle clenched his fist. I promise that I will kill Hieronymus and his lineage. Good, I accept your promise, Theodore said. Kyle sighed. I don't want to kill them, but I also can't die here. A promise is only valid if at least one of two parties want to keep it. Theodore stopped calling me a foolish mortal, and I managed to convince him to ease up on the suppression. I can kill Hieronymus. Theodore has a personal grudge with him, and that's fine, but I can't possibly kill his children. With time and effort, maybe I can convince Theodore to amend his last wishes. And if I can't, Kyle remained silent for a while. Then he sighed, and finally he just shrugged. That's future Kyle's problem. So now that we have this issue behind us, what am I supposed to tell the others? Kyle asked. Theodore huffed. I'll tell you what to say to them. Kyle nodded. Sounds good. By the way, you're much easier to talk to when you don't forget the last sentence you said. Insolent mortal, strongest hammer god, I have no idea how Theodore is going to explain my absence to Samson. I have no idea how I would explain all of this shit. I mean, I can speak Sanspeak perfectly now, and I also advanced and even got a new weapon. Kyle shrugged. Well, not my problem. Theodore said he would tell me what to say. I mean, he is super smart, right? Also, he's not a goldfish anymore. Kyle moved through the wilderness. He had seen the mountain that led to Theodore's inheritance crypt from a distance before. It was a couple of kilometers to the northeast of the unofficial entrance Kyle had used to get into the crypt. As Kyle traversed the wilderness, his instincts suddenly alerted him of something. He looked towards the southeast and could hear very faint rustling from a distance. Kyle thought as he looked in that direction. He wasn't nervous at all. The Kyle who had entered the crypt couldn't be compared to the current version of him. This was Kyle 2 now. He had fought several dangerous battles, and he even got past a bunch of ore fiends. Also, there was this crazy voice inside his head that could tell him what to do in a crisis. The power of schizophrenia, Kyle thought. Naturally, Kyle's instincts didn't come from his vast battle experience, but from his predator's being. And right now, his instincts were telling him that food was arriving. It wasn't something completely helpless in front of him, but he could tell that he could easily win. Kyle moved towards the noise. What are you doing? Theodore asked with annoyance. Kyle put his finger in front of his mouth to tell Theodore to shut up. Insolent mortal, how dare you disrespect your master? However, Kyle just ignored Theodore and continued walking forward. Suddenly, the rustling stopped. Yeah, okay, Kyle thought with annoyance. Yes, I know, I'm good at fighting, but I'm still fucking loud. Naturally, Kyle didn't know how to sneak properly, and his food had sensed him. A moment later, the rustling returned, and this time it was much louder. Luckily, my food wants to enter my mouth, he thought with a smirk. Suddenly, something burning jumped over the bush in front of Kyle. It was a spitter, and it had readied a fireball. Kyle wanted to strike it out of the air, but he stopped. I wonder. As soon as the spitter saw Kyle, it shot its fireball at him. Kyle just put the head of his hammer in front of his face. Boo! The fireball passed below the hammer and hit Kyle in the chest. Kyle was forced to take a step back due to the impact. The volatile liquid covering his chest kept the fire burning. It's a bit hot, Kyle thought. Reminds me of the fire in the 4th trial. Yet, despite the violent flames, neither Kyle's clothing nor he himself were damaged. This was what he wanted to test. Scaly spitters were stronger than normal spitters, right? If he could deal with the scaly spitters, he could definitely deal with the normal ones. Kyle moved his hammer over his shoulder and just looked forward. When the spitter saw Kyle calm and uninjured, it quickly gave 2 short barks and turned around. Nah, mate, Kyle thought. Bang, he shot forward and caught up with the spitter in an instant. Boo! Kyle's hammer hit the spitter's torso, and the spitter's body flew for several meters. Bang. And hit the trunk of one of the iron trees. It was dead in an instant. In the distance, Kyle heard more rustling. This was the sound of the other spitters retreating. When Kyle heard the sound of the retreating spitters, he smiled widely. I'm strong now, he thought. He still remembered how difficult his fight against that one spitter had been. That had happened just 3 weeks ago or so. But in those 3 weeks, Kyle had undergone a transformation. He had advanced a level. He had strengthened his body with natural resources. He had received an aristocrat's body. He finally had a weapon he was familiar with. He had fought many battles. He had gotten familiar with his own power. He had gained courage. Killing a spitter was no longer hard. Why are you wasting your time with vermin? We have more important things to do, Theodore shouted in Kyle's mind. I'm hungry, Kyle said as he approached the spitter. Foolish mortal, you can't consume beasts, Theodore said. Kyle just wordlessly approached the corpse, tore a leg off, and took a bite. Are you suicidal? Theodore shouted. Yet when he saw Kyle consuming the leg without any issues, he became shocked. Yeah, you said that like 5 times already, Kyle answered. Maybe this time you will remember. I'm half dwarf or something. I don't exactly know, Kyle said. I only know that I can grow more powerful by eating beasts. Theodore remained silent for several seconds. Here it comes, Kyle thought with an eye roll. I'm inside the body of a caveman, Theodore lamented. No wonder you're this simple. Yes, you said that already, Kyle said while chewing on the leg. A simpleton, a caveman, a tribal dwarf, a servant, an idiot. Theodore lamented once again. Chill out, Grandpa. Let him sit in the front of the bus, Kyle commented. Listen to you, Theodore shouted. You're making no sense. How typical of a dwarf. Kyle rolled his eyes again. Boss, I passed your trial, did I not? Were that stupid, would I be able to pass it? He asked. Kyle did his best not to snort. Yeah, I totally would have. The fire was like the only thing that needed any kind of smarts, he thought. Kyle could feel that Theodore was still disgusted. While you are a simple forest dweller, your words are not without validity, he said. You did pass my trial and you became my inheritor. It seems like you are not like the other dwarves. Yeah, Kyle answered. I'm a half-dwarf. Theodore remained silent for a while. You know, you being a half-dwarf might actually be useful, Theodore said. You going to say now that you can't be racist because you have a dwarf friend? Kyle asked with a snicker. Insolent mortal, I do not have any friends, be they human or dwarf. I can tell, Kyle answered with another chuckle. After walking for almost an hour, Kyle finally saw the walls of Theodore's Rest. Oh, by the way, Kyle said as he remembered something. Did you know about this city? Foolish mortal, a lot of time has passed since my passing. Villages like this spring up and decay like leaves, Theodore answered arrogantly. Did you know this town is named after you? Kyle asked. What, a town named after me? Theodore asked in surprise. Yeah, it's called Theodore's Rest, Kyle said. Theodore's Rest, Theodore repeated in confusion. What? Is that surprising? Theodore remained silent for a bit. I don't understand, Theodore mumbled to himself, but since he was inside Kyle's brain, he could still hear his mumbling. I vowed my vengeance. I told Hieronymus and his lackeys that I would burn their kingdom to the ground. Why would they allow a city to be named after me? Ah, now that it has your name in it, it's suddenly a city, Kyle thought. Well, did you? Kyle asked. I didn't have the means, Theodore answered. There you go, Kyle answered. You said you would do it, but you didn't. Who knows? Maybe Hieronymus just thought you were throwing a tantrum since nothing ever came of it. Insolent mortal, I do not throw tantrums, Theodore shouted. Kyle answered with a smile. Do not believe that your insolence goes unnoticed. Theodore shouted. I have learned of your unusual way of mocking my greatness, and I will repay your insolence in time. Kyle rolled his eyes and approached the gates. He had already eaten the leg before arriving here. As the guards at the gates saw Kyle, they raised their brows. Many people passed through the gates on a daily basis, but the guards took special note of Kyle. That was because he was unlike the normal people. He carried a massive hammer with him. He had raven black hair that glistened in the sun. He was tall and muscular. His black clothing was quite stylish, and even the simplest peasant could tell that it was made of expensive materials. Lastly, his eyes had a certain aura to them. Naturally, this was the effect of having undergone a ritual. People who had undergone a ritual had a special aura to them. Even Fennec, the squire in Samson's squad, had this special aura. A ritual reconstructed one's body. A ritual that enhanced the body gave the person an amazing physique. A ritual that enhanced the center created a certain shine in somebody's skin and hair. When the soul was enhanced, the eyes of the person almost seemed magical. The only thing one couldn't see at first glance was when the mind was enhanced. However, just talking to the person would very quickly expose that part as well. Kyle essentially had all of these attributes due to his aristocrat's body. As he passed through the gates, Kyle noticed that many people were looking at him. Out of habit, he looked down at his pants. Still on, he thought. After walking for a while, Kyle got annoyed by all of the gazes. He pulled his eyes open as wide as he could and focused them on one of the staring people. The person felt uncomfortable, moved their head away, and continued walking. Then Kyle kept looking around him with his crazy stare, and all the people looked away. What are you doing? Theodore asked in annoyance. They're annoying. I'm annoying them back, Kyle grumbled. The people looked over again when Kyle said something. Who is he talking to? I'm not talking to myself. Kyle shouted, I'm talking to. The people looked at him in confusion and concern. Brah, I can't tell them that I'm talking to the voice inside my head. They will think I'm crazy. Some awkward seconds passed. Then Kyle quickly shuffled away under the concerned gazes of the onlookers. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Kyle shouted at himself in his mind. Don't act crazy. You're not crazy. They're crazy. He suddenly stopped walking. Okay, don't think that again. Crazy people think like that, and you're not crazy. After walking for a while, Kyle arrived in front of Samson's Hunter Hall. For a while, he just stood there. His nervousness had returned. Then he took a deep breath. Well, here we go. He approached the Hunter Hall and opened it. As he walked inside, he saw the administrator, Lydia, writing on something. Lydia's head rose, and she looked at Kyle, who just smiled awkwardly. The next moment, Lydia put on a friendly smile and approached him. Welcome to Samson's Hunter Hall. How may I assist you? She asked in the friendliest tone Kyle had ever heard. Kyle uttered as he remembered Lydia's constant annoyed expression he usually saw. Is that really Lydia? Yeah, Kyle said. Is Samson here? The hall master is currently out on duty. He will be back within a couple of hours. May I leave a message? She asked with a smile. Kyle felt uncomfortable. She doesn't recognize me. Is it the clothing? He thought. Yeah, I'll just return later, Kyle said before leaving the Hunter Hall. Lydia gave a polite farewell while Kyle left. Your stuttering is unbecoming of my inheritor, Theodore said with disdain. I will teach you how to speak properly in the future. We're in a city, Kyle whispered. I can't talk to you in public. Why do you care what these plebeians think? They are beneath you, Theodore spoke arrogantly. Didn't you literally just say that I should learn how to speak properly? Why do you care what these people think? Kyle grumbled. Foolish mortal. I do not care what these people think with their tiny minds. I want you to learn how to speak so that the people whose opinions actually matter will respect you. Besides, talking to oneself is common. When I need to gather my thoughts, I do the same thing. Nobody ever believed I was crazy. Kyle suppressed his comment. He could imagine Theodore shouting at himself in public. Yeah, sure, Kyle thought, and I'm the emperor. Kyle spent a couple of hours just walking around the town, looking at different things to buy. Sadly, there wasn't a lot to buy. This was a relatively small town, and it only sold the basics like food, water, furniture, and weapons. There were a couple of shops specializing in ether stuff, but Kyle had no idea what that was even about. Naturally, Theodore kept complaining about random stuff, but Kyle just droned him out. When Kyle saw the sun approaching the horizon, he sighed and walked over to Samson's hunter hall. He really didn't look forward to this conversation. Everyone thought that he was dead and he could just run away. After all, his bracelet broke at some point during the trial. He didn't remember when though, but that just didn't feel right. Samson had saved him and had taught him. Leaving him like this just felt horrible. Kyle slowly stepped through the hunter hall. This time there were several people there. Samson was at the back, going through a couple of papers. Fennec was narrating something to Taryn, who just nodded absent-mindedly while organizing some animal parts. Lancel had already gone home. Nervon was nowhere to be seen. When Kyle stepped in, everyone looked over. As they looked at his expensive clothing and weapon, they knew that a big customer had arrived. "Welcome back, sir," Lydia shouted with a smile. She did that so that Samson knew that this was the person she had told him about. Samson quickly stood up and approached Kyle with a smile. "Welcome to Samson's Hunter Hall," he said with a smile. "I am the owner of this place, Samson. I have been told that you wanted to speak to me." Kyle had a nervous expression on his face. "Yes, can we talk in private?" he asked. Samson sat down and Kyle sat opposite of him. "So what is it that you need?" Samson asked. This is a bit awkward," Kyle said. Samson raised an eyebrow. "Nobody recognized me when I entered." Samson looked at Kyle with surprise. "Are you someone of renown?" he asked. No, I don't think anybody really knows me," Kyle said awkwardly as he scratched the back of his head. Samson furrowed his brows. "Yeah, I'm just gonna say it," Kyle said. "Sorry for not showing up to work for like 2 or 3 weeks or something. I was kind of preoccupied." Samson furrowed his brows as he looked at Kyle. "Is that a joke?" he asked, his chippy demeanor gone. No, I'm really sorry. I'm not just saying that." Kyle quickly said in a defensive manner. "So, yeah, I think I changed a bit. By the way, if it wasn't clear, I'm Kyle," he added. Samson's eyes widened as he looked at Kyle. He seemed quite skeptical. "How come nobody recognizes me?" Kyle said with annoyance. "I expected an earful or some guards, but everyone thought I was some kind of client." Samson still wasn't convinced. "What did I say to Kyle when we first met?" he asked. "How am I supposed to know that?" "I didn't speak Sanspeak back then," Kyle answered. "You just talked to the guard and then gave me some meat." Then Samson looked at Kyle's wrist. "Something is supposed to be there." "You mean that bracelet the guards gave me?" Kyle asked. "Well, it was cut off," Theodore told Kyle. "It was cut off," Kyle echoed. "Cut off," Samson shouted in shock. "How? It was very difficult to get rid of that." After that, Theodore fed Kyle the lines he was supposed to say. "Well, you see, I was digging on that hill. You know, the one on the way from the great Anaconda's territory to the town. I wanted to earn some money to repay my debt more quickly. At some point, 3 masked figures attacked me and I couldn't really resist them. They knocked me out and took me with them. I woke up in a cell and the bracelet was already removed. I assumed they cut it off because, how else would they remove it?" Samson's eyes narrowed. "Continue," he said with some authority. "I talked to some other inmates who told me that we are recruits for a quite advanced band of bandits or something, although that didn't make much sense. They said they were bandits, but everything was so organized. Anyway, I was told that I was supposed to be fodder in some kind of mission, but before that happened, I broke out." "How?" Samson asked. "Remember the drill I had on me?" Kyle asked. "They didn't find it. I just drilled through one of the walls during the night. After breaking out, I tried to find my way out, but I just couldn't. Eventually, I entered a room with lots of lines on the ground, and I saw a guy there. As soon as the guy saw me, he knew that I was not part of the group, and he panicked. He begged for his life and said that he would do anything to keep his life. He told me that he would allow me to undergo a fighter ritual free of charge. However, he also made me promise him that I had to break him out afterward. Since I didn't have a way out, I kind of just accepted his offer. I underwent the ritual, and afterward he showed me the way out. I had to carry that guy on my shoulders while we were fleeing from the other people. Luckily, my body was much stronger, and I managed to outrun them. I think I was lucky that none of the upper echelons were there that night. They probably had something to do. I ran through the forest for a while, and I only managed to find my way back today. So yeah. That's what happened. Samson furrowed his brows. Where is that other person that escaped with you? He fucking exploded, Kyle said. I didn't say you should say fucking. Theodore shouted in Kyle's ear. Kyle didn't answer. Exploded? Samson asked. Yeah, he exploded while he was on my shoulder. Was crazy hot, not in the sexual kind, of course. I'm talking more about the my bones were black kind. Samson looked at Kyle with some skepticism. That was quite an unbelievable story. As Samson looked at Kyle, he recognized some mannerisms. This really seemed to be Kyle. How did you get so good at Sandspeak? He asked. Dunno, just came to me after the trial. I overheard some people talking in the city and it just made sense, Kyle explained. Samson scratched his chin with a frown. If your mind was enhanced, that would make sense. What about the hammer? Samson asked. I stole that from their armory. It's great. I love this hammer, Kyle answered. Can I take a look? Samson asked. Sure, go ahead, Kyle said, handing the hammer to Samson. As soon as the hammer entered Samson's hands, his entire body almost fell forward. He grabbed it with both hands and lifted it with some difficulty. That's quite heavy, he said, throwing a glance at Kyle. How did Kyle lift this hammer with one hand? As he inspected the hammer, his eyebrows rose. This is not cheap, he said. Of course not, Theodore shouted in Kyle's mind. Only I can make them. Mining weapons are a marvelous invention by the greatest peak master artificer who has ever lived. Kyle decided not to repeat these words out loud. This hammer is a good start to repaying your debt, Samson said. Kyle's eyes widened. Hey, I kind of need that. Yeah, well, you've been gone for over 2 weeks and everyone's been worried sick. Nervon is still out there searching for you. He's certain that you are not dead, Samson said. Nervon is searching for me, Kyle asked. Samson nodded heavily. He said that he refuses to believe that you died. He said you have the potential of a warrior. You managed to kill old Betty. He's sure that you are still alive somewhere. Kyle looked down at the table. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't know. Be honest with me, Samson said. Is there something you didn't tell me? Kyle took a deep breath. Yes, I was out and about for a couple of days after escaping, Kyle admitted. I saw a huge fish in a big lake to the south of here. Fucker ate me, but I just ate it back. Took me a couple of days to eat it. Samson narrowed his eyes at Kyle. I thought that something like this happened. Kyle didn't answer. You advanced another level, and something like that doesn't happen when you undergo a ritual. Kyle looked to the side. Sorry, I was hungry. Samson slowly stood up and walked around the table. Then he roughly shoved Kyle's hammer to his chest. Vacation's over. I expect you to work overtime, Samson said. Samson just sighed. Then he put his hand on Kyle's shoulder. You worried us. We thought you died, he said with a worried tone. I'm sorry, Kyle answered. The next moment, Samson pulled out a small blue orb. Kyle remembered this orb. This orb would activate Kyle's bracelet and give him tremendous pain. For a while, Samson just looked at it. You know, during the 2 weeks you were missing, I could have used this orb. I don't think you were outside its influence, but I didn't. When a prisoner escapes, their responsible person is supposed to activate that orb to contain them. Samson sighed again. Why didn't you? Kyle asked. Because I was convinced that you wouldn't escape, Samson said. I was sure that you wouldn't renege on your debt. Kyle felt guilty. Yes, he didn't do anything wrong, but it still felt bad to worry his friends and colleagues. The next moment, Samson put the orb into Kyle's hand. You are a full member of my Hunter Hall now, he said. You could have run away, but you didn't. You came back of your own free will. You knew that I could have alerted the guards and that you would go back to prison. And yet you came back, Samson said. I don't need some device to leash you. Kyle looked at the orb in his hands. This was a sign of trust. Samson trusted him. Kyle grabbed the orb tightly and took a deep breath. Then he nodded at Samson with a look filled with conviction. I will repay my debt. You saved me from prison. You saved my life. You gave me a second chance. I will not disappoint you again. Kyle shouted. Samson put his hand on Kyle's shoulder again. I know, he said in an encouraging tone. Let's tell the others, Samson said with a smile. Kyle smiled back and nodded. The two of them walked back to the hall and the hunters looked at Kyle expectantly. Did this client have a job for them? When Kyle didn't say anything, Samson roughly shoved him forward. The others were taken aback when they saw that. Yeah, Kyle said. You might not recognize me. I kind of look different, but I'm Kyle, he said. The next moment, one question after the other was thrown at him. Fennec was mostly interested in Kyle's new body. He could tell that Kyle had undergone a ritual and he wanted to know what happened. Taryn was skeptical, but Samson just nodded, confirming that Kyle was Kyle. Later, Taryn threw some strict words at Kyle. He was angry and relieved that Kyle was back. Fennec just kept asking about Kyle's new powers. After about an hour of talking, the door opened. Nervon walked in with his shield and mace. When he saw that everyone except Lancel was still there, he raised a brow. We got a customer, he asked, looking at Kyle. Taryn just sighed loudly. I owe you 5 beers, he said. Nervon's eyes bright. He knew what that meant. Taryn just gestured to Kyle. He looks different, but yep, sure is him. You wouldn't believe what happened to him. Nervon looked at Kyle with surprise. Then his eyes narrowed and he approached Kyle. Bang, Nervon hit Kyle in the gut. Nervon's eyes widened when Kyle didn't fall over. Kyle's body was surprisingly hard. Oh, ouch, Kyle said, noticing that he should act injured. Nervon narrowed his eyes again. That one doesn't count, he said. In a fluid motion, Nervon pulled out his shield and rammed it into Kyle's torso. Bang, Kyle was flung backward and landed on his ass. Nervon was slower than him, but the movements had been so fluid in practice that Kyle hadn't seen them coming. Kyle had to cough a bit as he recovered. Meanwhile, Nervon just put his shield back. Training starts tomorrow. Then he wordlessly left the Hunter Hall. Would you look at that, Taryn said with a rare smile. Our big rock has a soft side. That was his soft side, Kyle asked. Yep, Taryn answered. Kyle went back home with Samson, and Samson's family was happy to have Kyle back as well. After spending a night telling Theodore to let him sleep, Kyle went back to the Hunter Hall. The first thing he saw was Nervon, who was already waiting for him. Today is my off day, Nervon said. Kyle was surprised since this wasn't supposed to be Nervan's off day, as far as he remembered. Every hunter in the hunter hall got 1 day off per week. Nervan and Lancel were usually in during the days the other three took off. And it will also be your off day, Nervan said. Kyle looked at Samson for confirmation. Sure, go ahead, he said. You can take the day off. The next moment, Nervan pointed at Kyle. We are going to train for the entire day, sure. Kyle shouted with excitement. Kyle had never received any formal training when it came to wielding his weapon. He had only swung it around, and while he had quite some success with it, he knew that there was much more to learn. I'm becoming a warrior. I always wanted to be a warrior, he thought. Nervan led Kyle out of the hunter hall and brought him outside the city. The two of them entered a big clearing, and Nervan stopped in front of Kyle. Nervan just eyed Kyle for a while. You're lucky, he said. How come? Kyle asked. You can wield a two-handed mace. I can't, Nervan said. Why not? Kyle asked in interest. Size, Nervan said. Kyle looked at Nervan with an uncomfortable expression. Yet Nervan was quite small. He was probably between 165 centimeters and 170 centimeters. I'm not insecure about it. I've made my peace with it, Nervan said. Luckily, on the path to power, almost all sizes are useful. On our level, this is not very relevant yet, but when you become stronger, your realm decides most of your power. Only a small part of your power comes from your actual size. A person with my size would be almost as strong as a person who is quite a bit taller than me. Didn't know that, Kyle commented. Wait, so if you're smaller and basically have the same power, wouldn't it be better to be small? I mean, you would be more compact and faster. Nervan smirked a bit. Correct. Later down the line, a small person would be a bit faster than a tall person, but that's not everything. A tall person has something that a small person doesn't, and that's reach. You are quite tall, and your reach is a big advantage. By using a big weapon, you build on your advantage. In comparison, if I were to use a long weapon, I would only be compensating for my weakness instead of building on my strength. Bang! Nervan rammed the bottom of his huge shield into the ground. Instead, I use this to build on my strength. I'm small and compact. I'm essentially a boulder, and my shield covers more of my body than if I were tall. Additionally, since the shield doesn't need to be so big, it is lighter. But that's not the right path for you. You would need a big shield, which would slow you down. Instead, you need to build on your strength, which is your long reach. Hold your mace forward, Nervan commanded. Kyle did just that. Nervan approached the hammer until his chest touched the head. Then he extended his mace forward. You see this? Nervan asked. My mace would need to be over twice as long to reach you from here. If I were to charge at you, I would need to deal with one of your strikes to hit you. This means you get the first strike. In a battle, a single strike decides life or death. If you hit me with this mace, I will be out. That is your advantage. In a melee battle, you always get the first strike unless you're facing another tall guy with a spear. In that case, the guy with the spear gets the first strike since spears are even longer. Of course, I am talking about a fight where both parties know what they are doing. If no party knows what they are doing, or if both parties know what they are doing, it plays out like this. If one party knows what they are doing while the other doesn't, the more experienced party will win. If you were experienced in battle, I would have quite some issues in fighting you since your fighting style perfectly counters mine. Nervan rammed his shield into the ground again. I use this shield to block an attack so that I can come closer to deliver a strike with my mace. Works wonders against swords, spears, one-handed maces, and similar weapons. But a two-handed mace is a different story. If you hit my shield, I would be thrown across the clearing and maybe even break some bones. Nervan took a couple of steps back and readied his weapons. Try to hit me with all you've got, he said. Kyle looked with discomfort at Nervan. Are you sure, kid, you are not going to win? I could be 3 times weaker than I am already, and you wouldn't be able to win. If you manage to injure me, I'll give you a beer, Nervan said. Well, okay, Kyle said nervously. He grabbed his hammer and swung at Nervan. Bang, Nervan blocked the hammer with his shield. He wasn't even pushed to the side. I said, try to hit me, Nervan added. Your body is a bit stronger than mine. If you actually tried to hit me, I would not be standing here. Kyle took a deep breath. Okay, but be careful, he said. Then Kyle used quite a lot more power. Nervan noticed that the strike had quite a lot of power behind it. It obviously wasn't Kyle's full power, but if that strike hit Nervan's shield, he would definitely be pushed to the side quite a bit. However, Nervan just casually smirked. Bang! Kyle's eyes widened as Nervan's shield angled diagonally down, and his body crouched below it. The hammer hit the shield at a 30 angle. The next moment, Nervan pushed upward, and Kyle's hammer flew upward. Kyle did his best to regain control of his hammer, but then Nervan's mace poked Kyle in the chest. This completely destroyed his equilibrium, and Kyle fell on his ass. The more experienced party always wins, Nervan said. Your strategy might counter mine, but as long as you don't know the counters to my counters, you are going to lose anyway. Kyle stood up. Nervan is really strong, he thought. I can deal with tons of spitters, and I even killed that one big ore fiend, but I don't think I can win against him. Kyle finally realized that he could actually go all out against Nervan. I'm going to be serious now, Kyle said. Nervan just smirked. Then I will also be serious. Kyle looked at Nervan, trying to find a way to hit him. Striking from the side didn't work very well, so he lifted his hammer high and swung from top to bottom. Boom. The hammer hit the ground while Nervan just casually took one step to the side. Then he held his shield in front of him and took a massive step forward. Kyle saw the shield approaching him and his instincts kicked in. He immediately jumped to the side, avoiding the shield. Nervan had an expression of positive surprise on his face. He hadn't expected that Kyle could avoid that. Most people froze when their attack failed and the enemy launched a counterattack. Nervan could see that. While Kyle was uneducated in combat, he was not inexperienced. This guy must have gone through some rough battles in the last weeks, Nervan thought. After dodging, Kyle quickly pulled his hammer back. Bang! But Nervan stepped on the hilt of the hammer. Kyle's grip on his hammer was broken by an irresistible force. The next moment, Nervan approached with his shield again. Kyle evaded. Yet just when Kyle stepped to the side, Nervan's mace came out from behind the shield and hit him in the chest. Kyle lost all the breath in his lungs and was thrown several meters away. He rolled a couple of times but managed to regain his foothold. "Oh ho, not bad," Nervan said. "You should have difficulties breathing right now, but you still regained control. This doesn't seem to be something new for you." Yes, Kyle essentially couldn't breathe right now, but just like Nervan said, this had happened before. His battles against the scaly spitters and the ore fiends had given him the ability to recover very quickly, even while injured. As Kyle thought back to the time Nervan stepped on the hilt of his hammer, physics class from high school invaded his mind without consent. Lever principle, Kyle thought. The fulcrum, or whatever it's called, was at the head of the hammer, which was on the ground. If I wanted to lift the hammer, I would need to lift the heavy head and Nervan while being on the bad side of a lever. If I could grab the head while he was standing on the hilt, it would be no issue to lift it. Kyle was sure that he had confused a couple of principles, but he didn't really give a shit. That was how it worked in his mind. Fuck language and words. He was making his own words and gave them their own meaning. The next moment, Nervan slid the hammer back to Kyle. "This is not about winning. This is about teaching you," he said. Kyle took a deep breath and lifted his hammer. "Try again," Nervan said. That was when Kyle got an idea. He held his hammer down and ran forward. When he reached Nervan, he swung upwards. Bang! Nervan moved to the side and punched the head of the hammer to the other side with his shield. Then he charged forward with his mace, just to be greeted by a hilt that quickly became bigger in his vision. Kyle had expected the hammer to be parried to the side. Because of that, he didn't resist the force but used it. The head of the hammer spun. Kyle let go of the hammer and changed his grip, essentially holding the wrong way around. Finally, he used the head of his hammer as a fulcrum and swung the hilt at Nervan's face. When Nervan saw the hilt, his battle instincts kicked in as well. He gritted his teeth. Bang! And head-butted the side of the hilt. Splatters of blood came from Nervan's forehead, but he didn't stop. With gritted teeth, Nervan stepped forward and drove his mace into Kyle's chest with all of his power. Crack! Some of Kyle's ribs broke and he was thrown back. This time he didn't immediately stand up. While Kyle was on the ground, Nervan touched the wound on his forehead and looked at his blood-covered fingers. He furrowed his brows. Then he cleaned his fingers on his green armor. "Not bad," Nervan said. "I believe I owe you a beer." Kyle had difficulties breathing while lying on the ground. That strike had been devastating. "Come on, don't be a pansy," Nervan shouted. "Yes, some of your ribs are probably broken, but you should get used to that. You are half-dwarf. You can recover quickly with just a bit of meat. If you want to make use of that, you have to get used to being injured a lot." Nervan walked over to his belongings and pulled out some meat from his bag. Then he approached Kyle and handed it to him. "I hunted a bit yesterday. Don't want to cut the day short because you're too injured," he said with a smirk. Kyle looked at the meat. "You know, I was excited for the training. I'm not sure if I'm excited anymore." The pain he felt in his chest was quite brutal. "He's not bad as a teacher for a mere mortal," Theodore said. "For now, his teachings will suffice, but his knowledge is limited to the first realm. Of course you would like somebody who beats the shit out of me," Kyle grumbled in his mind. Kyle ate the meat, and his broken bones healed in a matter of seconds. All the pain was gone. He took a deep breath and stood up again. "Ready for the next round?" Nervan asked. Kyle just sighed. "Well, no pain, no gain, I guess." Kyle lifted his hammer again before charging at Nervan. "Strongest hammer god, this sucks," Kyle thought as he lay on the ground with yet more broken ribs. The two of them had been going at it for hours now, and Kyle hadn't gotten a single hit in except for that one hit with his hilt. After that one hit, Nervan had become far more careful. "You know, if I were on Earth, my entire body would be sore. I swear, I've never worked out so much in my life. But oh no, this is fucking fantasy land, and as long as I get fucking food or whatever, my body recovers to its peak condition. There's no end. If I didn't need to sleep or drink, my body could continue for fucking ever. Can we stop for today?" Kyle asked after eating more meat. "How dare you?" Theodore shouted at him. "He is willingly teaching you, and you are refusing an opportunity to grow." Meanwhile, Nervan narrowed his eyes. "Is this all you can achieve? Is this your limit? Where's the Kyle that ripped the throat out of a spitter with his bare teeth? If you quit now, you might as well sign up to our Hunter Hall for the remainder of your life." Is that what you want? Do you want to be a mere hunter for all of your life? Do you want to watch younger people than you surpass you as you stagnate into oblivion? Meanwhile, you are no inheritor of mine, Theodore shouted at Kyle. How did someone with such a weak will pass my trials? Kyle was attacked on two fronts. Fucking fine. Kyle shouted as he jumped to his feet. Nirvan just smirked. That's the spirit. We got a problem. Kyle and Nirvan looked to the side and saw Lancel. He hadn't even noticed that Lancel had arrived in the clearing. Yes, Nirvan asked. There's another tar golem, Lancel said. Nirvan took a deep breath. We'll be right there. However, instead of leaving, Lancel just looked at Nirvan. Are you sure you are in a condition to fight? He asked. What other choice do I have? Nirvan said, pulling his weapons up. Lancel hesitated for a bit. All right. Kyle wasn't sure what Lancel was talking about and looked at Nirvan. He noticed that Nirvan was breathing rather quickly, and his weapons were shaking slightly. He's not a half-dwarf like you, Theodore said with annoyance. It takes normal humans like him hours to recover their ether, and it takes days for them to recover from injuries. At that moment, Kyle felt bad. Nirvan had been feeding Kyle one piece of meat after the other. How did he even get all of that meat? He probably hunted several beasts through the night and barely got a couple of hours of sleep. Then he kept beating the shit out of Kyle for hours without any food. He only drank from a bottle of water occasionally. Meanwhile, Kyle was in top condition and he wanted to give up. Stop being such a pussy. Kyle shouted at himself in his mind. He's having it worse than you. Sure, he still has bones that are in one piece, but he's completely exhausted. I'm going to do it, Kyle said. You are going to do what? Nirvan asked with narrowed eyes. I am going to attract the tar golem's attention, Kyle said. The next moment, Nirvan shoved Kyle to the side. This was not a friendly shove, but an aggressive one. Do not play with the lives of others. Nirvan shouted. This is not about courage. This is not about you proving yourself. My job is not to attract the tar golem's attention, but to protect the lives of my team. You may play with your life however much you want, but I will not let you play with the lives of my team, Nirvan shouted. Kyle was taken aback by the outburst. There was genuine aggression behind this outburst. This was different from all the times Nirvan had hit him with his mace. You're right, I'm sorry, Kyle answered. Nirvan snorted and walked past Kyle. Nirvan looked at Lancel and nodded. Then the two of them ran into the forest, and Kyle ran after them. Despite the tongue lashing he had received just now, Kyle was still part of the team. The three of them ran through the forest. We already know where it is. The others are keeping it at bay. Kyle remembered the tar golem, and he knew that it was not a joke. He also remembered that the last tar golem had come from a place close to the great anaconda's territory. If Samson and the others took the risk to fight it by themselves, this one was probably on its way to the great anaconda. If it gets there, the great anaconda will move and mess up the entire ecosystem. It might even attack the town. Hey, boss, Kyle whispered. You know about golems. Can you tell me anything about tar golems? Golems can be made of any kind of material, Theodore answered. You could theoretically make a golem out of tar, but I can't imagine a reason why anyone would do that. It's not hard like rock, and it's not versatile like a fire or lightning golem. It's the worst of both worlds. Kyle just furrowed his brows. As they came closer, Kyle's sense of smell alerted him of the tar golem. It smelled so insanely foul. However, he just squinted his eyes and focused. Bang, they heard the distant sound of fighting. Lancel seemingly vanished, and Nirvan kept charging forward. Kyle just followed after Nirvan. After some seconds, Kyle could finally see the tar golem. It was around 3 meters high and had several tentacles. Is that supposed to be the golem? Theodore asked with disgust. Yep, Kyle whispered. That is not a golem, Theodore answered with annoyance. Calling that a golem is akin to calling a toddler a warrior. This is a failed amalgamation. This doesn't have any of the finesse or materials required to be a golem. This is something a failed graduate from a second-rate school would make. It's like somebody took the ingredients to make bread and threw them into the furnace without preparing them. Sure, it has everything required to be bread, but you can't call that bread. Nirvan charged at the tar golem and hit it with his shield, pushing it back. The next moment, several explosive arrows hit the tar golem, destroying several of its tentacles. When the others saw that Nirvan and Lancel had arrived, they sighed in relief. Samson had been the shouter in Nirvan's place, but he was nowhere near as good at it as Nirvan. Kyle followed after Nirvan. He charged in with all of his power and swung his hammer. Boom. The tar golem rolled to the side, but since it was round, that barely did anything. Don't mess up the formation, Nirvan shouted aggressively. Only move it back and forth, not side to side. Otherwise, Lancel's arrows will miss. Sorry, Kyle said as he jumped back. Samson looked at Kyle with furrowed brows. He didn't think Kyle was ready yet. This was a bit much for him. Just use the injector, Theodore said with annoyance. Inject it with a bit of ether and it will collapse. Kyle jumped back. I can't show them the injector, he whispered. Kyle felt like Theodore rolled his eyes. Then just throw some inorganic ether at it, he commented. Kyle stopped his charge. Inorganic ether. He remembered that he still had some basic magic stone in his pocket. He kept that for when he needed a little pick-me-up. Does that work? Kyle asked. Yes, Theodore answered with annoyance. Kyle narrowed his eyes. Then he threw the small blue stone at the tar golem. When the others saw the blue stone, their eyes widened in horror. "What are you doing?" Samson shouted aggressively. Many golems grew more powerful by consuming ore. The blue stone hit the black surface of the golem, and an instant later it was sucked inside. The others all jumped back. They weren't sure what would happen now. The tar golem started to vibrate. "It's trying to form its core," Theodore commented calmly. "It does not have a golem core, but a golem needs a core." Despite its horrible construction, it is still made with the basics of golemancy. The golem started to vibrate even more. "Its instinctual and chaotic existence is searching for order and logic," Theodore said. "It has received a material that can give it the power of order and logic." Waves appeared all over the golem, but it doesn't have the necessary formations to create that logic. All its ether gathers in its center, trying to create a core, but it doesn't have the means to create it. Move back." Samson shouted as he saw the golem vibrating more violently. Everyone jumped away. "The ether tries harder and harder to form a core," Theodore commented. "It condenses more and more until..." Boom! The golem exploded and the black sludge flew everywhere, covering the surrounding 5 meters. "It loses control over its ether and it disperses," Theodore finished. "What trash," he added. "A golem that can be destroyed by throwing a stone at it is not a golem." Everyone looked with shock at the sludge. Usually when the tar golem was broken into pieces, the pieces still tried to gather. They still had some form of instinctive intelligence. But now the sludge was just there. It was dead. Then everyone turned to Kyle. "What did you do?" Samson asked in shock and confusion. "Well," Kyle said, trailing off. "That was when Theodore fed more lines to him. I saw that it only eats trees and wildlife," Kyle explained. "It's kind of like an animal in a way, right? So then I thought, what if it ate a stone? If an animal eats a stone, that would be bad, but it couldn't just be any kind of stone. I mean, the thing feeds on ether, right? So what if we give it some stone ether or something?" Samson furrowed his brows, but the animal wouldn't eat a stone. Kyle just shrugged. "I dunno. I just threw the stone and it worked. I didn't really think too much about it." The others all looked at Kyle before turning to the lifeless sludge. Kyle's argument made some sense, but it still felt weird. It was so simple. That was almost like how a monkey would think. Enemy, throw stone, eat banana. And yet this simple solution worked wonders. Kyle just threw a stone at the golem and that completely decimated it. "Don't do that again," Samson said. "You didn't know what would happen. We are lucky that your guess turned out to be correct, but we can't be sure that will happen the next time. By blindly following your instincts, you put us in danger. We had the situation under control, and we would have managed to destroy the golem. When you are part of a team, you must follow orders." Kyle nodded. "Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that again." Samson nodded back before turning to the sludge. "Besides that, good job. You essentially killed the tar golem all on your own. That's also worth something," he said with a slight grin. Samson turned to Taryn. "I guess we need to expand our kit with some basic ore." Taryn wordlessly nodded. "What kind of stone did you throw?" Samson asked. Kyle shrugged. "I dunno. I found it in that weird stronghold or whatever. It was light blue and easily turns into powder." "Sounds like basic mage stone," Samson said. "That's relatively cheap. It's still going to hurt the wallet, but a tar golem hurts the wallet more." "Samson," Lancel said from the side, lifting a bit of the sludge. "The grass below the sludge is not dying." "Why would it?" Theodore commented with a snort in Kyle's mind. "Its instincts are gone. The sludge will just disperse its remaining ether slowly before turning into dirt." Samson walked over and looked at it. "Should we leave it be?" Lancel asked. "I don't want to take any chances," Samson answered. "Let's burn it, sure thing." Everyone gathered some of the sludge and piled it up so that Fennec could burn it. After some minutes, everyone just watched the pile burn. "Hey, boss," Kyle whispered. "Can you find out who made that tar golem?" "There's no style in the golem," Theodore answered. "There are countless dropouts. I can't say who made this based on its composition. I only know that the tinkerer who made this is atrocious at making golems, but there are ways we can use to find them." Kyle looked at the small essence crystal in his hand. With his sense of smell, he had tracked down the crystal that was used to create the tar golem. "Beyond crude," Theodore commented with an arrogant snort. "This nobody really is an idiot." "Yes, you've been saying that countless times," Kyle said with some annoyance. "Is there a way we can track the creator?" "Patience is a virtue, foolish inheritor," Theodore said. "Just take it with you for now." Kyle nodded and pocketed the crystal. Luckily, Nervan was too exhausted to continue training Kyle for the day. That meant Kyle had the remainder of the day for himself. "We need basic mage stone, and it has to be unrefined," Theodore said. "Where am I going to get that?" "I just threw my last piece at the tar golem," Kyle asked. "Do not refer to that thing as a golem. It is disrespectful to golemancy," Theodore spoke with annoyance. Kyle just rolled his eyes. "As for its procurement, you are going to mine it." Kyle scratched the back of his head. Sure, but where do I find it? You passed my trial. You should know where to find it," Theodore spoke with disgust. "Try to use your dwarf brain for once." Kyle just ignored the insult and thought back to what he had learned during the trial. "Basic mage stone is found at a depth of at least 20 meters, he repeated. "Many strong plants use it to become stronger, which is why there is no mage stone near their roots, right?" "Correct," Theodore answered. "Now start digging." "But where?" Kyle asked. "Are you sure you're only half dwarf?" Theodore asked with annoyance. Look around you, foolish inheritor. Do you see all of these iron trees? Do you think this many trees can become this tall and resilient by just feeding on dirt and water? I mean, they also need sunlight, right? Kyle asked with a small smirk. If you don't want my help, you can just say so, Theodore said. Theodore just snorted. Seriously, why do I have to be stuck with the antisocial schizo? Can't I have a friendly grandpa in a ring or something? Something like a nice teacher? Nuo, it has to be the fucking crazy megalomaniac. Yes, I know what that word means. I think Kyle looked around for a suitable spot to start digging. Then he remembered a certain place. I know where to start digging, Kyle said as he walked towards the southwest. The ground, Theodore commented. You have to dig into the ground. Why must you be an ass? Kyle asked. Can't you just be nice for once? When you deserve it, foolish inheritor, Theodore commented arrogantly. Right now you aren't even fit to empty my toilet. Show me some of your character and strength, and then maybe I will treat you a bit better. Kyle just droned out Theodore's voice. His failed marriage had honed that skill to perfection. After some minutes of walking, Kyle arrived at the spot he had picked. The holy shell is gone, Kyle thought as he looked at the big hole. This was the spot where he had killed old Betty. There was already a hole there, right? Might as well make use of it. Kyle walked over to the hole and looked inside. Quite deep, but I survived worse falls. The next moment he jumped in. Bang, he landed after falling for about 20 meters without any injuries. All the turtle shit is also gone, Kyle thought. Makes sense. I mean, that shit is worth a fortune. As Kyle looked around, he didn't find any ore. Where do I start digging? Kyle asked. What? You think the ore will just give you a sign? Theodore asked sarcastically. The ore wants to stay hidden, foolish inheritor. You just have to dig and find it. All right, Kyle said with a shrug before he pulled out his hammer. Bang, he hit the walls of the hole with his hammer and they crumbled. As he continued hitting the walls, the big hole started to fill with debris. What do I do with the debris? Kyle asked. You carry it out, Theodore answered. Kyle looked up at the hole. How? He asked. You pick up a stone. Hands are the best tool for that. If you curl your fingers around a stone, you can hold it, and if you also manage to walk while holding. I get it, Kyle shouted. Theodore just snorted again. Kyle looked at all the debris with a grimace. This sucked. If he had to carry all of the debris out by hand, he would be spending 95 of his time dealing with the debris instead of digging. How do advanced mines deal with the debris? Kyle asked. Cheap ones use mine carts and tracks, Theodore answered. Valuable ones use an anti-gravity lift. Anti-gravity lift? Kyle asked. It's a wide beam in the middle of the mine that uses ether to reverse the gravity for that area. Miners throw the debris into the lift, and the debris flies up, where it is caught by machines that refine stone into bricks and other usable resources, Theodore explained. And no, you can't use that. I know how to make one, but you don't even have enough money to afford the smallest part. You are poor, so like a good little peasant, you will carry the debris out by hand. Kyle looked at the debris again. Then he got an idea. He grabbed one of the stones and looked at it. Well, here it goes. Finally, he threw it into his mouth. Theodore didn't comment. He was too stunned by what he saw. His inheritor was literally eating dirt and stone. After swallowing the stone, Kyle waited. Nothing happened. He didn't feel ill, but he also didn't feel energized. It was like he had eaten nothing. See, I don't have to carry it out. Kyle shouted with a smug smile. I can just eat it. Theodore didn't say anything. Kyle kept eating the stones. It was probably slower to eat them than to carry them outside, but this way he didn't need to walk back and forth. He kept digging, but the debris covered more and more of his body. At one point, he was covered in debris that went up to his waist, and moving around became awkward. That was when Kyle ate stones without chewing them. He just rammed them into his mouth and swallowed them. Luckily, his body was strong enough to push the big stones down his esophagus. And as soon as they hit his stomach, they just vanished. Man, I'm getting hungry, Kyle thought after 30 minutes. I should eat more stones. He ate more and more stones, but his hunger only got worse. Oh, is somebody getting hungry? Why don't you eat more stones and see how you feel then? Theodore asked with annoyance. Kyle just looked at the stones with furrowed brows. I'm not sure if that will work. Of course it doesn't, Theodore shouted. What would the world look like if beasts could gain nutrition from ground? Have you ever thought of that? Kyle imagined a world where every beast just kept eating the ground around them. That would be weird, you absolute imbecile, Theodore shouted. Do you think converting matter into ether is that easy? Everything you eat has to be broken down into ether, and you need ether to break it down. The stone around you barely has any ether, which means your body is using more ether than it gains. Has that thought never entered your dwarf brain? Kyle just looked aimlessly forward. No, he answered. I think you learn better by feeling the pain of your own stupidity, Theodore said. You're a toddler that thinks it can outsmart the world. I'll just let your stupidity punch you in the face. That seems to be the only way you can learn anything. Kyle took a deep breath. He wanted to protest against the verbal abuse, but he was too ashamed. Yes, he had been dumb. Fine, he shouted. I'll just carry it out the normal way. Oh, wow. Don't give me a sarcastic comment, Kyle shouted back. I'm doing what you told me to do. Theodore didn't say anything, but Kyle could feel the arrogant and smug smirk on Theodore's metaphorical face. Kyle went back to the hole and jumped about 10 meters up. Bang, he hit the wall of the hole with his hammer, and a big chunk fell off. After all the debris finished raining down on him, he looked up. He saw an indent in the hole, foothold acquired. Then Kyle grabbed as much debris as he could carry and jumped to the foothold, and promptly misjudged his power. He didn't reach the foothold and started to fall down. Bang, he hit the ground with his back and all the stones he carried rained down on him. Don't, Kyle shouted, just don't. Theodore didn't say anything. Kyle grabbed less debris this time and jumped again. He overshot his goal a bit, but he managed to land on his new foothold on the way down. He jumped once more and landed outside, where he just dumped the debris in a random location. During the next couple of jumps, he misjudged his power again and plummeted to the ground. He expected a negative comment from Theodore, but he didn't say anything. But I can still feel his smug fucking face. He's looking at me like he's waiting for me to mess something up. Well, fuck you, I'm not going to mess up. I'm just carrying stones from one place to another. Kyle moved stones back and forth for the next 10 minutes. As he looked at the sizable hill of stones near the hole, he smiled triumphantly. Finally, Kyle jumped back into the hole. Bang, he hit the ground and the cave shook a bit. Bang, the next moment Kyle was blasted by a gray cloud. After the gray cloud vanished, Kyle saw something. The hole he had dug had collapsed. All his work gone. I thought it would collapse sooner, Theodore commented. Why, what happened? Kyle asked. You put your debris over your tunnel. I'm not sure if you are aware, but stones are quite heavy. Instead of stabilizing the tunnel, you put more stone on top of it. You can't even carry some stones from one place to another without messing something up. That is quite remarkable. Kyle grew annoyed. He had essentially wasted 2 hours of his time. All of that. Gone. Why didn't you tell me? Kyle asked. Because you need to learn the hard way, Theodore answered. All right, fuck this. Kyle shouted, jumping out of the hole. I'm done with this digging shit. Surprisingly, Theodore didn't say anything, but Kyle could still feel the smug expression on Theodore's face. No, I'm fucking done. Fuck this mining shit. Fuck carrying stones. Fuck the tar golem. And most of all, fuck Theodore. Kyle angrily stomped through the forest until he found a spitter. After killing it and eating it, he just sat down with a frown. His hunger was gone, and he had calmed down. Theodore hadn't said anything during this entire time. Arg, Kyle shouted, aggressively ruffling his hair. Fine, then he walked back to the hole. See, I knew you would come back, Theodore said with his smug smile. Shut up, Kyle answered with annoyance as he jumped back into the hole. Kyle could hear a quiet chuckle. As he looked at his collapsed tunnel, he took a deep breath. All right, how do I make a tunnel that won't collapse, he asked. You told me to shut up, Theodore answered. Are we really doing this? Kyle asked with a roll of his eyes. Theodore didn't answer. Kyle took a deep breath. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not listening to you, Kyle said. Good inheritor, Theodore said with an arrogant grin as if praising his dog. Kyle just gritted his teeth in annoyance. Now, if you just listen to what I tell you, you don't have to be the victim of your own stupidity anymore. Do you understand? Theodore asked. Fine, I'll listen, Kyle said. Theodore chuckled arrogantly. Theodore had become pretty good at getting beneath Kyle's skin, but the only thing Kyle could do for now was to endure. I'll make you shut up eventually, Kyle thought. Like this, Kyle asked, holding a stone to the walls of the big hole. Yes, Theodore answered. Now push it into the wall with your liquefier. A plate came out of Kyle's hammer and he pushed the plate into the stone. Nothing's happening, Kyle said. Foolish inheritor, you have to use your soul, Theodore said. Kyle infused his hammer with ether. A moment later, the hammer pushed forward and the stone became malleable. Eventually, the stone vanished. It was like it had been pushed into the wall. Weird. Kyle thought as he looked at it. Combining the same materials is easy. As long as you use the debris of the mine, you can strengthen the walls by pushing the ether of the debris into the walls. That increases the durability of the walls. That's also why the walls in my trial were so durable, Theodore explained. Why did you tell me to carry the debris out if we are going to use it for this? Kyle asked, trying not to sound passive-aggressive, because you are only going to use 10 of the debris for this. The other 90 have to be dealt with in the traditional way, Theodore answered. For the next couple of hours, Kyle liquefied stones to harden the walls of the hole. By now, it had become dark outside and it was time to return home. Otherwise, Samson would become worried. I didn't even get a piece of ore, Kyle grumbled. Foolish inheritor, if mining were that easy, everyone would be a miner. Mining takes a lot of work, and if you don't know what you're doing, it is also dangerous. If the tunnel collapses while you are inside, your life would be forfeit, Theodore explained. Kyle just sighed. It was frustrating that he hadn't made any tangible progress. Eventually, Kyle jumped out of the hole and made his way back. On his way back, he searched for a spitter since he was quite hungry, but he didn't find any of them. In the end, Kyle had to return home hungry. Samson wanted to ask Kyle where he had been, but his talk with Nervon from a couple of weeks ago made him decide against that. Kyle was an adult. Whatever he did during his off days was up to him. When Kyle was in his own room again, he sat down in the middle of it. Can you tell me more about creating functional minds? Kyle asked Theodore. You are willing to learn? Theodore asked in surprise. Yes, Kyle answered. I want to make sure that nothing goes wrong again. Surprising but not an unwelcome surprise, Theodore said. If you desire knowledge, I am willing to provide it. For the next couple of hours, Theodore gave Kyle a detailed overview of his mining weapon. If Kyle wanted to become a proper miner, he needed to know what his tools could do. Eventually, Kyle went to sleep. Wake up, huh? Kyle uttered as he groggily opened his eyes. How late is it? Early. Very early, Theodore said. How long did I sleep? Kyle asked, looking out at the dark sky. 4 hours, Theodore answered. Only 4 hours, Kyle asked in shock. You don't need more than 4 hours to survive, Theodore said with annoyance. You are no longer a regular mortal. The stronger you get, the less sleep you need. Kyle's eyes wanted to close again. Wake up and get to work, Theodore shouted. Get to work on what? Kyle asked in annoyance. Training, Theodore answered. Nervan's training isn't due for another 2 hours, Kyle answered. That is Nervan's training. This is your training, my training, Kyle asked. Yes, you need to get more familiar with your body. You need to train your soul. You need to learn how to manipulate your center. Kyle took a deep breath. That sounded like a lot of work. He wasn't a fan of work. Get your ass up. It's time to catch breakfast, Theodore shouted. Kyle groaned and stood up. Under Theodore's orders, he left the town and entered the wilderness. The wilderness is much more dangerous during the dark hours. Hunting during the late night will be a good opportunity to learn. Kyle was essentially following orders like a robot since he was still insanely tired. Theodore told him exactly where to go, and after a while, Kyle arrived in front of a small lake. It was barely 50 meters wide. Put your hand in the lake, Theodore ordered. Sure thing, boss, Kyle answered like a robot. He held his hand in the lake as ordered. Several seconds passed. Suddenly, Kyle's eyes shot open, and he pulled his hand out of the lake. There had been a sudden sting of pain in his arm. As he looked at his arm, he saw a big fish hanging from his arm. Its teeth had halfway buried themselves in his arm. There's your food, Theodore said. Finally awake now. What the fuck, dude? Kyle asked. I'm not your dude but your master, Theodore shouted. Now eat. Kyle was annoyed at the sudden wake-up call, but he ate the fish regardless. It was pretty good and it had a good amount of ether. Done? Theodore asked with a strict voice. Yes, Kyle grumbled. Good. Jump into the lake. Kyle's eyes widened. Why? Asked. Do it. I will explain after, Theodore shouted. Kyle looked at the lake apprehensively. He had no idea what was inside and one of the fish had just tried to eat him. Are you sure? Kyle asked. Your life is more important to me than it is to yourself, Theodore shouted. You are the only shot I have at fulfilling my dying wish. Do what I'm telling you to do. Kyle took a deep breath as his annoyance grew again. Fine. Then he jumped into the lake. Swim to the other side as fast as you can, Theodore said. Kyle was kicking the water below him since his hammer was so insanely heavy. I said swim, not kick, Theodore shouted. How am I supposed to swim with this hammer? Kyle shouted. Use your soul, you imbecile. Your soul manipulates your surroundings. Now stop kicking the lake or you will die. Kyle's eyes widened. Kyle stopped moving and he started to rapidly sink. Below the surface, he opened his eyes and looked down into the dark abyss. When he looked down, his heart almost stopped. There were 6 gigantic eyes looking up at him. Do not move, Theodore shouted. Use your soul to slowly move your body to the surface. Kyle did as ordered and willed the lake to move him upward. A moment later, Kyle felt a connection with the lake, and he felt like it was willing to do his bidding. The water in his surroundings gathered below him, increasing the density. Slowly, Kyle's body moved back to the surface, and he could finally breathe again. You saw the noble of the lake, right? Theodore asked. Kyle nodded, not daring to say anything or move in any way. Good, this will make explaining things easier, Theodore said. Kyle felt something moving below him. Pull your right leg in. Stretch your left leg out, Theodore ordered. Kyle did just as ordered. Now this might hurt a bit, but it is a necessary expense. Whatever you do, do not move. As long as you do not move, you are not in life-threatening danger. Life-threatening, that means I'm still in regular danger, right? Kyle thought. Kyle felt the water around his legs moving. Snap, Kyle's eyes widened as insane pain went through his entire body. It felt like his foot had been torn off. Fucking, this hurts so fucking bad, Kyle thought as he gritted his teeth. Use your soul to swim to the other side of the lake. Keep your left leg stretched out. Do not stretch out your right leg, Theodore ordered. Due to the pain, Kyle was unable to focus. The water around him started to move in waves as he tried his best to use his soul to move forward. Careful, do not cause any disturbances. The noble of the lake does not like disturbances, Theodore shouted. Kyle's mind went wild as he did his best to focus. The water around him calmed down somewhat, and his body slowly moved forward. After floating forward for about 10 meters, Kyle felt something moving beneath him again. You know what's about to come, Theodore commented. Kyle's body broke out in sweat. Snap, the water around Kyle bubbled as he lost his focus. The insane pain had returned. Keep moving. Do not make a commotion, Theodore shouted. Kyle was filled with anger and terror as he sped up. Surprisingly, the faster he moved, the calmer the water around him became. Just when he reached the other edge, he felt something moving below him again. Just keep going. Stay calm, Theodore shouted. Finally, Kyle felt the ground beneath him and he quickly jumped out of the lake. As soon as he landed outside, he collapsed. While sitting on his ass, he looked at his left leg, or more precisely, what remained of it. Everything below his knee was gone. Good, Theodore said. Good, Kyle shouted. I lost my fucking leg. What the fuck is wrong with you? Theodore just snorted and stayed silent. What? I'm talking to you, Kyle shouted. The next moment, Kyle heard a splash and looked over. A small fish with 6 eyes had jumped out of the lake and was flopping around beside him. "Don't let it get back into the water," Theodore shouted. Kyle followed Theodore's command on instinct and grabbed the fish. "Consume it," Theodore ordered. Kyle didn't need to be told twice, and he immediately rammed his teeth into the fish. As soon as he swallowed the first bite, he felt his entire body being revigorated. His legs started to regrow. In the next moment, Kyle fell into a feeding frenzy and ate the entire fish. As soon as he was done, he was filled with energy. "Fuck, I feel like I just took a shot of basic mage stone," he thought. It took about a minute for Kyle's leg to recover fully, and when it was done, he stood up. Kyle's anger had calmed down quite a bit, and he looked at the lake. "What the fuck just happened?" Kyle asked. "That is a noble of the lake, and it is a very valuable species," Theodore explained. "The noble of the lake is a peaceful beast that benefits the environment. A couple of select and intelligent beasts know about the noble of the lake. They willingly enter the lake during dawn and let parts of their body be eaten. Depending on the value of the meat, the noble of the lake will grant one of its small copies in return. You are in the mid-first realm and you have an aristocrat's body. Your meat is a delicacy and the noble of the lake will give you something in return. You have passed its test and it now views you as an ally. It will not attack you as long as you don't cause too much chaos in its lake. From time to time, it will consume some of your flesh to renew its protection. You must not resist when that happens. If you are ever in danger, you can jump into the lake, and the noble of the lake will take care of the danger. You must never disrespect it, or it will consume you. Based on your contribution, I estimate that you can now freely swim in its lake for the next week without having to pay more tribute. The noble of the lake protects its lake, and fishing for any kind of fish-eating beast is beyond dangerous in this lake. This means the lake is abundant with valuable fish. Your food source for the next week has been secured, and you gained a sanctuary." Kyle could barely believe what he had just heard. Noble of the lake, protection, what was this, politics? That was a fish, a fucking fish. He just fed his leg to a fish. Go back into the lake. Maybe there's some valuable ore around. I don't think any of the locals know how to enter an accord with the noble of the lake, which means any ore in the lake is up for grabs. Kyle took a deep breath as he tried to wrap his head around this weird concept. "Sure thing, boss," he answered in the end. Kyle carefully went back into the lake. "This shit is stupid," he thought. "It's just a fucking fish. Noble my ass." As Kyle entered the water, he felt nervous. He really didn't want his legs chewed off again. By now, he had become pretty good at pushing the water around with his soul. "You are very talented at manipulating the world with your soul," Theodore commented. "Maybe you are not such a bad inheritor." Kyle lost his focus and submerged. Praise. From Theodore, he thought in shock. He quickly regained his focus, and the waters calmed down again. Underwater, Kyle opened his eyes and looked down. Since he now had time, he could actually look at the bottom of the lake. "That fucker is huge," Kyle thought as he saw the gigantic fish. That fish was probably 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. If it wanted, it could swallow Kyle whole. The noble of the lake just rested on the bottom of the lake. Many of its offspring were crowding around it, not daring to leave its side. Kyle also saw a couple of other fish in the lake. There were also around 30 of the fish who had bitten his hand earlier. How the fuck is there such a huge fish in such a small lake? Kyle thought. There's barely any space for it. The next moment, he saw something move beneath the noble of the lake. "You've got to be shitting me," Kyle thought. "This thing has crab legs." Sure enough, the noble of the lake had about 8 crab legs. "Wait, so that thing can also go on land?" "This is the noble's domain," Theodore said. "It made this lake, and if it wants to, it can make it bigger." Kyle carefully surfaced again. "What do you fucking mean with it made this lake?" Kyle asked. He couldn't talk while underwater, which was why he surfaced. "Foolish inheritor, do you not know what a water affinity is?" Theodore asked with annoyance. "No, I don't," Kyle answered. Theodore almost seemed taken aback. This had been a jab, not an honest question. Theodore got disgusted by his inheritor's idiocy once again. "There are many kinds of ether in this world. You can transform ether into many different things, and one of these things is elemental ether. You saw those wolves that spit fire. They have a fire affinity. Their bodies are still filled with normal ether, but they can transform that ether into fire ether and use that to attack their prey. The noble of the lake has a water affinity, and it can transform ether into water ether. That water ether turns into water, and that's how it makes its lakes. If it needs a bigger lake, it takes a bite from the walls, spits the debris into the distance, and summons more water." Kyle blinked a couple of times in surprise. "Fucking fantasy land, dude," he thought. "Do I have an affinity?" Kyle asked. "Yes," Theodore said. "I made sure that my inheritor would have the perfect affinity. When you received your aristocrat's body, you also received a fitting affinity." "What is it?" Kyle asked. Theodore snorted. "I said you would have the most fitting one. I would assume it's obvious." "Earth?" Kyle asked. "No, you imbecile," Theodore shouted. "It's metal. You have a metal affinity." "Wait, you can have an affinity for metal," Kyle thought. "I thought it would be just something like earth, water, fire, and wind." Theodore groaned in annoyance. "There are many different affinities. Water, fire, earth, wind, wood, stone, metal, rain, storm, magma, steam, light, darkness, and so on." "What?" Kyle asked in confusion. Literally, what's the difference between rain, storm, and wind? Seems like the same thing to me. Theodore had already become numb to Kyle's stupidity. Wind makes you faster. It has a high degree of control. Storm increases your attacking power and speed, but it is very difficult to control it. Rain is even harder to control, but with chaos comes destruction. Kyle raised a brow in skepticism. How is a rain affinity destructive? Have you ever seen a droplet move so fast that it breaks a tree? Kyle didn't answer. Now imagine that, but with many more droplets. Kyle blinked a couple of times in surprise. What about water? What can it do? He asked. Pressure and mass, Theodore answered. Water is easier to create with ether than ground or fire. That means you can create a lot of it, and when you control a lot of water, you can cause a lot of chaos. Dude, Fantasyland, I tell you. Kyle thought, is this a fucking RPG? Are there talent trees as well? What can I do with my metal affinity? Kyle asked. Shape metal. Control metal to a certain degree, Theodore answered. Can I create metal? Kyle asked. No. Kyle just frowned. Sounds a bit underwhelming, he answered. Theodore just shook his metaphorical head with a disgusted expression and didn't dignify that comment with an answer. Go dive, Theodore commanded. I want to take inventory of the lake's ore. Kyle was a bit annoyed that Theodore completely ignored his comment. Sure thing, boss, he said as he dove again. Kyle dove to a depth of about 10 meters and looked at the walls. It was pretty dark, but he could still see well. When he saw a blue stone, he pointed towards it and made a couple of gurgling noises. This lake must have been created years ago, Theodore commented. There's already coral stone growing here. Blub blub, Kyle asked. It's a rank E material and it can be used for different equipment for apprentices with a water affinity. It can also easily be turned into water. The noble of the lake won't care about the coral stone. You can mine it. Kyle showed a thumbs up and swam over to the coral stone. It's very brittle, Theodore said. Be careful with it. Kyle nodded and carefully pulled the stone out of the wall. Crack! The stone broke into pieces as Kyle's hammer jerked to the side. With his teeth gritted in anger, he tore the fish that bit his butt off and bit its head off in return. Theodore just looked at Kyle in disgust. Kyle grabbed another fish from the shore and bit its head off. Focus, Theodore shouted. How am I supposed to focus with these fish constantly trying to bite me? He asked with a full mouth. Right now, Kyle was sitting in the shallow waters of the lake. Beside him, inside the water, was an orange stone. In his hand was his hammer and a bowl made of stone. Keep going, you're wasting time, Theodore shouted. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said with an eye roll. He grabbed another stone from the shore and held it to the bowl. Then he carefully moved his liquefier to the stone. The stone partially liquefied and fused with the bowl, enlarging it a bit. That's big enough for now, Theodore said. Put the coral stone in. Make sure that it is fully covered in water. Kyle scooped the coral stone up with the bowl. Luckily, there was more coral stone in the lake. Close the bowl, Theodore commanded. Kyle grabbed the lid he had prepared and fused it to the bowl, creating a ball of rock. Good, Theodore said. Remember, coral stone has to be contained in water. The more ether the water has, the better. It will quickly lose its value if it is exposed to raw ether. Kyle just looked at the bowl. It had taken him over an hour to create this bowl, and he really hoped that it was worth it. The first rays of the sun already illuminated the horizon. Bring it back to your room. Your training with that hunter will start soon, Theodore said. Kyle nodded, stood up, and traveled home again. The first people had already appeared in the streets, preparing for the day. Kyle put the stone with the coral stone into his room, greeting Samson's wife. She was preparing breakfast for Samson, who was still asleep. Kyle left the house again and went to the clearing where Nirvan would be training him. Nirvan was already there, and he was looking at Kyle with annoyance. You're late, Nirvan said with annoyance. Kyle furrowed his brows and looked at the horizon. A bit of the sun already peeked out. You said at dawn, Kyle answered. Looks like dawn to me. At the brink of dawn, Nirvan answered. The sun is already showing, which means it's after the brink of dawn. Sorry, I misunderstood then, Kyle answered. Nirvan snorted. Take out your mace, he commanded. Kyle held his hammer in his hand. Swing, Nirvan ordered. Kyle did just that, grabbing the bottom of the hammer's grip and swinging it from one side to the other. It felt amazing to swing this heavy thing. Feels good, right? Nirvan asked emotionlessly. Kyle nodded. Your mace is very destructive if swung like that. You could probably destroy my shield and break all of my bones if you hit, he commented. Swing again and try to hit me, Nirvan ordered. Kyle nodded and readied himself. He charged forward and swung at Nirvan, who hadn't even taken out his weapons. The big swing missed as Nirvan just casually took 2 steps back. Try again, Nirvan said. Kyle narrowed his eyes and swung again. He missed again, and again. And again, you see the problem, Nirvan asked. Your swing is wide and destructive, but it tells your enemy exactly how you are going to strike. The wind-up time is too long, and you have to put a lot of energy into swinging this heavy thing. Continue. Kyle took a deep breath and shot forward. This time he anticipated that Nirvan would jump back and swung later. Bang! Instead, Nirvan also took a step forward. He caught the shaft of the hammer. There was still quite a lot of force behind the swing, and his body was pushed to the side, leaving a trail on the ground. But he had stopped the hammer. The enemy can also move in, Nirvan explained. If you hit the enemy with your mace's head, it will be devastating to them, but that's just the thing. It has to be the head. If you swing too late, the enemy can close in and exit your attacking range. If you swing too early, the enemy can take a step back. Kyle furrowed his brows. But that's the thing, Kyle said. You are not a stationary target, and my swing takes too long. I can't possibly hit you since you will react accordingly. My swing will always be too early or too late since you will make it too early or too late with your reaction. Correct, Nirvan answered. Give me your mace. Kyle handed the hammer over, and Nirvan carried it with great difficulty. The hammer was obviously too heavy for him. Nirvan stepped back and swung it a bit, his muscles bulging under the stress. However, the hammer wasn't nearly as fast in Nirvan's hands as it was in Kyle's hands. I can manage a couple of swings, Nirvan said. Now I am going to swing at you casually with mismanaged timings. I want you to take advantage of these timings to deal with the swing. Kyle nodded. Then Nirvan stepped forward and swung. When Kyle saw the hammer approaching, he got quite intimidated. That thing was fucking scary. He felt like all his bones would break if he even slightly touched the head. Kyle jumped back, easily avoiding the swing. Nirvan ran forward again, and this time he swung very late. Kyle just stepped in and caught the hilt of the hammer, stopping it in its tracks. After another 5 swings, Kyle got the rhythm down and the hammer didn't look as scary anymore. Sure, if it hit him, it would be horrible, but he was quite confident that it wouldn't hit him. All right, Nirvan said, breathing heavily. I will now actually try to hit you. Try to deal with the swing however you want. Kyle nodded and grew nervous again. Nirvan charged forward and swung. The swing was obviously too late and Kyle stepped forward. Suddenly, Nirvan stopped in his tracks. In a fluid motion, he took a step back, putting more distance between the two. Kyle's eyes widened. The hammer crashed into him. Bang. Bang, Kyle flew to the side, and his left shoulder hurt quite a bit. Luckily, Nirvan had slowed the swing down quite a bit. Otherwise, Kyle's shoulder would be in pieces. Since he still had a lot of ether from all the fish he ate, Kyle recovered rather quickly and stood up again. Again, Nirvan asked. Kyle took a deep breath and nodded with a determined expression. He remembered what Nirvan had done. The issue Kyle had stated earlier didn't seem to exist when Nirvan was swinging the hammer. When I step in, he steps back. However, he already committed to the swing, which means he predicted my movements beforehand. Nirvan charged at Kyle again. He started to swing. Kyle took a step forward. Nirvan took a step back. Then Kyle jumped back as well. The hammer stopped mid-swing, Nirvan's arms bulging. Then he charged forward again and the hammer returned to its original position, ready for another swing. He didn't commit to the swing, Kyle realized. I thought I would get an opportunity to attack, but I didn't. As Kyle watched Nirvan charging at him again, he didn't know what to do. Kyle jumped back again, but Nirvan just kept charging at him without swinging the hammer. Several jumps later, Kyle was still being pursued by Nirvan, who hadn't swung even once. By now, Kyle was just fleeing from Nirvan. Then he gritted his teeth. This is training, not a real battle. I actually have to engage him if I want to learn. So he stopped retreating and readied himself. Nirvan approached, and Kyle charged forward. This time he wouldn't just take a step forward. This time he would run through Nirvan like a train. As expected, Nirvan took a step back, but Kyle didn't stop. The swing would miss. Yet the next moment, Nirvan changed his grip on the hammer. His right arm grabbed the hammer right beneath the head, while his left hand let go of the hammer's hilt. The swing changed trajectory. Instead of swinging from side to side, Nirvan was thrusting the hammer forward like a spear. Bang! The hammer's head hit Kyle right in the abdomen. Nirvan was pushed back slightly, but his stance was stalwart. Kyle flew back as the hammer pushed him into the distance. At the same time, Nirvan let go of the hilt. When the hammer flew a bit away from him, he grabbed the bottom of the hilt again with both arms. He took a step forward and lifted the hammer high into the air. Kyle rolled a bit, and when he regained his footing, the hammer was already above him. It swung down, and Kyle could only watch as his death approached. But then Nirvan's entire body bulged, and the hammer stopped mere inches away from Kyle's head. After that, Nirvan dropped the hammer and massaged his aching arms. Stopping such a swing was not easy. For a couple of seconds, nobody said anything. Time and space, Nirvan said after he regained his breathing. A two-handed mace is all about timing and positioning. The next moment, Nirvan sat down, exhausted. That hammer was way too heavy for him. You would think that a two-handed mace is a weapon of pure destruction and power, but it isn't, Nirvan explained. Swinging a two-handed mace is not easy. A two-handed mace is a very technical weapon. If you just wildly swing, you will give your opponent a chance to counter. Every swing has to be deliberate. You must only swing if you are certain that you are going to hit. You must know what your opponent will do in advance. If you know how your opponent will act, you can hit them with every swing. But that is only in theory, Nirvan added as he took a swig from a bottle of water. You don't know your opponent. You don't know what they will do or how they will fight. You can only make an educated guess. Swinging a two-handed mace is a game of probability. You can never be completely sure what your opponent does, and you have to take that into account. When I charge at you, there's a high chance that you will run at me, but you might also keep your distance and wait for me to commit. You could also evade to the side, escaping the swing of the mace by outrunning it. When you carry your mace, you have to be prepared for all of these possibilities. You can't commit until you know you're going to hit. When your enemy is too far away, you approach without swinging. When your enemy is too close, you use your mace like a shield and push them away. Did you get all that? Nervan asked. By now, he had regained part of his stamina and he stood up again. Kyle just sighed. I thought using a hammer would be fun, he thought. Instead, I have to think about all of these mind games and stuff. I want to have fun with my weapon. I want to swing shit around without a care in the world. Kyle thought back to how Nervan just grabbed the hilt. Wouldn't happen with a two-handed sword. What if it's a two-handed sword? Kyle asked. A two-handed sword is very different from a two-handed mace, Nervan asked. I mean, Kyle added, if I were to swing a two-handed sword, you wouldn't be able to catch its hilt, which means you would always have to be far away, right? So isn't a two-handed sword better? Nervan huffed in amusement. If your opponent fights bare-handed, sure, but they're not. I would just push the sword to the side with my shield instead of my hand. As long as it's not the front third of the sword, I can do the same thing to that. Additionally, even if the front third hits my shield, I will only be pushed to the side for a bit. My shield will still be in one piece and I am free to strike. I can't do the same thing with your mace. If the head of your mace strikes my shield, I'm done. Two-handed swords are useful in different ways, but with my battle style, I would have it far easier against a two-handed sword. Same thing is true for you. If you ever fight someone who uses a two-handed sword, you will be at an advantage. Kyle raised his brows. That sounded more like a mirror match. Nervan could see that Kyle didn't understand. A weapon is also your defense, Nervan explained. We use weapons to stop the opposing weapons from hitting us. Using a two-handed sword revolves a lot around blocking with its flat side, since it's essentially just a big wall made of metal at that point. But what will happen if a sword tries to block a swing of your two-handed mace? Kyle's eyes widened. Right, that makes sense. Kyle could basically already see it. If his hammer hit that sword, it would break. Alternatively, it would just shoot out of the user's hand since they wouldn't be able to keep their grip on it. Compared to shields, two-handed swords had their grips on one end. If one hit a shield, the user of the shield would be pushed with their shield due to the grip. The same thing wasn't true for swords. They would fly out of their user's hand if enough force was put on them. The two of them trained for another hour, and then it was time to get to work. While Kyle was still full of energy, Nervan was a bit exhausted. He didn't have the luxury of a dwarf's body. He needed to regain ether the normal way, which was by absorbing it slowly from the environment. Kyle could also do that, but he could supplement his recovery with meat. Nervan, you're with Lancel today, Samson said. I want you to patrol around the Great Anaconda's territory. I thought I was supposed to take care of Kyle, Nervan commented. The Tar Golem incident takes priority, Samson said. I need 2 strong hunters I can trust, and you two make a good team. Fine, Nervan answered. Kyle, you're with me, Samson said. Kyle nodded. Samson gave a couple more orders and the two of them set off. Over the next hours, Samson taught Kyle more about the wildlife. It was important that Kyle knew where their money was coming from. After some hours, Kyle stopped. There are spitters, he said. Samson looked with surprise at Kyle. He hadn't sensed any spitters yet, but then he heard some rustling in the distance. He wasn't yet sure what kind of animal made that rustling, but it did sound a bit like spitters. Can I? Kyle asked. I'm hungry. Samson furrowed his brows. Are you confident? He asked. Kyle nodded. Yeah, I killed quite a few of them already. Samson took a deep breath. Well, all right, but be careful. Kyle just grinned and started to charge forward. Made a lot of noise, and Samson just looked at his careless movements with uncertainty. The rustling in the distance became more frantic. The spitters had heard Kyle, and they knew that food had arrived. Samson followed after Kyle, making sure that nothing happened to him. Suddenly, one of the spitters jumped over a bush, a fireball ready. Bang, but Kyle's hammer just completely obliterated it. Samson's eyes widened when he saw the spitter's body hitting one of the trees. Yeah, that thing was definitely dead. The next moment, Kyle quickly put his hammer on a clasp on his back and charged at the other spitters with bare hands. Samson grew nervous again. The spitters, realizing that one of them was dead, quickly turned around to flee, but Kyle had anticipated that. He remembered how they fled the last time. Without having to carry his hammer, Kyle was quite a bit faster, and he jumped forward, grabbing the back leg of one of them. Panic appeared on the spitter's face as it felt itself being lifted by an irresistible force. Kyle pulled the spitter up as he ran after another one. Then he swung the first spitter at the other. Crack, however, the leg in his hands broke, and the body just weirdly flopped around in Kyle's grip. Whoops, Kyle thought. He saw the other spitter running away. Kyle smirked and grabbed the spitter's torso, holding it up like a rock. Then he threw it forward with all of his power. Bang, strike. Kyle shouted, seeing the two bodies colliding. The two spitters scrambled to their legs, but they were quite disoriented. Kyle had already taken out his hammer again, and he quickly squished them with a single strike. 2 wolves with 1 hammer, way better than 2 birds with 1 stone. Kyle thought with a smile. He heard some more rustling in the distance. Well, 3 out of 4. Pretty good, Kyle thought. Samson appeared behind Kyle, looking at him in shock. I let one escape, Kyle said. But hey, I got 3. Pretty good, right? Yeah, sure, Samson said, looking at the dead spitters. This was very, very different from how corpses in the wild usually looked. When Lancel killed a spitter, it only had an arrow sticking out. When Taran, Samson, or Fennec killed one, there were just some cuts in the corpse's neck. When Nervon killed one, the corpse almost looked like it was sleeping since there were barely any outside injuries. But these corpses. First spitter Kyle had killed was completely contorted, and blood was leaking out of countless lacerations that the broken bones had created. The other two corpses exploded like blood bags, covering their surroundings in organs and blood. This was violent. This was not how hunters killed wildlife. Samson glanced at Kyle, who just smiled brightly. Samson only looked at Kyle with concern. He is not normal, Samson thought. Even an experienced hunter would furrow their brows at so much blood and gore. The next moment Samson sighed. The pelts are useless in such a condition, he said. Kyle's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of shock. He looked at the corpses. Then he smiled sheepishly. Whoops, sorry, I got a bit lost. Samson just sighed and shook his head. Try to keep their pelts intact. If you have to destroy something, destroy their heads. Try to keep the body somewhat intact, okay? Sure thing, boss, Kyle said. Remove their fangs and claws, Samson said. They're still worth something. You may do whatever you want with the remainder. Kyle nodded and went to work. After harvesting the claws and fangs, he started to eat them. Samson looked at Kyle in disgust as he saw him eating the bloody organs from the ground. Well, he is half-dwarf, Samson thought. In these moments, Samson could really see Kyle's dwarf heritage. You know, Kyle said after consuming the first corpse within a matter of minutes, these used to taste better. You're stronger, Samson answered. I would expect that the taste of the meat is equivalent to its ether content. Kyle commented before biting into the second corpse. That fish tasted way better, Kyle thought, remembering the delicious fish he had eaten this morning. But it costs me an arm and a leg to get one, Kyle thought, chuckling at his own joke. Samson just saw Kyle snickering while chewing a bloody liver. I'm not sure if being a hunter is the right thing for Kyle, Samson thought with concern. Oh, Kyle uttered as he saw a blue stone in the wall in front of him. See, I told you there was one here, Theodore huffed. Lucky guess, he said. Kyle was inside his mine right now, and he had been mining down here for the last week. Of course, he couldn't spend his entire day mining. In the early mornings, Theodore sent him through the wild to explore. According to him, he needed to come into contact with more danger. Kyle needed to be able to make decisive and correct decisions in an emergency situation, and the best way to teach him was to just travel to the unknown. While Kyle was traveling through the wilds, Theodore also taught him more about affinities, ores, and mining. Well, as long as he was interested and actually listened. After getting breakfast, Kyle would meet up with Nervon to learn more about fighting with his hammer. Nervon taught Kyle how to fight against opponents and how to swing his hammer correctly. After his lessons with Nervon, Kyle would work as a hunter. He was accompanied by one of the members every day, and they taught him what to do. During the evenings, Kyle would go to his mine and mine. About a week of this had passed, and Kyle barely had any time for himself. However, in a way, it was fulfilling. No, I'm serious, Kyle said. I knew one of them would be here. Or sense is something advanced. It takes months or years to develop it, Theodore said with a snort. Well, then I will just prove it to you, Kyle said. He carefully pulled the basic mage stone out of the wall and put it to the side. It was only about the size of a fist, but it was something. No roots around this one. Means I can take it without any issues, he said. Theodore just snorted. Kyle wanted to leave the basic mage stone for the iron trees. If he stole their basic mage stone supply, they would wither and die. As a hunter, Kyle also needed to conserve the wildlife. Meanwhile, Theodore didn't care. After taking the basic mage stone, Kyle put his hand on the wall and closed his eyes. He started to feel a bit hungry, and his instincts were telling him that food was pretty close. 3 or 4 more strikes and there will be another one, Kyle said. That's not a wild guess, Theodore answered. At this depth, you should get one every 4 swings on average. You'll see, Kyle said with a smirk. I will just keep being accurate with my guesses, and at some point you will have to believe me. Theodore didn't answer. Kyle swung another time, no ore. He swung once more, no ore. This one is going to be it, Kyle said. Then he swung one last time, bang, nothing. Kyle furrowed his brows. I was sure there would be one. Theodore didn't answer for a while. It's in the rubble, Theodore commented neutrally. Oh, Kyle uttered before sifting through the rubble. Sure enough, there was a finger-sized blue rock in the rubble. Kyle smiled. Turns out I was right. Make your next prediction, Theodore said. Kyle put his hand on the wall again and closed his eyes. Oh wow, Kyle said. There's a big one. 2 more swings and I will get it. Just now, Kyle had felt ravenous hunger when he touched the wall. There was some amazing food ahead. How big? Theodore asked. I dunno, but it's bigger than all the other ones. All right, Theodore said. That is quite a bold prediction. If you are actually right, I might entertain the idea that you already have developed or sense. But before that, Kyle said as he grabbed a bunch of rubble. Gotta deal with this first. Kyle spent the next minutes transporting the rubble to the hill he had made outside. Finally, he returned to hitting the wall with his hammer. Bang, nothing, I can feel it, Kyle shouted. It's huge. Then Kyle swung again. Bang, nothing. He could only look in shock at the wall. What? He asked, looking at the wall in dismay. I was sure there was one. Theodore didn't answer immediately. Kyle was sure that Theodore would immediately gloat, but he was silent. Is there something I overlooked? Kyle asked suspiciously. Go look through the rubble, Theodore commented absent-mindedly. Kyle did just that. The size of the ore chunk should make it very obvious. He was sure that it was huge. He had to have noticed it if it were in the rubble. Nevertheless, he checked through the rubble. Oh, Kyle uttered as he picked up a small green stone. It was barely the size of a fingertip. He smelled it a bit. This is good stuff, Kyle shouted. He immediately wanted to consume this stone, but he suppressed his desire. Is this what I sensed? Kyle asked. Most likely, Theodore said, no longer denying Kyle's ore sense. What is it? Kyle asked, looking at it. Rank D material, Theodore said. It's called wood essence. You can find it by mining below forests. Over time, gathered ether from trees can flow into the ground and collect in one spot. After a while, wood essence is created. Wood essence is an integral part of ether plant farms. If there is a surplus of ether, wood essence will be created, and if there is a lack of ether, the plants can consume the wood essence. Interesting, Kyle commented while looking at the green stone. Is it worth something? Foolish inheritor, that's what I just said. Do I have to spell everything out for you? Theodore asked in annoyance. How much is it worth? Kyle asked, ignoring the jab. I don't know the prices since a lot of time has passed since I was at my prime, Theodore said. This area is also filled with dense wood ether, which means you won't be able to sell it at a premium. The supply is abundant and the need is minimal. At most, you could get about 10 kilos of basic mage stone with that. What the fuck is a kilo? Use pounds like a normal person. Kyle said. How do you even know about pounds? Theodore asked in annoyance. That is an archaic method of measuring things. That was used thousands of years ago. Kyle only wanted to make a joke, but now he was also confused. I thought it was just a coincidence that they also use kilo, but they also used pounds. Why are the measurements here almost identical to the measurements on Earth? After thinking about it for a bit, Kyle just shrugged. Who cares? Don't question fantasy land. Kyle dealt with all of the debris and cleaned his hands. Then he grabbed a small sack that lay near him and walked towards the Noble's Lake to take a quick bath. One day of work, Kyle said as he looked at the little sack. There were only about 2 kilos of magic stone in there and that one piece of wood essence. Location is everything when it comes to mining, Theodore said. This location is subpar. The ore is not abundant. You might come across the occasional wood essence, but that will not be a regular occurrence. And Kyle uttered, do we have enough magic stone for that thing you wanted to do? You wanted to find the creator of that abomination that you called a tar golem, not me, Theodore answered. And yes, we do have enough. Great, Kyle said with a smile. So what do I need to do? I will tell you later, Theodore answered. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said. After taking a quick bath, Kyle returned to Samson's home and went into his room. I am going to teach you how to forge equipment now, Theodore said. Forging, Kyle asked. Then he looked at the dark sky outside. Isn't that a bit loud? Also, shouldn't I do that in a smithy or something? A smithy makes things easier, but it is not necessary, Theodore said. Other people need a smithy. You don't. Why not? Kyle asked. Are you really that idiotic? Theodore asked with an arrogant tone. I already told you. Kyle said as he tried to remember everything Theodore said. Wait, is this about my metal affinity? Yes, Theodore answered with annoyance. You can shape metal with your soul. Forging equipment can also shape metal, but controlling it is much harder. Is it easier to eat food with your hands or with 2 sticks? Not sure why you're bringing up food, but I'm hungry now, Kyle said. That was a metaphor, you imbecile, Theodore shouted. You are controlling the metal yourself, which means you are essentially shaping it with your mind and hands. You do not need to use a medium to shape it. Sure, Kyle said casually. So how do I make stuff? The art of forging is sacred, Theodore answered. It is an art and a science. It is the culmination of blah, 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 blah. Theodore kept going on and on about forging, but Kyle just heard unimportant nonsense. Dude, you make stuff. You take a hammer and hit a piece of metal. This guy is like one of these arrogant sushi chefs who keep saying that making sushi takes years upon years of practice. Dude, you roll rice into a ball and put raw fish on top before selling it at like 10 times the price of the ingredients. You do not just make stuff. You create works of blah, 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 Kyle heard as he zoned in and out of Theodore's rant. Fucking sushi, man. The fish is raw and the rice is mushy. Yeah, it can taste nice, but since it's not seared, the taste is so weak. It is like no texture, yet people keep going on and on about how amazing it tastes. It's the subtle and pure taste, they say. Brah, since when is a weak and subtle taste a good thing? If I made a burger and someone said it tastes subtle, I would take that as an insult. Silence. Do you understand? Theodore asked after a while. Sure thing, boss, Kyle answered. What did I say? Theodore asked. You said forging is an art and it should not be disrespected. You said I should feel honored to learn under a master like you, Kyle said, just randomly guessing. Good, Theodore answered, satisfied. Sushi sucks, Kyle thought. Sushi is a scam. Japan got the world convinced that putting fish on a bit of rice is a fine art. Fuck sushi. Now over the next few days I will teach you the basics of forging, Theodore said. Kyle nodded. Pull out a piece of basic mage stone. Kyle grabbed a piece and held it in his hands. Close your eyes and familiarize yourself with the ore. For the next 2 hours, just feel the ore. Kyle closed his eyes before rolling them. Dude, just tell me what to do, Kyle thought in annoyance. Nevertheless, he did what Theodore told him to do. He just felt the ore. It had ether. He could feel that. As he focused on the ore, he got hungry again. Man, that ether in there sure feels delicious. I could use a bump of blue dust. He remembered how amazing it felt to snort basic mage stone. Since he didn't have anything better to do, Kyle just thought back to how basic mage stone fell to dust after it was properly refined. Then he imagined snorting it. A moment later, he swallowed a bit of saliva. Fuck, I'm so hungry, and having this delicious piece of blue stone near me is definitely not helping. He could almost imagine the basic mage stone turning to dust. Man, that shit was amazing. He could almost see it happening. It was turning to dust. Open your eyes, Theodore said. Kyle opened his eyes. 2 hours already over. Felt more like 10 minutes. It has been 5 minutes, Theodore said. Wasn't I supposed to feel the stone for 2 hours? Kyle asked. How are you supposed to feel the ore like this? Theodore asked. Eek, Kyle said, looking at his hand. There was a bit of blue dust in his hand, and there was also a smaller pile on the ground below his hand. That is not supposed to do that on its own, right? Kyle asked, looking at the pile. Pretty sure I didn't refine that. Wrong, Theodore answered. You refined it, but I need to. No, you refined it, Theodore said, interrupting Kyle. You used your metal affinity to refine it. You shaped the basic mage stone into what you wanted it to be. You were not supposed to do that this early, but it is a pleasant surprise. You also realized that you should go easy first and changed its shape into the familiar shape of blue dust. That was a smart decision. Kyle looked at the blue dust. Yeah, sure, he answered. Then he pointed at the blue dust. Can I have that? He asked. I'm not sure why you would need that, Theodore said. However, you have refined it, and in its current state, it is not useful to our purposes. If you have a use for it, go ahead. Kyle looked at the blue dust. One of his nostrils twitched a bit. Come on, let's go, give me the next lesson. I can keep going. Kyle rapidly sputtered. A bit of blue dust clung to his lip. You are insane, Theodore shouted. I've never heard of anyone even attempting that. Come on, it's not a big deal, Kyle said as his body jittered, a big smile on his face. Let's go, teach me more forging. You've given your mind an overdose of ether, Theodore said with annoyance. When you eat something, it goes to your body and center, and your center distributes it accordingly to the remainder of your aspects of power. But when you breathe things in, the majority goes to your mind. You are currently in an unstable condition due to ether imbalance. You can't learn things like this, Theodore said. You need to be calm to forge. Who cares? Kyle said with a wave. I've done this plenty of times. I was on this stuff during half of your trials. Theodore became speechless. During that first digging thing, I snorted that yellow dust, and it gave me so much power that I passed it easily, Kyle said. During that fight with the golem, I just ran it over with all of my energy. Worked wonders, I tell you. There was basic mage stone in your third trial, and it gave me a big boost of energy, helping me pass that trial as well. Theodore just looked at Kyle in shock. His trials, they were ruined. His first trial was supposed to test someone's willpower and patience, but instead, this idiot just forced his way through with dumb confidence and a surplus of energy. His second trial was supposed to test someone's courage and basic combat abilities, but this guy just ran that trial over as well. The way Kyle had dealt with the third trial was the worst. The third trial was supposed to test someone's cleverness due to the perceived loophole in the rules. How did this guy even pass the third trial while being in this state of mind? Fine, Theodore said with a snort. Dwarves can only learn when they feel the pain of their mistakes. Kyle just smiled. Come on, hit me, give me a hard one. If Theodore had lungs, he would take a deep breath. Alas, he was a stone in Kyle's brain. Take another piece of basic mage stone, Theodore commanded. Kyle grabbed one and waited impatiently. Close your eyes and feel the... Come on, we're already past that, Kyle said, interrupting Theodore. Just tell me what to do. Theodore's metaphorical face sneered. Turn the stone into a bar without turning it into powder, Theodore said. You must change its shape without refining it. Sure, let's go, Kyle shouted, looking at the stone with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, a lot of ether came out of Kyle's hands and entered the ore. The stone melted and... Bang, it exploded into powder. Theodore remained silent while Kyle looked at the powder in shock. For 2 seconds, Kyle didn't move. Then he jumped for the powder and rammed his face into it. Theodore looked with disgust at Kyle's degenerate behavior. Woo, Kyle said, trying not to wake Samson's family. Round 2, he quickly grabbed another stone and shoved his ether into it. The stone cracked in several places and changed shape, and then it obediently turned into a cube. There you go, Kyle said with a smile. Wasn't so hard. I want a bar, not a cube, Theodore added. Kyle just rolled his eyes. More ether entered the ore and it became longer. In the end, it turned into a cuboid. There you go, Kyle said. A bar needs to be angled. The top and the bottom should have a different size, Theodore quickly answered. Kyle rolled his eyes again and put more ether into it. At that moment, he became hungry again. Give me a sec, Kyle said. Bang. And buried his head into the dust again. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at the cuboid. The cuboid shook a bit. Oh, too much, gotta slow down, Kyle thought. The shaking calmed down and the cuboid slowly changed shape. In the end, it took the shape of a bar of metal. And done, that's a bar, right? Kyle asked with a smile. Theodore didn't answer immediately. More or less, he begrudgingly admitted. Kyle just smirked. While Kyle was busy feeling proud of himself, Theodore had to go through the process of processing how Kyle had processed the basic mage stone. Changing the shape of a metal without any equipment was not easy. When Theodore had told Kyle to just feel the basic mage stone for 2 hours, he hadn't thought that Kyle would succeed in these 2 hours. People generally needed several hours to synchronize their minds with the ore. Then, they would need another couple of hours to force their will on the ore and refine it. Meanwhile, Kyle had refined the entire thing after only a couple of minutes. Theodore hadn't even explained how to do that. Kyle just did it on his own. However, changing the shape of an ore without refining it was even harder. Students generally destroyed between 10 to 30 pieces of ore, and that was only when they took several minutes to gather their thoughts and review the process. Then, they would succeed once, and they would need to practice many more times to get everything down. And yet Kyle only destroyed a single piece, and while the second changing of the shape had been close to failing, he had quickly saved it. Even more, students were supposed to remain clear-headed and calm while interacting with the ore. They needed to be able to sense even the slightest inconsistencies and fluctuations. An excited mind easily overlooked things. Lastly, Kyle had a disadvantage. Artificers had a strengthened soul and a strengthened mind. Sure, Kyle had the same thing, but the relevant part here was the difference in the center. Artificers had much weaker centers, which meant they had much less ether to use. With less ether, it was easier to control it. If an artificer accidentally used a bit too much ether, they could still save the refinement. They didn't have a lot of ether to begin with. It would be like adding a bit too much salt to a dish. But if someone with a big center messed up, they would add way more ether with a mistake. Theodore had difficulties accepting the current reality. Kyle was an enigma. The way he worked broke convention, but he still succeeded. It was difficult for Theodore to admit it, but there was no doubt. Kyle was exceedingly talented when it came to controlling his soul. Good job, Theodore said after a while. Kyle just grinned. Theodore had praised him. That was very rare. But we're not done, Theodore said. Of course, give me more, Kyle shouted. Next, I need you to turn it back into a sphere. Then you need to split it into 2 halves. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said. He focused on the bar again and forced it to change its shape. Surprisingly, it was much easier this time. Theodore could see that Kyle felt it was easier due to how fast the ore changed its shape. It's easier now, right? Theodore asked when the metal turned into a sphere. How did you know? Kyle asked. It was obvious, Theodore answered with a snort. Do you know why it was easier? Because I practiced? Kyle asked. No, because your ether is no longer in an imbalanced state, Theodore answered. Your body desires an ether equilibrium, and when there is too much in one aspect, it will work to distribute it to regain its equilibrium. In short, your high has worn off and your mind has calmed down. Kyle didn't like hearing that one bit. He looked with a bitter grimace at the sphere and changed its shape again. Fuck, I hate that this is so easy now, Kyle thought. The goldfish might be right, but then Kyle perked up again. A might not be useful for forging, but it helps in combat. Confidence is important, right? And this stuff gives me plenty of confidence. In the end, Kyle turned it into a sphere again. Then he slowly willed it to split. Splitting it was surprisingly easy, and there were no issues during the process. Now you need to remove the inner parts of both spheres until there are 2 half spheres and 2 shells left. The shell needs to be about a centimeter thick, Theodore said. What's that in inches? Kyle asked. How am I supposed to know that? Theodore asked with annoyance. Inches are an antiquated method of measuring, and nobody bothers using it. Then how am I supposed to know how big a centimeter is? Kyle asked. Theodore looked around the room with annoyance. There, look at that table, Theodore said. Kyle looked at the only table in the room. Yeah, Kyle asked. The plate is about 4 centimeters thick, Theodore said. So a centimeter is like 40 of an inch, something like that? Sure. Kyle looked back at the half sphere, and the sphere's image appeared in his head. He imagined a part of the half sphere splitting off, turning the half sphere into a thin shell. The next moment, Kyle infused the half sphere with his ether. His ether followed along the paths he had imagined, and the core of the sphere fell out. Thought it would be harder, Kyle said. Theodore was a bit surprised. While splitting something in a straight manner was easy, cutting something out was not. When someone split something, one just had to cut through it from one side. This meant one could always see the cut and could act according to what they saw. But when removing a core, one couldn't see the cut. One essentially had to cut blindly. While there were a couple of flaws in the cut, it was definitely good enough. If Theodore showed the shell to other artificers, they wouldn't think that this was someone's first attempt. How is your process? Theodore asked. Not sure what you mean, Kyle answered, removing the core from the other half sphere. How do you do it? What goes through your mind when you manipulate the ore? Walk me through it, Theodore said. For once, Theodore was not arrogantly reprimanding Kyle. I just imagine the half sphere. Then I imagine the core coming out. Then I use my ether, and my ether does exactly what I imagined, Kyle said. At that moment, Theodore realized why Kyle was so talented. You can create a perfect replica of the half sphere in your mind and even imagine it splitting, Theodore asked. Pretty sure basically everyone can do that, Kyle answered. That is not normal, Theodore said. Such a level of spatial imaging inside one's mind is not normal. Each, Kyle answered. I'm pretty fucking sure almost everyone on Earth can do that. People tell other people to imagine things all the time. If I told them to imagine a sphere and then imagine a hole appearing in that sphere, they could probably do it. Can you do that? Kyle asked. Of course I can, Theodore shouted. I've been capable of that before I even became an artificer. That was one of the main reasons why I was so talented and why all the schools wanted to have me. Kyle just raised an eyebrow. And that is somehow special, he asked. It is, Theodore shouted. People gifted with a high level of spatial imaging are natural-born artificers. It can be trained later in life, but it will be much harder. Something like this has to be trained in one's childhood. Only gifted people and people who went through a luxurious education that deals with abstract concepts can have this level of spatial imaging. Okay, Kyle thought, seems to be special here. Doesn't seem to be special back on Earth. That moment, Kyle had a thought and blinked a couple of times. Wait a second, is it school? I mean, almost all the shit we learn is basically irrelevant to normal life, right? Who the fuck needs to know what Pythagoras said about triangles or what the fuck a hyperbola is? Sine, cosine, blah, blah, blah. Shit is abstract as fuck. But that's probably why people can imagine geometric shapes relatively well. All that fucking thinking about angles and shit kind of forces you to imagine the object. Oh. At that moment, Kyle had to laugh a bit. What's so funny? Theodore asked with annoyance. No, nothing, Kyle said. I just realized something funny. Dude, school did jack shit in preparing me for life on Earth, but it proved to be great at teaching me how to thrive in fantasy land. Who knew that the public education system would help me in fantasy land? Oh, you're so talented and strong, Kyle. I'm glad I made you my successor, Kyle said as he moved a tiny metal man to a much bigger metal man. Kyle had made these two metal men out of the cores of the basic mage stone. See, Kyle asked, looking up. Things could be much easier if you were just nicer. This could be us, but you keep on being an ass. Why am I the small one? Theodore asked with annoyance. I should be the big one. Kyle snickered. You have big manlet energy. Foolish inheritor, are you even listening to yourself? A big manlet would just be a regularly sized man. Kyle did his best to suppress his laughter. I let you practice your metal manipulation, but I believe this is enough practice, Theodore said. While Theodore was talking, Kyle moved the small man from side to side, still suppressing his smile. You need to go to sleep. We will resume tomorrow. Think about what you have learned today and try to remember everything for tomorrow, Theodore said as the small man kept moving left and right. Sure thing, boss, the bigger metal man said. And stop playing with your toys. You're an adult. Kyle just rolled his eyes and flicked the head of the small metal man. Bang, the head turned into dust and the metal man fell over. Theodore looked at the headless metal man. He could tell that Kyle was just joking, but despite that, Theodore took that quite seriously. Kyle was an enigma. He was an unknown. Sometimes he acted like a naive person who wanted to help the people who had helped him. But then he casually made these quite dark jokes. Theodore was not a trusting person, and he didn't trust Kyle even a little bit. Theodore made sure that he would remember what Kyle had just done to the small metal man, but he didn't comment on it. As long as he was still in control, there was nothing to fear. Kyle quickly went to bed. A couple of hours later, Theodore woke him up again, and Kyle entered the dark forest like a robot. He wasn't even thinking about what he was doing since he was so tired. You need to pay your tribute to the noble of the lake again, Theodore said as the two of them arrived in front of the small lake. That woke Kyle up. Do I have to? He asked with an uncertain voice. It represents a safe haven in the wilderness, Theodore answered. Kyle looked with apprehension at the lake. Theodore groaned. Just think of the fish you will get after. Kyle's eyes widened in realization. That fish was great, he thought. In the end, he took a deep breath and jumped into the lake. Just like last time, he extended his leg. Kyle's breathing quickened, CRK, and just as expected, he was assaulted by pain. Kyle quickly willed his soul to move him out of the water. Theodore watched with surprise as Kyle stood on top of the water with one leg. Splash! But as he tried to move forward, he fell back into the water. The next moment, he pulled himself to the surface again like he was climbing out of a swimming pool. He messed up 2 more times, but after that, his footing became solid. He crawled all the way to the shore. Kyle just looked at his right stump and took a deep breath. I'm starving. Where's my fish? Kyle asked. Of course you're starving, Theodore shouted. Do you have any idea how much ether it needs to make someone walk on water? You probably emptied your entire center. No wonder I'm this hungry, Kyle answered. The next moment, a small fish with 6 eyes jumped out of the lake and landed in front of Kyle. Kyle jumped forward and grabbed it. This one is much smaller than the last one, he complained. Last time you gave a foot and a lower leg. This time you only gave a foot, Theodore explained. Kyle grimaced at the fish, but he ate it quickly. After finishing it, his foot regrew, but Kyle was not happy. I'm still hungry, he said. Yes, because you emptied your center, you imbecile, Theodore said. Just get some more fish from the lake. Kyle snorted but followed Theodore's orders anyway. After catching some regular fish, Kyle left the lake again. Go deeper into the forest, Theodore said. Why, I'm already full, Kyle said. You need to put yourself in danger. Coming out of dangerous situations is a necessary skill for survival. Kyle furrowed his brows. But if I put myself in more dangerous situations to avoid dangerous situations, I am actually causing the problem I'm trying to solve. That's stupid. Danger is not always a choice, foolish inheritor, Theodore shouted. Danger you choose yourself will be solvable, while danger you don't choose might not be solvable. You can choose to fight 20 mid-humans and succeed, but if a late human chooses you once, you might die. Unless you have the experience of fighting 20 mid-humans, in which case you will have a chance against the late human when they inevitably choose you, Theodore shouted. Are we really calling them mid-humans now? Kyle asked. Normal humans are not worthy of a realm name, Theodore said. They must reach the second realm if they want a title. If a normal human manages to reach the second realm, they attain the title of warrior. Until then, they are just human. Warrior? Kyle asked. That seems more fitting for a fighter. Fighters are categorized into adepts, fighters, and grandmasters. Humans are categorized into humans, warriors, and experts, Theodore explained. Experts in what? Being human? Kyle asked. Don't mock experts. Humans might be far inferior to adepts or squires, and a warrior might be a bit inferior to a knight or fighter, but an expert is far more dangerous than a grandmaster or a royal knight. Huh? Kyle asked. How does that make any sense? Natural selection, Theodore said. Evolution? Kyle asked. No, imbecile, Theodore answered. A human that manages to stand out amongst squires, adepts, knights, and fighters has to be extraordinary, and if they don't stand out, they will never become an expert. There are several mediocre royal knights and grandmasters, but there are no mediocre experts. If they were mediocre, they would have never become experts. Never underestimate an expert. Eventually, Kyle did as he was told and walked into the dark forest. He had been in the forest during the dark a couple of times, but Theodore sent him much deeper into the forest than the last times. His reason? Apparently it wasn't dangerous enough near the edges. What the fuck is his problem? I don't want to put my life on a coin toss. Seriously, if I die, it's his fault. Kyle walked through the underbrush, and the sounds of his movement echoed throughout the quiet forest. During the day, there was more noise in the forest, and the sounds of his footsteps weren't that out of place. But during the night, Kyle felt like the entire forest heard him. Whenever a bush rustled, Kyle felt like he heard its echo several times. That made him feel quite exposed. Seriously, I need to learn how to sneak. I should talk to Lancel and ask him to teach me. He seems pretty good at sneaking. After walking for a bit, Kyle saw a pile of leaves. He remembered what that pile of leaves actually was. Hey, think I can take this thing? Kyle asked. I wanted to let you walk right into that anyway, Theodore answered. You what? Kyle asked in shock. You're supposed to encounter dangerous situations, Theodore said. Kyle grew annoyed. This fucker wanted to let him walk right into this thing. Fine, I'll give you danger, Kyle said with annoyance as he walked right to the pile. Theodore didn't say anything. Kyle stepped onto the pile. Bang. The leaves rose up around him, intent on crushing him. Kyle just jumped backward, easily avoiding the crushing maw. Then he spun in place and struck the side of the maw with his hammer. Bang, the entire thing was uprooted and crashed against a tree. You ruined it, Theodore said. This was supposed to be dangerous. This is not danger. Kyle looked at the uprooted maw. Its roots were slowly wiggling around in the air as the maw slowly opened and closed helplessly. Kyle just snorted and continued walking. You're not eating that? Theodore asked. Something is going to finish it off, Kyle said. It's just a plant anyway. Also, I don't like veggies. They suck. I'm in the body of a toddler, Theodore thought. Kyle continued walking while Theodore looked at the squirming plant. Normal people would feel an empathy response, he thought. I don't, and my inheritor also doesn't. We might have more in common than I thought. That just means I have to be that much more careful. You wanted danger, right? Kyle asked with a raised brow. Theodore got a bad feeling. Yes, he answered. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said neutrally. Then he held his hammer in one hand and formed a fist with the other. Bang, and he hit the side of his hammer's head with a fist, creating a loud sound that reverberated throughout the dark forest. Hey, I'm here, Kyle shouted. If Theodore had lungs, he would be taking a deep breath right now. Are you insane? Theodore shouted in Kyle's mind. What? You wanted me to be in danger, Kyle answered. Stop throwing a tantrum like a toddler. This is supposed to be controlled danger. You are summoning uncontrollable danger, Theodore shouted. Well, you should have been more specific, Kyle said, feeling satisfied that he managed to rile Theodore up. You knew exactly what I wanted, Theodore shouted. Huh, Kyle shouted. I can't hear you over the sound of fucking absolutely nothing approaching. Shut up, you idiot, Theodore shouted. Kyle just snickered. Do you have something to report? Kyle nearly jumped out of his skin as someone silently appeared in front of him. The person in front of Kyle wore a black cloak that hid their body and face. Based on the voice he had just heard, that person was male. Kyle answered, not knowing what to say. Report, the man said. I don't have time for this nonsense. Kyle's instincts were telling him that the person in front of him was quite dangerous. He said. Know what? Spit it out. Speak like a normal human. The man said through an annoyed sneer. I'm I'm on a walk, Kyle said. You know, training, putting myself in danger, like being loud and attracting stuff so that I can, you know, fight it, stuff like that. Kyle felt the atmosphere changing. You're not with the Baron, the man asked, his voice darkening. We have a Baron, Kyle asked. The atmosphere became tenser. You heard nothing. Am I understood? The person asked in a threatening tone. Sure, Kyle shouted. What Baron? There's no Baron. We're not in the Middle Ages anymore. Stop being so loud, the man said through gritted teeth. If I find out you snitched, I will kill you. Snitched? What, are we gangsters now? Kyle thought. No, sir, no snitching here, Kyle said with a salute. The man looked at Kyle for a while before nodding. Then he jumped on top of one of the branches of a tree and left. He hadn't made a sound during this entire process. Kyle released a breath. Shit, that was close, he thought. You do realize that he's going to kill you, right? Theodore asked. I'm no snitch, Kyle answered quietly. Jump behind a tree, idiot, Theodore shouted. Kyle's body acted on instinct, and he jumped immediately to the side. Ding, he heard something quietly hitting the ground. As Kyle looked over, he saw an arrow sticking out of the ground. You absolute imbecile. He was trying to get your guard down so that he could assassinate you quietly, Theodore shouted. Kyle quickly scrambled behind one of the iron trees and turned his back to it. His heart rate had already shot through the roof. Ever killed a human before? Theodore asked. No, Kyle answered through breaths. Well, today will be your first time, Theodore answered. Do I have to? Kyle asked as he looked around the trees. He wants to kill you. If you run away, he will search for you in the town. He knows what you look like. You don't know what he looks like. When he finds you, and he will find you, he will assassinate you. You know where he is right now, but you will not know the next time he strikes. You have to kill him, otherwise he will kill you. Welcome to the real world, child. I really don't want to kill a human, but I knew that this would happen at some point. Kyle took a deep breath and focused his eyes. Well, just gotta do it. Got no time for this moral bullshit. Kyle listened to his surroundings. A couple of seconds had already passed, and the assailant could be anywhere by now. Kyle's instincts were warning him that he was in danger, but they couldn't tell him where his enemy was. Dude, you always tell me where the danger is. Why can't you do it when it's actually important? Kyle heard a very quiet sound, and his instincts took control and made him jump forward. Bang, an arrow hit the tree and got stuck in it. Holy fuck, Kyle thought. These trees are fucking hard, but this arrow still got stuck in one. This guy is no joke. The next moment, Kyle heard another sound, and for just a moment, he knew where his opponent was. His opponent was a couple of trees away. Sadly, the sound came from the opponent jumping away, making his location irrelevant. Nevertheless, Kyle charged towards that location. He zigzagged and searched for the enemy but couldn't find him. Bang, an arrow pierced Kyle's abdomen and his eyes widened. Why didn't I sense this one? Run, Theodore shouted. Kyle didn't need to be told twice and jumped to the side, dodging an arrow that was supposed to hit his head. Kyle looked with gritted teeth at the arrow coming out of his abdomen, grabbed it and pulled it out. A bunch of blood and flesh left his body, but he had eaten enough earlier. The wound would be fully healed soon. Your enemy is a fighter, Theodore said. Fighters are extremely proficient in making use of their environment. Great, a fighter, Kyle thought with a roll of his eyes. Nevertheless, he quickly tried to find his opponent. Bang, another arrow shot through Kyle's chest, barely missing his center. But instead of jumping to the side and waiting for an opportunity, Kyle immediately charged towards the location from where the arrow came from. There, Kyle thought as he saw a black shadow jumping to the left. If I couldn't see in the dark, I would be fucked. Kyle ran as fast as he could towards the tree the shadow jumped to. The shadow vanished behind the tree and Kyle followed it. When he passed the tree, where did he go? Kyle thought in panic. It was like the guy had completely vanished. Kyle had lost him. The next moment he heard a very quiet sound again and Kyle ducked. Another arrow barely brushed past his lowered head, and Kyle charged in the direction of the enemy. The enemy moved again and vanished behind a tree. Oh no, you don't, Kyle shouted. Boom! Kyle hit the tree with the pick of his hammer, splintering the wood. These trees were hard, but Kyle's hammer was used for mining even harder ore. The entire tree shook, and the impact echoed throughout the entire forest. Kyle heard some fumbling from the other side, and he quickly ran around the tree. The assailant was in the process of jumping to another tree, and Kyle barely missed him. Fuck, he thought as he charged after the enemy. He prepared to strike the next tree, but the assailant's bow and head peeked out from behind the tree. Kyle's eyes widened, and he quickly hid behind the tree. Bang, the arrow flew past Kyle, and he ran around the tree, just to come face to face with a second arrow. How? Kyle thought in shock. How had this guy readied another shot so quickly? Bang, Kyle moved his head to the side, but the arrow opened a crevice on the side of his neck. He just gnashed his teeth and jumped towards his enemy, who hid behind the tree again. Kyle circled the tree, and he could see the black cape vanishing just behind the tree. Stop, Theodore shouted. Kyle immediately stopped. Bang, an arrow shot past him. If he had continued, that arrow would have pierced his head. This shocked Kyle quite a bit, and the assailant managed to escape from his perception again. That's a cape shot, Theodore explained rapidly. Fighter archers don't need to see you to hit you. While Theodore was explaining, Kyle jumped behind another tree. They detached their capes and ready an arrow behind it. If you chase the cape, you will be shot. What the fuck, dude? Kyle thought. How do you even do something like that? By now, Kyle's adrenaline was washing through his entire body. This was genuinely dangerous. He had already received 3 injuries while he hadn't even been able to touch his enemy once. Even more, he had lost his assailant again, and he needed to wait for his assailant to reveal themselves again, which meant receiving another injury. "You're outclassed," Theodore said. "A dark forest is the territory of fighter archers. His level is also a bit higher than yours, most likely late adept." Kyle breathed heavily. "What am I supposed to do?" he whispered, looking around for the enemy. "Learn," Theodore said. "There are ways out of this." Kyle gritted his teeth. "I'm fucking dying and you tell me to learn." At that moment, Kyle jumped to the side. He didn't want to wait for his enemy to strike first. He had to take the initiative. Bang, an arrow pierced his back, breaking 2 of his ribs. Fuck, he was waiting for me to evade first, Kyle thought, seeing the second arrow that stuck out of his body. He quickly looked in the direction from where the arrow had come from, but the assailant was already gone. "I can't find an opening. I can't get to him. If this continues, I will die. I only have so much ether." The assailant never came too close to Kyle. Whenever Kyle came closer, he fled until he was hidden again. Then he struck from a distance, which gave him enough time to retreat in case Kyle decided to charge at him. These fucking trees, if it weren't for these fucking trees. Kyle jumped behind another tree. "You know what? Fuck you. I'm done playing by your rules." Then Kyle took a very deep breath. H-E-L-P. His shout echoed throughout the entire forest. Someone with Kyle's body could shout quite loudly. In the shadows, the assailant's body shook. Was this guy insane? He was going to wake and attract all of the beasts. Then Kyle booked it, running towards the city. "Fuck you, I'm going to tell the guard about you." Kyle shouted while running. The assailant watched Kyle run away and he gritted his teeth. The mission couldn't be exposed. The assailant had named the Baron, and if the guards got wind of it, he would be made into a scapegoat and executed. "Not the most elegant solution," Theodore commented, "but it is a solution." "Fuck this guy," Kyle whispered as he sprinted towards the southwest. "I don't have to win. I just have to escape and tell the guards." When Theodore had said that escape was not an option, it was predicated on the fact that Kyle remained silent and didn't tell anyone. But if Kyle just openly told the authorities everything, things would be different. An investigation would take place and that Baron Guy would just brand the assailant a traitor. Kyle had seen how the guy fought. He knew what he could do and what weapons he used. He even knew what level he was. If this guy had an open identity, it would be enough to identify him. Even more, Kyle had 2 pieces of evidence sticking out of his body right now. His arrows. Lastly, Kyle was supposed to be here. He was a hunter and this was Samson's territory. Meanwhile, this guy was not supposed to be here. "I'm telling mommy that you bullied me. Go away, I don't like you," Kyle shouted while running. As Kyle kept running, he heard rustling from several locations. The beasts were coming towards him. Bang, one of the arrows hit a tree behind Kyle. Naturally, Kyle wouldn't just run in a straight line. Whenever he passed a tree, he stepped behind it before he continued running. The assailant would need to land on a tree first to hit him, and when he landed on the tree behind Kyle, Kyle would already be behind the next tree. "Fuck you and your trees. The trees are my buddies now." The next moment, a spitter appeared in Kyle's path. Most likely, Kyle's shouts had attracted it. The 2 of them looked at each other. When the spitter saw Kyle's eyes, it knew that this was not prey it was looking at. It thought it would find some easy prey, but it immediately knew that it had been wrong. The spitter rapidly turned around to run away. Bang! Kyle rammed the head of his hammer into the spitter's body while holding the hammer near the head. Then he quickly threw the corpse up and put it on his back, holding it by the front legs. The assailant readied another shot, but when he saw the big corpse covering Kyle's torso and head, he gritted his teeth. Kyle had just gained a shield. Sure, the arrows would pierce through the corpse, but most of the power would already be used up by that point. The fact that the arrows hadn't shot through Kyle's entire body told the assailant that Kyle's armor was quite strong. Most likely, the arrow wouldn't be able to pierce it with that corpse in the way. "What you gonna do now?" Kyle shouted while running. "I'm telling mommy all about your bullying. Stay and fight like a man," the assailant shouted. "He's talking," Kyle thought as a grin appeared on his face. "I'm getting under his skin. Fuck you. You're the one hiding behind trees all the time," Kyle shouted. "Fine. I won't hide behind any trees anymore," the assailant shouted. "Who would believe that? That guy is desperate, huh?" Kyle thought with a cocky smirk. The next moment, Kyle heard something big moving through the bushes in front of him. His instincts warned him. "Ah, fuck, I woke that thing." A moment later, a huge black bear walked past one of the trees. This thing was almost 3 meters tall while walking on all 4s. A sparkly bear, Kyle thought. Despite the cute name, these things were not cute at all. They were almost entirely vegetarian, but they were very, very territorial. Sparkly bears were quite good for the environment since they only killed troublemakers, but if one became a troublemaker oneself. As the sparkly bear saw Kyle, it started to show its teeth. A moment later, its black fur started to reflect the moonlight, and then it vanished. Sparkly bears could become invisible by refracting light. The only thing one would notice would be a slightly increased general brightness in the area, and well, their heavy footsteps. They could become invisible but not inaudible. Kyle felt the vibrations of the sparkly bear's paws. Sparkly bears always strike with their right claw first. Kyle thought. Bang, a small imprint of a paw appeared on the ground. Kyle immediately jumped to his right. He felt the air whiz past him and jumped forward. Sadly, he had lost his spitter corpse during this maneuver. Kyle looked at the sparkly bear, or tried to more like. The thing was still invisible. Bang, suddenly an arrow stopped in the air a couple of meters in front of Kyle and his eyes rose in surprise. Ha, idiot, Kyle thought as he turned around and booked it. The bear looked at the fleeing Kyle for just an instant before turning around at the one who had just shot an arrow into its ass cheek. The assailant watched in confusion as his arrow moved in the air. What the fuck was going on? Then the arrow very rapidly approached the assailant as several heavy footsteps echoed through the forest. A sparkly bear, the assailant thought. Shit. Crack, the tree the assailant was on broke into two pieces as the sparkly bear struck it. Sparkly bears were only peak beasts, but their power was no joke. This thing was faster and stronger than Old Betty. Sparkly bears were classified as special beasts. Special beasts were beasts that could fight across levels. This sparkly bear could probably fight an initial ferocious beast evenly. It might even be able to kill one of the random or fiends in the underground ruins. The assailant quickly jumped to the side and hid behind another tree. The sparkly bear's invisible snout sniffed a bit, and the bear immediately charged at the other tree. The assailant jumped to another tree as he heard the loud footsteps of the sparkly bear chasing him. While he jumped from tree to tree, he became more nervous. This random human was not allowed to reach the city. If that guy reached the city, the assailant would be done for. After avoiding the sparkly bear for a bit, the assailant managed to get behind him and continued chasing Kyle. He ran as quickly as he could. Jumping from tree to tree was not fast enough to catch up to Kyle, which was why he sprinted on the ground. He had to get to Kyle. He charged past every tree, looking into the distance. He had to catch up. However, the sparkly bear was even faster than the assailant, and he knew that. Luckily, the bear wasn't there yet, and he could still run a bit more before he had to go into the trees again to avoid it. Bang, what? The assailant thought as his right foot got caught on something. His feet never got caught in anything. Proper footwork was the most important thing for an archer. The assailant stumbled forward and saw what his foot was caught on. Another foot. A foot had suddenly peeked out from behind the tree, catching his foot. The assailant had been in so much panic and fear that he didn't notice it. Behind the tree, Kyle just suppressed a laugh. Cartoon characters get to die like cartoon characters, he thought. The assailant caught himself with his hands and flipped towards his feet again. He quickly pulled out his bow and looked at Kyle, who just looked with amusement at him. Boom. Then the assailant's body shot through the air, his back hitting a tree. That's what you get for fighting like a pussy, Kyle thought as he saw the imprint of the sparkly bear's paw appearing on the assailant's body. Bang, the tree cracked as the assailant's body was pushed against it by an invisible force. AHH, the guy shouted. CRRKSH. Ooh, Kyle thought as he winced a bit, seeing 3 gigantic gashes opening on the assailant's torso. The next moment, the guy's right biceps compressed before exploding in blood. For just a moment, his entire right arm vanished. But then the arm reappeared again as the sparkly bear spit it to the side. They very rarely ate meat. Kyle watched as the other arm was also torn off before the guy's legs were crushed. By now, the guy had become silent. At that moment, the assault stopped, and the assailant's body was moved from side to side by something unseen. Finally, the sparkly bear appeared again. It sniffed the body for a bit before looking around. That's when it found something curious, a human curling up like a ball. The bear walked over to the ball and sniffed it. Then it moved it around a bit with its paw. After some more sniffing, the bear snorted and calmly walked away again. Kyle quietly snorted. If it's black, fight back, yeah. Fuck you, Earth. Luckily, I'm not following your shitty advice anymore. After about 2 minutes, Kyle slowly and carefully stood up again. Then he approached the corpse of the assailant. When he saw it, he had to take a deep breath. This guy really got the shittiest deal of his life. Sure enough, looks like a grizzly attacked him or something. He's still alive, Theodore said. What? Kyle whispered in surprise. He's still alive, Theodore repeated. Kyle looked at the mutilated body. This guy was still alive. Literally how? Kyle looked closer and sure enough, he saw that he was still breathing. Kyle coughed a bit. Oh no, what happened? He asked with the fakest female voice. I heard screams. Are you okay? The guy couldn't open his eyes. Please, he spoke with a weak voice. My chest. I can see. What can I do? Kyle asked. My chest. Yes, it hurts. I will bring you to the city. Kyle said. No, my chest. Potion, chest. Potion, the guy spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry, but there is no more pocket. You're mostly naked. I will bring you to the city, Kyle whispered, carefully touching the guy's torso. No, not city, the guy said, squirming out of Kyle's gentle grasp with difficulty. You will die otherwise, Kyle whisper shouted in his fake female voice. I recover, help, keep safe, he said. How is that guy going to recover from this? Kyle thought as he scratched the back of his head. Can I recover from this? Then he remembered how fucked up his body had been after landing on top of the white or fiend. I guess. Bear, you did a shit job. I'm not strong enough. I will call the guards, Kyle said with urgency. No, the man said weakly. No guards, please, bring me to northbound. North, Kyle asked. No, northbound, city, east of here. And there we go, Kyle thought, so this weird Baron guy is from that city. Kyle watched as the assailant's flesh very slowly knit together. By now he had already stopped bleeding. This guy is actually recovering. Crazy. Okay, just hold still, Kyle said in his fake voice. Just hold still, Kyle said. The assailant didn't move. Yes, just like that, Kyle said slowly, his fake voice vanishing. The assailant's eyes shot open. Bang, then a huge pick buried into his upper chest just where his center was. The pick destroyed the center. There we go, Kyle said casually. Shouldn't have been an asshole. The assailant's eyes bulged and veins appeared all over his forehead. The next moment, Kyle sat down in front of him. Without a center, the guy couldn't use ether anymore. This meant he couldn't recover anymore. Moments later, all the closed wounds started to bleed again. These powerful bodies needed ether to function. Taking their ether away was like taking their oxygen away. Kyle watched as the assailant succumbed to his injury over the next minute. Finally, he died. Kyle just silently looked at the corpse. He just kept looking at it without saying anything. Silence. The forest was silent again. Hey, Theodore, Kyle said. What? Theodore asked. Am I supposed to feel bad? He asked. Most people would feel bad after killing somebody, Theodore said. Silence. But I don't, Kyle said. This doesn't feel any different from killing a random spitter. That's because there is no difference, Theodore said. Humans are just special beasts, and Kyle uttered. Silence. You know, I thought I would feel some kind of horrible guilt after killing someone. Silence, but I don't. It's like, nothing happened. Then Theodore said, you are like me. In what way? Kyle asked. When I killed my first human, I also didn't feel anything. It was just routine. They attacked me and my familiar killed them. Familiar? Kyle asked. It's an artificer's most powerful creation, Theodore said. Back then, I was very weak and my familiar was just a big ball with 2 arms. The only thing it could do was clap, but it clapped with a lot of force. My familiar clapped and the attacker's head turned into a meat plate. After looking at the corpse for a bit, I just snorted and walked away. I didn't like that guy. He deserved to die, and Kyle uttered. Did this guy deserve to die? He thought, looking at the mutilated corpse. I mean, yeah, he tried to kill me. This was basically self-defense, although I guess this might not count as self-defense on Earth. I mean, the guy was basically helpless on the ground. He was no longer a threat. Silence. But I still don't feel bad. Yeah, fuck that guy. Fucker tried to kill me. I don't like it when people try to kill me. Kyle poked the lifeless head of the assailant. After poking it a bit, Kyle looked at his blood-covered finger. You, he said, wiping the blood on the grass. Then he just looked at the corpse in confusion as he casually scratched the side of his head. Dude, I think something's wrong with me or something. Normal people are supposed to get PTSD or something from that shit, right? But this just doesn't feel like a big deal. Kyle was reminded of Magic Lady, who told him that he had a fitting mindset. As an answer, Kyle had said that he was not a nice guy. As her answer, she said that she didn't say he had a good mindset. She said he had a fitting one. At the same time, Kyle was reminded of the many arguments he had with his ex. You're always so cold. You're always so detached. Why don't you listen to me? Don't you see in how much pain I am? How can you be so calm? You're a robot. I mean, yeah, my ex was definitely crazy, but maybe I'm also crazy. What if I'm my crazy ex's crazy ex? Is it normal to watch your wife cut herself without feeling anything? Kyle just scratched the side of his head. Probably not, but it just didn't seem to be my concern. She caused all of her own issues, and I refused to be her emotional punching bag. She was just doing that shit to get a reaction out of me, and giving her a reaction would just affirm her and tell her that she did the right thing. So I didn't. Kyle looked at the corpse for a bit longer. Hey, I'm getting bored, Kyle said, standing up. That's when he felt some pain in his chest. Oh yeah, right, arrows, he said, looking down. Guess I should leave them in as evidence. I won't die from them, right? No, Theodore answered. This is dangerous for a normal human, but you're not a normal human. Ha, funny phrasing, Kyle thought. Then Kyle just shrugged. Well, who cares? So what if I don't feel anything? Just means killing stuff will be easier in the future, he said. Then he unfurled one of the big sacks on his belt and stuffed the corpse inside. Don't want this guy to drench me in blood. That's disgusting. Finally, Kyle walked back to town. It was still very early in the morning and the sun hadn't come up yet. After Kyle arrived near the town, it was about to become dawn. Oh, right, Nirvan. Kyle changed directions and walked towards a clearing close to the town. Nirvan was just arriving and Kyle waved to him. Nirvan looked over and when he saw the arrows in Kyle's body, his eyes narrowed. He rapidly ran over to Kyle and looked at his wounds. What happened? He shouted. I was in the forest this morning, Kyle said. Found a guy. Guy asked me if the Baron had new orders. I said I didn't know no Baron. Guy got angry and tried to kill me. Dude was quite strong. Late fighter archer. Nirvan's mind was going wild. Where is he? Nirvan asked. Kyle lifted his sack. In here. Nirvan looked at the sack, which looked much heavier after knowing what was inside. Why didn't you tell the guards? Nirvan asked. I mean, I just came back. I thought I should ask you first before doing anything I shouldn't. Nirvan narrowed his eyes and stayed silent for a while. Show me the corpse. Nirvan looked at the corpse after Kyle dumped it into the ground. This was not you, Nirvan said, pointing at the gruesome wounds. Nope, Kyle answered. Sparkly Bear, what happened? Tell me in detail, Nirvan asked. Kyle nodded and recounted everything. You were fighting a trained fighter, Nirvan said. You're lucky you're still alive. Fleeing was the right move. You couldn't have possibly won. Kyle nodded. It was fucking impossible to get close to him. He was faster and more agile. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't reach him. So I just turned around and ran. I thought that causing as much chaos as possible would disrupt his plans. If there are a bunch of beasts coming out of the woodworks, I would be the one at an advantage. Sure, I would need to fight more beasts than him since he's much stealthier, but I can deal with beasts. The guy was super controlled. Everything he did revolved around controlling the battlefield, so I made it uncontrollable. Nirvan was a bit surprised. That's quite smart, he said. Although your mind has been enhanced, maybe it's normal for people like you to find such a solution. Kyle just shrugged. Then Kyle told Nirvan about the sparkly bear. Sparkly bears are extremely dangerous, Nirvan said. We would need the entire team if we wanted to deal with one, and it wouldn't be easy. Luckily, they're an asset to us, and they don't attack you if you're not acting like an idiot. You're lucky the assassin hit the bear. Otherwise, it would have kept chasing you. Kyle just rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, that would be troublesome, but in my opinion, that's still better than being chased by that other guy. At least I can tell when the bear is about to strike me. Also, I would have been able to deal with the bear. Nirvan furrowed his brows. You can't deal with a sparkly bear. No, Kyle quickly answered. I didn't mean fighting it. I mean deal with it, as in get away from it. Nirvan still wasn't sure what Kyle meant, but since Kyle was so vague, he didn't ask. Naturally, if the sparkly bear had continued chasing Kyle, he would have run to the noble of the lake. The noble of the lake was also very powerful, and inside the water it might even get the upper hand. Alternatively, Kyle would have just run into the town. The town had guards in the second realm, and they would deal with the bear. Did he say anything? Nirvan asked, looking at the corpse. He mentioned a baron. I think this is related to the tar golem incident. Baron, Nirvan repeated with furrowed brows. Barons control towns and cities. Theodore's rest belongs to Baron Sumer. Baron Sumer already controls the entire town, and I don't think there's a reason for him to place tar golems in the forest. If the great anaconda goes on a rampage, he will only suffer. Well, Kyle added, the guy also told me that I should, under no circumstances, bring him to Theodore's rest. He said I should bring him to Northbound instead. Northbound? Nirvan asked, his eyes narrowing. That's the city to the east, and it's controlled by Baron Hurlington. Kyle just shrugged again. Nirvan remained silent for a while. Put the corpse away, Nirvan said. We are going to report everything to the authorities. Kyle became a bit nervous. Will I be treated as a murderer? Why, Nirvan asked. You defended yourself. You have arrows sticking out of your body right now. Also, you didn't kill him. It was a sparkly bear. Yeah, sure, Kyle answered with uncertainty. They put the body away and approached the town's gate. When the guards saw the arrows sticking out of Kyle's body, they immediately knew that something had happened. Kyle and Nirvan approached the guards. This is Kyle, and he works with me for Samson. He was inside our territory in the early morning hours, and someone tried to assassinate him. The eyes of the guards narrowed. Where's the assailant? He asked with a serious and urgent tone. Kyle shook the sack. In here, the guards calmed down a bit before becoming serious again. Kyle nodded, and the two of them followed the guard. They walked through the town, drawing quite a lot of gazes. Eventually, they reached the local headquarters of the guards, which was a small fortress near one of the walls. They stepped through the doors and went up a flight of stairs. Wait here, the guard ordered before stepping through one of the doors. The two waited for around 2 minutes. Then the doors opened again, and 2 people walked out. One of them was the guard from earlier, while the other person was a tall man with black hair. He wore the same armor as the guard, but it had more insignias. The guard looked at the 2 hunters. Is the perpetrator in there? He asked, pointing at the sack. Kyle nodded. The first guard went back to his post while the 2 hunters followed the superior. This time, they went down several flights of stairs. They reached a cold underground corridor, and the superior led the 2 into a cold room with several long metallic tables. Is that a morgue? Kyle thought, recognizing the room from all the shows he had watched. Put him here, the superior said, stopping in front of a table. Oh, another voice said. The next moment, an older man peeked out from one of the side rooms with interest. More food? The man asked. Stan, these 2 are not part of the guard, the superior commented with annoyance. Keep your twisted jokes to yourself. Oh, whoops, sorry, Stan said with an embarrassed smile. Then he walked forward as Kyle dumped the corpse onto the table. Sorry for that, Stan said, looking at the 2 hunters. My name near the end, Stan became distracted by the corpse's appearance. He approached the corpse like it was pulling him in. Stan looked at the corpse for a bit before taking a deep sniff. The superior groaned while Kyle grimaced a bit. Sparkly bear, Stan said. Next, Stan touched the corpse with his bare hands and dug into its chest. He widened the gap in the chest and saw the broken center. Then he grabbed some device that measured angles and checked the broken center. Not Sparkly Bear, he said. Then he looked at Nirvan for a bit before looking at Kyle. Finally, he focused on Kyle's hammer and saw the blood on the end of its pick. Ah, seems like you got the last hit, Stan said. Nirvan looked at Kyle in shock. The superior also looked at Kyle with narrowed eyes. Kyle shrugged. He was not dead and he was recovering. I'm not going to carry a guy that wanted to kill me to the town. What if he pulls out a knife and slits my throat or something? I mean, I could have also just left him there. Nirvan took a deep breath. Nirvan was an extremely experienced hunter, but he had never killed a human before. At this moment, he felt bad for Kyle. Killing a human couldn't be easy. Tell me exactly what happened, the superior ordered while Stan went back to inspecting the corpse. Kyle did just that. He basically told him everything exactly as it happened. Why were you shouting in the forest in the dark in the first place? The superior asked after the first 3 sentences. Training, Kyle said. I can deal with most wildlife. Dealing with controlled danger is not as deadly as dealing with uncontrolled danger. If I learn how to deal with this kind of danger, I might survive a bad incident in the future. Kyle basically just repeated Theodore's reasoning. That's reckless and foolish. Nirvan shouted, you are not a warrior or fighter. You're a hunter. Kyle just rubbed the back of his head. I also didn't want to do it, okay, he thought. It's fucking Theodore that makes me do this shit. But that's what I did, Kyle said. Nirvan snorted. Continue, the superior said. Then Kyle told him about his conversation with the assailant. Baron, are you sure he said Baron? The superior asked with narrowed eyes. Definitely, Kyle said. He was also very angry when he realized that I didn't know no Baron. Guess he thought I was one of his allies or something. Kyle continued narrating everything. When he came to the part where he made the assailant stumble, the others became surprised. Why didn't you just escape? The superior asked. Because fuck him, Kyle answered. Guy was infuriating me with his constant arrows and running away. The guy hit me with like 5 arrows or so. I was quite angry. Also, what if he escapes? He knew what I looked like while I didn't know what he looked like. That guy could have stalked me in the city and killed me and anyone I'm close to. I'm not about to risk Samson and his family. Nirvan grimaced. This was not a good situation. It was just sad that Kyle had to kill someone to get out of it. Continue, the superior said. Then Kyle talked about his last conversation with the assailant. Why did you talk to him? The superior asked. I wanted to know which asshole keeps putting tar golems into our territory, and I was pretty sure that this guy was related to it. Why else would an adept archer be inside our forest in the middle of the night? As Kyle told them about the conversation, the superior narrowed his eyes. Finally, Kyle continued, I just rammed my hammer into his center and carried him back to town. Why did you choose this particular method to end his life? The superior asked. Well, I usually just crush heads with my hammer, but you probably need his face to identify him. If he became unidentifiable, I might get into trouble, Kyle said. The superior looked at Kyle for a while. You were quite methodical with everything. Is there something you didn't tell me? Nope, Kyle answered. Silence. Then the superior asked several questions about the timeline of events, and Kyle just gave quick and direct answers. He also had to correct the superior a couple of times. I'm done with my examination, Stan said, putting the corpse into one of the cold steel cases near the wall. What's the conclusion? The superior asked. Everything checks out with his story, Stan answered. His cape is missing. He has a sprained ankle. There are a lot of wood splinters stuck in his clothing on his back. There are small irritations on the inside of his right index and middle fingers, suggesting he fired several arrows. Stan added a couple more details, and Kyle was quite surprised at how much Stan had found out just by looking at a corpse. Kyle felt relieved that he didn't lie. The superior nodded and turned to Nirvan. You may leave. I will keep your friend here for the day. If everything works out, he will be released by the end of the day. Nirvan sighed in relief, said his goodbyes, patted Kyle on the shoulders, and left. Then the superior led Kyle into an interrogation room and told him to wait. Kyle just looked around in boredom for about 30 minutes. Finally, the doors opened and 2 people entered. One was the superior from earlier, while the other person was an averagely sized blonde man. He wore armor, but his armor was a deep silver with 2 wings inscribed on it. My name is Roland Holstein, and I'm the captain of the guard, the man in the luxurious armor said. Oh shit, Kyle thought. The actual captain. He's the leader of all the military in the town. I heard of him. Tell me what happened, Roland asked while the superior left the room again. Kyle nodded and recounted everything again. When Kyle was done, Roland nodded again. Now, tell me about this tar golem incident, he said. Kyle did just that. The tar golems all appeared near the Great Anaconda's territory, and the hunters believed that someone was after the Great Anaconda's life water. You will not be punished for killing the assassin. Fights happen, and you were supposed to be there while he wasn't. He was the intruder while you were the occupant. You were in your full right to end his life, especially after he tried to kill you. You may go to the local infirmary and get your injuries checked. Tell them that I told you that it's on the house. With your statement, the evidence, and the corpse, we can finally advance in the investigation into the tar golems. Your name is Kyle, right? No family name? Just Kyle, he answered. Well then, Kyle, you did well today. Get some rest. Finally, Roland stood up and led Kyle out of the door. Kyle left the room with a smile. Well, that went better than expected. I don't trust him, Theodore said. Kyle just rolled his eyes. You trust nobody, he whispered. This is different, Theodore answered. He is someone who has quite a bit of power while you don't. According to the laws, you did not do anything wrong, but that doesn't matter. He let me go and even offered free treatment at the clinic, Kyle whispered. To stop you from becoming suspicious, Theodore answered. Suspicious of what exactly? Kyle asked with a bit of annoyance. Politics, foolish inheritor, Theodore answered. I can already see what's going to happen. They are going to conclude that Baron Hurlington is responsible for the entire incident. In answer, Baron Hurlington will deny his involvement and say that this was a rogue agent. Baron Sumer won't buy it, and trade between the two towns will decrease. Baron Hurlington will pull along and also decrease the trade. The two towns will then be at each other's throats. Sometime later, the two barons will talk again since this new situation just hurts both sides. They will be much more amenable during that conversation, and they will agree with each other a lot. Then they will both apologize. Baron Hurlington will say that he should have paid more attention to his agents and give Theodore's rest some benefits. In return, Baron Sumer will say that he shouldn't have accused Baron Hurlington this quickly and that they should have investigated more. Your name will fall during that conversation, and both barons will agree that your inaccurate, false, and vague testimony was the reason for the bad trade relations between the two towns. Finally, you will be executed. Baron Sumer gets some good trade deals in exchange for the life of a random person. That's a trade anyone with a bit of ambition would accept. Kyle grew nervous when he heard Theodore's explanation. I think you're overthinking things, Kyle said. I'm not, Theodore answered. I saw this exact scenario play out plenty of times. The law is not there to protect you. The law is there to protect the people in power. The law is their weapon. Kyle believed Theodore was just being paranoid, as always. However, he couldn't disagree with Theodore's logic. While it wouldn't necessarily go down this route, this was one possible outcome. So whether he liked it or not, Kyle felt a bit anxious about his future. He just hoped Theodore was wrong. Assuming I believe you, Kyle whispered. What should I do? Nothing I say matters, because your dwarf brain won't learn before you see it for yourself. Theodore spoke with arrogance. You will see the signs with time. When you genuinely believe me, we can talk about this topic again. Kyle just snorted. Fine, if I die, don't blame me, Kyle whispered. Theodore didn't deign to dignify that statement with an answer. After some time, Kyle found the infirmary and entered. Inside the infirmary, he saw a young girl with a big blue hat. She was wearing long robes and looked like some kind of magician from an old fantasy game from the 80s. Well, if that's not a sorcerer, I don't know who is, Kyle thought. Why, yes, the girl asked. How can I help you? Yes, hello, my name is Kyle. I have been sent by Captain Roland. According to him, my treatment will be on the house, he said. Oh, the girl answered, looking at the arrows poking out of Kyle's chest. She grimaced. Does it hurt? She asked. Not anymore, Kyle said. The girl told Kyle to sit down on the bench, which he did. The next moment, the girl lightly touched one of the arrows. Don't move. It might be a bit painful, she said. Kyle nodded. Hit me. The girl moved back and looked at Kyle with an offended and embarrassed expression. Why would I hit you? What? Kyle asked. No, that's... If you believe that I am so easy to bully, you can leave right now, Mr. Kyle, she said, pointing at the door. No, Kyle quickly answered. I didn't. I don't know who you think you are, but I will do no such thing. This is an infirmary. I am a recovery sorcerer in training. I am not just some harlot, she shouted. It was a phrase. Kyle shouted. A phrase? What? The girl asked, furrowing her brows. It means go ahead, Kyle answered. It's like hit me up, you know, it just means you can continue. She looked at Kyle for a while longer. Then she lowered her head in embarrassment. Excuse me, I haven't been under normal people for a long time. I'm still not familiar with some of the more casual language. Kyle sighed in relief. It's fine. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Oh no, I should be the one who apologizes. Sorry, everything was my fault, she said. That's a bit of an extreme phrasing, but sure, if it makes you feel better, Kyle said. The girl just nodded and touched the arrow. A moment later, the girl started to speak some confusing words Kyle didn't understand. Oh, Theodore uttered. That's surprising. Kyle couldn't ask Theodore right now since the girl was right there. The next moment, the girl's fingers crackled, and Kyle felt the insides of his chest itching quite a lot. The next moment, the arrow turned into dust and fell to the ground. Well, the part that was outside fell to the ground. The part inside of Kyle's body just gathered in his wound. However, the ash was quickly pushed out by his regenerating flesh. The sorcerer did the same thing to the other arrow. Now, for the last part. This might be a bit uncomfortable, she said. Kyle nodded wordlessly. The girl put her hand on Kyle's chest and spoke more words. Bang, all of Kyle's muscles contracted like he had a cramp for a second. After that, they all relaxed again. The girl pulled back and Kyle could see some sweat on her face. There, I have refilled your center, she said. There is no better recovery than your own ether. Was that lightning just now? Kyle thought, remembering the crackling. Did she use lightning to refill my ether? Kyle tested his body a bit and realized that he was full of energy, but the girl had vanished. Huh, Kyle uttered. Look down, Theodore said. Kyle did just that, and he saw the girl lying on the ground. She was unconscious. She is an apprentice, and converting her ether to your ether is a costly process, Theodore explained. Apprentices have weak bodies and souls. When you run out of ether, the ether in your body keeps you going, but you feel exhausted and tired. When someone with a weaker body runs out of ether, it can make them go unconscious. You are strong enough to resist it. Most sorcerers aren't. Kyle became panicked and jumped down from the bed. The nice girl was unconscious. First aid course. Remember the first aid course? Kyle thought. First, check for a heart rate. Kyle touched the girl's wrist. I don't know how to feel someone's pulse, he thought. Then he put his finger on her neck. I don't know where the artery is. I don't feel anything, he thought in panic. Finally, he looked at her chest. I mean, they said the best way to feel someone's heartbeat is to put your ear to their chest. Kyle took a deep breath. This concerns her life. Don't let your embarrassment stop you from saving a life. Kyle bent down and put his ear to her chest. What are you doing? Kyle froze as someone spoke from the doorway. A soldier had entered, and he was looking at Kyle with suspicion. Kyle realized his position. The girl was lying on the ground, and Kyle looked like he was resting his head on her tits. Listening to Kyle was interrupted as the body below him suddenly jerked away. The girl looked at Kyle in horror before looking at the guard at the entryway. A pit formed in Kyle's stomach. Oh no, he thought. Oh, I did it again, she shouted in realization. Then she looked at the guard with an apologetic expression. Sorry, I used too much ether and lost consciousness. Sorry to worry you. The guard looked at her for a bit, then he looked at Kyle with a suspicious expression. Heartbeat, Kyle stuttered. The guard narrowed his eyes even more in suspicion. You do know that running out of ether is not dangerous, right? The guard asked. There is no way her heart would stop just like that. Kyle became red in the face. He truly didn't know that. The guard looked with disgust at Kyle, taking his embarrassed expression as an admission of malicious and dirty intentions. If you need anything, Marcy, just shout. I will be right outside, the guard said, looking at the apprentice. Kyle quickly stood up and offered his hand to Marcy, the apprentice, to help her up. I'm watching you, the guard spoke in a dark tone as he closed the door. Kyle's body shook and he froze. Marcy looked at Kyle in confusion. His hand hadn't pulled her up yet and she wasn't sure why he stopped. What's wrong? Hit me please, she said. Kyle and the guard both almost stumbled when they heard that. Kyle realized what was going on. Oh fuck, when I said that hit me means continue, I didn't mean it like that. This is a bit awkward, Marcy said, frozen in a half-lifted position. Can you just hit me? Kyle quickly pulled Marcy up. The guard became red in the face and slammed the door shut, giving the two of them some privacy. Kyle just looked into empty space in horror. You were checking my heart rate, right? Marcy asked. Kyle's body shook again. Yes, I thought your heart had stopped, he shouted in urgency. Kyle sighed in relief. Luckily, there was no misunderstanding. This could have ended really badly. Marcy just nodded. Silence. The silence felt quite awkward. Anyway, I think I should go, Kyle said. Yes, take care, Marcy said. If you ever need any medical help, you can come to this room. After leaving the room, he looked at the guard from earlier, who was standing close to the door. The guard was eyeing Kyle with an evaluating expression. Kyle just smiled awkwardly. Then he remembered something and approached the door again. You had your free treatment, the guard said, pulling Kyle's hand away from the door. I forgot to tell her something, Kyle said, remembering the awkward way Marcy had used the phrase hit me. Visitors are not allowed to enter without permission, the guard said. If it's so important, tell me and I will tell her. Kyle took a deep breath. Listen, earlier, Kyle explained the misunderstanding with the phrase. When the guard understood what was going on, he looked exasperated and relieved at the same time. So that's what was going on, the guard said. Kyle just laughed awkwardly. I will tell her after her shift is over, the guard answered. A moment later, another guard walked down the corridor and looked at the other guard. Captain Roland called for an assembly. You have to participate, the guard spoke. Yes, sir, the first guard answered with a salute. Then the other guard looked at Kyle. You're not part of the guard, he commented. No, I'm not, Kyle answered. Get out. Only authorized personnel are allowed here, the guard shouted. Kyle just nodded. Sure. Then he rapidly walked towards the exit. Kyle left the guard's headquarters and made his way to Samson's Hunter Hall. On his way to the Hunter Hall, over 50 guards ran past him. They seemed to be in quite a hurry. The two guards from earlier were part of this group. The first step has been taken, Theodore said. They will put on a show of force in front of Northbound. Kyle gulped nervously. I hope Theodore is wrong. Then Kyle remembered Marcy. And I really hope that guard won't forget to forward my message. Kyle returned to Samson's Hunter Hall. Everyone was already gone. The tasks had already been distributed for the day, and the hunters wouldn't return until the afternoon. Well, I wasn't assigned to anything. Guess I just roam the wilderness and do whatever I can do to help, Kyle thought. He told the receptionist where he would be, and she just nodded without saying anything. Ever since Kyle had returned, the receptionist was even more curt with him. She was probably embarrassed that she showed Kyle her customer face. For the remainder of the day, Kyle just did some regular maintenance on the forest, dealing with spitters, harvesting some materials from here and there, making sure that the plants were growing well. A couple of hours later, he ran into Taryn, who greeted him. Taryn was the vice leader of Samson's Hunter Hall, and he just assigned some basic tasks to Kyle. Kyle fulfilled all the basic tasks and returned to the Hunter Hall in the evening. Did everything go all right? Samson asked when Kyle entered. Yeah, there are no consequences. I even got some free treatment, he answered. That's to be expected, Samson answered with a nod. This guy wasn't supposed to be in our territory to begin with. If they hadn't released you, I would have caused quite an uproar. Samson put his hand on Kyle's shoulder and gestured to his office. The two of them walked to Samson's office and sat down. Yes. Kyle asked, not knowing why Samson wanted to talk to him alone. Is this about my presence in the forest at night? Samson sighed and just shook his head. No, it's not entirely related to the incident tonight. Not entirely, Kyle asked. I was already thinking about this before today, Samson said. Thinking about what? Samson looked at Kyle with concern. Are you sure you want to be a hunter? No, Theodore said in Kyle's mind. I mean, why not? Kyle asked. I caused you quite some damage and you took me in. This is the least I can do to repay you. Those are reasons why you are a hunter, Samson said. Don't give me the reasons. Tell me what you want to do. Kyle didn't answer immediately. He promised Theodore that he would fulfill his dying wish. Additionally, Kyle knew that he had an aristocrat's body. Something like that was probably worth thousands of times more than what he owed Samson. In a way, Kyle was far more indebted to Theodore than Samson. Being a hunter was nice, but it wouldn't lead him to his goal. Also, I'm supposed to become some kind of overseer or something, according to the contract I signed with Magic Bitch. Yet when Kyle looked at Samson, he just couldn't give a straight answer. Samson had been so nice to him. Kyle would feel horrible if he just abandoned Samson. After a while, Samson sighed. Hey, listen, Kyle answered, but Samson just lifted his hand to stop Kyle from continuing. I understand, Samson said. Then Samson released another sigh. Kyle, I don't think you're cut out to be a hunter, he said. Kyle's eyes widened. Why not? Am I too weak? No, that's not it, Samson answered. Am I messing up the ecosystem? Kyle asked. No, you're doing your job very well. You picked everything up even quicker than Fennec, Samson said. Then why? Kyle asked. Kyle, you are an adept now, Samson said. You underwent a ritual for a fighter and officially became an adept. You are not like us. We are being hunters because we can't make anything of ourselves anymore. Nervon used to be a trainee in the military when he was younger, but he was lazy and didn't do his duties. Eventually, he joined me. Taran wanted to become a charter for dangerous wildernesses, but he didn't make the cut and wasn't accepted. He later met some bad influences, but found his way to me eventually. Lancel used to be a scout, but he was dishonorably discharged because he said things the higher-ups didn't agree with. Samson laughed. I wanted to be a knight, but I didn't make the cut. Then I wanted to be a wildlife researcher, but I was already too old and behind on the studies. We four are the regular members, and we are all old people who have missed our opportunities in life. Fennec is only here for 2 years for his practical exam. After that, he will return to the Knight Academy and become an official knight. Samson sighed yet again. We are all normal humans. We never had the chance to undergo a ritual. You are not like us, Samson said with compassion. You can make something of yourself. You can join any of the open fighters guilds and learn more about the world. You are destined for greater things, Samson said with a smile. Kyle's heart was racing. He knew that he eventually had to leave due to Theodore. But now that it was finally happening, it felt so surreal. For some reason, this had a much heavier impact on his emotions than killing that assailant. Samson took him in. Samson and his family taught Kyle how to speak. Samson gave him a job. He gave him a home. He gave him a role. Samson had done so much for Kyle. I can't just abandon you, Kyle spoke quietly. You've done so much for me. Samson laughed lightly. I got you out of prison because I expected compensation. And the other things. Kyle asked. You needed the help and I had help to spare, Samson said. Kyle looked down and clenched his fists. What about old Betty? Kyle asked. She was expensive, wasn't she? Yes, but we'll recover, Samson said. We are not that strapped for gold. Also, it's not like that debt doesn't exist anymore. If you are willing, you can repay me when you made something of your life. Having a real fighter indebted to me in exchange for a Narvonian worm is not such a bad deal, Samson said with a smile. Kyle took a deep breath, yet Samson just held his hand out, stopping him from speaking. You don't have to make the decision immediately. This concerns your future. Take a couple of days to think about it. I don't want to hear your decision within the next 5 days. In 5 days you can tell me, okay? Samson asked. Kyle took another deep breath. No problem, Samson answered with a reassuring smile. Kyle went back to Samson's home and was greeted by the children and Samson's wife. Food was ready. Kyle enjoyed the meal with the family. Is everything okay with you, Kyle? Samson's wife asked. You've been quieter than usual. Oh no, everything's all right, Kyle said. Then he joked with the kids for a bit before returning to his room. Samson hadn't come home yet. He probably didn't want to make things too awkward for Kyle. Tell me more about mining and finding valuable ore, Kyle told Theodore. Why the sudden interest? Theodore asked. I can't clear my debt with Samson, but I still want to help however I can, Kyle answered. I don't agree with the reason, but I will teach you anyway, Theodore said. Theodore told Kyle more things about mining for the next couple of hours. Then Samson came in just to check if everything was all right. Kyle said that everything was fine, and Samson left again. When everyone was asleep, Kyle left his room and entered the forest. For the entire night, he mined in his little mine in the wilderness. He gathered a bunch of basic mage stone and even found another small piece of wood essence. In the morning, he trained with Nirvan as was usual. Then he did his work as a hunter. When Kyle came back in the evening, he noticed several new flyers attached to the houses. Any imports or exports to and from northbound are now subject to a 25 equality tax. Step 2, Theodore commented. Kyle grew more nervous and took a deep breath. For the next 2 days, Kyle slept only a little and kept mining. On day 3, Kyle heard people talking on the street. Northbound had issued a retaliation tax of 25. This meant that 50 of the revenue of any trade would go to the cities. Step 3, Theodore said. Kyle didn't engage with Theodore. By now, he was already believing him. Another 2 days passed. On the evening of the 5th day, Kyle noticed several closed shops. They didn't run out of business. Instead, they closed their shops out of protests. These shops mainly traded with northbound, and they found these new taxes horrible. The public sentiment will grow worse, Theodore said. The people will soon run out of some essential resources which need to be bought at an inflated price. Right now, only the direct traders are affected, but as the craftsmen's stocks run out, they will join the protest. The same thing is almost assuredly happening in northbound. If the Baron decides to publicly address the reason for the taxes with a speech, the people might relent, but only for a while. They only care about justice as long as it's not making life too hard for them. If the Baron addresses the taxes, I give it 3 months before the negotiation. If he doesn't, I give it 1 month. It all depends on how far the Baron is willing to go. If he addresses the taxes, he will need to publicly exonerate the other Baron in the future as well. Kyle sighed. He wordlessly walked back to the Hunter Hall and Samson pulled him to the side. Did you come to a decision? Samson asked. Kyle sighed again. I'm sorry, but I will leave. I'll make sure that I repay you somehow, Kyle said. Samson smiled. That's the right thing to do. Samson and Kyle talked for half an hour about what Kyle had learned within the last month or so. Then they walked home together. The next day, Samson gave Kyle a surprise. Good news, you can join Fennec's carriage, Samson said. Traveling outside the cradle is far too dangerous and an escort is too expensive. When Fennec's time with us ends, you can join him and travel to the mainland. No problem, Samson answered. The carriage will arrive in 4 months. Until then you can keep working for us. More experience can never hurt. 4 months, Kyle asked. Yes, 4 months, Samson answered. Kyle looked at the table for a while. Then he looked back at Samson. Samson just smiled. As the days passed, the protests became fiercer and fiercer. The Baron had not addressed the taxes yet. When Kyle returned to the town after around 2 more weeks, he heard the news. In 3 days, the 2 barons would meet to solve the current issues. Kyle just looked at the darkening sky for a while. Step 4, I know, Kyle whispered. Do you believe me now? Theodore asked. I do, Kyle answered with a distracted voice. Then leave tonight, Theodore said. Kyle took a deep breath. He didn't want to leave yet. But what he wanted wasn't important right now. Theodore was right, he had to leave. Kyle went back to Samson's home. He spent his evening with Samson and his family, playing with the kids. Samson and his wife just watched happily. When Samson and his wife went to bed, Kyle returned to his room. The next morning, Samson checked Kyle's room. Kyle was usually already gone this early in the morning, but he still checked. What if he overslept? Yet when Samson opened the door, he saw a pile of gold in the middle of the room. In front of the pile of gold were some crude drawings, which were trying to imitate Samson's drawing style. The first image showed a man sleeping beside a big worm. The second image showed a bigger man throwing the first man into the sky to look at the city beneath. The third image showed several men searching in the wilderness. The fourth image showed the man returning and being accepted back. The fifth image showed the man digging holes and unearthing gems. The sixth image showed the man selling the gems. The seventh image showed the man waving goodbye, a pile of gold beside him. The last image showed him leaving the house. Below the last image was one sentence, I'll be back. All right, adventure time, Kyle said as he walked into the forest at night. He walked forward, slowly treading through the forest. Where are you going? Theodore asked. I have no idea, Kyle whispered. I thought you would tell me where to go. Kyle could feel Theodore's annoyance. Do I have to do all the thinking for you? He asked. Hey, you're the one constantly insulting my dwarf brain. Take some responsibility. Theodore snorted. You need to advance 1 stage at the very least. The area outside the cradles is filled with danger, and while you would still be too weak as a late human, you're at least not helpless. Sure, Kyle answered. So I just find a strong beast, beat the shit out of it, and eat it, right? Yes, Theodore answered. You are a dwarf. Half-dwarf, Kyle corrected. A dwarf, Theodore added with a snort. There are no halves. You are either a thief or not a thief. What is important is that, as a dwarf, you can grow by eating beasts. You don't need to consume the expensive materials used for enhancing a normal human's ether. You should be relatively close to advancing already since you ate plenty of different things within the last month. Just find something strong and kill it. Kyle scratched the back of his head. Then I should go somewhere else. Why? Are these beasts here not good enough for you, ungrateful brat? Theodore asked. Why must you always be a rude ass? Kyle asked. No, I am switching places because I don't want to fuck up Samson's territory. There are many powerful beasts I can't kill because they are useful to Samson. But the same thing doesn't apply to other places. Theodore snorted. You care for Samson and his employees so much, but you're willing to damage someone else's territory because you don't know them. Yeah, fuck them, Kyle said. I keep to my words, but only when I like the guy. Call me a hypocrite or whatever, I don't care. You misinterpreted my words, Theodore answered. This kind of attitude is a good thing. It makes you somewhat trustworthy, but also doesn't restrict you unnecessarily. This is a world of fierce competition. You have to take from others if you want to be powerful. Yes, yes, Kyle answered, waving Theodore off. I just want to smash and eat something. It's what I'm supposed to do anyway, right? More or less, Theodore answered. Maybe I'll also stumble upon some amazing ore, Kyle said with an excited smile. You taught me quite a lot about forging. With some good ore, I can probably also make some armor. You are wearing one of my self-created robes, Theodore said. Are those not good enough for you? They're not, Kyle answered. I want something heavy and strong. Why, Theodore asked with annoyance. A heavy armor would only slow you down. Theodore, I have a dwarf brain, remember, Kyle asked. You heard what Nervan said. I have to fight all tactical and shit. I'm not good with tactical shit. I just want to smash shit. I'm bound to make a shit ton of mistakes, and if I don't have a good armor, one mistake will kill me. I want to be able to withstand a counterattack. I will launch my strike first, but I won't be able to land a hit against a fast opponent. You saw that fucking archer guy, right? What if I manage to get close to him, start an attack, eat an arrow, but then still finish my attack? I would have an arrow in my body, but he would be turned into a meat slushy. And Theodore uttered, You're fighting like a dwarf. And why are dwarves fighting like that? Kyle asked. Because they're stupid, Theodore answered. Or because they are taking advantage of their strength, Kyle said. Theodore remained silent for a while. Golems fight like that, he said. Golems make use of their powerful defenses to launch attacks while being attacked themselves. See, Kyle asked, quickly scurrying past the road leading to northbound. Not such a bad idea, is it? Let's just see how things develop, Theodore said. That's the spirit, Kyle said with a wide smile. Theodore didn't comment. Kyle kept walking towards the south. Samson's territory was to the north of the city. Someone else had the territory south of the city, and Kyle had no idea who owned it. But that didn't matter. Be careful that you don't break the law too much, Theodore suddenly commented. Kyle stopped in shock. What? You, the big and evil guy who swore vengeance upon the world, say that I shouldn't break the law, he asked. I don't care about the law, foolish inheritor, Theodore answered. I care about the people who are enforcing it. While you can fight one guard, you can't win against a squad of them. They are trained. You're not. Am I not already a fugitive? Kyle asked. You were the one who said that I will soon be executed. Yes, but nobody knows that yet, Theodore answered. They will be searching for you and ask you to accompany them. To them, it's just a search for a witness. They don't know that you will be executed. Because of that, they will be careful not to injure or kill you while retrieving you. But if you suddenly start killing important beasts and destabilizing the ecosystem, that will change. They will send more guards and those won't. Wait, Kyle suddenly whispered. Don't interrupt me. Theodore shouted. Shut the fuck up and look ahead, Kyle whispered back. Theodore looked forward with annoyance. I don't see anything that's important enough to validate an interruption of my teachings. Dude, Kyle said. Do you not see that big stone filled with holes? I do. That belongs to a Narvonian worm. So what? Theodore asked. Yeah, aren't those strong? Kyle asked. They are, but how are you going to eat all of that? Kyle remained silent. You have to advance quickly, Theodore said. Narvonian worms are gigantic for their realm, which means all their ether is dispersed across their large bodies. Its flesh is as dense in ether as the flesh of one of the many fire wolves you fought. You don't have time to eat such a huge corpse. Look for something else. Kyle took a deep breath. Then he sighed. Fine. Kyle continued traversing through the unknown wilderness. He had no fucking idea where he was. He only knew he was somewhere south of Theodore's rest. The forest was eerily quiet, but that was normal during the night. Night was the time when many ambush predators hunted. I can't find shit, Kyle said. Should I shout? Theodore didn't answer for a while. It's risky. This is unknown territory, he said. But isn't everything outside the cradle also unknown territory? Kyle asked. You were the one who said that I should be prepared for dangers. Yes, but you won't be running through the outside, screaming all the time, Theodore answered. Kyle just rolled his eyes. Then he took a deep breath. Theodore already knew what was going to happen, and he wasn't looking forward to it. Come here, come all, my hammer wants blood, Kyle shouted. His shout echoed throughout the forest. Theodore just held his metaphorical head in his hands. Why did this guy have to be so dramatic all the time? A moment later, Kyle heard rustling from different locations. His instincts picked up on the rustling and identified their associated danger. The result was disappointing. A couple of spitters, one of these weird worm things, and some fleeing animals. Well, food is food, Kyle said as he held his hammer over his shoulders. Not a big fan of spitter meat, but it's better than nothing. Suddenly, all the rustling vanished at the same time. Huh, Kyle uttered, looking around. Why's nobody moving anymore? You've woken something powerful, Theodore said. The beasts can sense the danger. Suddenly, Kyle heard the quiet flapping of wings. He looked into the distance and saw an approaching shadow. Then he took a deep breath. Well, I'm supposed to be in dangerous situations, right? Kyle readied his hammer and waited for the beast to arrive. The beast was surprisingly fast, and it reached him in less than 3 seconds. SCR. The terrifying screech of a big bird echoed throughout the forest. Kyle had heard that exact same screech several times while working as a hunter. The cleaner, or one of them at least, even Samson was scared of these things. Kyle swung his hammer at the approaching beast. The cleaner was a completely black bird that was even a bit bigger than a bald eagle. His hammer would perfectly hit the approaching beast, but then it suddenly stopped midair, its wings proudly on display. Its black eyes looked at Kyle with what he perceived to be fury. Then it struck forward with one of its talons. An ethereal image of talons that were way larger than the actual ones appeared in front of it. CRKSH, two of the talons entered Kyle's chest, exiting from the other side. Kyle's eyes widened in rage and pain. "Ah!" Kyle shouted as he stopped his hammer swing. The hammer was between the two of them at this moment. The cleaner's reach was much longer due to the ethereal talons. The next moment, the cleaner's ethereal talons put pressure on Kyle's body, trying to topple him. Kyle gritted his teeth and took a heavy step forward. He chucked his hammer forward, and due to the short distance, the cleaner couldn't evade. Bang! The middle of the hammer's head hit the cleaner in the chest. The ethereal talons dispersed since the cleaner had lost its focus. These were not real talons, but talons created by a beast ability. Strong beasts had inherent abilities that fit their affinity. When the ethereal talons vanished, Kyle charged forward, a ton of blood squirting out of the holes in his chest. The cleaner was fast, agile, and had overwhelming offensive capabilities, but its defense was trash. Even though there wasn't a lot of power behind the throw, it still pushed the bird back quite a bit. As Kyle ran forward, he grabbed his hammer out of the air and swung. The cleaner hadn't recovered yet, and it saw the hammer approaching. Out of desperation, it summoned its ethereal talons again and struck the hammer. Crack! The ethereal talons hit the hammer, but the force behind the strike broke them. However, the cleaner's body was pushed out of reach by the knockback. The hammer's force was also weakened considerably. This time it was easy for Kyle to stop the swing. He crouched down and ran forward. He passed under his hammer's head. The cleaner tried to regain control and flapped its wings rapidly. Bang. Then one of its wings hit the branches of one of the iron trees. It lost control again and tumbled down. CRK. It summoned its ethereal talons again and hit the ground, stopping its fall. When it looked forward again, it saw Kyle in the middle of an overhead swing. It couldn't evade. Boom! Kyle's gigantic hammer buried the cleaner into the ground, blood squirting everywhere. The next moment, Kyle smirked victoriously. That strike felt good. He lifted his hammer and he saw a bloody and squished corpse sticking to it. Except for its wings, the corpse didn't resemble a bird at all. It was just a mess of deformed bones, muscles, organs, blood, and feathers. Kyle shook his hammer a bit and the squished corpse fell off. He grabbed it out of the air and took a satisfying bite out of it. "Oh yeah, that's the stuff, dude," Kyle shouted. He felt his entire body being invigorated. He hadn't eaten something this good in ages. "You see, Theodore?" Kyle asked, his mouth full. "That's why I want armor." "Focus," Theodore shouted. "You're not in a safe location." Kyle rolled his eyes. Sure. He paid attention to the rustling around him. That was when he felt something dangerous approaching. "Are you serious?" Kyle asked, looking in the direction of the approaching rustling. Then he heard more rustling coming from behind him. That felt equally as dangerous. A moment later, the gigantic silhouette of a turtle head peeked past one of the trees. Apparently, there was also an adult Narvonian worm here. Shortly after, a big black bear came out of the bushes behind Kyle. A sparkly bear. "Hope you're happy," Theodore commented with annoyance. Kyle took another bite of the squished corpse. "Sure, why not?" he commented. The sparkly bear was starting to turn invisible while the Narvonian worm approached. Kyle jumped to the side. The Narvonian worm entered the opening where Kyle had just been, following him with its eyes. When Kyle saw that, one of his eyebrows rose. "Bro, did you not see that fucking bear behind me?" Kyle thought. The Narvonian worm charged at Kyle. Bang! Suddenly, the Narvonian worm's head was flung to the side. When its huge head hit a tree, some of the tree's bark exploded off it. Guess not, Kyle thought. Naturally, different breeds of beasts rarely teamed up. This was not a 2v1, but a 1v1v1. The next moment, Kyle saw how a gigantic piece of flesh was torn off the Narvonian worm's head. Lucky, he thought, gives me time to prepare. The next moment, Kyle pulled something out of a sack hanging on his belt. "Take this seriously," Theodore shouted as he watched Kyle spreading basic mage stone powder over his arm. "I am," Kyle shouted. As another huge chunk of flesh was torn out of the Narvonian worm, Kyle snorted the line of basic mage stone. "WHO," Kyle shouted. "Let's go." Theodore almost exploded in anger. What the fuck was this idiotic inheritor doing? Kyle's entire body enlarged as all of his muscles pumped up. Some tears appeared on his robes, but he didn't even notice that. Bang! Kyle saw a tree vibrate, and moments later, the Narvonian worm's head retreated. It was bloody and battered, but it was still strong enough to push the sparkly bear to the side. But compared to the sparkly bear, the Narvonian worm was not an aggressive fighter. It just wanted to eat. Because of that, it immediately fucked off, back into its weird turtle shell. The next moment, Kyle's ears picked up some steps. With his mind momentarily enhanced, Kyle could almost perceive the sparkly bear's location. "Let's go," Kyle shouted as he charged forward. He heard and felt the sparkly bear charging at him. Then Kyle heard a louder step than the ones before it. It always attacks with its right claw first. Kyle swung his hammer forward. Boo! The hammer hit something insanely heavy, and if it weren't for the impact-canceling function of the mining weapon, Kyle's bones would be shaking. Kyle's hammer stopped in the middle of the air before it was thrown to the side. CRKSH. An explosion of blood covered Kyle before he felt 3 huge gashes opening on his chest. Bang! Kyle's body was thrown to the side, and he hit a tree, shaking it. Then he heard approaching steps. But then the floor in front of Kyle vibrated heavily, and he heard scrambling. At that moment, Kyle also saw the blood covering the gigantic invisible arm. According to the blood, the arm was bent at a strange angle. The sparkly bear had tried to step forward, but its right arm was broken. CRKSH, that was when Kyle saw a huge bone appearing in the air. "Can't make your bones invisible, huh?" he thought with a smirk. The stress on the arm had been so great that the broken bone pierced the skin. "That's why I love my hammer." Kyle quickly jumped back to his feet and charged forward. He saw the bent arm jumping back, more blood coming out of it. When it landed again, Kyle's enhanced mind saw the angle. It's protecting its injury. Kyle swung his hammer from a distance. Then he saw the mass of blood moving back again. Based on the angle of the arm, the bear's body would have been in the spot that Kyle had swung towards. Naturally, the sparkly bear jumped back to avoid the strike. It was intimidated by the hammer. Kyle grinned. He knew how terrifying this hammer was. He still remembered the time Nervon had used Kyle's hammer against him. That thing was fucking scary. When Kyle's hammer missed, the arm moved towards him, which meant that the bear was attacking. However, Kyle's hammer stopped in the middle of the swing, placing itself between the two. The next moment, the teeth-filled insides of a maw opened in front of the hammer. CRKSH, fucker bit my hammer, Kyle thought. If he got disarmed, he would be helpless. While he was not a fighter, Kyle's center and mind were also enhanced, which gave him superior insight into battle. Beasts like bears acted in very straightforward manners. The next moment, Kyle pulled himself closer to his hammer and basically wrapped his entire body around the hilt. Bang! He felt like a train had just hit him, and Kyle also felt some of his ribs breaking. Naturally, after grabbing the hammer, the bear would use its healthy paw to separate Kyle from his weapon. It would hit Kyle into the distance, spit his hammer away, and charge after him. Kyle's body was flying away, but he held his hammer in a tight grip. His body straightened, but he didn't let go. The hammerhead inside the maw spun as Kyle's body circled around it. The next moment, Kyle's eyes widened, and he gnashed his teeth with all of his power. He still had the hilt of his hammer in his hands as the spinning ended, and he landed beside the injured arm of the bear. Immediately, he changed his grip into a wide one. His right hand held the hammer right beneath the head, while his left hand held the hilt at the bottom. R.A.H. Kyle shouted as his entire body bulged. Bones broke out of his torso under the strain. CRK, a tooth broke and the maw let go. The sparkly bear wanted to retreat. Bang, but the hammer dug further into the maw and some blood splattered out as the pick of Kyle's hammer rammed into the bear's throat. "Fucking die," Kyle shouted. His arms bulged and his hammer continued moving forward. The bear lost its focus as the pick rammed into its jaw, and it became visible a moment later. Kyle kept shouting as his arms shook under all of his power. His center emptied all of its ether into his body. His mind put most of its ether into his body. Kyle's body grew even further, and his bulging muscles broke past his clothing. Crack! The bear's jaw dislocated, and Kyle's hammer could no longer be stopped. It rammed into the flesh, and the bear's entire body fell to the side. CRKSH, the hammer broke free, creating a huge crevice in the bear's cheek. Blood appeared in Kyle's eyes as he spun in place. He extended his swing. When he turned back to the bear, he saw it trying to get back on its feet. Its broken arm gave out beneath it. Spinning during a battle was a bad idea since the enemy could counterattack during that time. But what if the enemy couldn't do that? Die! Kyle shouted as he swung with all of his power. Boo! The hammer hit the sparkly bear's head. Teeth, bone, and blood flew everywhere. A gash opened in the bear's neck due to the strain. The huge body fell to the side. Bang! And finally the head hit the ground hard. The bear's body convulsed. When Kyle saw that, a huge grin appeared on his face. "Food," he shouted. "I crave more violence, father," Kyle whispered. "I'm not your father," Theodore shouted back. Boom! Kyle hit the corpse with his hammer before taking a bite from the cleaner corpse. "What is wrong with you?" Theodore shouted. "It's dead. Have you lost your mind?" Kyle just rolled his eyes. "It was a joke, dumbass. I'm just tenderizing the meat. Do you have any idea how tough this thing is?" By now, Kyle's injuries had almost fully healed again. "Tenderize it quieter," Theodore shouted. "No, ape strong." Kyle shouted before making another dent in the corpse. "Ape strongest. If that's another joke, it's not funny," Theodore shouted in anger. The next moment, Kyle seemed to lose all of his energy and just rolled his eyes again. "Fine," he whispered. He finished the cleaner's corpse and tore a gash into the sparkly bear's corpse with the pick of his hammer. When he saw the bloody muscle below the hide, he grinned. He ripped the tear wide open and rammed his teeth into the meat like an animal. He pulled and pulled until he finally managed to tear a chunk off. Kyle said with a full mouth. It fucking tough afnailf. I can't understand you like this, Theodore shouted with more annoyance. Kyle chewed and swallowed the meat. I said it's tough as nails, he said. Theodore just groaned. Then Kyle used his pick and rammed it into the corpse, opening several large gashes. He cut off a long string of meat and looked at it. I wonder. Then Kyle rammed the thick string into his mouth. As the string reached the back of his throat, he swallowed without chewing. Theodore watched in disgust as Kyle swallowed an almost 50-centimeter long and 5-centimeter wide string of meat without chewing. That's disgusting, Theodore said. Kyle felt the gigantic string of meat in his esophagus, but as soon as it reached his stomach, it basically vanished. The next moment he felt energized. Turns out chewing is optional, Kyle said with a smirk. He cut another long string of meat off the corpse and held it over his head. Theodore, look, I'm a sword swallower, he commented as he pushed the string into his stomach. With your broken mind, you probably have experience swallowing swords, Theodore commented. Kyle coughed when he heard that. He hit his neck and chest to force the string down. When it was finally digested, he looked with surprise at the side. That was a good one, he commented. What? Theodore asked. The dick-sucking joke, Kyle answered. I don't make such crude jokes, Theodore shouted. Wait, so what did you mean with the sword-swallowing comment? Kyle asked. You seem idiotic enough to swallow real swords, Theodore said. Oh, Kyle commented before falling into thought. Hey, Theodore, swords are made of magical ore, right? Are you serious? Theodore asked. Why not? Kyle asked back. If I can eat ore, I can eat swords, right? The swords would cut you open from the inside. Theodore shouted back. Do you think you have some kind of magical stomach? If stomachs could dissolve swords, everyone would lose their weapon if their weapon accidentally pierced a beast's stomach. Huh, true, Kyle commented. How come they don't dissolve? Good swords go through plenty of tempering. That stabilizes their ether. You could theoretically swallow a sword, but the process of breaking it down into ether would be more costly than the ether you would get out of it. It would also take several minutes for it to dissolve. Do you want to run around with a sword in your throat for several minutes? Kyle thought about it for a bit. No, you don't, Theodore answered. You don't want that. Fine, I don't want that, Kyle grumbled as he tore more meat off the corpse. The chunks he tore off became bigger and bigger as he grew bolder. After some minutes, Kyle was ramming humongous chunks of meat down his throat. He was literally hitting them so that they would go down. CRK. Kyle heard a loud crack from his jaw, and a moment later, he was assaulted with pain. His jaw had dislocated. Yet instead of stopping, he just rammed the meat further into his stomach. Without his jaw in the way, Kyle actually managed to ram it all the way into his stomach. Theodore watched all of this in absolute disgust. Hey, Theodore, Kyle said. Silence. What? Theodore asked with annoyance. I'm a snake. Theodore didn't answer. Lul, imas mame, Kyle shouted with another huge chunk of meat in his mouth. His jaw dislocated again, but this time it wasn't nearly as painful as the first time. Theodore didn't comment. SSSS snake, Kyle whispered after swallowing the meat. For the next 3 hours, Theodore had to listen to Kyle's horrendous jokes while he kept dislocating his jaw to eat faster. When half of the corpse was inside of Kyle, his body started to shake. His muscles bulged, and the robe, which had repaired itself, broke again. Kyle felt like he could tear mountains out and chuck them into the horizon. Am I a late human now? Kyle asked. Yes, Theodore grumbled. It was faster than expected. That's because. Shut up, imbecile, Theodore shouted. But Theodore, Shut up, I've had enough of your jokes. I've endured them for 3 hours now, Theodore shouted. Kyle just frowned in disappointment. Fine, he commented before he took another bite of the meat. When he noticed that the meat felt much more tender than before, he smiled in delight. He didn't have to be a snake anymore. Now he could tear chunks out with his teeth. Kyle finished the corpse when the horizon slowly brightened. Dawn was approaching. All right, where do I go next? Kyle asked, cleaning his mouth. South, Theodore answered. We need to reach the mainland. Where even are we? Kyle asked. How do you not know where you are? Theodore asked. Kyle just shrugged. We are on a big peninsula. We need to travel around 500 kilometers to the south. There we travel through the big bazaar. After that, we're on the mainland, Theodore explained. 500 fucking kilometers, Kyle asked in shock. That's like 300 miles, right? Roughly, Theodore confirmed. Kyle thought back to the time he said that this world was tiny. I mean, sure, 5,000 kilometers for an entire world is kinda small, but it's still a long way if you're walking on foot. Bruh, I have to travel for 10 of the entire world's length. Kyle moved further to the south. Since Dawn was here, he had to be more careful about being found by some random hunters. During his travels, he passed a couple of hills and killed another spitter. Why are there so fucking many of them everywhere? Kyle thought as he ate his newest corpse. With his advancement, the corpses of the spitters were no longer as delectable as they used to be. Now they just tasted average. But hey, it still kept his hunger at bay. After stepping past a tree, Kyle noticed something big and blue in the distance. He walked closer, and that's when he saw it. A big lake. This thing was probably several kilometers long and wide. A bunch of fish were swimming around, and Kyle even saw some monstrosities deep in the abyss. There were a couple of people fishing on the shores of the lake. Big lake, Kyle commented. That's the ether spring, Theodore commented. Ether spring, Kyle asked. Foolish inheritor, how do you not know what an ether spring is? Theodore asked. Brah, I dunno, just tell me. Theodore snorted. This is the core of the cradle. Every cradle has an ether spring. Ether springs can have different elements, and this ether spring has the element of water. Ether springs spread ether across a big area, keeping the violent ether of the skysend at bay. This allows flora and fauna to thrive here. Kyle commented. So without this thing, this place wouldn't exist. Correct, Theodore answered. What other kinds of ether springs are there? Kyle asked. Fire ether springs are either big fires or volcanoes. They are not great for growing food or plants, but they still keep the skysends at bay. Earth ether springs look like big mountains. They are also safe, but growing food is still difficult. Wow, Kyle said. Lucky we got a water ether spring then. It's not luck, Theodore said. This is an artificial ether spring. Wait, we can make those? Kyle asked in surprise. I thought this was some kind of magical natural phenomenon. It's a natural phenomenon, but we can also make them. It's just very expensive to make one. You have to feed the land enough ether that the cycle of distribution and absorption becomes stable. Crazy, Kyle commented. Humans can change the environment here to this degree, and they don't even need to use greenhouse gases or shit like that. Greenhouse gases? Theodore asked with a metaphorically raised brow. Just some dumb stuff. Ignore what I said. My dwarf brain is acting up again, Kyle said. Theodore just snorted. You see the city to the ether springs east? Theodore asked. Kinda hard to not see it, Kyle said, looking at the huge walls. Usually the capital of the cradle is always the closest to the spirit spring. If the politics haven't changed, barons get one town to rule over. The capital counts as a city, and it can only be controlled by a count or higher. The count also rules over the entire cradle. Anyone can technically become a baron. You don't even need to be in the second realm to become one, but if you want to become a count, you need to be in the third realm. Every cradle needs someone at the third realm for safety. Sometimes, beasts from the outside come to the cradle and you need to deal with them quickly. A single beast from the outside could lay the entire cradle to waste. Kyle took a deep breath. And I am supposed to go outside on my own, he thought. Are they stronger than the great anaconda? Kyle asked. Based on what I have seen, the great anaconda is a mid-ferocious beast. It's stronger than the average beast in the wild. The beasts that are to venture into the cradles are either very weak, very stupid, or very strong. Humans have lived in the cradles for thousands of years, and the beasts have learned to fear the cradle. 99.9% of all beasts will not willingly enter a cradle. But when thousands of beasts find a cradle, there is bound to be one amongst them that will attempt to enter. Kyle remembered the stone dog dragon thing in front of Theodore's inheritance crypt. Hey, how strong are these beasts compared to your stone dragon? Kyle asked. Hieronymus? Theodore asked. Yes, that one, Kyle said. Most of them won't be as strong as Hieronymus. A beast with Hieronymus power only attempts to enter a cradle maybe once in several decades, Theodore explained. Could the cradle defend from something like that? Kyle asked. Cradle will survive since not many beasts destroy ether springs. They just stay near it and absorb the ether it gives off. As for the cities and humans, it completely depends on the count ruling over the cradle. All counts are anywhere between the initial and mid-third realm, and that is quite a large gap. There are also counts who are very experienced in battle and some who are not. A strong count will kill the beast without many issues. A weak count will be killed by the beast without many issues. Kyle was quite interested. What if the count fails? Will the Skysen kingdom just give up? Of course not, Theodore answered with a snort. When the yearly taxes don't come, the Skysen kingdom will investigate the cradle. The scout will find the beast and report. After that, they will send a duke and the cradle will be rebuilt. Duke, Kyle asked. I assume dukes are stronger than counts. I don't know a lot about nobility. Dukes and advisors are the most powerful people in the kingdom. Every single one of them is highly experienced and has reached the late third realm at the very least. Dukes have authority over several cradles, while the advisors run the kingdom in Hieronymus' name. Kyle said. What about the two transcendents? They are the champion of Skysend and the general of Skysend. They are both in the military and busy fighting against the Winterfire kingdom. What was your position? Kyle asked. I was master of golems, which made me responsible for resource acquisition and military research. I had the position of advisor. Kyle walked around the lake on the other side of the capital. He didn't want to get anywhere close to it. Sure, he was probably not a fugitive yet, but he didn't want to take any chances. Hey boss, Kyle said. What? Theodore asked, as always annoyed. How strong are transcendents? Kyle asked. Their name tells you everything about their power, Theodore answered. Some seconds of silence passed. Can you be a bit more specific? Kyle asked. You can just ask more specific questions, Theodore shot back. Kyle rolled his eyes. Could you beat a transcendent? Impossible, Theodore answered immediately. Even with all of your golems? Kyle asked. Impossible, Theodore repeated. Why, you had to have a ton of them. Wouldn't the numbers overwhelm them? I could have millions of master golems and it wouldn't make a difference, Theodore explained. Kyle's eyes opened wide. They are that much stronger. The power of the transcendence is not of this world anymore, Theodore explained. The most powerful person in the third realm wouldn't be able to scratch even the weakest transcendent. How come? Kyle asked. I mean, I managed to scratch a ferocious beast while only being a mid-human. Someone who has the power to injure a transcendent has the power to become a transcendent whenever they wish, Theodore answered. Therefore, instead of battling a transcendent, they will just become one themselves. How can I become a transcendent? Kyle asked. You need an aristocrat's body, Theodore answered. Silence, okay, and why? Kyle asked. He thought Theodore would continue talking, but apparently Kyle needed to pull all the information out of them. Remember the fourth of my trials? Theodore asked. The weird flame thing, yes, Kyle answered. How did you pass? Theodore asked. Well, I tried to understand the flame from the outside, but it was too difficult, so I walked into the flame. Kyle expected Theodore to rebuke him, but surprisingly, Kyle didn't feel any annoyance from Theodore. Then while inside the flames, I had to use my soul to see the hidden meaning in the flames, Kyle said. And Theodore asked, waiting for an elaboration. And I needed a powerful mind to solve the equation I saw. Correct, Theodore said. For once you passed one of my trials in the intended way. To understand the fire, you need to directly interact with it. With a weak body, you will be turned to ash. Therefore, you need a powerful body. To perceive the hidden meaning in the flame, you need to have a strong affinity with your environment, which translates to having a powerful soul. To understand the complexity of the fire, you need a powerful mind, and the abundant ether in your center powers all three of these aspects. You need all four aspects of power to understand the fire. To become a transcendent, you have to do something similar but on a much greater scale. If any of your aspects of power are not up to par, you will suffer and find it extremely difficult to survive the ordeal or make sense of it. When you understand how something works, you can learn how to manipulate it. Hieronymus went to the origin of the Skysend and spent decades in there. He was tormented and suffered grievous injuries, but when he emerged, he understood how the Skysend worked, and thus, the power of Skysend was at his fingertips. What value does an army of master golems have when a single wave of Skysend turns all of them into dead stone? What value does a trained army of royal knights, grandmasters, and grand sorcerers have when a sea of fire swallows them all? Transcendents command nature. They are gods. They are immortal. Fighting against a transcendent represents fighting against the world itself. When you can split the entire ocean with a single strike, you can try fighting one of them. Kyle's heart was pumping rapidly. This sounded terrifying, but it also sounded exciting. Shit, that's like out of an anime or video game or something. People can actually do that here. That's crazy. But then Kyle also felt a bit of pressure and anxiety. And I am supposed to kill one of these guys, he asked. And his lineage, yes, Theodore answered. Kyle gulped. I don't think I can split the ocean, Kyle answered. I mean, I've never tried, but I wouldn't put my chances at more than 20. You think you can split the ocean? Theodore asked evenly. It was a joke, dude, Kyle answered. It was a hyperbole. Of course I can't split the ocean. A well-placed joke, Theodore said, if it came from somebody with average or higher intelligence. When you tell these jokes, you make people believe you are delusional. Kyle just grumbled. By now, he had passed by half of the ether spring. Yeah, I'm going to try my best to punch a god or whatever, Kyle said, but I won't promise anything. You have no choice, Theodore said. There are only two outcomes. Absolute power or death. If you can't fulfill my dying wish, there is no reason for me to stay alive, and when I die, I will take you with me. On the path to absolute power, people climb a mountain, but in your case, it's a cliff. I will push you down the cliff of power. Either you survive the landing and join the transcendence, or you die on impact. Kyle grimaced. Sometimes it was nice to talk to Theodore, but other times, Kyle was reminded of his actual relationship with Theodore. Theodore was not his friend. Kyle was a hostage, and he had to follow Theodore's orders. If he didn't, well, that sucks, Kyle thought as he absent-mindedly looked at the lake. Gotta punch a god or die. After some seconds, Kyle groaned. Fine, I'm going to punch your god or whatever. Just at least give me an actual chance before killing me prematurely, okay? Kyle asked. That will be up to my discretion, Theodore said. The two of them continued traveling in silence. Kyle passed the lake and reached the southern end of it. The next moment, he felt Theodore getting annoyed and disgusted with something. Dude, what's it this time? I didn't even do anything, Kyle thought. What? Kyle asked. What do you want? Speak in sentences, Theodore answered in annoyance. I felt your disgust just now. What did I do this time? Were my strides not graceful enough for you? Kyle asked. Theodore snorted. Look ahead, Theodore said. Kyle did just that. There was nothing of importance. On that stone, the totem, Theodore said. Totem, Kyle repeated, looking at a relatively big rock. Sure enough, there was a round piece of wood with a face carved into it. What does it mean? Kyle asked. It means we are going to meet your family, Theodore answered with disgust. Dwarves? Kyle asked. Yes, dwarves, Theodore answered with disgust. Kyle became interested. He had never seen a dwarf before. Walk around it, Theodore said. Why, I would like to see some dwarves, Kyle said. I see one every day and it's not a pleasant experience, Theodore answered. Well, then you won't mind seeing more of them, Kyle said as he stepped past the totem. What are you doing? Turn around, Theodore shouted. Why? Kyle asked, continuing to step forward. There's nothing of value here. Just disgusting and stupid dwarves, Theodore answered. But it's not dangerous, right? Kyle asked. Probably not. I don't know, Theodore said. There's something you don't know? Kyle asked. I don't know anything about dwarves. They're irrelevant and weak. This dwarven territory probably only exists to create easy and cheap labor. So slaves? Kyle asked. Contractors, Theodore corrected. They are good at carrying things and they're good at harvesting basic ore. Oh, what do they get paid? Kyle asked. They get the privilege of hunting for food, Theodore answered. That's even worse than slavery, Kyle commented. At least slaves get a bed and don't have to hunt for their own food. They are contractors, Theodore repeated. Modern slavery, then, Kyle answered. Theodore did not object to that. As Kyle kept walking forward, he noticed that the forest had become much quieter. It was like there were almost no animals or beasts around. However, the number of trees and bushes bearing fruit increased quite a bit. Kyle suddenly stopped walking. They won't attack me, right? Kyle asked. I have no idea, Theodore answered. You said it's not dangerous, Kyle snapped back. It's not dangerous, Theodore repeated with annoyance. Dwarves are weak, so what if they attack you? Just kill them. Kyle grimaced a bit. Yeah, okay, maybe I'll turn around. Too late, Theodore commented. As Kyle turned around, he noticed rustling in the bushes and he saw a couple of crouched shadows approaching. Oh well, Kyle thought. The next moment, someone stepped out of the bushes and pointed a sharp stick at Kyle. When Kyle saw the person holding the stick, he blinked a couple of times. That's a dwarf, he whispered, looking at the spear pointing at his face. Yes, Theodore answered. Kyle could barely believe it. Dwarf, that's just a manlet. The man in front of Kyle was between 150 and 160 centimeters tall. Compared to the typical image of a dwarf, this guy was not stocky at all. Instead, he looked a bit thin. Kyle was reminded of all the nature documentaries about isolated tribes he had seen on Earth. Brah, they are just tribal people or something. More dwarves stepped out of the bushes, and all of them pointed their spears at Kyle. They were not attacking, just stopping him from walking anywhere. They're all just midgets. I expected some actual dwarves living in caves, hammering metal or some shit like that. Instead, it's just fucking midgets living in the wild. Outsider, one of the dwarves shouted. Why here? Brah, this guy can't even talk properly, Kyle thought. I am traveling to the south, Kyle answered with a careful voice. I just want to go south. Outsider not allowed, the dwarf said. Break order. Outsider sacrifice. Make calm nature. Dude, what? Kyle thought. As he looked at the dwarves, he realized one thing. Theodore was right. He wasn't in any danger. These were probably the dwarven warriors, and they didn't feel dangerous at all to Kyle. Calm down, Kyle said. I am also a dwarf. You dwarf? The primary dwarf asked with suspicion. Yes, I can prove it, Kyle answered. The primary dwarf looked at one of the other dwarfs. The other dwarf pulled something out of a small and crude sack. It was a bloody piece of meat. You prove, the dwarf said. The bloody piece of meat was thrown at Kyle's feet. Eat, the dwarf commanded. Kyle calmly took hold of the piece of meat and smelled it. Spitter meat, again, he thought, recognizing the scent. Kyle threw the piece of meat into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The dwarves watched Kyle for several seconds. There, Kyle answered. Do you believe me now? The next moment, the dwarves looked at each other in confusion. This was a dwarf, but he was so big. Giant dwarf from outside. The other dwarf shouted. Giant dwarf. Another dwarf echoed. Good dwarf, strong dwarf. The primary dwarf shouted. All the spears were pulled away and Kyle smiled awkwardly. Strong dwarf, the primary dwarf shouted. Then he jumped forward and pushed Kyle with all of his power. Kyle had to take 2 steps back to retain his balance, and he just looked at the dwarves in confusion. Strong dwarf, everyone echoed as they stomped their feet. Next, the primary dwarf threw his spear to the side and puffed his chest out, looking at Kyle with expectation. Everyone waited with excitement. Kyle felt a bit out of place. After nothing happened for several seconds, the primary dwarf hit his chest. Show strong dwarf, he said. You want me to push you? Kyle asked. Push, strong dwarf, the dwarf said. Well, okay, Kyle said. Kyle stepped forward and pushed the dwarf with a bit of force. The dwarf took 2 steps back, weak. The dwarf shouted aggressively. Then he jumped forward again and pushed Kyle. This time Kyle was prepared and he only moved his leg back for a solid foundation. Push, strong dwarf, the primary dwarf shouted again. Well, okay, but if something happens, it's on you, Kyle said. Not talk strange. Push, the dwarf shouted. Kyle took a deep breath. Then he stepped forward and actually used quite a bit of power. The dwarf flew for several meters. His body spun twice in the air. Bang. And the back of his head hit the ground before the body rolled a bit. The dwarves all looked at their fallen comrade. Silence. The next moment, the primary dwarf stood up again, blood flowing down from the back of his head. Strong dwarf, he shouted. Strong dwarf, everyone echoed as they stomped their feet. The dwarves escorted Kyle to their village, constantly proclaiming that he was a strong dwarf. As soon as Kyle saw the village, he was surprised. Wait, what? They have stone houses. I thought they would be living in tents or something like that. Sure enough, the dwarves actually had houses made of stones and even some streets. They can build houses, Kyle whispered. Maybe they are not as dumb as you think. They learned to stack stones, Theodore commented with disgust. So what? They're still using sharp sticks as weapons. Kyle looked at the makeshift spears. Yeah, but they're made of iron trees, Kyle whispered. Seems quite practical. Theodore just snorted. All the dwarves in the village gathered to look at Kyle. He saw a couple of female dwarves who were not in any way smaller or bigger than the male dwarves. Strong dwarf, a young child shouted, pushing Kyle's thigh. When the child tried to push Kyle, everyone looked at him expectantly. They want me to push a small child, Kyle thought. Kyle just gave the child a light tap on the chest, and the child fell on its ass. Strong dwarf, the dwarves echoed again, returning to their partying. Strong dwarf, someone with a deep voice asked. Everyone became quiet and looked with reverence at the newcomer. He actually wore clothing that came from one of the towns, but the clothing was quite torn. This dwarf was gigantic. He was probably 170 centimeters tall, which was enormous for a dwarf. However, Kyle was still quite a bit taller, with about 185 centimeters in height. The gigantic dwarf slowly approached Kyle. In the end, the two of them stood chest to chest, and the dwarf looked into Kyle's eyes. Kyle just looked with confusion at the dwarf. Do you want to stay and be chief? The dwarf whispered so quietly that only Kyle could hear it. This guy can actually speak normally, Kyle thought. No, Kyle whispered back. I just want to go to the south, then fall over. We follow the strongest. If you win, they will all follow you, the big dwarf whispered. Sweat ran down Kyle's back. Brah, I don't want to be responsible for an entire village of dwarves. I don't even want to have a kid, he thought in panic. Strong dwarf, the chief proclaimed loudly. Strong dwarf, everyone echoed. Then the leader pushed Kyle's chest with all of his power. Kyle could have resisted the push, but he let himself fall on his ass. Everyone looked shocked as Kyle fell over. Then they left Kyle's side and crowded around the chief. Strong dwarf, they echoed. Kyle slowly stood up again. Nobody, except for some curious children, was looking at him anymore. The chief looked at Kyle and gestured to the south with his head. Kyle nodded and walked past the dwarves. He passed by the last houses, but he could still hear the chants. What the fuck was that? Kyle whispered as he continued towards the south. Dwarves, Theodore answered with disgust. How are they dwarves? They're just manlets, Kyle answered. They are not human, they are dwarves. Dwarves are small, Theodore answered. Yeah, but I thought they would be smaller. Like 3 feet tall and really muscular, Kyle answered as he continued towards the south. Why would they be so small? Theodore asked in confusion and annoyance. I dunno, maybe they fit into holes better, Kyle answered. And how is that relevant for survival? Theodore asked. I mean, if they live underground, they wouldn't need to build such large tunnels, Kyle said. Are they living underground? Theodore asked arrogantly. No, Kyle answered. Then why would they be small? Theodore asked. Kyle was getting annoyed. His image of stocky and blacksmithy dwarves was completely destroyed. But they have powerful bodies, right? Kyle asked. Yes, so what? Theodore asked. Shouldn't they be bulky and muscular? Kyle asked. Are beasts bulky and muscular? Theodore asked. Kyle thought back to a couple of beasts. Sure, they had a lot of muscle, but all of that seemed natural. They didn't look like they were consuming steroids on the daily. No, Kyle answered. Then why would they be bulky and muscular? Theodore asked. Dwarves are just human beasts, Kyle just grumbled. His meeting with the dwarves was really disappointing. Where was the beer? Where were the huge forges of fire? Where was the underground city? Did you gain anything out of your visit to your homeland? Theodore asked. Well, I'm no longer curious, Kyle said. So you gained nothing, Theodore said. I told you there's nothing to be gained. You could have just walked around the territory. But we saved some time, right? Kyle asked. We don't know how big the territory is. Theodore just did his thing and snorted again without saying anything. I'm starting to associate you with a horse, Kyle said. Insolent. How am I similar to a mere equine? Theodore shouted. You keep snorting like one, Kyle said. Theodore snorted again. In Kyle's mind, he just imagined Theodore as a horse. It was kind of funny, but not enough to make him laugh. After a couple more minutes of traveling at moderate speeds, Kyle walked past another totem. The forest regained some noise, and Kyle felt like he was back in the wilderness. He traveled for another 20 minutes and ate another spitter. By now, he was getting really annoyed by spitter meat. I need more meat in my diet, Kyle thought as he chewed the spitter meat with boredom. Finally, Kyle noticed that the color seemed to change. The horizon no longer looked blue. Instead, it looked a bit brown. A minute later, Kyle walked past the last tree. As he looked forward, he saw a wasteland. Clouds of sand were floating through the sky, and he saw a bunch of crevices and mountains. It kind of looked like a mountain range, but also not really. It was just very rough terrain. Well, here we are, Kyle said. The outside. Kyle gulped. Kyle just looked at the wasteland. For now, he didn't see any beasts, but that didn't mean anything. There could be beasts anywhere, in the crevices, in the dirt, behind the small mountains. So yeah, the outside, Kyle commented. You have to listen to me when we are outside, Theodore said with urgency. It is imperative that you listen to me. This is not a place where you can run around and shout. A wrong move out here, and you will come face to face with a beast as strong as the great anaconda. If the wrong beast finds you, you will die. No amount of training or experience will save you then. Did I make myself clear? Theodore asked. Yes, Kyle said. Then move to that big crevice as soon as you are outside. Running is fine. Being seen is more of a danger than being heard. Kyle looked forward and saw a crevice, which was around 5 meters wide. He had no idea how deep it was. Here we go, Kyle thought as he took a deep breath. Then he started to sprint towards the crevice. As soon as he left the cradle, Kyle's skin started to prickle a bit, but he ignored it. It was around 500 meters to the crevice, and Kyle ran with all of his speed. Kyle was no longer a normal human, and his strength had long since reached levels unimaginable by normal humans. As he ran through the relatively open outside, Kyle felt vulnerable. His instincts were telling him that he was in great danger. They told him that he was not supposed to be here. The short journey to the crevice felt like it took forever, but in truth, it just took about 25 seconds. Kyle jumped into the crevice, and when he looked down, his eyes widened. It was bottomless. Bang! Kyle rammed the pick of his hammer into the wall of the crevice and stopped his fall. Some stones exploded off the walls and fell down. They sounded so loud as they hit the walls while falling down. As Kyle looked forward, he saw no good footholds. "What now?" Kyle asked. "You walked on water," Theodore answered. "Walking on the side of a cliff shouldn't be difficult." "Wait, I can walk on walls," Kyle asked. "Your soul has power over the environment," Theodore answered. "Walking on walls or walking on water costs ether, but it is possible. It all depends on your ether in relation to your weight. You have an upgraded center. As long as you don't start sprinting on the wall, you will recover ether faster than you expend." "Okay then," Kyle said as he moved his hand to the wall. A moment later, his ether came out of his hand. Almost immediately, his hand got sucked to the wall. Kyle blinked a couple of times in surprise and tried to pull his hand away. CRK, he tore a piece of stone out of the wall. The stone was still stuck to his hand. Kyle looked at his hand for a bit and deactivated his soul. The stone immediately lost contact with Kyle and fell into the crevice. "Weird," Kyle said. Kyle put his foot to the wall, and he felt it getting sucked to it. "I mean, this probably works like suction cups. In a way, I'm an octopus, but I definitely feel like a spider." After experimenting for a bit, Kyle stood on the side of the cliff. He looked into the bottomless crevice. "Now I feel like a mountain goat." It was so strange to stand on the side of a wall. Kyle noticed that the muscles on the right side of his abdomen were straining to keep him straight, fighting against gravity. Luckily, his body was powerful enough to deal with that. "Feels like I'm in a cave," Kyle thought as he looked up and saw the other wall of the crevice. The sky was to his right and the abyss was to his left. Kyle grabbed his hammer again and pulled it out of the wall. With the added weight, Kyle had to use more ether, but it was still fine. He moved the hammer to the little loop he had tied on his back. "Wait a second," he thought as he stopped. "The hammer is being pulled to the left. It could totally fall out like this. I wonder." Kyle held the head of his hammer to his back and activated his soul. Immediately, the hammer was sucked to his back. He let go of his hammer and it didn't fall. "Now I feel like a magnet," Kyle thought as he looked at the long hilt that stretched upward. "You better not lose focus," Theodore said. "If you lose focus, the mining weapon will fall into the crevice." "I mean," Kyle answered, "if I lose focus, I will also fall into the crevice." "Don't lose focus then," Theodore answered. "I won't," Kyle said. Then Kyle deactivated his soul on his right foot. That increased the ether his left foot used by more than twice. He took a careful step forward and activated his soul again. "Huh, that was easy," Kyle commented. "It's not difficult," Theodore answered. "You learn how to do that in any kind of academy that deals with any of the paths." "Speaking of," Kyle said, "what's even the plan? Will I just travel through the world while you teach me?" "I know a lot of things," Theodore said, "but I have never fought with my body before. I have seen my creations fight plenty of royal knights and grandmasters, and I know enough to counter them. However, I do not know how to fight as one. I can teach you golemancy, mining, basic skills, and smithing, but I can't teach you fighting. You need to learn how to fight with your weapon, and for that, you need people to teach you." "Wait, so you're sending me to school?" Kyle asked nervously. "You're too old to join an academy," Theodore answered. "Also, I don't think you're cut out for learning anything that isn't directly related to violence. You will have to follow the path of a dropout, someone who underwent a ritual but didn't qualify for further education. You will perform different tasks and jobs in exchange for teaching. As soon as we're at our goal, you will be joining a fighter's guild." Kyle kept walking carefully. "What even is a fighter's guild?" Kyle asked. "I heard that term several times, but I don't exactly know what it's about." "You worked for a hunter hall. How do you not know what a fighter's guild is?" Theodore asked with annoyance. "Dwarf brain, remember?" Kyle asked. Theodore snorted like the horse he was. "A fighter's guild is a company selling mercenaries, specifically adepts, fighters, and sometimes even grandmasters." "What do the mercenaries do?" Kyle asked. "Anything," Theodore answered. "Fighting in a war, assassinations, escorting guards, and so on." "Do they also hunt beasts?" Kyle asked. "Occasionally," Theodore answered. "The hunter guilds deal with killing beasts, but if there is a very powerful beast, they might ask for some fighters to help them." "Speaking of," Kyle said as he kept walking forward, "how does the hunter guild deal with ferocious beasts?" "Hunter guilds are made up of a mix of different paths. They have their own fighters, sorcerers, beast tamers, and even some knights sometimes. They are not weak or helpless. They just do not specialize in a specific path." "Then can I just join a hunter guild?" Kyle asked. "You join hunter guilds when you are done with growing more powerful. They pay more money, but they do not have many resources for teaching." By now, Kyle had gotten pretty good at walking on the walls. The only thing he had to be careful of was not to take steps that were too big. While walking, he also held the hilt of his hammer, making sure that it wouldn't fall away in case he lost focus. After walking for several minutes, the sun illuminated more of the crevice. Stop walking, Theodore said evenly. Kyle stopped. Reposition yourself so that you stick as closely to the wall as you can. Sure, Kyle said, lying down on the wall. Stay like this, Theodore said. Okay. Minutes passed, and the sun moved to a spot directly above the crevice. Kyle could see in the dark, but it was still difficult for him to see the bottom of the crevice without the sun's help. Everything merged into an unrecognizable mess at a certain distance, but now he could see everything at the bottom. Wow, what a surprise, Kyle thought. There's nothing. At a depth of about 200 meters, there was just rock. Yet when Kyle saw the bottom, his instincts warned him of danger. Yeah, no shit, it's dangerous. If I fall down there, I will die. Do you see it? Theodore asked. The ground? Yeah, Kyle said. That's not ground, Theodore said. Look at everything. Don't focus on the details. Just look at the entire bottom of the crevice. Kyle moved his head back and forth. After a while, he noticed something. Wait, the ground is actually elevated a little bit in the middle. In a way, it looks like it could even split in two. Does the shape remind you of something? Theodore asked. A snake, Kyle guessed. No, Theodore said with annoyance. That's a closed eye. The hair on Kyle's back stood up as he looked down. An eye, now that Theodore said it, Kyle could see it. But that eye had to be around 300 meters wide. How big would the entire beast be? This is an abyss eye, Theodore said. Creates big crevices and uses them as a trap. If anything falls into the crevice, the eye opens and consumes the victim. Wait, Kyle whispered. So this crevice is not natural. It's not, Theodore answered. Hey boss, why am I down here again? Kyle asked. Because it is safer to be here than on the surface, Theodore answered. The abyss eye is big and powerful. Strong beasts have learned to avoid it. Kyle gulped. What happens if it opens? He asked. You die. Kyle looked nervously at the gigantic closed eye. Can we avoid that somehow? He asked. No, I'm getting a bit nervous here, Kyle said. Can't you say something to calm me down? If you want to travel to the south, you have to get through these things, Theodore answered coldly. Don't ask me to deal with your problems. Solve them yourself. But you sent me down here, Kyle said. Yes, because it's relatively safe. How is it safe? Kyle asked with annoyance. Because the abyss eye only opens when it feels dense ether. You do not have nearly enough ether to wake it. Kyle still hadn't calmed down. What about the stones that fell down earlier? Stones fall off walls all the time. That doesn't wake an abyss eye. At that moment, Kyle had an intrusive thought. Can I walk on it? He asked. I mean, my ether isn't dense enough to wake it, right? Do you want to take the risk? Theodore asked. Kyle looked at the closed eye. No, he answered. Then don't ask stupid questions, Theodore answered with annoyance. At that moment, a huge shadow appeared inside the crevice. Kyle looked up and his eyes widened. A humongous bird was passing over the crevice. That thing is the size of a plane, Kyle thought. Do not move, Theodore said with a serious tone. The next moment, Kyle heard crackling coming from the bottom of the crevice and he carefully looked over. The bottom of the crevice was shaking a bit, moving the stones on top of it. Kyle stopped breathing as terror overtook him. It also reacts to shadows, Theodore said. That's why I told you to stick to the wall. Kyle didn't answer. The next moment, the middle of the crevice split. There was just black beneath it. Then Kyle saw a beam of light coming from one side of the eye. It's coming closer, Kyle thought as he saw the beam sweeping across the entire crevice. Do not move, Theodore shouted. Get as close to the wall as you can. Kyle did his best to make himself as flat as possible. Moments later, the beam reached him and paused. The beam stopped behind Kyle for a while, and his instincts were screaming at him to run away, but Kyle suppressed them. Theodore knew what he was doing. Kyle felt like he was about to die. Several seconds passed, and then the beam vanished. His instincts stopped screaming at him, and he released a sigh of relief. That was when he lost focus, and he started to fall. Kyle gritted his teeth and used his soul to regain his footing. His fall stopped, but a couple of stones broke off the wall. Bang. Kyle heard something heavy hit the bottom of the crevice. Luckily, the beam didn't return. That was close, Kyle whispered. Was it? Theodore asked with annoyance. It felt close, Kyle said. Why don't you look down and see for yourself? Theodore asked. Kyle looked down at the bottom of the crevice. Yeah, the eye is closed again, Kyle said. Then he noticed something familiar on the ground. That looks like my hammer, Kyle thought. He reached for his hammer but couldn't find it. Kyle desperately searched for his hammer, but he couldn't find it anywhere. You want to know why the beam stopped moving? Theodore asked with annoyance. That's because it saw something heavy falling into the crevice, and it was trying to see if it was food or just a big stone. When the beam almost reached you, you lost your focus and dropped your mining weapon. The eye closed because it didn't want to be hit by it. Kyle looked at his hammer, which lay on one of the eyelids. So what now? Theodore asked. Are you going to retrieve it? Kyle gulped. I'm not sure. What should I do? You made the mistake, Theodore said. You decide what to do. Kyle's nervousness reached new heights. But you know more than me, Kyle said. You know better what I should do in this scenario. I do, Theodore answered, but you made the mistake. You deal with it. I'm not going to help you. Kyle gritted his teeth in frustration. Fuck, I know that you're right, but come on, don't leave me hanging, he thought while hanging from the wall. Breathing quickened as he looked down. What should I do? Going down there might kill me. But without a weapon, how am I supposed to survive the long journey to the south? I kinda need to defend myself, you know. Several minutes passed as Kyle weighed his options. Eventually, the sun passed over the crevice, covering the bottom of it with darkness. It reacts to shadows. If I want to retrieve my hammer, I have to be careful not to cast a big shadow. Kyle gulped. I can't lose my hammer like this. I need it. I'm going to retrieve my hammer, Kyle said. Do what you think is right, Theodore commented with annoyance. Kyle took a deep breath and started to move towards the bottom. Instead of walking, he climbed down with the help of his soul. The closer he got to the bottom, the more his instincts screamed at him. But he kept going. He reached a distance of 20 meters from the eye after a couple of minutes. His instincts were telling him that this was a horrible decision. However, there was something that kept Kyle going. Ironically, it was trust. He trusted Theodore. He didn't trust Theodore to care for him. No, he trusted Theodore to care for his own interests. If there were no chance of retrieving the hammer, Theodore would stop him. After all, Theodore wanted to fulfill his dying wish. If Kyle died here, he would never get his last wish. Kyle slowed down and reached a distance of 10 meters. His entire body was shaking in terror, but he continued. The climb felt like forever. When he was just 3 meters away from the bottom, he stopped. He couldn't continue. His instincts overrode his mind. His body refused to listen to him. Now what? Theodore asked. Kyle almost lost his focus when he heard Theodore's voice. Kyle just kept looking at his hammer. You can talk, Theodore said. It doesn't have ears. It can't hear you. Kyle took a nervous breath. I can't go further, he said. Why not? Theodore asked. Kyle hesitated. I will die if I do. That's not inaccurate, Theodore answered evenly. 1 more meter and you might wake it. Kyle took a deep breath. This confirmed it. He couldn't get his hammer. You can get your mining weapon, Theodore said. How? Kyle asked. I can't get closer. Use your brain for once, Theodore answered with annoyance. Kyle just looked at his hammer. The eye was around 3 meters away from him, but his hammer was not touching the wall, which meant it was around 4 meters away from him. He looked around, searching for a solution. That was when he noticed something. Ore, he thought. Sure enough, there was quite a bit of ore growing near the bottom of the crevice. There was a bunch of spirit spring ore, powder stone, and just regular iron ore. All the information Kyle knew about the abyss eye shot through his mind. Slowly, a plan was forming in his mind. This is insanely risky, but it could also work out. Kyle slowly approached the powder stone. It was completely black, and Kyle knew that he couldn't mess this up. He put his hand on the powder stone and closed his eyes. His ore sense activated. Over the weeks of mining, Kyle's ore sense had advanced a lot. He could feel that there was quite a lot of powder stone in this vein. That should be enough. Next, Kyle approached the iron ore vein and used his ore sense. That's a lot of iron ore, he thought in surprise. Finally, Kyle approached the spirit spring ore, which was on the other side of the crevice. Luckily, it was on the other side. Spirit spring ore tended to absorb the ether of other ore. If it were on this side, the powder stone wouldn't be here as well. The next moment, Kyle used his metal affinity to refine the spirit spring ore. After he refined a bunch of it, he jumped back to the other side. This will need a lot of ether, Kyle thought. Luckily, I have the spirit spring ore to keep me topped up. Then, Kyle started refining the other ore. Boo! The wall of the crevice exploded, throwing debris everywhere. The eye immediately opened and looked at the source of the explosion. The debris fell onto the eye, but this time it didn't close. Sure, it didn't want to get hit by debris, but it also wouldn't be injured by it. A bunch of ore and stone fell onto the eye, and it kept looking around. It couldn't find any food. After around 20 seconds, the eye closed again. Then it started to vibrate. All the debris on top of the eyelid rolled down, gathering at the border between the eyelid and the walls. This was its method of keeping its eye free from obstructions. Silence. A moment later, a hole appeared on top of a huge pile of iron ore, and Kyle stretched his upper body out. Now it looked like his lower body was encased in some kind of big iron cauldron. If the eye opened again, it would only see the big chunk of iron. Kyle's actual body would not enter its vision. Quickly looked around and found his hammer right beside him. Kyle stretched his hand to the hammer's handle and sucked it into his hand. Got it. At that moment, the eye shook again and opened. Kyle retreated back into his cauldron, his hammer sticking out of it. The beam washed over Kyle's cauldron. Then it closed again. A mix of relief and terror assaulted Kyle. To think that this fucking game actually saved my life, Kyle thought. Why did I even buy that shit? Just because all of the streamers played it. A moment later, Kyle's upper body came out of the cauldron again. He held his huge hammer in his hand and looked at the wall. Now I just have to get over it, he thought, finding his own thoughts amusing. Kyle put the pick of his hammer to the wall and used his soul. The pick stuck to the wall and Kyle pushed down. The cauldron and his body left the eye. As the hammer's head rotated on the wall, Kyle started to sweat. I fucking hate the lever principle. The guy in the game made it look so easy. At that moment, the eye opened again. It felt some ether. Something was going on. The beam of the eye reached the floating chunk of iron ore that seemed to be connected to the wall by a long stick. Inside the cauldron, Kyle's ether was rapidly being consumed. Holding himself from this position was insanely draining. The eye kept looking at the chunk of iron ore. It felt ether coming from there, but it was just stone. This was strange. Inside the cauldron, Kyle slurped up some of the liquid spirit spring ore to refill his stamina and ether. The abyss eye kept looking at the weird piece of iron. It wasn't moving. Was this food or not? 10 seconds passed. Then the abyss eye closed again. Kyle released a deep breath before he pushed further. The hammer head rotated, pushing Kyle further up. By now, he was 2 meters away from the abyss eye. That was when it opened again. It looked at the chunk of ore again. This thing was really weird. But this time it closed pretty quickly again. Kyle pushed one last time and threw himself upward. He hit the wall and stuck to it. The abyss eye opened again. The ore was gone. Luckily, the abyss eye was not a very intelligent beast. It didn't find anything and just closed again. As soon as it closed, Kyle put the hammer into his cauldron and used his arms to crawl upward. Some stones fell off the wall, but the eye didn't open. As Kyle reached a height of 20 meters, he used his soul to reshape the big chunk of iron into a wall. He attached the wall to his back and crawled upward on all fours. Even if you wake up again, you will just see a wall of iron here, Kyle thought. No more incidents happened, and Kyle reached the upper edge of the crevice again. Not what I had planned, but you succeeded, Theodore commented. That was pretty smart, right? Kyle asked with an elated smile. He had survived. No, Theodore said. You could have reshaped the iron into a long rod and retrieved your mining weapon by using it as a medium for your soul. The mining weapon would stick to the rod and you would just need to pull it out. And then what? Kyle asked. What if it woke up? It probably wouldn't have woken up, Theodore said. Probably, Kyle answered. You said probably. What if you're wrong? Kyle could feel Theodore's annoyance. You like sneaking around, Kyle said. I don't. I'm not good at sneaking around. I expected the eye to open, and instead of betting on my stealth, I accepted the risk and dealt with it. Your method might have been more elegant, but mine was safer. Theodore snorted. I would have been able to retrieve the mining weapon without alarming the abyss eye. Yeah, but I'm not you, am I? Kyle asked. I'm me. You could do it. I can't. Theodore looked at Kyle with annoyance, yet he didn't say anything. You got your mining weapon, and that's all that matters, Theodore said. Continue the journey. Kyle just smiled victoriously. Yeah, I can also be smart, he thought. Kyle continued walking on the wall, and this time he made sure that he didn't lose any focus. Losing his hammer and almost dying drilled that lesson deep into his mind. By the way, how powerful is that abyss eye? Kyle asked as he casually walked on the wall. I would guess mid or late ferocious beast, Theodore said. Ferocious beast, Kyle thought. I thought it would be in the third realm. Speaking of, how are those beasts called? Monsters, Theodore answered. Just monsters, Kyle asked. Yes, are there transcendent beasts, he asked. Nature gods, yes, Theodore answered. Oh, cool, Kyle commented. Kyle asked a couple of questions while walking through the crevice. After a couple of minutes, he reached the end. The eye hadn't opened again during that time. Kyle looked out of the crevice. There were 2 small mountains in front of him, both about 300 meters high. Do not pass between the mountains, Theodore said. How come? Kyle asked. It is never a good idea to pass through places that give natural shade. The crevice was an exception since I knew what was waiting there. I do not know what is waiting between the mountains. Okay then, Kyle said. So I sprint through the open terrain to the right. He looked at the relatively even plain. In the distance, he saw a huge lizard resting under the light of the sun. Bad idea, Theodore said. You are too exposed and there is no safe place in sight. Then what do I do? Kyle asked. I don't really see any other way. If you can't see one, you make one, Theodore answered. Not sure what you mean, Kyle said, scratching the side of his head. Make a tunnel. Where? Kyle asked. Through one of the mountains. Kyle looked at the mountains again. That's a lot of digging, he said. It's the best way forward. Also, you need starting capital. The fighting guilds don't just take any adept. So it's back to mining then, Kyle said. Correct. Kyle took a deep breath. Sure thing, boss. He looked around again, making sure that there was no beast looking. Then he charged towards the right mountain. While he was running towards the mountains, his instincts screamed at him. Danger was approaching. 2. Just when Theodore started to shout, Kyle jumped to his left. Ding, ding, ding. 3 projectiles hit the ground beside Kyle. Kyle looked over and saw 3 long feathers sticking out of the ground. They were gray and half a meter long. Kyle looked up and saw a distant bird. The bird was circling around the tip of the right mountain, and its wings were a couple of meters wide. Kyle readied himself for battle and took out his hammer. The bird just kept circling the tip of the mountain without doing anything else. Don't just stop. Get to the mountain, Theodore shouted. Kyle quickly resumed running, but he didn't ignore the bird anymore. Surprisingly, he managed to reach the foot of the mountain without being attacked again. Obviously, the bird had noticed him, but for some reason it didn't attack a second time. Without waiting, Kyle hit the base of the mountain with the flat side of his hammer. Bang. The wall in front of Kyle shook, but only a couple of stones fell. Usually, one strike with Kyle's hammer would scatter stones everywhere, but not this time. This fucker is hard. Kyle spun his hammer 180 and hit the wall with its pick. A gigantic gash appeared on the wall. The next moment, Kyle looked around again, making sure that nobody had noticed him. After that, he started to attack the wall relentlessly, alternating between the 2 sides of his hammer. Flat side loosened the rocks while the pick tore them open. If he only had one of the 2 sides, he wouldn't be making a lot of progress. After around 3 minutes of digging, Kyle created a small hole and crawled inside. Finally, he had a moment to rest. He was no longer in the open. What's this bird's problem? Kyle asked. That was a warning shot, Theodore answered. A warning shot, Kyle asked. Looked like it wanted to kill me. It was trying to kill you, but only very casually, Theodore answered. That's a metal rain bird. They are amongst the slowest kinds of birds due to their horrible acceleration. However, their defenses are quite strong since it's covered with metallic feathers. They can acquire food by sniping a beast from hundreds of meters away, but if they feel threatened, they will move closer. Okay, Kyle said. So it thought I was food. Potentially, Theodore answered. If you died to that attack, you would have become food. If you didn't, you would be intimidated and keep away from the top of the mountain. Kyle said, is its nest there? Possibly, Theodore said. When it shot its feathers at you and saw you evade, it realized that shooting more feathers most likely wouldn't kill you. But you are also not powerful enough to be worth the effort. This metal rain bird seems to be an initial, early, or mid-ferocious beast. The highest likelihood would be early ferocious beast. Kyle took a deep breath. Another ferocious fucking beast, he thought. Sure enough, I'm too weak for this place. As long as you don't move towards the peak of the mountain, it shouldn't attack you. Too much, Theodore said. Sure, Kyle said with a groan. So do I just start digging now? Yes, Theodore answered. Kyle took another deep breath. How long do you think it's going to take to get to the other side? That's gotta be like 1,000 feet. Stop using that antiquated measurement, Theodore said with annoyance. It's about 500 meters. If you keep at it, you will be done in about a week or so. A week? Kyle asked. What am I going to eat? Go eat the ore you dig up. Mountains like this have some ore. It might not be very valuable, but it should give you enough ether to survive. Kyle sighed. Sure thing, boss. The next moment, Kyle slowly crawled out of the hole again. He couldn't swing his hammer in such a tiny hole. After making sure that everything was clear, Kyle attacked the wall again. While digging, Kyle kept a lookout for the metal rain bird. It still circled the top of the mountain, and he really didn't want to get attacked by that thing. If this thing actually swooped down, Kyle would be done for. Luckily, I'm too weak to catch its attention. Seriously, if I saw a spitter right now, I might not even kill it. The taste has really gotten bland and boring. That's probably how I tasted that bird. All right, boys, Kyle said. It's time to earn some money for our wives. You don't have a wife, Theodore said with annoyance. Not with that attitude, Kyle answered. The first couple of minutes were scary since Kyle had to dig while standing outside. Luckily, after a while, he had created a small tunnel that hid him from the outside world. Even better, this stone was so hard and durable that Kyle didn't need to be afraid of a cave-in. He didn't even need to liquefy the debris to improve the walls. Because of that, he had plenty of debris to build a little hut that covered the entrance. The hut looked horrendous and was made of cobbled-together stone, but Kyle still liked it. He built this, it was his. After around 2 hours, Kyle started to get quite hungry. Swinging his hammer so much was beyond exhausting. Luckily, his ore sense was telling him that there was something delicious ahead. He kept hitting the walls, and after more minutes, he saw something that was not stone. Ore, Kyle shouted with a smile. He carefully unearthed the mineral and looked at it. It was fist-sized, dull, and gray. Kyle could feel some ether coming out of it. What's that? He asked. Earth stone, Theodore answered. It's the most common rank E material outside the cradles. You can find earth stone basically anywhere. It's like the coral stone you got from the lake, but for earth affinities. It's used in basic tools and equipment for craftsmen, adepts, and squires with earth affinities. It's about as worthless as rank E materials get. Kyle scratched the back of his head awkwardly. That really wasn't very impressive. What, did you expect some treasure? Theodore asked with a snort. I mean maybe, Kyle asked. Nobody dug here before, right? Theodore snorted again. Geologists from big companies check different mountains for valuable ore. You're barely a kilometer away from a cradle. Any mountains close to a cradle are bound to be worthless. If there were anything valuable in a mountain so close to a cradle, the mining companies would have already taken it. If you want valuable ore, you can go back to the Abyss Eye. Dangers and rewards go hand in hand, Theodore explained. If a big reward would be attainable without a big risk, someone would have already taken it. You are a bottom feeder in this world. You can only get the scraps the big fish leave for you. Kyle sighed. Yes, I'm weak and pathetic. I get it. Theodore didn't say anything. Kyle looked at the earth stone for a bit and inspected it with his metal affinity. The gray stone shone a slight bit before becoming lifeless again. Kyle had just refined it, but that was to be expected. Sure, refining an unknown material was difficult, but this was the most common and worthless ranky material in existence. It was not very difficult to refine it. The next moment, Kyle threw the earth stone into his mouth. As Kyle chewed it, he grimaced a bit. This tastes bitter as fuck. He wanted to spit it out, but he forced it down. As soon as the earth stone reached his stomach, Kyle felt more awake. At that moment, he was reminded of something, and he looked at the earth stone with interest. Tastes a bit like coffee, or more like coffee grounds. You know, all that shit that the coffee machine turns into a dry cube after making an actual coffee. It really doesn't taste good, but well, it gives me energy, I suppose. Kyle's hunger had dropped quite a bit, but he wasn't sure if that was simply due to the taste. Eating just didn't feel as appealing anymore after tasting the earth stone. A moment later, Kyle resumed working. After a couple more strikes, Kyle unearthed more earth stone, and he was not sure if he was happy about that. Sure, he needed food, but the earth stone really didn't taste very good. For now, he dumped it to the side and just continued digging. Hours later, Kyle had already created a deep tunnel. He had been digging for around 7 hours by now, and the tunnel was over 30 meters deep. Hunger assaulted Kyle yet again, and he walked over to his pile of earth stone. Theodore had been right. There was enough food in the mountain for Kyle. It just wasn't the greatest food in the world. You know, after eating so much earth stone, you would think that I would literally be shitting bricks. But in fact, I'm not sure if I took a shit ever since I came here. Either I'm about to die of constipation, or my stomach just turns everything into ether and leaves nothing behind. Wonder if that's normal. I mean, the Narvonian worm had an entire pile of shit. Hey Theodore, Kyle asked. Is it normal to not need to shit? Why are you asking something so disgusting? Theodore asked with annoyance. Because I haven't taken a shit in like a month. Is that normal? Kyle asked. No, Theodore answered with disgust. At least not for a human. What about dwarves? Kyle asked. Excuse me, but dwarf feces was a subject of study I seem to have regrettably missed to properly study. Theodore spoke sarcastically. And Kyle uttered, well, I feel healthy. Guess I won't explode anytime soon. Theodore was almost tempted to make a joke about Kyle talking shit the entire time, but he felt that this was beneath him. After a couple more hours of digging, Kyle went to his horribly ugly stone hut, which had grown quite a lot by now. Then he laid down on his horrible stone bed and put his horrible stone blanket over him. Finally, he tried to sleep. First time I'm sleeping outside a cradle, Kyle thought. He heard some scratches and steps coming from outside the house occasionally, and his instincts were sometimes telling him that danger was near. Sleeping was not easy. This place was not safe. After about an hour, Kyle managed to fall asleep. Sadly, he would be rudely awakened very soon. Kyle's eyes shot open as his instincts warned him of life-threatening danger. He jumped to his feet and looked around, but there was nothing there. Done sleeping? Theodore asked. Something's here. Kyle whispered. I can feel it. I don't see anything, Theodore answered. However, Kyle had learned to trust his instincts. There was danger here. The next moment, he heard quiet crackling coming from the walls of his horrible stone hut. Oh, there actually is something here, Theodore commented. Retreat into the tunnel. Kyle didn't need to be told twice, and he quickly went to the tunnel's entrance. Moments later, he heard one of the walls of his house breaking, but he couldn't see what broke through it since the wall was in a different room. Kyle nervously waited at the entrance of his tunnel. Then he saw gray gas rolling down from the horrible stairs he had created. Hold your breath, Theodore commanded. I know what that is. Kyle took a deep breath and held it. This is a kind of sleeping gas, Theodore said. As long as you don't breathe it in, you're fine. Ready for battle. Kyle grew nervous and waited until the gas washed over him. Do not move, Theodore said. It thinks you're asleep. This is your chance to strike. Several seconds passed and Kyle waited. Then Kyle heard some movement coming from the room above him. It was like something wet was slapping against the walls. After some seconds, the sound came closer. Then Kyle saw it. Something was coming down the stairs. What the fuck is that? Kyle thought. It looked like a worm, but it didn't have the skin of a worm. It had chitin like a fly or an insect. The worm-like thing had no eyes, and a long and wet tongue flapped around, hitting the walls. That explained the wet slapping sound. It's searching for you, Theodore said. You don't need to kill it. You just need to show that you're not an easy meal. These things quickly flee if they realize that their food can fight back. As soon as it comes close to you, hit it with all you've got. Kyle nodded and waited. This thing felt dangerous. It felt about as dangerous as the metal rainbird. This meant that it was a ferocious beast. The worm-like thing continued touching all the walls of the house. Kyle grabbed his hammer tightly. Then he charged forward. The pick of Kyle's hammer dug deep into the worm-like thing. Bang! Part of the house collapsed under Kyle's violent attack, and the gas was pushed away by the swing. The worm-like thing squirmed around, and as it pulled back, Kyle felt an irresistible tug. As he held his hammer, he was pulled through the stony floor. The worm-like thing continued retreating and pulled Kyle with him. Boom! Kyle broke through the outer walls of his shitty hut, and his hammer finally disconnected from the worm-like thing. As he was pulled out, Kyle could finally see what this thing was. It was a trunk. It was like the trunk of an elephant or mosquito, and it was attached to a huge hairy spider with fly wings. This thing was probably over 10 meters wide. Kyle saw the trunk retreating back into the creature's head. Then the creature looked at Kyle with its many insect eyes. Gotta go, Kyle thought as he quickly ran back into his half-collapsed hut. Boom! Gigantic legs landed on the house, breaking it into pieces. Debris fell to the ground around Kyle, but he managed to jump back into his tunnel. Luckily, the leg had missed him. Bang, bang, bang. An avalanche of stomps came from the place Kyle had been, and he was sure that his amazing house had been ruined. The gas was still around him in the tunnel, and he couldn't breathe yet. Just wait, Theodore said. It will retreat soon. More explosive sounds came from the collapsed house. Suddenly, the explosive sounds changed. They sounded much further away and frantic. Earlier, they had sounded angry, but now they sounded desperate. That was when Kyle heard the familiar sound of projectiles hitting the ground. The metal rainbird, Kyle thought. He couldn't see anything since his collapsed house was blocking the entrance to his tunnel, but he recognized the sounds. They are fighting. boom. The ground beneath Kyle shook. Something heavy must have hit the ground. After that loud sound, everything became mostly quiet. The metal rain bird has attacked the cragfly, Theodore said. Cragflies hunt weak beasts that hide in burrows. They release a sleeping gas and search the holes with their suckers. They are not very powerful in a direct confrontation, and while it is probably at a similar level as the metal rain bird, it is helpless in a battle against it. The commotion most likely drew the metal rain bird's attention. The loud and explosive sound you've heard was most likely the metal rain bird's dive. They are not very fast, but when they start diving, they are essentially a gigantic metallic spear. You can breathe again, by the way. Kyle released his breath and took several deep breaths. That was when his vision became blurry. What? Kyle asked absent-mindedly. No worries, Theodore said. You're just going to sleep for a bit. And Kyle was out. That was the last thing he heard. Huh, Kyle uttered as he opened his eyes. Awake, Theodore asked. Whoa, right, Kyle said as he jumped to his feet. The fly and the bird, I remember. That happened hours ago, Theodore said. You've been asleep and all the sleeping gas vanished. Hours ago, Kyle asked. Feels like it happened seconds ago. That's how sleep works, Theodore answered. You should get to digging. The air in the tunnel won't hold forever. Right, Kyle shouted. Kyle started digging through his collapsed house with ease and created a tiny hole. When he poked his head out, he saw scattered pieces of insect wings, chitin, and hair. Then he looked at the mountain peak. Ding, ding, ding. 3 feathers hit the spot in front of Kyle as he retreated into his hole. Of course, that fucker is still there. Luckily, the metal rain bird didn't launch any attacks and just kept circling its mountain. Asshole, Kyle thought as he looked at the feathers. That was when he got an idea. He looked back at the bird before charging out and collecting the feathers. These things are heavy, he thought as he pulled them back into his hole. Hey, can I use these? Kyle asked. This is organic metal, Theodore answered. You can't forge them, but I can eat them, right? Kyle asked. You can try, Theodore answered. Kyle looked at one of the feathers and broke it into pieces with his hammer. Then he put one of the shards in his mouth. Ouch, he thought as the piece of the feather opened a cut in his mouth. These things are sharp. He very carefully and thoroughly chewed it before swallowing it. Ouch, fuck, he thought as he felt something spiky and sharp going down his esophagus. When it reached his stomach, Kyle didn't feel well. He didn't feel any pain, but he could tell that his stomach was not happy. After some agonizing seconds, the uncomfortable feeling vanished, and Kyle felt a bit energized, but only a bit. Yeah, no, Kyle thought. I'm not eating that again. Can I strengthen my hammer with this? Kyle asked. Theodore had gotten used to Kyle referring to the mining weapon as a hammer by now. A bit, but not much, Theodore said. Well, it's better than nothing, Kyle said. My hammer has become a bit light after I advanced. The earth stone was a bit too low quality to improve his hammer. Kyle allowed his hammer to absorb the feathers, and just like Theodore said, it became a bit heavier, but not a lot. Improvements are improvements, I suppose, Kyle thought. Then he ate some more coffee grounds and returned to digging. Nothing special happened for several hours. He just found more earth stone. Almost 10 hours into this day of digging, Kyle felt something interesting. By now, his tunnel was almost 100 meters deep. I feel something delicious ahead, Kyle said. Then dig it up, Theodore said. Kyle kept hitting the wall and eventually he unearthed a shiny stone. Oh, what's that? He asked, looking at the shiny stone. You got lucky, Theodore answered. It's an ether pebble. Is that like an ether gem? Kyle asked. Yes, a really bad one, Theodore said. You remember the ether essence I mentioned? The one that the king didn't want to give you, right? Kyle asked. Yes, ether essences are the cores of ether mines, which are what an entire kingdom is built on. Ether essences create ether crystals around them. Ether crystals are extremely valuable. Ether crystals create ether gems around them, which are also quite valuable. Ether gems create ether stones around them. Ether stones are used as the primary currency for people in the second realm. Then there are ether pebbles. Ether stones can create ether pebbles, but ether pebbles can also appear naturally. About 100 ether pebbles are worth 1 ether stone. That 1 ether pebble you just dug up is worth about half of all the earth stone you harvested so far. Kyle looked at his big pile of earth stone. Then he looked at the finger-sized gem in his hand. Doesn't sound too amazing, but it's better than earth stones. Are ether pebbles used for transactions in the first realm? Kyle asked. Yes, Theodore answered. If you manage to get 50 of them, you could probably ask for an escort to the big bazaar. That's where we want to go. Cool, Kyle answered. How much was all the ore I mined in the cradle worth? Between 4 and 6 ether pebbles. Wait, Kyle thought. So one of these ether pebbles is worth several days of work for me. That's not so bad. How much is a Narvonian worm worth? Kyle asked. I don't know, Theodore answered. I didn't trade in wildlife. I would expect something between 1 and 5 ether stones, 100 to 500 ether pebbles. Kyle thought with a deep breath. I really cost Samson a lot of money. As Kyle looked at the ether pebble, he realized something. This is between 0.2 and 1 of what I owe Samson, and I got that in 2 days. Yes, Narvonian worms are worth a lot, but I can actually repay Samson. Just gotta work for like 100 days or so. Then Kyle sighed, but I will do that later. For now, I need to get stronger. With more power I can earn more, right? I assume I should not eat this, right? Kyle asked. No, Theodore said. If you were a normal human, I would tell you to eat it. Pure ether like this can be digested by humans and helps them become stronger. However, you are a dwarf. Half-dwarf, Kyle corrected. Dwarf, Theodore shouted. And as a dwarf, you can get ether much more easily. Sounds good, boss, Kyle answered, putting the ether pebble into one of his pockets. Then Kyle continued digging. After another 5 hours, Kyle felt something. There might be another ether pebble, Kyle said. Let's hope not, Theodore said. Why not? Kyle asked. Ether pebbles need ether. Finding a random ether pebble is good luck. If you find several random ether pebbles in the same place, they are not random. And that's bad, Kyle asked. Foolish inheritor, have you already forgotten what I have said? Risk and reward go hand in hand, Theodore said. Nothing comes free in this world. If there is a gathering of ether pebbles, there must be a source of ether present, and if you're not strong enough, a source of ether is bad news for you. We want to go to the south, and you are digging through the mountain because every other way is too dangerous. If the mountain also proves to be dangerous, where will you go then? Kyle gulped. Okay, I see where you're coming from, he said. Let's hope I'm wrong. He continued digging, and sure enough, there was another ether pebble. This one was even a bit bigger than the last one. Even worse, boss, Kyle said. I think there's another one right in front of me. What should I do? So what do we do now? Kyle asked. Should I dig around it? Do you know where it is? Theodore asked. No, then you can't dig around it. For all you know, it might be at a height of 50 meters or at a depth of 50 meters. The density of the ether pebbles is somewhat of an indication of its location, but it's not very accurate, Theodore explained. Kyle groaned. Why couldn't stuff just be simple? He just wanted to go south. Was that too much to ask? Fine, Kyle said before he continued digging. After a couple of hours, he found another ether pebble. Then it became too late, and Kyle went to sleep in his rebuilt hut. The night was quite scary, but luckily, nothing happened this time. All right, back to work, boys, Kyle shouted after waking up. Kyle was completely covered in grime and dust by now, but he had long since stopped caring about his cleanliness. For the entire day, he kept digging. During this day, he unearthed 6 ether pebbles. It was a nice bit of wealth, but it was also worrisome. Another day passed, and Kyle started his next day of blue-collar work. By now, he had gotten into a comfortable rhythm of mining. In a way, it was relaxing. The feeling of constant progress being made, achieved by nothing but sweat and hard work, was nice. I can feel something up ahead, Kyle said as he stopped digging. There are a bunch of ether pebbles. How many? Theodore asked. Like 5 to 7. Do you think we're close to the source? Possible, Theodore said. We are near the middle of the mountain. It's possible that this is simply the upper edge of the ether source or the center. It all depends on how strong the ether source is. Do I continue? Kyle asked. It might be dangerous, Theodore answered, but if this is truly the source of the ether, it isn't as strong as I assumed. Kyle took a deep breath. Well, guess it's time to jump right into danger. Hello. Kyle stopped his swing and turned around as he heard someone shouting from outside. What the fuck? There's a guy, Kyle thought. Don't answer. Theodore said. Why not? Kyle asked. This is lawless land, and people that traverse the wilderness are more powerful than you. They can kill you and steal all your wealth without being found out, Theodore explained. Kyle furrowed his brows. His instincts weren't warning him of the owner of the voice. Additionally, if they wanted to kill Kyle, why would they announce their presence? Yes, hello, Kyle shouted back as he walked to his hut. Where are you? The man asked. In my mind, Kyle said as he arrived in his hut. The next moment, he saw a gigantic man with a two-handed sword coming down from the stairs. The man wore thin metallic armor and looked at Kyle with narrowed eyes. He's here, the man said in his low voice, which was much lower than the voice Kyle had heard earlier. I'll be right there, the first voice said. Kyle looked at the man, who looked at Kyle. Good job, Theodore said sarcastically. Your life is no longer in your hands. Kyle couldn't answer with the man glaring at him. Talking to himself would make him seem insane, and that would probably not help his chances. That is an early night, Theodore said. Your life is in his hands now. You should have followed my advice. Dude, they would have found me anyway, Kyle thought, unable to answer. It's not like the entrance to my mind is hidden. Some seconds later, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious robes walked down the same set of stairs. When he saw Kyle, he smiled brightly. Based on your getup, you're a miner, right? The man asked. The gruff man kept glaring at Kyle while the middle-aged man talked. It was obvious that the gruff man was some kind of bodyguard. Kind of, Kyle said. I actually am an adept and I want to go to the big bazaar. The gruff man raised a brow while the middle-aged man looked confused and surprised. Then why are you in here? He asked. Don't travel in shady areas, Kyle said. Don't travel through the open. I'm kind of forced to dig through the mountain. Also, I need some starting capital since I want to join a fighter guild. Mining is a nice side hustle. The middle-aged man rubbed his chin as he evaluated Kyle. Spencer, how strong is he? The man asked the gruff man. Late adept, Spencer answered. Oh, that's not strong enough to travel through the wilderness, the middle-aged man said. Kyle became nervous. I told you, Theodore shouted, but you wouldn't listen. The middle-aged man smiled at Kyle, and Kyle felt like a beast was looking at him. And yet his instincts didn't alert him of danger. Want an escort to Fire Coast? The man asked. Fire Coast? Kyle asked. Oh, you don't even know about Fire Coast, the man asked. Nope, Kyle answered. It's a cradle to the southwest of here. It's about 150 kilometers from here, the man said. Kyle was pleasantly surprised. He had barely moved 1 or 2 kilometers away from the cradle within the last several days. This would save him days or even weeks of travel. However, Kyle's honed business skills from Earth kicked in. What would that cost me? Kyle asked. Do you have 10 ether pebbles? The man asked. I'm not sure, Kyle said. I have 3 ether pebbles with me, but I also found a lot of earth stone in here. I don't know how much it's worth. Earth stone, the man asked, scratching his chin as he fell into thought. After some seconds, he turned to the top of the stairs. James, is Storm Sky one of our destinations this time? The man shouted up the stairs. Yes, sir, a distant person shouted back. The man smiled and looked back at Kyle. You're in luck. I'm interested in your earth stone. Show me what you have unearthed so far. Kyle led the middle-aged man to his pile of earth stone, which had grown pretty big by now. The man looked at it with furrowed brows. I would say that's about 3 ether pebbles, he said. You said you also have 3 ether pebbles with you, right? Kyle nodded. The man fell into thought for a couple of seconds. We will be back in about 3 days, the middle-aged man said. If you can double the size of the pile by then, we will escort you to Fire Coast. How does that sound? Kyle looked at his pile. It's a lot of digging, but it should be possible. Then we have a deal, the man said with a smile, extending his hand. Oh, that reminds me, he added. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Monty Lornstein, and I lead the Lornstein caravan. We travel through all the cradles north of the big bazaar to offer our wares. Kyle shook Monty's hand. Name's Kyle Freeman, and my job is to go south. Monty chuckled politely. Nice to meet you, Kyle. I must excuse myself. We have already delayed our journey to Forest Haven, and we must get going. Do your best for the next couple of days. I'm looking forward to our little deal. Kyle nodded. I won't disappoint. The two of them said their goodbyes, and Kyle followed them outside. When he came out, his eyes widened. There was a huge beast. It had 4 legs and was covered in leathery skin, and it was almost 20 meters long. On top of the beast was a luxurious house made of wood and cloth. Additionally, the beast pulled a big cart with crates behind it. Kyle could also see 5 people standing in front of the beast. Sure enough, this looks like a caravan, Kyle thought. Surprisingly, the beast didn't feel dangerous to Kyle. It was definitely strong, but it was probably unused to combat. It's like a cow or a camel. Will probably run away as soon as anything dangerous approaches, Kyle thought. Monty and Spencer jumped onto the beast, and the others followed. We meet again, Kyle, Monty shouted. Then one of the people whistled. A moment later, the big beast started to walk forward, and it was not slow. That's like 30 miles per hour, Kyle thought as he watched the beast approaching the cradle where Kyle had come from. See, nothing bad happened, Kyle said. Humans are always bad news, Theodore answered. You've been lucky this time, but they know where you are now. You should take the risk and run through the open field. The next time they appear, they will kill you. Eat. Why? Kyle asked. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done it right away. They want to milk you for all you're worth, foolish inheritor. Theodore shouted. Dude, did you see that big beast? Kyle asked. I don't think they care about 3 or 4 ether pebbles. You will not learn until you feel the pain of your mistakes, Theodore said. Nothing I say will convince you. Go ahead, run to your doom. Kyle rolled his eyes. Sometimes I forget that Theodore is a paranoid schizo. God, can this guy just calm down for one moment? Anyway, back to work, boys. Kyle shouted as he ran back into his mine. Just when he was ready to resume, he paused. Right, Kyle said. There was something in front of us, right? The ether source. Are you going to talk to that thing as well? Theodore asked with a snort. Maybe I should, Kyle said. You will do no such thing, Theodore shouted. Dude, it was a joke, Kyle answered with a roll of his eyes. I do not appreciate your humor. Yeah, I noticed. Stop trying to be funny. You might be a child mentally, but not physically. BOOM. Without saying anything, Kyle hit the wall with full force. What are you doing? Theodore shouted. Dude, we said that we are going to continue, Kyle said. I am doing what you told me to do. Don't be so loud. Bro, I'm hammering through hard-ass stone. How am I supposed to be quiet? I am not your brother, foolish inheritor. It's a phrase. It just means dude, guy, or whatever. I'm also not your dude, guy, or whatever. I'm your ma's teacher, BOO. Another hit. You just wanted to say master, right? Kyle asked. I said teacher. But you wanted to say master, slip of the tongue. Oh, is that what you see me as? A servant, you're my inheritor. Is it normal for masters to constantly complain and nag to their inheritors? Kyle asked. I don't nag, Theodore shouted. You do. Oh, foolish inheritor, you're stupid. You can't learn anything. Don't do that. Run away. Hide from all humans. All humans are bad. Talk more gracefully. You killed us. You're lucky. These are valid criticisms, Theodore said. How is constantly calling me foolish a valid criticism? BOOM. Kyle hit the wall again. I'm just stating facts. That's not complaining. BOO. 3 ether pebbles fell to the ground and Kyle pocketed them. Oh no, the stupid dwarf is hitting the wall, Kyle shouted. BOOM. More ether pebbles fell out of the wall. Be quieter, Theodore shouted, says the guy shouting my ears off. Kyle answered with annoyance. BOOM. Only you can hear me. Stop being so loud, Theodore shouted. You stop being loud, Kyle shouted. BOOM. You're going to get us killed, you imbecile, Theodore shouted. How am I supposed to know that? I'm an imbecile, I don't know things. BOOM. This is why you're an imbecile. You keep risking your life because you're spiteful and petty. Like you, Kyle asked. I am not spiteful. BOOM. Dude, you proclaimed your grand revenge to the entire kingdom because your buddy didn't want to bankroll your advancement. That is petty as fuck. Do not disrespect your master, mortal. BOO. If you're that amazing, why didn't you take some ether mines from the Winterfire Kingdom? I bet your buddy would have given those to you if you conquered them. But new, your buddy has to bankroll your shit, and you don't want to put any effort in. BOOM. Mortal, you do not know what you're. Shut up for a second, Kyle said, much quieter than before. How dare. Dude, look ahead. What? Theodore asked, looking forward. Is that a face? Kyle asked. Do not make any loud movements. You're lucky that you didn't wake it, idiot. Theodore said. Is that an ore fiend? Kyle quietly asked. Yes, Theodore shouted. It hasn't awakened its consciousness yet, but it could wake up any moment. What's it made of? Kyle asked. Or no shit, Sherlock. My name is not Sherlock. It's a phrase. I wanted to know what kind of ore it's made of. Can you shut up? Kyle just snorted. That's when he realized what he had just done. No. Fucking Theodore infected me with his horse virus. Dude keeps snorting so much that I am now snorting. I don't want to become like Theodore. Kyle groaned. I said, shut up, Theodore shouted. Kyle took a deep breath, this fucking guy. Then Kyle released a long breath to calm down. What now? Kyle whispered. You're the one saying you're not stupid. You solved this issue, Theodore shouted. Kyle took another deep breath. Theodore was really good at getting under his skin. Can you just tell me how strong it is? Kyle asked in a whisper. Early or mid-ferocious beast, Theodore said. If you wake it, you're dead. Why is everything an early or mid-ferocious beast? Kyle thought with annoyance. Can I get a break? Next, he looked at the walls. Guess I have to dig around it and hope it doesn't wake up. Kyle slowly walked back and shoved the debris that had accumulated in the tunnel back to the ore fiend. He piled it up and used his liquefier to recreate the wall. Everything went well until Kyle was about to cover its face. For a moment, Kyle looked at the face, and the eyes of the face looked back. It was awake. Your liquefier woke it. It felt the ether, Theodore shouted. Kyle just looked at the face for several seconds. The ore fiend didn't move. Sorry for disturbing you, Kyle said. What are you doing? Theodore shouted. I will just put this back, okay? Kyle asked as he slowly and gently moved the stones over the ore fiend's face. The ore fiend was covered again, and Kyle took several steps back, his heart racing. Nothing happened for several seconds. Well, that went well, he said. Then the wall in front of Kyle crumbled as a long arm stretched out. The hairs on Kyle's neck stood up as the ore fiend stepped out of the wall. Its big face kept looking at Kyle, who didn't dare to move. The two of them just looked at each other. Next, the ore fiend's cumbersome body started to transform. Its limbs became longer and its torso became thinner. This continued for several seconds until a man of ore stood in front of Kyle. The man of ore just looked at Kyle. Hello, Kyle said, waving at the ore fiend. Sorry for waking you. Is there anything I can help you with? The ore fiend didn't answer. Kyle slowly took a step back and picked up a piece of earth stone. Here, want some? He asked. The ore fiend just looked at Kyle. It's not poisoned. Look. Then Kyle took a bite off the earth stone before holding the remainder out for the ore fiend. The ore fiend slowly turned to look at the piece of earth stone. Its arm awkwardly moved to the stone, and its fingers awkwardly closed around the stone. Kyle grabbed another piece of earth stone and slowly took a bite from it. The ore fiend watched. Then it moved its own earth stone into its mouth. It slowly chewed the earth stone before swallowing it. It looked back at Kyle. Was it good? Kyle asked nervously. The ore fiend just silently looked at Kyle. You want more? Kyle asked, walking over to his pile of earth stone. He retrieved another one and handed it to the ore fiend. The ore fiend took the earth stone with agile fingers and threw it into its mouth. This thing learns fast, Kyle thought when he saw how well the ore fiend was controlling its body already. After consuming the earth stone, the ore fiend looked at the pile of earth stone. It walked over to the pile and took another stone. Kyle watched as the ore fiend rapidly ate through his entire pile of earth stone. And there goes my payment for the caravan, Kyle thought. I would prefer if it didn't eat that, but what am I supposed to do? I'm not going to tell this guy no. When it was finished consuming all the earth stone, it looked at Kyle again. I don't have more, Kyle said. Then he pointed at the wall. There should be more here. Look, Kyle grabbed his hammer and rubbed the pick against the wall. He didn't want to make any loud noises. The ore fiend slowly walked closer and looked at what Kyle was doing. After some seconds, Kyle unearthed a small piece of earth stone and showed it to the ore fiend. Wait, Kyle thought. Ore fiends are essentially vegetarian and act according to what they... There might be an opportunity here. Kyle broke the earth stone into two pieces. He put one of them in his bag while he handed the other one to the ore fiend. The ore fiend consumed the earth stone before looking at Kyle's sack. Kyle took out his piece and ate it himself. The ore fiend just kept watching. If you want some, you should start digging. There's food in these walls, Kyle said with a nervous smile. Kyle hammered the wall with more power before using his pick to retrieve another small piece of earth stone. He halved the stone again and handed one half to the ore fiend. This continued for 3 entire minutes. Eventually, Kyle unearthed an ether pebble. When he saw the ether pebble, he didn't know what to do. Ether pebbles technically weren't ore. They were just solid ether. This meant Kyle couldn't just break it. If its shell broke, its ether would disperse. "You want this?" Kyle asked, holding the ether pebble to the ore fiend. The ore fiend took the ether pebble and looked at it for a while. Then it slowly threw it into its mouth. It chewed a bit. Finally, it opened its mouth again and spat the remainder to the ground. "I guess you don't like it," Kyle said with a smile. The ore fiend just kept looking at Kyle. "This fucking thing is making me nervous," he thought as sweat ran down his forehead. "If that thing attacks me, I'm done for." Kyle continued mining, and whenever he got an earth stone, he halved it and gave one half to the ore fiend. This went on for several minutes. "Stop," Kyle shouted as the ore fiend tried to grab Kyle's bag, which contained the earth stone. The ore fiend looked at him for a while before grabbing the bag. Sadly, Kyle wasn't fast enough, and the ore fiend got the bag. Then it threw the bag into its mouth and chewed it. It swallowed the ore inside the bag while spitting the broken back out again. "That's it, no more ore." Kyle shouted as he sat down. The ore fiend kept looking at him. Sweat ran down Kyle's entire body. How was he supposed to handle this situation? If he allowed the ore fiend to steal his stuff, it might start eating all of his stuff, but if he angered it, it might kill him. So Kyle just sat down and refused to move. For 10 minutes, the ore fiend just looked at Kyle. It was not a nice feeling to have something like this constantly looking at him. Yet Kyle just kept sitting down. 2 hours passed. Nothing happened. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Kyle thought as he refused to look at the ore fiend. Is this thing just going to stand there forever? Another hour passed. The ore fiend never looked away. Then it suddenly moved its hand to Kyle's hammer. Kyle immediately jumped away. "No, that's mine," he shouted. Then Kyle formed a fist and hit the wall. Boo! The wall shook a slight bit, but no stones broke off. "I can't get food without my hammer," he said. The ore fiend looked at Kyle. Then it formed a fist. Boo! And hit the wall. Stones flew absolutely everywhere. Kyle had to protect his head from all the debris while the ore fiend didn't need to do anything. The ore fiend noticed a couple of earth stones in the debris and looked at them. It picked one of the stones up while staring at it. Then it split the earth stone into 2 pieces and handed Kyle one half. It worked, Kyle thought. Meanwhile, the ore fiend ate the other half. That was when Kyle noticed an ether pebble in the debris. He held it up, and at the same time, the ore fiend handed another piece of earth stone to him. "Wait a second," Kyle said. Kyle grabbed an entire piece of earth stone and put it on the ground. Then he put the ether pebble beside it. The ore fiend watched. Kyle took the ether pebble and handed the entire earth stone to the ore fiend. "Do you understand? I take the bad stones and you take the good ones," Kyle said. The ore fiend looked at the 2 stones and ate the earth stone Kyle handed to it. Next, the ore fiend picked up another piece of earth stone and halved it. When it offered one half to Kyle, he just shook his head. He retrieved one of the ether pebbles and showed it. "These are mine," Kyle said. He gently pushed the ore fiend's hand back. "These are yours." The ore fiend looked at its hand before eating the earth stone. It kept consuming all the earth stones it found. Eventually, it found another ether pebble and it looked at Kyle. It handed the ether pebble to Kyle and he accepted it with a smile. The ore fiend looked at Kyle. Then it opened its mouth. Ooh, a weird and ungodly noise came out of its mouth. "Sure thing," Kyle said with a nod. Then Kyle grabbed his hammer and started to mine himself. He focused on the area containing all the ether pebbles and started to pocket them. Whenever he found an earth stone, he threw it to the ore fiend. After a couple of minutes, Kyle looked over to the ore fiend and he gulped. "This thing is mining fast." The ore fiend had already created a huge hall that was over 10 meters wide. If this thing continued like this, the tunnels would collapse. How am I supposed to teach this thing about the structural integrity of a mine? That was when Kyle noticed all of the debris that was gathering in the tunnel. The exit of the tunnel was already starting to be blocked. "I got to get out of here." Kyle approached the exit of the tunnel. "Who is living out here?" That was when Kyle heard a gruff shout from a person. "Fucking, why did I build a fucking house?" Kyle thought. Kyle looked at the growing debris, the widening tunnel, the mining earth fiend, and his house from where the shout had come. Too much shit was going down at the same time. "We are guards from Forest Haven and we are searching for a suspect," the man shouted, his voice coming from inside the house. "Suspect," Kyle thought. "Are they searching for me? Fuck. Fuck." Kyle looked around in panic. "Can't go out, can't stay here." That was when Kyle charged at a pile of debris and dug into it like some kind of lizard. In a matter of seconds, he was covered in stones. The tunnel kept shaking. "We know someone is here," the guard shouted, his voice coming from inside the tunnel. Ooh, when the guards heard the ungodly noise, they pulled out their weapons. The next moment, the ore fiend looked out from its own hall. Ooh, when the guards saw that, their eyes opened in terror. "Ore fiend," they shouted. The guards immediately pulled out their weapons. Ore fiends were dangerous. Ooh, the ore fiend groaned as it looked at them. "Sir, orders," one of the guards asked urgently. The officer looked at the ore fiend. "Don't attack, it doesn't seem aggressive." "Yes, sir," the first guard said. The other 3 also didn't move. This was a strong team that was used to scout the surroundings of Forest Haven Cradle. The leader was an early knight. The lieutenant was an initial fighter, and the other 3 were peak humans. If necessary, they could also travel to other cradles with that power, but that would still be a very dangerous journey. The merchant said there was someone fitting the description of the suspect in this mine. Do you believe he meant the Ore Fiend? The lieutenant asked. When Kyle heard that, his eyes widened. I told you, Theodore shouted in Kyle's mind. Fuck, so it was that Lornstein guy who told them about me. Guess that's it for my escort, Kyle thought. No, I don't think so, the officer said. Not many people would confuse an Ore Fiend with a legitimate human. I believe the suspect was here. Look at the mine. This was definitely made by a human. The guards looked around and sure enough, the tunnel was very straight in uniform. Then where is the suspect? Did he flee? The lieutenant asked, eyeing the Ore Fiend. Isn't it obvious? The officer asked with a snort. He dug up that Ore Fiend and the Ore Fiend killed him. But the Ore Fiend isn't attacking us, the lieutenant said. Not yet, the officer answered. At that moment, the Ore Fiend slowly walked closer, several stones in its hands. Fall back, I don't want to take any chances, the officer shouted. The other guards immediately jumped backward and everyone ran out of the tunnel. The Ore Fiend didn't chase them and just watched as they ran away. Kyle came out of the rubble and looked at the entrance. This was close, he thought as he cleaned himself of some dust. I told you not to talk to the human, Theodore shouted. What was I supposed to do? Kyle said. They would have found me anyway. It's not like I could have run away. You could have hidden yourself in one of the piles like you did just now, Theodore shouted. And hope that they won't look through the piles? Kyle asked. Seems unlikely. While Kyle was talking, the Ore Fiend looked at him. Then the Ore Fiend approached and offered Kyle 3 ether pebbles. But then the Ore Fiend pulled its arm back and continued looking at Kyle. Oh, right. Kyle grabbed 3 earth stones and offered them to the Ore Fiend. Then the two of them exchanged their ores. After that, the Ore Fiend returned to the wall. Wait a second, Kyle shouted, stopping the Ore Fiend who just kept looking at him. Here, try to dig in that direction, Kyle said, pointing at the end of the tunnel. The Ore Fiend just kept looking at Kyle. Kyle carefully took the Ore Fiend's hand and pulled. This fucker is heavy, Kyle thought. Then Kyle led the Ore Fiend to the end of the tunnel. Bang. He hit the end of the tunnel with his fist. Here, dig here, Kyle said. The Ore Fiend looked at Kyle before looking at the wall. BO. The wall exploded as the Ore Fiend hit it with a fist. Over the next minutes, Kyle directed the Ore Fiend to dig towards the other end of the mountain. As long as the tunnel was straight, it wouldn't collapse. Everything goes back and forth. First, I thought that I had to travel alone. Then I thought I would get an escort. And now I have to travel alone again. Although, Kyle thought as he looked at the Ore Fiend, maybe this guy will be helpful. It took a couple of hours, but the Ore Fiend eventually managed to reach the other side of the mountain. Finally, the tunnel was done. Kyle could see the wilderness to the south, and he immediately saw a long canyon. It was around 100 meters deep, but several kilometers long. Should I travel through the canyon? Kyle asked. That would be your wisest choice, Theodore answered. The open wasteland is full of dangerous, ferocious beasts. In comparison, these canyons are filled with beasts that do the same thing as you, hiding from those beasts. Kyle nodded. Then it should be safe with my new companion, he said as he smiled at the Ore Fiend. You really are an imbecile, Theodore said. What now? Kyle asked with a groan. You managed to meet a pure and untainted Ore Fiend, Theodore said. That is why you are alive. You saw how quickly they learn. It already knows what bartering and exchange is despite not even being a day old. Ore Fiends watch their surroundings and learn. What do you think will happen when it sees 2 beasts fighting? What do you think will happen if something attacks the Ore Fiend? Kyle became a bit nervous. He remembered the Ore Fiends in Theodore's underground city. While they had not been actively hunting Kyle, some of them had tried to grab him. The Ore Fiends in Theodore's city had been bulky and slow. Kyle looked at the Ore Fiend beside him, but this one was agile and fast. It was stronger and faster than Kyle. If this thing got aggressive, Kyle would die without a doubt. Traveling with the Ore Fiend is like traveling with an explosive belt. Sure, my enemy will die, but I will die too. Go get some more ore, buddy, Kyle said. After a couple of seconds, Kyle managed to convince the Ore Fiend to continue digging. He just watched the tunnel for a couple of minutes, noticing it becoming more unstable. Well, he's an Ore Fiend. He doesn't need air. He probably won't even notice the collapse and continue like nothing happened. Kyle sighed. Goodbye, buddy. I hope the guards won't kill you. Then Kyle ran towards the canyon. Some minutes later, the tunnel collapsed, and yet the Ore Fiend just kept digging and eating. Kyle ran towards the canyon and climbed down. Luckily, no feathers assaulted him on his journey. In fact, where is that bird? I don't see it anymore. Did some beast kill it, or was it that guard that followed that Lornstein guy? Oh well, who cares? As Kyle reached the bottom of the canyon, he looked around. It was eerily quiet. Keep to the side of the canyon, Theodore said. If a flying beast sees you walking through the middle, it might attack. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said as he approached one of the walls. Then he continued running towards the other end of the canyon. Some seconds later, Kyle noticed a couple of stones moving on the other wall of the canyon, and his instincts warned him of danger. Immediately, Kyle pulled out the iron ore wall he had made during his visit to the Abyss Eye. Naturally, Kyle wouldn't throw something as useful as this away. He laid down near the wall and put the sheet of iron ore over him. After some seconds, he peeked out from behind his sheet. 2 long eyes. There were 2 eyes on the end of long organic sticks. It looked like the eyes belonged to a huge snail, and right now, the two eyes were looking through the canyon. Kyle hid behind his sheet again and waited. Sometime later, he heard an explosion happening about 50 meters away from him. He glanced out again. Ah fuck, he thought. I hoped this canyon would be empty. Just now, something that looked like a velociraptor ran towards the eyes. Kyle's instincts told him that this thing was dangerous as well. It was not nearly as dangerous as the big bird or the ore fiend, but it was still dangerous. What's that? Kyle asked silently. I'm not a wildlife biologist, Theodore said. I know some beasts, but I don't know all of them. Kyle watched the eyes retreating back into the wall of the canyon. The next moment, the velociraptor-looking ass thing released a high-pitched shout. Bang, bang, bang. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw 3 pieces of stone lifting off the walls. The stones were not stones, but gray scales. The scales changed shape, revealing 3 more velociraptor things. These fuckers are camouflaging as stones. The velociraptor things attacked the wall where the snail eyes were. Gotta take this chance while they are distracted. Kyle went to his feet and charged forward, keeping his sheet of iron at his side. If these things returned to their earlier position, he would need to get past them while the canyon was silent. Kyle was not good at sneaking, and he was sure that they would find him, so he was forced to take a chance. From time to time, Kyle glanced at the battle. The velociraptor things were pulling out the eyes, revealing a big core with over 20 eyes growing out of it. What the fuck is this thing? He thought. The eyes stared at the velociraptor things, and some of them slowed down. Nothing happened when only one eye focused on one of them, but when 10 eyes focused on one, it completely stopped moving. I don't know what that is, but it is definitely using some kind of mind spell, Theodore said. Its eyes seem to be the medium through which it can use this spell. Fucking eye things that control minds. I hate fantasy land. Kyle continued running forward. He saw one of the velociraptor things destroying a bunch of eyes while the other eyes were busy with its comrades. Yeah, I know who's going to win that battle. Sure enough, as more and more eyes were destroyed, the other velociraptor things joined the first one. Within a couple of seconds, all the eyes were destroyed, and the core was torn apart. It's about time to slow down, Kyle thought. That was when his instincts screamed at him. Bang! At that moment, 2 jaws shot out of the ground below Kyle and bit him in the leg. Then the surrounding ground became soft, and Kyle felt an irresistible tug pulling him down. Diffuser, Theodore shouted with urgency. Kyle immediately activated the diffuser on his hammer. He felt his ether drain, but almost immediately, the surrounding sand turned back into stone. Liquefier, Theodore shouted. Kyle activated his liquefier. He knew what Theodore wanted him to do. He was no longer the Kyle who didn't know how minds worked. The stones around him vanished and fused with the stones beneath him. CRK, the jaws tugged, but they lacked the strength to pull him through the hard stone. Even more, whatever was attached to the jaws was probably also stuck in the hard stone. Finally, Kyle got some good footing and rammed his pick into the jaws. CRK. Jaws broke and Kyle tore them apart, freeing his leg. Then he jumped out of the hole he had made and looked back at the jaws, which were wriggling in the hard ground. That was close, Kyle thought. At that moment, Kyle's instincts warned him of more danger. He looked around and he saw 2 of the velociraptor things charging right at him. The other 2 were busy consuming the weird eye corpse. Most likely, Kyle wasn't strong enough to elicit interest in all 4 of them. Kyle glanced at the end of the canyon. Running blindly was dangerous, as evidenced by the incident with the earth jaws just now. Can't run while being chased. That will just attract even more beasts. So Kyle readied his hammer. He looked at the first charging enemy, which was around 20 meters ahead of the second one. These things look fast and agile. Hitting them won't be easy. Kyle hated fast enemies the most. He took a deep breath as his eyes widened with determination. Then he charged forward. He ran towards the first enemy and held his hammer low. The teeth and claws of the enemy were quite intimidating, but Kyle knew his hammer was more intimidating. Kyle swung his hammer upward. The velociraptor thing immediately jumped back. Kyle's eyes shone and he charged after it. He hadn't gone all in with the swing. He had only swung his hammer to intimidate the enemy, and it worked. Kyle kept charging towards the enemy, keeping his hammer low. The enemy jumped to Kyle's left. At that moment, his instincts screamed at him, but he had already expected that. Kyle swung his hammer upward, forcing the enemy back, yet his swing didn't stop there. The hammer went over Kyle's head, and he turned to look at the second enemy behind him. The other enemy was jumping right at Kyle. Too fast, not enough time, he thought. The swing wouldn't connect in time. Instead of continuing the swing, Kyle pulled his hammer down and positioned its head between him and the enemy. CRK, the long claws of the velociraptor thing opened 2 big gashes on Kyle's upper arms. Clink. Kyle's heart raced when he heard a sound he really didn't like. While the velociraptor thing had injured him, it also jumped chest first into the pick of Kyle's hammer. Yet the sound Kyle heard wasn't one of armor being broken, but the sound of 2 hard things bouncing off of each other. Its scales are hard, and its own body weight isn't enough to drive my hammer into its chest. Nevertheless, the second enemy was intimidated and jumped back. Fast, agile, hard, lightweight. Fuck, I hate these kinds of enemies the most, Kyle thought. They have a metal affinity. Theodore shouted, their scales are made of metal. While Theodore was shouting, Kyle was jumping to the side, avoiding the first enemy. The second one was running around Kyle. These two velociraptor things were used to hunt in a team, and they tried to use pincer attacks on Kyle. If he attacked one of them, the other one would strike his back. Kyle evaded to the wall and turned his back to it. This forced the two enemies to attack him from the sides. Bang! He pushed the right one away with his hammer. But then the left one dug its teeth into Kyle's shoulders as it kept clawing on his back with its claws. The wounds were deep, and for a normal human, these wounds would prove fatal. As he felt the pain coming from his back, Kyle's eyes narrowed. He moved the head of his hammer to the enemy's neck and lightly tapped it. Immediately, Kyle lost a bunch of ether. However, the attacks had stopped. Right now, the velociraptor thing was ready to continue clawing and biting Kyle, and yet it didn't. Its posture was arched backward like it was preparing to lunge forward, but instead of attacking, it fell to its side, its posture still arched back. It wiggled its little arms but barely managed to move them. Just now, when Kyle had tapped the enemy's neck, he had used his liquefier. Since his enemies had a metal affinity and since their scales were hard like ore, chances were that they actually were made of metal. By using the liquefier, Kyle had compressed the hide around the neck, making it harder. But to make matter harder with a liquefier, other matter had to be consumed. So the hide around the beast's neck and shoulders was pulled inward. The hard hide had lost all its elasticity, trapping the velociraptor thing in its own skin. The other enemy jumped back. It didn't know what had happened. Its comrade had fallen over and could barely move. Was it afflicted with a paralytic poison? Kyle took this chance, turned around, and lifted his hammer. Boo. Tears and cracks appeared over the first velociraptor thing. Its hide was cracked into several pieces, and blood oozed out from all of them. That felt amazing, Kyle thought. The feeling of breaking metal, bones, and organs with a well-placed hammer smash was so satisfying. Keep at it. Use your momentum, Theodore shouted. Kyle was planning on doing that anyway. He turned to the other enemy, who watched Kyle from a safe distance. R.A., Kyle shouted as he charged towards the other enemy. Now this guy was alone. When the velociraptor saw Kyle charging at it, it turned around and ran to its compatriots, which were still busy consuming the corpse. The velociraptor thing let out a shrill screech, and the other two looked over. The other two jumped off the corpse and stood between it and Kyle. The one running away stopped in front of its two compatriots and also stared at Kyle. All three of them bared their fangs and claws as they let out several screeches. "Stop," Theodore shouted. Kyle stopped charging and looked at the three velociraptor things. He had already suffered a heavy injury when battling two of them. If he fought three at once, he would most likely die. The three of them kept screeching at Kyle, clawing the air and acting like they were about to charge him. "Show your hammer to them and slowly walk backward," Theodore commanded. Kyle held his hammer forward and took some steps backward. The three enemies slowly approached him, constantly threatening him. Threaten them. Kyle made a huge swing and all three jumped back. Continue walking backward. Kyle kept walking backward, and while the velociraptor things followed him a little, they were not closing the distance. In fact, the distance between them was widening. "Keep going," Theodore ordered. After about a minute, there were over 70 meters between the two parties. At that point, the velociraptor things became quiet, and they slowly walked back to the corpse. Walk over to the other corpse and do it slowly. Kyle did as ordered and approached the now-dead velociraptor thing. Lift it and eat while walking. Kyle did just that. As he took some bites from the corpse, he kept looking at the velociraptor things, which kept looking at him from the other corpse. "You intimidated them. Killing you is not worth the risk, but they don't want to give up their own prey. You are not fighting for dominance. You are fighting for survival. You do not need to win. You just need to stop the enemy from attacking you." Kyle's heart was still racing. He had come extremely close to death just now. If the three of them actually attacked him, he would die. Luckily, he managed to intimidate them enough. While retreating, Kyle fed the metallic hide to his hammer, making it harder and heavier. These things are terrifying, Kyle thought, but they're also delicious. He took another bite of the succulent meat. By now, his ether had fully restored and his injuries had healed. He finished the corpse in about 2 minutes and continued walking. The velociraptor things kept watching Kyle from a distance, but they didn't chase. Slowly, Kyle calmed down. "How strong were they?" he asked. "Peak beasts," Theodore answered. "You can kill one of them, but not several at once." "I noticed," Kyle commented. Kyle was only a late human, and these things perfectly countered his style of fighting. He didn't want to fight these things again. For the next couple of minutes, Kyle carefully edged his way forward along the walls of the canyon. At one point, he saw a gigantic beast jump from one side of the canyon to the other, and he immediately hid behind his sheet of iron. Whatever that thing was felt far too dangerous to Kyle. Why does there have to be danger around every fucking corner? Kyle thought. I've barely moved 3 miles from the cradle, and I was in life-threatening danger how many times already? How am I supposed to survive 300 miles of that? I wish I could go back to the cradle. I don't like the outside world. Then he remembered the guards. But that's not an option either. Fucking fantasy land. Humans give me shit in the cradles, and beasts give me shit outside of the cradles. I just want to go south in peace. Is that too much to ask? His instinct screamed at him suddenly, and he jumped back. Fuck you, fantasy land, he thought. Boom. A round stone that was almost 10 meters long fell from the wall and landed on the exact spot where Kyle had just been. Now even the fucking ground wants to kill me, he thought in annoyance. But then 2 tiny eyes appeared on one end of the round stone. The next moment the round stone stood up and Kyle could see 4 thick legs. What the fuck is it this time? The beast in front of Kyle had a shell like a woodlouse, but instead of having a bunch of legs, it only had 4. In a way, it also looked like a pangolin, but even more armored. Theodore didn't say anything. That either meant that Kyle was not in danger or that Kyle couldn't be saved anymore. When the beast saw that Kyle avoided its ambush, it stood up and charged at him. Its acceleration was slow, but this thing was huge and looked heavy as fuck. It's like an armored rhinoceros without the horn. Kyle held his hammer tightly. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes in hatred. I've had it with these motherfucking beasts. Kyle's entire body bulged. Then he swung his hammer forward. Fucking die, B.O.O. Kyle hit the side of the beast's round head, but its heavy body still hit his chest. He was flung back, and he was sure he felt some of his ribs break. Kyle landed on his back and rolled for a bit. When he finally saw the beast again, he noticed that it was still approaching. This thing is going to trample me, he thought. But then the beast veered to its right and lost its balance. It fell over and quickly tried to get back on its feet. Kyle's eyes narrowed when he saw that. Sure, this thing was heavy and armored, but that was exactly the kind of target Kyle liked the most. Kyle jumped to the fallen beast and lifted his hammer. Boom. He hit the side of its head again, and he heard a satisfying crunch. The formation on his hammer broke the stony shell into pieces, and Kyle switched the sides of his hammer. Crack! He rammed the pick of his hammer into the beast's head, blood exploding everywhere. Yet it was still trying to get up. Luckily, it was slow, and it didn't have any claws. This thing obviously used its weight as a weapon. It was essentially a tank without a gun. That was still quite dangerous. Kyle had been on the internet a lot, and he had seen videos of humans with rifles being run over by tanks. Bang, bang, bang. Kyle struck the beast several times, switching sides occasionally. It didn't manage to get back up, and after around 15 seconds its movements had transformed into convulsions. Its head had turned into a bloody mess. Kyle breathed deeply as his anger about his situation left him. Then he took a deep breath to calm down. Well, at least I have some food now. He thought as a smile appeared on his face again. Why didn't you say anything during the battle? Kyle asked as he approached the corpse. My input wasn't necessary, Theodore answered casually. While this is an initial ferocious beast, you perfectly counter it. If you couldn't even kill that, there would be no way that you could ever fulfill my dying wish. Kyle muttered as he took a bite from the corpse. Holy shit, this tastes amazing, he thought. For the next couple of minutes, Kyle kept eating the corpse. That was when he noticed the 3 velociraptor things from earlier looking at him from a distance. Oh fuck that, he thought as he grew angry again. He stopped eating and glared at them. The velociraptor things sniffed the air a bit from a distance, but they didn't approach. They just waited. They won't dare to approach, Theodore said. They counter you. You counter that big armored beast, but the big armored beast counters them. They don't have the power to get through its hide, and if they are not careful, it will trample them. You killed something they can't kill, and that makes them scared. Also, stop eating the corpse in the open like this. If any beast passes over the canyon, it will immediately spot you. Kyle furrowed his brows. Then how am I supposed to eat it? Wait, Kyle said before Theodore could say anything. I got an idea. Kyle kept consuming the corpse. He didn't know how much time passed since he couldn't see the sun from his new position. He couldn't consume the corpse in the open. Well, what if he weren't in the open? He felt quite smug when he came up with the solution. Bang, but then he felt something heavy hitting the corpse and Kyle's body was flattened. CRK. The next moment, the corpse above him took to the sky, and Kyle could see huge wings stretching out from behind it. Kyle had been below the corpse and had been eating it from its underside. But well, this huge bird apparently had other ideas. It lifted the corpse right off Kyle's body, leaving him lying on the ground. Well, there goes my food, Kyle thought as he kept lying on the ground. He sighed and stood up. By now it was evening. Sadly, the corpse had been too big, and a couple of hours hadn't been enough to consume the entire thing. Otherwise, Kyle might have been able to advance. Guess it's time to continue, he commented. Theodore didn't answer. The next moment, he looked around the dark canyon. As always, nothing moved. Hey, Theodore, how dangerous is it to travel during the darkness? He asked. It's not less or more dangerous, Theodore said. You will not encounter stronger opponents, just different ones. Alrighty then, Kyle said. He grabbed his iron ore wall and approached the wall of the canyon again. This time he walked forward slowly. Well, slowly for him. His speed was still equivalent to that of a running person's speed from Earth. After a couple of minutes, he traversed another kilometer. Surprisingly, nothing had happened. What is this? Kyle asked. No beasts. Areas like these are mostly controlled by a few beasts, Theodore said. The fast beasts with the iron hide and the big one from just now are probably the rulers here. They consume most of the other beasts. You fought against the 2 apex predators of this canyon, and they don't want to attack you anymore. You were not silent nor subtle when you killed that big beast. Everyone noticed it. Kyle commented, so I intimidated them. In a way, Theodore answered. Kyle smiled when he heard that. It felt good to show his dominance over the local wildlife. His chimp brain really liked that feeling. He continued walking for a couple more minutes, and he finally reached the end of the canyon. By now, I should be about 3 miles away from the cradle. One of the journey is done. Only 1%, he thought with a groan. How am I going to survive the remaining 99? Kyle slowly peeked out from the canyon and looked around. Looks flat, he commented. There was a long and flat plain of sand in front of him. It looked just like a desert, except that the sand was brown, not yellow. One had to remember that a wasteland and a desert were different things. You're either lucky or unlucky, Theodore commented. You see all the sand. Kinda hard to miss it, boss, Kyle said. This is a resting cloud of skysand. Almost all beasts avoid skysand since it's so dangerous. If you're quick enough, you can run to the other side before your feet vanish, but if the skysand cloud rises while you are passing through it, you will die. Kyle took a deep breath. What exactly is skysand? He asked. It's a natural phenomenon, Theodore explained. Skysand is filled with corrosive earth ether. If you absorb it, you will vanish. If you touch it, it will eat away at you. Wait, so this is like a cloud of acid? Kyle asked. How do you know about acid? Theodore asked with surprise and arrogance. Books, Kyle answered. You read books? Theodore asked with skepticism. I used to, Kyle answered. So is this like acid or not? You can view it as a cloud of acid, yes, Theodore answered. Kyle gulped as he looked at the brown sand on the ground. Do I really have to run over a pool of solid acid? That doesn't sound like a good idea. Can we just wait until the cloud moves on? Kyle asked. We can, Theodore answered, but that can take anywhere between 1 second and 1 year. Kyle just kept looking at the resting cloud. My best option is to run through it then. Right, yes, Theodore said. While running, do not use any ether. Do not use your soul to isolate your feet. Ether can excite skysand. Well, okay, Kyle said as he took a deep breath. I'm getting sick and tired of these constant threats to my life. Fucking hate Fantasyland. Kyle readied himself. He took another deep breath, then he charged forward. As his feet pushed him forward, he created small clouds of skysand behind him. That's not so bad, Kyle thought after running for a couple of seconds. Then he felt a burning pain from his soles. He gritted his teeth as he felt like he was running on hot coals. He leaped forward, flying for over 20 meters. Imbecile. Run, not jump, Theodore shouted. Kyle realized his mistake when he landed again. Bang! His legs buried themselves in the sand up to his ankles, and he was immediately assaulted by intense pain. Fuck, he shouted as he rapidly charged forward again. Then he got an idea. He put his hammer onto the ground and stood on the wide hammerhead. As Kyle looked at his feet, he noticed that his shoes and clothing around them were gone, revealing bright red skin. Blisters were already forming on them, and the view of these injuries was not appetizing. You're destroying the mining weapon, imbecile, Theodore shouted. Kyle heard a sizzling noise coming from below the hammer, and he quickly continued running. The pain became worse and worse as he continued. As he kept running, he left behind footprints of burned flesh. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Kyle saw another canyon or crevice. He couldn't really tell what it was. He sprinted right to it. Don't jump into it, Theodore shouted. Kyle interrupted his jump. To the walls. Then he jumped towards the walls of the canyon and rammed the pick of his hammer into it, stopping his fall. The crevice shook, and a bunch of sand landed on top of him. Kyle's entire body started sizzling. He let go of his hammer and rolled on the steep wall. Use your soul. The sand is not connected to the cloud, Theodore shouted. After rolling for a couple of meters, Kyle grabbed the wall and used his soul to keep him stable. Then he continued shaking off all of the skysand. By the end, almost all of his clothing had vanished, and he had burns covering around 40 of his body. Fucking, why does Fantasyland have to hurt so much? He thought as he gritted his teeth. Keeping his focus was difficult under the pain, but he managed to do it. Over the next seconds, Kyle's body recovered, but his hunger returned. Healing so much had exhausted his ether. He quickly climbed back to his hammer and held it, giving his soul a rest. That was when Kyle noticed something. Ah fuck, I dropped my iron sheet, he thought as he looked down. He could see his iron sheet lying on the bottom of the crevice, which was filled with skysand. The iron sheet was already corroding. Well, there goes that, he thought. Kyle finally had the time to look at his surroundings. As expected, he was in a crevice, which didn't look unlike the crevice where the abyss eye was. However, the crevice was around 5 times as long and wide. When he looked down, he expected to see another abyss eye, but he could only see skysand. This looks like it was made by an abyss eye, Kyle said. It most likely was, Theodore confirmed, but this one was much stronger. I would guess peak ferocious beast or even initial monster. Initial monster, Kyle asked in surprise. Except for Theodore's golems, Kyle had not seen any wildlife that was in the third realm. Is it dead? Kyle asked. Depends, Theodore said. If it was a peak ferocious beast, the skysand probably already killed it. If it's a monster, it might be able to resist the corrosive effects, and it is just lying dormant until the skysand moves on. Kyle took a deep breath. Nature is scary. He slowly climbed to the edge of the crevice and looked over. Yep, skysand everywhere, he thought. It covers the bottom of the crevice and the surroundings. The only reason why it's not on the walls is because the walls are so steep. Why did I think that the skysin would end when the crevice begins? Clouds don't follow terrain rules. That was when Kyle realized something. Hey, why is the skysin not eating through the ground? Kyle asked. Skysin corrodes ether. The ground has no ether to corrode, Theodore answered. But then what about my iron sheet? That also doesn't have any ether and it still got corroded. Iron is not earth. Skysin belongs to the earth element. It corrodes anything that has ether and anything that isn't part of the earth element, but if a substance belonging to the earth element has ether, it will also be corroded. Kyle looked around. So what if I make a suit out of the ground here? Kyle asked. And how will you isolate your ether? Theodore asked. Isolate? Kyle asked. Your being does not just comprise your physical body, Theodore answered. Anything that you wear on your person is directly connected to you. Some of your ether would escape, which would excite the skysend. Go ahead and experiment. Your dwarf brain won't understand otherwise. Kyle let the insult slide and just looked at the sand on the edge of the crevice. Then he held his hand to the edge and used his soul. Almost immediately, the edge of the crevice started to sizzle and vanish. Kyle quickly moved to the side, and a bunch of skysend fell past him. Sure enough, as soon as the ground comes into contact with my ether, the skysend will destroy it, he thought. But then Kyle got another idea. What if I make a big hamster ball? Kyle asked. A hamster ball? Theodore asked in annoyance. Yeah, like a big ball made of earth. I would be inside and run forward, which would make the ball roll. Kyle was quite proud of that idea. That would solve the ether problem. And how can you tell where you're going? And all of Kyle's pride vanished. Never mind, he grumbled. I'll just walk, Theodore just snorted. Kyle used his soul to walk along the walls of the crevice. Luckily, there was enough distance between him and any place with skysend. Otherwise, the walls would crumble beneath his feet. As he kept walking, he looked around. Hey, is that ore? Kyle asked, pointing downward. That's Stygian graphite. It's a rank B material. Rank B, Kyle repeated in surprise. He had never seen a rank B material before. How much is that worth? Kyle asked. That vein down there is worth anything between 50 ether stones and 3 ether gems. Ether gems, Kyle thought. 1 ether gem is like 1,000,000 ether pebbles. How do I mine it? Kyle asked. You don't, Theodore answered. Why not? Kyle asked. How will a toddler mine iron ore? Theodore asked. I'm not a toddler, Kyle said. You're right, Theodore said. In front of Stygian graphite, you're not even that. You're a bug, you're an ant. How can an ant mine iron ore? If you can find an answer to that question, you can find an answer to how to mine Stygian graphite with your pitiful level of strength. Kyle frowned. There's no way. No, Theodore said with annoyance. Kyle could only sigh. So much wealth right in front of me, but no way to take it with me. Fucking cuck-ass ore. Just continue walking, Theodore said. If I find any useful ore, I will tell you. Sure thing, boss, Kyle uttered as he kept walking. Kyle kept walking on the walls. Luckily, there were no beasts here, and after several minutes, he reached the edge of the crevice. As he looked over the edge, he saw more skysend. Fuck this. Kyle saw a couple of dunes in front of him, and he already dreaded what was about to come. So what now? Kyle asked. You run, Theodore answered. Are you sure I will survive that? Kyle asked. No, but you're out of options. Skysend clouds are not very big. You should be reaching the end of this cloud after another 1 or 2 kilometers, Theodore said. Are you sure? Kyle asked. If you don't care about my input, just say so, Theodore said with annoyance. Kyle sighed. Sure thing, boss, he said. Then he looked at the skysend again for a while. Wait a second, Kyle said. I got an idea. Theodore didn't dignify Kyle's ideas with a comment. The next moment, Kyle started to carve slabs of earth out from the walls. After a couple of minutes, he held 5 slabs of ground above him. I already told you that won't work, Theodore commented. Just trust me on this. I have an actual idea. For real this time, Kyle said with a grin. Theodore rolled his metaphorical eyes. Kyle put his hammer into its loop, held 4 slabs in his right hand, and held one of them in his left hand. Then he started running. Just as I've thought, Kyle thought. His feet didn't immediately start burning. Why was that? Shoes. His clothing recovered automatically. The last time he ran through the skysend, he hadn't felt anything for a couple of seconds. The skysend first had to burn through his shoes. Kyle ran for a couple of seconds, and his feet started to burn again. That was when he threw the slab in his left hand to the ground and jumped onto it. The slab immediately started sizzling and vanishing below him, but this gave Kyle a moment to catch his breath. His injuries slowly healed, but more importantly, his shoes also reappeared. See? Kyle asked with a smirk. Theodore didn't say anything. As more of the slab vanished, Kyle noticed something. There was a lot of skysend swirling around it. Fuck, Kyle thought as he realized what was going on. Ether excited the skysend, and when it got excited, it started to fly. When it burned the slab, it got excited, which made the skysend around Kyle take to the air. And now you have to run through that, Theodore commented dryly. When will you finally learn to just listen to me? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Kyle charged through the cloud, and his entire body started sizzling. As he kept running, he patted his entire body down. He got rid of the skysend on his body, but he was also completely naked now. Change of plans, Kyle thought. The next moment, he jumped as far as he could. He flew for almost 40 meters, the several seconds of air time giving him an opportunity to recover. Just before he landed, he threw one of the slabs below him. Bang, the slab landed, and Kyle landed on top of the slab. A bit of skysen was thrown into the air, but it was not as much as before. This time he didn't wait and immediately continued running. When the pain became unbearable again, he jumped and used the next slab. Impressive, Theodore commented. You actually managed to do something that isn't a complete failure. Kyle couldn't interact with Theodore right now since the danger of the skysen was still present. After some time, Kyle saw a small mountain, and best of all, there was no skysend on it. In fact, the cloud stopped a short distance away from the mountain. Kyle kept running. When he ran out of slabs, he was forced to run as his feet vanished. He made one last jump and managed to get away from the skysend. He landed on his ass and just looked at the swirling bits of skysend he had left behind. Then Kyle looked at his feet, and when he saw them, he took a deep breath through his teeth. His soles and toes were gone. His feet were about half as big as they were normally. Luckily, his body was already repairing the damage. No time to rest, Theodore said. You've excited the skysend. Do you see how it's still swirling? That means it will take to the sky soon. Kyle looked over, and sure enough, the swirling wasn't becoming weaker but stronger. Run to the mountain, Theodore ordered. Kyle immediately jumped on his 3/4 feet and charged to the mountain. Make a hole and seal the entrance. Kyle took out his hammer and attacked the wall. He couldn't care about waking any beasts right now. The skysen was far more dangerous. BOOM. Kyle hit the mountain wall and created a small hole. Fuck, this wall is hard. He hit the wall again, and all of the skysen started to slowly take to the sky. Idiot, what are you doing? I'm doing what you told me, Kyle shouted. That wasn't me, imbecile, Theodore answered. Huh, Kyle uttered as he looked up. Sure enough, the shout hadn't come from Theodore but from another human. It was a young guy with long brown hair and a long rapier. You're scaring all the weak beasts and attracting the strong ones. The young man shouted. Kyle just pointed behind himself. Skysend, he shouted. Then he resumed hitting the wall. What are you talking about? There's no. The man stopped talking when he saw the cloud of skysend rising from the ground. The young man's mind went into overdrive when he saw the cloud. The next moment, he immediately jumped to Kyle and pushed him to the side. Out of the way, he shouted as he tore Kyle's hammer out of his hands. Kyle gritted his teeth in rage. What the fuck was this guy doing? Then he saw the young guy spinning at incredible speed with the hammer, and he struck the mountain. BOOM. With one strike, the man created a tunnel that was around 3 meters deep and 2 meters high. It was the perfect size for a human. Get moving. The man shouted as he grabbed Kyle by the hand before throwing him into the tunnel. The young man jumped after Kyle, threw the hammer to Kyle, retrieved his rapier, and cut the ceiling of the tunnel's entrance. The entrance crumbled, leaving an isolated room in the mountain. They were safe. Kyle took a deep breath. He probably would have managed to create his own tunnel in time, but it wouldn't be nearly as roomy as this one. Originally, he wanted to create a small hole and just crawl inside, but this guy had created an entire tunnel with a single strike. There were no reports of skysen clouds. The other guy shouted in frustration. I'm going to give the weather guys a piece of my mind when I'm back. What? The guy asked in surprise. Ah, don't mention it, the other guy said while waving Kyle off. We're in the same boat. The guy looked at Kyle more closely. You're a bit weak to be traveling through the wilds. What's your realm? He asked with a raised brow. Late adept, Kyle answered. Ah, another adept, the guy said as a smile appeared on his face. Then he pointed at himself. Name's Mandrake, and yes, my parents named me after a plant. They were farmers. I'm an initial fighter. I'm Kyle. Kyle introduced himself. Kyle, why are you running through the wilderness as a late adept? It's like you want to die. Life's worth living, you know, Mandrake spoke loudly. I'm not doing this because I want to, Kyle said. I need to go to the big bazaar and I don't have the money for an escort. What, so you just run through the wilds as a late adept? You're nuts, the guy shouted. But the next moment he hit Kyle's shoulders with a smile. But I like that. If you succeed, this is going to do wonders for your momentum. Momentum? Kyle asked. Ah, forget I said anything. This is not something that you're supposed to know yet. It's bad if you know, Mandrake said. Kyle just raised an eyebrow. He wanted to ask Theodore about this momentum thing, but he couldn't really ask him right now. Otherwise, Mandrake would think Kyle was insane. Well, even more insane. Where are you from? Mandrake asked. Forest Haven Cradle, Kyle said. Thought so, Mandrake answered. It's crazy that you managed to survive until now. It wasn't easy, Kyle answered with a sigh. I believe that, Mandrake shouted. Kyle winced a bit. Mandrake was loud and his shouts echoed inside the small room. What do we do now? Kyle asked. We wait, Mandrake answered. In an hour, the skysen cloud should be gone. Kyle nodded. By the way, mind if I ask a question? Kyle asked. We have nothing to do for the next hour and we're stuck here. Some conversation wouldn't hurt, Mandrake shouted. How did you create such a perfect tunnel with one strike? You don't seem like a miner, Kyle asked. I used Earth Smash, Mandrake answered. Earth Smash. Kyle asked. Yeah, what about it? Mandrake asked. What's that? What do you mean? Mandrake asked with a raised brow. I thought you were an adept. I am, but I've never talked to another adept or fighter before, Kyle said. Mandrake's eyes widened. Then how did you become an adept? Kyle told Mandrake the fake story Theodore made up. Ah, I get it. Yeah, those guys are crazy, Mandrake answered. They make trouble in almost all of the cradles. Kyle did his best not to look confused. He hadn't expected that Mandrake would buy his story just like that. I guess there's a group that causes trouble in the cradles, and he thinks I was kidnapped by them. You got lucky, Mandrake said. Not many people get a fighter ritual for free. You should really join a fighter guild and get a proper education on how we fight. That was my plan, Kyle said. That's why I'm traveling to the big bazaar. I want to go to the mainland and join a fighter guild. Good man, Mandrake shouted. If you manage to traverse the wilderness as a late adept, any fighter guild will accept you. Are you part of a fighter guild? Kyle asked. Now, I'm currently on a trial to become a lieutenant in the Sand Army, Mandrake answered. Oh, so you're working for the kingdom directly? Kyle asked. Yep, it's a good job, but the trials aren't easy, Mandrake answered as he leaned his back against the wall. What do you have to do in this trial? Kyle asked. I have to earn 50 ether stones by retrieving valuable resources from the wilderness, Mandrake answered. I've been hunting dangerous beasts for bounties. You have to earn money to pass your trial, Kyle asked. Yeah, risk and rewards always go hand in hand, Mandrake said. Earning 50 ether stones isn't easy. At that moment, Kyle remembered something. Well, I can't make use of it anyway. A couple of kilometers to the north is a buried abyss eye, and there's a vein of Stygian graphite near the bottom. The eye was buried by the Skysend cloud earlier. I'm not sure if it's still alive, but if it is dead, you should be able to earn quite a bit of money by mining the Stygian graphite, Kyle said. Stygian graphite, Mandrake asked. Then he took out a little booklet. What rank does it have? Rank B, Mandrake asked, closing the book. That's beyond my pay grade. I'm not even going to try to get that. Oh sure, Kyle answered. He just wanted to help Mandrake a bit, but it seemed like it didn't work out. Oh, that's good to hear, Kyle said. Mandrake looked at Kyle for a bit as he scratched his chin. What affinity do you have? He asked. Metal, Kyle answered. Mandrake hummed for a bit. Bang, then he slapped his thigh loudly. You want to learn Earth Smash? He asked loudly. Kyle's eyes widened. You're willing to teach me. It's a basic technique. You can get it for a couple of ether pebbles from any fighter guild, Mandrake answered. Technically, I'm not allowed to teach you, but even if it gets out that I taught you, I will just have to pay a small fine. You gave me a valuable tip. Teaching you Earth Smash in return isn't an issue. So you want to know? Kyle grew excited. His first fighter technique. Yes, please. Good, Mandrake shouted. Then let's get right into it. Kyle looked around the small room. In here? Yeah, why not? Mandrake asked. You just have to learn how to manipulate your ether. You can train the actual technique later. Okay, then how does it work? Kyle asked with an excited smile. His first technique. Mandrake took out his rapier and cut a couple of fist-sized stones out of the walls. He threw one of the stones to Kyle, who caught it. Since you don't have a weapon with fitting arrays, you need to learn it the hard way, Mandrake said. Kyle nodded. He had learned quite a bit about smithing, and he knew that good weapons needed formation arrays on them. Formation arrays were diagrams that automatically manipulated ether. For example, Fennec's swords had formation arrays on them. Since Fennec was a squire, his soul was significantly weakened, which meant infusing weapons with his ether was extremely difficult and straining. If he wanted to use a squire technique, he would need to create a certain kind of ether and then infuse it into his sword. The formation array would take that ether and spread it across the entire weapon. Like this, Fennec didn't need to envelop his entire sword with ether. He just needed to produce the ether on his hands. The sword took that ether from his hands and spread it. Fighters and knights used these kinds of weapons to allow them to make use of their souls without actually having to actually use them. Of course, the downsides were that these weapons were quite expensive and that they could only use the techniques the weapons were designed to use. Kyle didn't have any of these issues since he had a powerful soul. He could use his soul and techniques with any object. Earth Smash is a pretty simple technique, Mandrake said. It's so simple that I can even use it with your big hammer, which isn't made for this kind of weapon. You could say it's just a special way of swinging it. Almost every adept knows this technique, regardless of elemental affinity. Technically, it's a technique for earth affinities, but everyone can use it. In fact, you don't even need to be an adept to use it. Being an adept just helps in learning the technique quicker. Kyle nodded. All right, Mandrake said, showing the stone. Then the stone started to shine with a subtle brown light. You do that. Do you know how to? Mandrake asked. I think so, Kyle answered. Next, Kyle used his soul to infuse the stone with ether. The next moment, the stone shone with a white light. No, not like that, Mandrake said. You're not turning your ether into elemental ether. You're just using regular ether. Kyle blinked a couple of times. He had used his affinity several times before to refine metal. He had always done it this way. This is how I usually use my affinity, Kyle said. Mandrake shook his head. No, he said. Yes, you can use your affinity for random stuff in this way, but this won't help you when you want to smash stuff. You need to transform your ether into elemental ether if you actually want to damage anything. Think about it. Everyone and everything uses ether to become stronger, right? Kyle nodded. So if you cover your hammer with pure ether, wouldn't that be like covering your weapon with food? Mandrake asked with a smirk. Huh, Kyle said. That actually makes sense. Right, Mandrake said. You need to turn your ether into something that's actually destructive. In your case, it should be metal ether. You said you have a metal affinity, right? Kyle nodded. Transforming your ether into elemental ether requires some practice and feeling. Theoretically, you can transform your ether into any kind of elemental ether. Wait, Kyle said. Then what's the point of an affinity? It's an affinity, Mandrake said with a laugh. It means you are very good and talented in an aspect. If you have a metal affinity, turning your ether into metal ether and manipulating metal ether further should be far easier. Someone with a metal affinity can learn a metal technique within a couple of days, while someone with a wood affinity probably needs months or even years. Theoretically, they could do it, but the effort and time put into learning that technique would not be worth the payoff. Mandrake nodded. Now try to transform your ether into metal ether. Kyle said, looking at the stone. And how do I do that? You've said you've used your metal affinity before, right? Mandrake asked. Kyle nodded. Just do the same thing but be more aggressive about it. If I remember correctly, metal affinities are easier to control if you want to destroy or kill something. While it is not necessary, feeling certain things helps to create elemental ether. Mandrake pointed at himself. I have an earth affinity. Whenever I create earth ether, I imagine myself to be a huge mountain that doesn't give way to anyone. I stand here and there is nobody who can move me. I am tall, big, powerful, and nobody can shake me. Earth is about resistance, toughness, and hardness. If I remember correctly, metal is about controlled destruction. You are decisive and silent, but when you are angered, you explode with controlled destruction. You kill exactly what angered you. Nothing more, nothing less. Try it? Okay, Kyle said. Kyle closed his eyes and focused on the stone in his hand. He felt his metal affinity like usual, except that he couldn't refine the stone since it was just a normal stone. Then Kyle narrowed his eyes as he imagined himself hating the stone. This fucking stone. This stone had insulted him. How dare this mere stone? Kyle opened his eyes and glared at the stone. His ether was still white. When Kyle saw that, all his bravado left him. Mandrake just smiled. You'll get it. Don't worry. Kyle tried again and he became angry at the stone again. Yet his ether still remained white. The first times are always like this, Mandrake said. Just keep trying. Maybe it helps if you think about some of your past battles. I presume you killed stuff before. Yes, Kyle answered. Just think about the hardest fight you had and how you felt during that fight. Affinities are related to your mind, Mandrake said. Kyle nodded and thought about his battles. He decided to use the battle against the sparkly bear. This battle had been exhilarating. He loved smashing the sparkly bear's face in. Spinning around with his hammer was great. The sheer power. There was so much power in his swings, and anything he hit cracked under his power. He imagined himself swinging at the sparkly bear, watching its bones break and its body deforming. Aim, friend. Kyle heard Mandrake's confused voice and opened his eyes to look at him. Yeah, Kyle asked. Mandrake just pointed at Kyle's stone. Kyle looked down and blinked in surprise. His stone shone with an orange and red light. Congratulations, I guess, Mandrake said in confusion. You transformed your ether into elemental ether for the first time. It's just that. That's fire ether. The shock of seeing fire ether reset Kyle's mind and the light around the stone turned white again. Can you do that again? Mandrake asked. Kyle looked at his stone and remembered how he had felt just now. A couple of seconds later, he saw the white light turning red. Mandrake scratched the side of his head in confusion. You said you have a metal affinity, right? Pretty sure I have a metal affinity, yes, Kyle said. Oh boy, Mandrake said. I heard about such cases. What cases? Kyle asked. You remember how I said that affinities are related to your personality, mind, and emotions? Kyle nodded. Well, that's one aspect, but another aspect is the body. As you grow up, your personality shapes the ether pathways in your body. Someone who is born with a fire affinity will almost always have a body that can easily produce fire ether. But sometimes, there are cases where the body doesn't align with the mind. This means your mind and your body have different affinities. That happens when you have a certain personality fitting to an affinity but try to suppress it. Someone with a fire affinity is prone to anger and violence, but that can be a very bad trait in a village. People generally don't like it when someone constantly shouts at them or easily becomes violent. The person might share that viewpoint and try to suppress their anger and become calmer. Over the years, their pathways change, and they have a split affinity. Their mind has one affinity, but their body has another. Kyle looked at the fiery stone. He knew exactly where this had come from. It's this fucking ritual Theodore put me through, he thought. He said the ritual would grant me a metal affinity. The ritual changed my body. But do I actually have a mind fitting for metal affinity? Kyle thought back to his life on Earth. Mandrake said that metal was decisive. Kyle remembered how he often changed his mind on things and how he let himself be suppressed by the world. That does not sound decisive, he thought. Most of the time, I just didn't give a shit. The ether on Kyle's stone turned white again. I mean, who the fuck cares? Yes, stuff sucks, but if you keep thinking about all the bad stuff, you will just be a miserable pile of shit. Just deal with it. What's the point of anything if you feel like shit doing it? What in the king's name? Kyle heard Mandrake say. Huh? Kyle asked, looking at Mandrake. Mandrake just wordlessly pointed at Kyle's stone, which was now shining green. Congratulations again, I guess, Mandrake said. You just made wind ether. Kyle looked at his stone with surprise and annoyance. The wind ether vanished. Seriously, he asked. Now it's wind. Mandrake laughed loudly. Sorry for laughing, but this is too funny. You have a metal affinity, which means metal ether should be the easiest for you to summon. But instead, you summon wind and fire ether first. It's like your mind and your body are complete opposites. Fire is hot and destructive. It is uncontrolled destruction, while metal is controlled destruction. Wind is free and uncaring. Meanwhile, metal adheres to rules and makes decisive actions. Wind and fire can be described with many words, but decisive is not one of them. Mandrake laughed some more while Kyle just looked at the stone in his hand with annoyance. Yeah, metal is not for me, he thought. When I swing my hammer, I just want to break and destroy stuff, but most of the time I just don't give a shit about most things. Fire and wind seem to fit me much better. Are there dual affinities? Kyle asked. Yep, Mandrake answered. Around 5 of people have dual affinities. Their individual affinities are not as good as someone with only one affinity, but they can comfortably learn techniques from both affinities. Having dual affinities is not better or worse than only having one. It's just a different way you have to train and grow. Then Mandrake broke out into laughter again. But having dual affinities and your body not fitting either of them is certainly unique. My guy, how have you lived your entire life so that your body developed like this? Kyle sighed in annoyance as he remembered Earth. Plenty of rules. Not allowed to do shit. Lots of dumb decisions, he said. That sounds like a horrible life, Mandrake said with a chuckle. You probably felt suppressed and felt like you couldn't be who you wanted to be, right? Kyle remembered what Magic Lady had told him. She said that Kyle should follow his heart more. When had Kyle followed his heart on Earth? Rarely. He did what was considered to be the right thing to do. But that was not what he actually wanted to do. Yeah, more or less, Kyle answered. Kyle wanted to throw a side eye at Theodore, but Theodore was inside his brain. In order to throw a side eye at him, he would need to turn his eyes by 180 degrees, which wasn't really feasible. So he was stuck looking at the floor with annoyance. Theodore fucked my affinities, he thought. Then he sighed. But he gave me an aristocrat's body. I guess that's better than some affinities. Well, good and bad stuff, as always. Theodore hadn't said anything ever since Mandrake had appeared. My guy, Mandrake said, I think Earth Smash is not the right technique for you. It works with earth and metal affinities, but it doesn't work as well with other affinities. Then Mandrake broke out into laughter again. I should have known that you don't have a metal or earth affinity just by looking at your hammer. Why? Kyle asked. Have you seen that huge thing? Mandrake asked. This does not look like controlled destruction at all. Your huge hammer just screams reckless destruction. It perfectly fits someone with a fire affinity. People with metal affinities mostly use swords. They are very disciplined and only pull out their swords when they want to kill someone. Kyle looked at Mandrake's rapier. And rapiers are normal for fighters with earth affinities. Mandrake was taken aback. Then he laughed even louder. Okay, you got me there, he said. Yes, my choice of weapon is also very atypical. People with earth affinities walk around with shields most of the time. The Mandrake winked. But that's why I got into the Royal Army. While they have to make do with random jobs, you have to craft your identity. There are strengths and weaknesses to every affinity. By wearing heavy armor and using a shield, you're making use of your strengths as a fighter with an earth affinity, but that makes your weaknesses even more pronounced. They are slow, inflexible, and cumbersome. Meanwhile, I can summon walls of earth to defend myself, while I can attack with fast speeds. I have an earth affinity, but I also focus on metal affinities. Kyle nodded. That made a lot of sense. Is it hard to get into the Royal Army? He asked. Oh yeah, Mandrake answered. The Royal Army has the best benefits and they can choose anyone from anywhere. Everyone wants to get in, but there are only so many open spaces. Took me 4 tries to get in. Kyle nodded before sighing again. Well, there goes Earth Smash. Mandrake looked at Kyle for a bit. Then he rolled his eyes before shrugging. How about another technique? He asked. Kyle perked up when he heard that. You're willing to teach me another one? Yep, Mandrake said. This one is a bit more valuable than Earth Smash, but not by a lot. It shouldn't be an issue to teach you. Mandrake didn't need to teach Kyle anything, but he was still willing to do so. Kyle respected that. Your hammer is quite slow, right? Probably difficult to hit enemies with it, Mandrake said. Yep, Kyle said with a nod. Then what do you think about learning air current? Mandrake asked. What does that do? Kyle asked. It's one of the basic techniques for someone with a wind affinity, Mandrake explained. It reverses air resistance. Not sure what that means, Kyle said. When you swing your hammer, it probably displaces a lot of air, right? Mandrake asked. It probably takes a lot of power to push through that air resistance. Kyle nodded. With air current, the air resistance in front of your hammer moves behind your hammer and pushes it forward instead of blocking it. In short, the harder you strike, the more air current helps you. Kyle's eyes widened. That sounded too good to be true. Don't get so excited, Mandrake said with a laugh when he saw Kyle's expression. It's pretty useful in the first and the beginning of the second realm, but at some point, your power will reach a level where air resistance barely matters anymore. That means the boost in speed also barely matters. It's nice for the beginning but almost useless later down the line. That's why it's a basic technique and why it's not very valuable. I don't care, Kyle said. It's still better than anything else I know. Inside Kyle's mind, Theodore snorted while Mandrake laughed again. All right then, let's get right to it, Mandrake said. Kyle nodded. Summon some wind ether on that stone, Mandrake said. Kyle looked at the stone and just let his carefree persona out. The ether quickly turned green. Creating wind ether was exceptionally easy for Kyle. Good, Mandrake said. Now create a circular current. Create many small whirlpools all around your stone. Kyle furrowed his brows. The wind ether started to move chaotically. Creating stable whirlpools was not easy. Yet Mandrake's brows rose in surprise. You're really talented with your soul. If I didn't know any better, I would think you're a paladin, he said. Most people need 30 minutes to get this far. You're progressing too fast, Theodore spoke up for the first time in a while. If you learn the technique too quickly, he will become suspicious. Keep it like this for a couple of seconds and act like you're exhausted. Kyle couldn't answer, but he followed Theodore's command. Some seconds later, the wind ether dispersed and Kyle breathed heavily. Not bad, Mandrake said. You did very well on your first try. Kyle nodded. 2 minutes later, Kyle attempted it again. Of course, he also failed again. This repeated for about an hour, and finally, Kyle managed to create several stable whirlpools. You're progressing very quickly, Mandrake said. Wind ether really fits you. The next step is to double the number of whirlpools. Then you only have to create a connection between them and create a funnel behind your weapon. When you manage to do that, you learned air current. The last step would be to practice it so that you can use it subconsciously during battle. Did you get all that? Mandrake asked. Kyle nodded. Good, Mandrake said as he stood up. The Skysun cloud should be gone by now, and I have things to do. Why don't we take a look? Mandrake made a tiny cut in the rubble blocking the entrance and peeked outside. Yep, all clear, he said. Then he grabbed Kyle's hammer and cleared the entrance with one smash. As Kyle took his hammer back, he looked at the clear night sky. The two of them walked out and looked around. They couldn't see any beast. Yeah, I gotta go somewhere else to earn money now, Mandrake said. I don't think any beasts will show themselves in the next couple of hours. Sorry, Kyle said. Why sorry? Mandrake asked. You were not the one who summoned the Skysun cloud. Yeah, sure, Kyle said. Mandrake looked at Kyle suspiciously. Then he remembered where Kyle came from and how he knew about the Stygian graphite. Mandrake put his hand to his forehead in realization. Wait, you actually were the one who excited the Skysun cloud, right? He asked. Kyle felt bad about lying to Mandrake and he just looked down. Ahhhhha. Mandrake broke into loud laughter. Then he slapped Kyle's back with a lot of force, almost making him fall over. You're a great guy, Kyle, he shouted in laughter. You traveled through a dormant Skysun cloud. I don't know anyone who is that courageous. Or stupid, Kyle whispered. Mandrake just laughed more. Don't mind it, Mandrake shouted. Yes, it was dangerous, but I wouldn't have died. I know how to take care of myself. Also, you told me about the Stygian graphite. That more than makes up for the Skysun cloud. Sorry, Kyle said again. It's fine, Mandrake shouted. You're a good man, Kyle. Anyway, I have to get going, Mandrake said. Do you want to know where the Fire Coast is? Sure, Kyle answered. Mandrake described the way to the Fire Coast to Kyle. It was about 25 kilometers to the southwest. Go take a break there. You should also advance a stage before venturing out again. A peak adept traveling through the wild is risky, but a late adept doing the same thing is akin to suicide. Mandrake nodded. Don't die on me, okay? Maybe I will see you in the Royal Army in the future, but by then I will be your superior. I wouldn't have issues with that, Kyle said. Mandrake hit Kyle's back again with laughter. See you, Kyle. Then Mandrake ran towards the north to check out the Stygian graphite for himself. He couldn't just forward the hint without looking at it himself. Kyle sighed. Go back into the tunnel and close the entrance, Theodore commanded. You should learn that technique first before traveling further. Kyle remained silent as he did as Theodore ordered. Inside the tunnel, Kyle sat down. Nobody said anything for a while. Who do you think knows more about the world, this fighter or me? Theodore asked calmly. You, Kyle answered. Then if he knows about affinities and how they work, do you think I wouldn't know? Theodore asked. You know, Kyle answered. Do you think my ritual ruined your natural affinities? Theodore asked. Kyle remained silent. Based on what he had experienced and what Mandrake had said, the answer was clearly yes. Yet Theodore had been a peak master artificer. Would he make such a mistake? Probably not, Kyle said. Of course not, you imbecile, Theodore shouted. I could see your annoyance earlier. How did something like that even enter your mind? Do you honestly think I would ruin my inheritor's future by doing something as dumb as that? Kyle didn't immediately answer. You said I have a metal affinity, Kyle said. Yes, because your new body has a metal affinity, Theodore answered. But this is a different kind of metal affinity. Different kind? Kyle asked. Yes, it is an additive affinity, Theodore said. I gave you ether pathways that can transport and manipulate metal ether very easily, but I also left a general framework of ether pathways in your body. The metal affinity does not make it harder for you to use any other kind of affinities. Think about it. How am I supposed to know what kind of affinity my inheritor would have? I can't. Because of that, I had to make every kind of affinity fit while also giving them the means to produce golems and to refine ore. Your body can use any kind of affinity, and it also helps you with refining metals. What your body doesn't do is help you to create metal ether. It gives you the advantages that a metal affinity has outside of combat. Your body does not give you any help when it comes to creating metal ether. One is for smithing and mining, the other is for combat. I gave you the tools to become a smith and golemancer, but I did not do that by inhibiting your combat potential. And frankly, I'm insulted that you question me. Kyle sighed. Sorry, he said. The fact that you thought that I would make such a rookie mistake insults me. Theodore shouted. Yes, I already said I'm sorry, boss, Kyle said with annoyance. To correct the mistakes of that random fighter, Theodore said, your mind has a dual affinity for fire and wind, but you do not have a split affinity. You have a regular dual affinity, and you just so happen to have some of the advantages that a metal affinity has. You do not have any talent for creating metal ether, but your body allows you to make use of some of the strengths of metal affinities without hindering your other affinities. Theodore snorted again. You really have a dwarf brain if you can't even see that. Kyle sighed again. Of course, Theodore's constant abuse was getting on his nerves, but sadly, Theodore was also right. Because of that, Kyle didn't talk back. Now go learn your first technique, Theodore said. With your talent, you should master it within 30 minutes. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said in exasperation. Then he took out his hammer and summoned some wind ether. A whole bunch of stable whirlpools formed around it. Now he just needed to combine them and create the funnel. Sure enough, it wasn't very difficult for Kyle to combine the whirlpools and create the funnel. As Kyle held his hammer in front of him, he saw green ether swirling around it. It looks almost like one of these aerodynamic simulations of cars, Kyle thought as he looked at the swirling hammer. It almost looks like it's in motion or something. Kyle slowly walked out of the tunnel and swung his hammer. Whoa, he said as his hammer moved almost on its own. He had barely used any power, but the hammer still completed a full swing. This is crazy, Kyle said. This is a fighter technique, Theodore said. Without these techniques, fighters are just normal humans. Kyle swung his hammer again, and this time he actually used some power. As the hammer swung through the air, it didn't make any noise. After all, it didn't really displace any air. This is so weird, Kyle said. Get used to it, Theodore said. The more techniques you know, the better. At that point, Kyle remembered Fennec's fiery swords. Hey boss, Kyle said. What's the difference between knight techniques and fighter techniques? They basically look the same to me. Ether usage, Theodore answered. The techniques are similar, but they achieve similar effects in different ways. Knights do not have a powerful mind, which makes them barely more intelligent than normal humans. Because of that, their minds have difficulties in moving their ether in a complex way. Look at all these whirlpools around your mining weapon. You have to visualize every single whirlpool to keep the technique active. You can do that because of your improved mind. Theoretically, knights can do the same thing, but it takes them tens, if not hundreds, of times longer to practice these techniques. Someone with advanced spatial imagination can perfectly imagine a spinning dodecahedron in their mind, while an idiot can't even imagine a spinning cube. Kyle had no idea what a dodecahedron was, but it was probably some fancy object. He still understood the sentiment that Theodore tried to convey. Then how do knights use their abilities? Kyle asked. Brute force, Theodore said. Their application of ether is much simpler, but since they had an improved center, they just use 10 times the amount of ether with their techniques. Metaphorically, knights launch huge waves of fire, while fighters throw small balls of fire that explode on impact. Both of these attacks cause similar levels of damage, but they are different. Kyle had a thought at that point, but I have an improved center as well, so I can just use a lot more ether while using fighter techniques, right? He asked. Do you finally understand why warriors, and especially experts, are terrifying opponents? Theodore asked. Kyle remembered that warrior was the official name of a second realm human who didn't undergo any rituals, while expert was the name for the third realm. Is the power increased double with a ritual? Kyle asked. Roughly, Theodore answered. If a normal human has a power level of 1 in every aspect of power, a knight has 2.5 in body and center and only 0.2 in mind and soul. The concentration of ether has its own use, which further increases the power. That's why it's not 2200. Kyle did something that he rarely did. He did math. He treated the calculations about powers the same way he treated his business on Earth. 2.5 times 0.2 is 0.5. Meanwhile, 1 times 1 is 1. So a warrior has double the power of a knight? Kyle asked. Did you just do math? Theodore asked in surprise. I can do math, Kyle answered. Theodore raised a metaphorical eyebrow. The numbers in my example were not very accurate. You can't calculate everything based on that. Theoretically, a warrior can unleash 50 more power than a knight or fighter, but that's only under optimal conditions, and that only considers the application of ether. Physical power can't be calculated with ether, but it is still an important aspect during a fight. Warriors are not outstanding because of their aspects, but because they lack weaknesses. The warrior needs to learn fighter techniques and learn advanced ether control via night meditation. He needs to know twice as much as a fighter or a knight. Additionally, just getting these techniques is not easy or free. Additionally, the numbers take an entire fight of stored ether into account. While the warrior's average power is higher, a knight has much more instantaneous power since they have a lot more ether. Lastly, aspects of power can be strengthened further. During the third trial I created, there were several ores that could improve your aspects of power. Knights receive these by working for the kingdom, while fighters can obtain them in other means. A warrior would need to get far more materials since they have 4 aspects to strengthen instead of 2. Additionally, the spread of ether makes efficient absorption of improving properties more difficult, pushing the amount of materials needed to 4 times instead of 2. In optimal conditions, yes, the warrior would be twice as powerful as a knight or fighter, but getting there is difficult. Many warriors are quite outstanding. A rule of thumb regarding their power is to take the power of an equivalent knight and multiply it by 1.2. Kyle nodded. He roughly understood what Theodore was explaining. What about someone with an aristocrat's body? Kyle asked. 2222. If you use my arbitrary numbers from earlier, Theodore answered. Kyle grinned widely. Don't get too excited, Theodore said. Yes, on a baseline, you are far stronger than an equivalent adept or squire, but let me ask you. If you fought a late squire, who would win? Kyle's energy left him. I don't know, Kyle said. That is the correct answer. Surprising, considering you have a dwarf brain, Theodore said. Squires have trained their combat abilities for years, while you barely have 2 months below your belt. A fight between you and a late squire would be equivalent to a fight between a bear and an experienced but normal human with a strong spear. It could go either way. You have a lot to learn. You need a lot of materials to improve your aspects further. You need to learn how to use all 4 aspects of power. Theoretically, you can become almost unrivaled, but the way to that destination is a harder and longer path than the others. Kyle took a deep breath. Fucking work. I hate work. Then he remembered the last couple of months, but I've gotten quite used to working. Well, it's gonna suck, but I guess it will be worth it. After swinging his hammer a couple more times, Kyle focused on his journey ahead. I guess it's time to continue, he said. You should be safe for now, Theodore said. The Skyson cloud should have made almost all beasts retreat. Make use of this opportunity. Kyle nodded and ran towards the southwest. His goal was the Fire Coast. Kyle passed by a couple of small mountains and hills. When he saw another canyon, he stopped. Should I go through the canyon? Kyle asked. Usually yes, but this is not the usual case, Theodore said. Just walk around it. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said. He went to the right side of the canyon and ran near its edge. If necessary, he could jump into the canyon and try to hide. Yet, as Kyle kept running, he didn't see a single beast. Can you see the black column of smoke in the distance? Theodore asked. Kyle looked at the horizon, and sure enough, he saw a tiny black cloud rising from the horizon. Looking into the distance was weird since Fantasyland was obviously on a round planet, but it was so much smaller than Earth. The horizon was not nearly as far away as on Earth. As the name implies, Fire Coast is a fire cradle. Fire Coast already existed back when I was still alive, and it is essentially a big volcano. The cloud you're seeing is coming from that volcano. That is your goal. Sure thing, boss, Kyle answered as he kept running. After running for a couple of kilometers, Kyle slowed down. He saw a huge ant walking across a hill in the distance. That thing has to be like 7 feet long, Kyle thought. Kyle's instincts told him that the ant was a bit dangerous, but not a lot. However, Kyle knew that ants were never alone. Hillstalker ant, Theodore said. They are troublesome. One of them isn't dangerous, but their nests contain between 20 and 2,000 ants. They are a pest. This nest is not close enough to the Fire Coast to be a nuisance, but the rulers of the Fire Coast are probably also not comfortable with its presence. That was when Kyle saw the Hillstalker ant turning its head to him. It saw you, Theodore said. Kyle's heart rate rose. From so far away, I thought ants couldn't see very well. Don't they use their feelers for everything? Why do you think Hillstalker ants are called Hillstalker ants? Theodore asked with a snort. They climb hills and use their quite developed eyes to survey the surrounding landscape. Then Kyle saw the Hillstalker ant retreating behind the hill. That was just a scout, Theodore said. It is going to alert the ant warriors and they will come for you. Kyle gulped. What am I supposed to do? Isn't it obvious? Theodore asked. Run away, Kyle asked. Apparently it wasn't obvious to you, Theodore said with annoyance. No, you're going to kill them. Kill them, Kyle shouted. But there are so many, so, Theodore asked. They use their numbers to overwhelm their enemies, but their enemies are stupid beasts. You are faster than them, and as long as you don't let yourself get surrounded, you will only be fighting 2 at a time. That was when the scouting ant returned. The next moment, 5 huge ants appeared behind the scout ant. They were twice as big and had gigantic pincers. Just their pincers were already as long as the scout ant. These ants felt quite dangerous to Kyle. That was when Kyle saw the warrior ants charging right at him. You said they were slow. Kyle shouted as he saw the ants running towards him. I didn't say they were slow, Theodore said. I said you are faster. Yeah, by a bit, Kyle shouted. The 5 ants ran towards Kyle, 2 at the front and 3 at the back. Kyle saw them coming closer and closer. He became nervous as he activated air current on his hammer. As the ants came closer, Kyle jumped back. Stop retreating, Theodore shouted. Attack. The ants followed Kyle and their pincers extended, ready to strike. I can't get hit by those, Kyle thought as he looked at the pincers. Well, here goes nothing. Kyle's grip on his hammer tightened and he jumped forward. He swung his hammer to the left with incredible speed. The hammer hit one of the pincers. Crack! The pincer exploded off the ant's head and the ant flew towards the left, hitting the ant beside it. When Kyle saw that, he blinked a couple of times in surprise. That was move. Theodore shouted. The other ant was barely inhibited in its movement and reached Kyle. The other 3 ants climbed over the first ant and also approached. Kyle jumped back, but a jump backward wasn't as fast as a full-on charge. Kyle found himself in reach of the pincers. If they closed, he would be hit. At that moment, Kyle's instincts took over. He immediately stopped and ran forward. Crack! The pincers closed explosively, but Kyle got past all of the pincers' spikes. He grabbed his hammer just below the head and moved it up. Crack! The pick of the hammer buried itself in the ant's head, killing it in an instant. Imbecile, Theodore shouted in anger. Kyle quickly pushed the pincers away, but failed. The ant was dead, but its pincers were locked, keeping him in place. Fuck, Kyle thought as he saw another warrior ant climbing over the one stuck to him. That was when Kyle moved his hammer upward. The corpse was lifted together with the ant on it. Crack. The ant's head detached from the body, while the body and the other ant flew over Kyle. Now, Kyle had a head and 2 2-meter-long pincers stuck on his waist. Sadly, he didn't have any time to deal with them since the other 3 ants approached him. He turned around and immediately started running. CRK. But then, he was violently stopped as one of the ants clamped down on the pincers stretching out from behind Kyle. The other 2 ants charged at Kyle, while the one that had been thrown earlier also approached him from his front. He was surrounded. The one thing Theodore said not to let happen. Kyle jumped, but he could barely get off the ground because the other ant was still clamping down on the pincers. Crack! Then, a second ant clamped down on the pincers. Surprisingly, the third ant also tried to clamp down, but it only had 1 pincer. Fuck! Kyle shouted as he felt himself being pulled backward. The ants were pulling him toward their territory. The ant in front of Kyle was waiting out of his reach, opening and closing its pincers to threaten him. While his stance was stable, the ground beneath him gave way and his feet left small crevices in the ground. That was when Kyle realized something. They are idiots, he thought. If they just charged me, I would be in trouble, but they're not doing that. They probably think that the pincers stuck to my body are part of my body. Lucky, Kyle activated air current again and lifted his hammer. Bang, and he hit both of the pincers stuck to his body. They broke, and the ants lost their hold, falling back. Then Kyle moved back a bit and kicked the severed head away. The head hit the other ant and disoriented it a bit. Kyle was free. The next moment, he charged at the lone ant, BOO, and destroyed one of its pincers as well. The ant fell to the side, but the other 3 were charging at Kyle again. That was when Kyle got an idea. As he ran forward, he grabbed the long pincer he had broken. The ants approached, and Kyle moved in a way that made one of them come closer than the others. Then he extended the pincer to the ant. Crack! The ant clamped down on the pincer. Dumbfuck. Kyle grabbed his hammer, ducked below the pincers, and swung upwards. Crack! The pick of the hammer buried itself deep in the ant's head, killing it. Then Kyle threw the ant's corpse to the last ant with healthy pincers. Naturally, the other 2 approached Kyle almost immediately. Kyle swung his hammer. Their pincers closed. CRKSH. The spikes on the pincers rammed into Kyle's side. However, the ant only had 1 pincer. BOO. Kyle's hammer hit the ant's head with the flat side, smashing and decapitating it. It felt amazing. The other ant also approached, but since it also only had 1 pincer, the same thing happened again. That only left 1 ant alive. Kyle grabbed one of the pincers again and extended it to the ant, which clamped down on the pincer. These things are not the smartest, Kyle said with a laugh as he killed the last ant as well. And yet they almost killed you, Theodore said. Your intellect is barely higher than theirs. However, Kyle just smiled victoriously. He killed 5 ant warriors. Anyone dumber than me is an idiot. Anyone smarter than me is lucky or cheating, Kyle said with a laugh. If anyone else said that, I would think they are joking, Theodore said. With you, I am not so sure. It was a joke, Kyle said with a bit of annoyance. Yes, I fucked up. I will do better from now on. Anyway, where do we go now? Kyle asked. Into their nest, Kyle's eyes widened. And why would I do that? Because beasts avoid hillstalker ant territory. Going through the nest is the safest way. Kyle looked at the horizon. How many are there? Kyle asked. I would say anywhere between 50 and 100 ants, Theodore said. Kyle looked at the 5 corpses. 5. He looked at the horizon. 100. Kyle gulped. That seems mildly dangerous, he thought. Also, I'm getting hungry. As he eyed the corpses, a mix of disgust and hunger assaulted Kyle. Kyle approached one of the headless corpses and looked at the ant juice running out of it. He said as he licked a bit of it. Kyle's body shuddered. This stuff is so fucking bitter, he muttered. It tastes healthy. That's the worst taste. Theodore didn't comment. With disgust, Kyle ate more, but not more than necessary. It tasted disgusting. He was no longer hungry, but he also wasn't really satiated. Then he looked at the distant hill where the scout ant had been earlier. That was where their territory was. I really don't want to go there. This is gonna suck so bad. Kyle approached one of the broken pincers and looked at it. Guess I will use this. Just sucks that I have to let it go to swing my hammer. Would be cool if I could hold this with my legs. At that moment, Kyle got an idea. I got an idea. Kyle shouted with excitement. Please don't, Theodore said. Not one of your ideas has worked out so far. It will work this time, trust me, Kyle said. Theodore didn't answer. Kyle searched for 2 pincers before putting one end of one of them to his right leg. Then he put the other pincer on his other leg. Here goes, Kyle shouted as he used his soul to stick to the pincers. Next, he rose up while standing on the pincers. As Kyle stood on top of the pincers, he remembered the performers on stilts who sometimes walked around different carnivals on Earth. He was now one of them. He was on top of stilts that were about 1.5 meters high. Is that your great idea? Theodore asked. Yes, great, isn't it? Kyle asked with a smirk. Theodore didn't comment. He thought that Kyle looked like a clown. How did he get stuck with this inheritor? Kyle grinned and started to walk forward. Watch out, ants. A big bird is coming to eat you, Kyle shouted. But as soon as Kyle reached the top of the hill, he stopped. Yep, that's a bunch of ants, he commented. From Kyle's elevated position, he could see around 30 ants in a valley surrounded by hills and dunes. In the middle of the valley was a big hole through which ants entered and exited. And of course, since Kyle could see the ants could also see him. It was very hard not to notice Kyle since he was standing on stilts on top of a hill. Almost immediately, 15 of the 30 or so ants charged at Kyle. Retreat, Kyle thought as he vanished behind the hill again. The ants also ran over the hill and chased him. If you would have been a bit less conspicuous, you would only have to deal with a couple of them, Theodore said. My idea is great, Kyle shouted back. Theodore didn't answer. Sadly, despite having a greater reach with the stilts, Kyle was not faster than before. Sure, he made bigger steps, but every step needed a lot more energy. I should invent a bicycle, Kyle thought. That would make me faster, but not now. Kyle looked back at the charging ants. Well, his stilts had one advantage, and that was that it was much easier to see the horde of ants, and what he saw was not nice. They were gaining ground on him. However, Kyle just kept running. After running for a while, he noticed something. Some of the ants were turning back. By now, there were only 10 ants charging at Kyle. Crack. That was when the first ant clamped down on one of Kyle's stilts. The ant stopped moving in preparation to stop Kyle from fleeing. However, Kyle's leg just disconnected from the stilt and buried the pick of his hammer in the ant's head. Kyle connected his foot to the stilt again and extended his other stilt over the corpse. The ants behind the corpse immediately charged at the stilt to grab it. Kyle grinned when he saw that. He jumped down from his stilts and landed on the corpse. Then he swung his hammer. Boo! Pincers and bodies flew into the distance as Kyle unleashed a devastating strike. You could have just done that from the very beginning, Theodore commented. Shut up, I'm busy, Kyle shouted as he jumped back to avoid the horde of ants. Bang! Kyle swung his hammer again, destroying more pincers and throwing ant bodies at each other. Then he jumped back again before unleashing another strike. That was when Kyle noticed how easy it actually was to deal with the ants in this way. Sure, the ants were faster, but they all charged at him in a line. The ant behind the first ant needed to clear more distance to get to Kyle, and that was enough time for Kyle to swing his hammer again. As long as he jumped backward, he would have enough time to swing his hammer again before the next ant arrived. That's what I had in mind, Theodore said. If you had done that from the very beginning, you would have cleared the nest by now. Kyle couldn't answer. Sure, this seemed to work, but every single swing was still incredibly risky. If he messed up even one of the swings, one of the ants would clamp down on him or his weapon and he would be done for. It sounded super easy, but it required perfect execution. This felt much more dangerous than running from the ants on stilts. Kyle couldn't mess up. He couldn't lose his focus. Bang. Kyle destroyed another set of pincers. More and more pincers stretched to him, and he destroyed all of them as quickly as he could. When an ant with one or no pincers charged at him, he directly struck its head with his hammer. The battle was intense. Kyle swung his hammer again, but he missed. His mind nearly stopped. He had messed up. Kyle immediately jumped back, but there was no ant. There were only a bunch of corpses in front of him. Kyle breathed heavily as he waited for another attack. But it never came. After some time, he jumped on one of the corpses to look around. He saw 2 fleeing ants in the distance and 13 corpses. As Kyle looked at the bunch of corpses, he almost couldn't believe it. Sure, he had killed a couple of beasts before, but he had never seen so many corpses at once. The corpses were broken and smashed, which showed the violent nature of their deaths. For a while, Kyle remained silent as he just looked at the corpses. No new ants were coming. You know, Kyle said, this actually feels pretty good. I did this. You are an imbecile and made it much harder than it needed to be, Theodore said. But yes, you did this. Inheritor, look at the scene in front of you. Kyle looked at the corpses. This is power. This is the culmination of your training. You are no longer a random nobody who lives in one of the cradles. You traveled through the outside world, and you have killed tens of beasts outside. Less than 0.1 of people who live in a cradle can do what you have done. You are beyond stupid. You have stupid ideas. You fight like an idiot, but you are not weak, at least for somebody in the first realm. You might not win against a late squire, but when you're fighting beasts, you're not inexperienced. Make use of that experience. Kyle listened to Theodore. He remembered the different video games he had played on Earth. As he looked at the corpses, he felt a bit like he was in a video game, but this was real. These were real beasts. He could feel his own power. He could feel the ether coursing through his body. He could feel the heft and weight of his hammer. Power. While he had been fighting the ants, Kyle had been scared. What if he messed up? But at the same time, he had also felt excited. He remembered his fight against the sparkly bear. The excitement during that fight had been similar. Power. Strength. Kyle was not an insect that scurried through the wilderness. No, he was part of the wilderness. He was one of the many predators. Sure, there were many more powerful predators, but he was also not helpless. He was not a nobody. As Kyle looked at the hill in front of the ant nest, the wind ether on his hammer vanished, replaced by fire ether. He didn't do that on purpose. Is there something valuable in the nest? Kyle asked. Ant eggs have a lot of ether, Theodore said. There might also be useful ore in the nest. Kyle narrowed his eyes. Theodore, mind if I clear the nest? Go ahead, Theodore answered calmly. Finally, you are thinking like a warrior. Kyle snuck to the hill and carefully peeked at the ants' nest. There are barely any of them, he commented as he saw fewer than 10 ants scurrying around the hole. Several of their warriors died, Theodore answered. They have retreated into their nest. When Kyle looked at the nest, he felt mixed emotions. He was scared, but he was also excited. It was so dangerous, but it was also so enticing. No stupid ideas, Theodore said. Just do it by the book. Take them out one at a time. Kyle nodded. No stupid ideas, he confirmed. Good, Theodore answered. Kyle took a deep breath. Bang, and he charged forward. His feet left deep imprints in the wasteland as his powerful body pushed him forward with incredible strength. Yet just after running for 2 seconds, Kyle's nose wrinkled as he smelled something vile and disgusting. Deterrence pheromones, Theodore said, seeing Kyle's expression. It tells beasts that coming here is a bad idea. Kyle gritted his teeth. It was not easy to resist the smell. His sense of smell was already more powerful than a normal human's senses, and he felt like he was breathing in acid fumes. In a way, it smelled a bit similar to how the ants tasted. The ants noticed Kyle quickly and started to charge at him. The scout ants retreated into the nest while the warriors ran at him. Kyle jumped to the side and ran in a zigzagging motion away from them. Because of that, he was slower than them, but the ants also scattered. Bang. Suddenly, the ground below Kyle exploded as he stopped retreating and charged right at one of them. Green wind ether gathered around Kyle's hammer. Boom! He hit one of the ant's pincers, completely destroying it. The pincer's fragments scattered across the wasteland, and the ant fell to the side. In a fluid motion, Kyle lifted his hammer again and buried its pick deep into the ant's head. Bang! He jumped back immediately after as the other ants approached. After his jump, he turned around and started fleeing again. He had learned that backing away would make him slower than the ants, and they would be able to surround him quickly. Kyle's eyes watched for any openings as he started to breathe more heavily. He was sprinting, swinging his hammer and activating air current. All of that consumed ether. A moment later, he saw one of the ants swerving out to the right. His eyes narrowed, and Kyle exploded towards the ant. Boom. The hammer cracked the pincers into pieces, but Kyle immediately had to retreat after. This time, he didn't have an opportunity to finish the ant off. Some seconds later, he got another opportunity and destroyed another ant's pincers. As he killed his second ant, Kyle started to feel different. He still felt that they were dangerous, but this was different from before. Before, it was like he was looking at somebody who didn't like him, and that person carried a gun in a holster. Now it felt more like looking at a loaded gun lying on a counter. Seeing a loaded gun on a counter was intimidating. This thing could kill you easily, and yet it would do nothing as long as nobody touched it. It was a different kind of danger. One could also call it respect. Yes, he respected the ant's power, but he didn't fear it, because Kyle knew that he was stronger. Boom. Kyle killed another ant before jumping back with practiced ease. His breathing had become quite heavy by now. That was when he noticed that the number of ants hadn't decreased. He had already killed 7 of them, yet the number of ants seemed to actually have increased. They are sending more of their warriors at me, Kyle thought. The next moment, Kyle turned around and ran away from the nest. He was too exhausted to withstand the tide. Sure, he could probably kill all of them, but it was not a safe bet. What if even more ants appeared? Do it by the book, Kyle thought. If you're exhausted, retreat. He charged over the hill again, and the ants followed him. Yet shortly after they passed the hill, they all stopped. They held their pincers to the sky and loudly snapped them several times. Kyle stopped running, his breath ragged. After a while, the ants turned around and retreated back into their nest. How was that? Kyle asked after a couple of seconds. No complaints, Theodore said. This might actually be the first time Theodore doesn't have some kind of criticism, Kyle thought as a small smirk appeared on his face. There's a lot you can improve, Theodore added, but it was acceptable enough. Sure thing, boss, Kyle said with a small chuckle. You know, you're not all bad, Fantasyland, Kyle thought. The next moment, he approached one of the corpses from earlier and forced the disgusting insect juice down his throat. It tasted horrendous, but it gave him energy. After refilling his ether, Kyle walked to the hill again. This time he only saw 2 scouts near the nest. There were no warriors, but I saw a bunch of them earlier. They are probably all inside the nest, he thought. Is there anything I should pay attention to inside the nest? Kyle asked. Don't get surrounded. Don't let them block your escape route. Be careful of the environment. The walls are most likely fortified, and your mining weapon will have some difficulties penetrating them, Theodore explained. Kyle nodded and looked at the nest. The nest was essentially just a hole in the ground, which was about 5 meters wide. The ants were not small, and they needed space to move. Kyle jogged towards the nest. He knew that he wouldn't be able to catch the scouts in time, which was why he wasn't even trying to get them. Of course, the scouts immediately retreated into the nest. Kyle stopped in front of the hole and looked inside, and then the door closed. Kyle blinked a couple of times. Door. Just now, a big and flat stone appeared inside the hole and blocked the entrance. They have doors? Kyle asked. They don't even know how to fight properly, Theodore said with annoyance. What makes you think they can construct a door? Then what's that? Kyle asked, pointing at the stone. I know a bit about wildlife, but I'm not familiar with all their intricacies, Theodore said. But I can tell you with certainty that ants can't use a door, even less construct one. Then again, what's that? Kyle asked. I already answered that question, imbecile, Theodore answered. Kyle rolled his eyes, then he lifted his hammer. Well, time to find out. Wind ether gathered around his hammer, and Kyle struck down with all of his power. Boo! The door shook and vibrated. It was pushed back for about half a meter. Then it moved forward again and blocked the entrance. Kyle looked at the tunnel with surprise. That's a hard door, however. Kyle spun his hammer so that the pick pointed to the front. I specialize in breaking hard stuff. Then he struck the middle of the door with the pick. Crack! The door had already been weakened by the formation on Kyle's hammer, and when he struck it with the pick, its center cracked into pieces. A bunch of bug juice exploded out of the center, covering Kyle. Then the door fell backward, opening a crack. An ant? Kyle asked. Apparently, Theodore answered. Kyle put his pick at the edge of the door and hooked it. Then he pulled. What Kyle pulled out was a big ant with a very big head. Wait, that was literally just a head, he asked, looking at the corpse. Theodore didn't need to answer. As Kyle looked at the corpse, a new door blocked the entrance. Oh, you want to play that game? Kyle asked. They're not playing a game, Theodore answered. Kyle rolled his eyes. It's a phrase. Kyle licked a bit of the disgusting bug juice to recover his ether and readied his hammer again. Bang. One strike with the flat side to weaken the material. CRK, and a strike with the pick killed the next door ant. He pulled that one out as well, just to see a third door. Oh ho ho, you think that will stop me? Kyle asked. Bang, crack, he hooked out the third door ant, just for a fourth door to appear. Bang, crack, bring in the next one, Kyle shouted. But then no more door ants appeared. Instead, he saw a couple of ants retreating inside the dark nest. Kyle couldn't help smirking. They were scared. Good, fuck them. They attacked me first. I just wanted to go south, but knew you had to attack me. Fuck you and your fucking nest. Kyle entered the nest and his mind calmed down. He was now in their territory. As he walked through the first tunnel, he saw several more tunnels, but he didn't see any ants. Where should I go? Kyle asked. Sense the ether in the air, Theodore answered with annoyance. It was like Theodore was annoyed with how stupid Kyle was, which was probably the truth. Kyle closed his eyes and tried to sense the ether. He hadn't done that before, but he quickly learned how to do it. It's similar to my ore sense, it's just not as accurate. He sensed a bunch of ether coming from one tunnel and a bit of ether coming from others. Have to keep my back safe, he thought as he went into one of the tunnels with less ether. He walked to the end of the tunnel and saw 2 ants standing in an opening. They were scout ants. The 2 scout ants just looked at Kyle, not moving. When Kyle saw that, he smirked. You were the fuckers that sent all the warriors at me, right? He asked. He slowly walked forward. No backup from your warriors, he asked. One of the scouts charged forward, trying to hit Kyle with their pincers, yet they were much smaller than the warrior ants. Bang! Kyle's hammer hit the ant, crashing it against the wall and shaking the entire room. The other scout took to the ceiling to run past Kyle. Bang! But Kyle caught the ant with his hammer and crashed it against the wall as well. Both of them were dead. Yeah, that's what I thought, Kyle said, looking at the 2 smashed corpses. They can't hear you, Theodore commented dryly. Just let me be cool for once, Kyle grumbled. Cool, you just killed 2 beasts that are far weaker than you. You can talk big when you take care of the warriors, Theodore said. Kyle rolled his eyes. Fine. Then he turned around to the main tunnel and sensed the ether in the air again. He followed another tunnel and found another scout. This repeated a couple of times. How many ants did I kill so far? Kyle asked. Around 35, including the ones outside, Theodore said. You said there are anywhere between 50 and 100 ants, right? Kyle asked. More like 50 and 75, Theodore said. The nest is smaller than expected. Kyle smirked. Halfway done then. Theodore didn't answer. Kyle continued walking deeper into the nest. As he approached a corner, his instincts suddenly shouted at him. He jumped back immediately, and moments later, the pincers of an ant warrior came around the corner. Then more and more pincers appeared. Seems like I'm close to the queen, Kyle thought as he retreated. Sure enough, a tide of ant warriors came out of the tunnel in front of Kyle. Boom. Kyle broke the pincers of the warrior in front of him before jumping back. That was when he noticed a second warrior crawling on the ceiling. Two warriors could fit through the tunnel at the same time as long as one walked on the ground and the other on the ceiling. Max, two ants at once, huh? Kyle shouted. Boom. He hit the warrior ant on the ceiling, which fell on top of the ant warrior below it. You want to make it easy for me? Kyle shouted. This is not your territory. This is my territory. Boom. Kyle decimated another ant before jumping back. The tunnel was just wide enough to swing his hammer as long as he was in the middle of it. However, only two ants could approach him at a time. Ironically, the ant's nest was the perfect battleground for Kyle. They couldn't surround him while he could swing his hammer as much as he wanted. If I hadn't dealt with the scouts, I would be in trouble. If even when ant appears behind me, I'm basically fucked, Kyle thought. Was that their plan? I thought they wanted to make me feel bad for killing them. No, you fucks just wanted to ambush me. Boom. Another warrior ant fell from the ceiling. Kyle continued his swing and swung down. Crack. The satisfying feeling of something hard and meaty crunching beneath his hammer filled Kyle as he saw both ants getting deformed. Whenever this happened, the tunnel was blocked, and the other ants had to push past the corpses. Come at me, Kyle shouted as the ether on his hammer turned from green to red. Control your ether, Theodore shouted. Huh, Kyle uttered before noticing the fire ether. Oops, sorry. The ether turned green again as Kyle reactivated air current. Then the next ants pushed forward. Bang, Kyle killed them as well. More, Kyle shouted. Bring me your strongest warriors, more ants, more corpses, more destruction. Send in the next ones, Kyle shouted. That was when a smaller ant pushed through the corpses. This one also had pincers, but they were very small. When Kyle looked at it, he sneered. Bang and crushed it. I said strongest, not weakest, Kyle shouted. More of the small ants pushed through the corpses and Kyle smashed all of them. Fewer and fewer ants appeared and Kyle waited. Eventually there were no more ants. How many did I kill so far? Kyle asked. 60 to 65, Theodore answered. Wait, that was 30 ants just now, Kyle asked. Yes, Theodore answered. Huh, Kyle uttered. Felt more like 5 to 10, because the battlefield was advantageous for you. Go in and kill the queen. Kyle grinned and cracked his shoulders. One last fight, Kyle said as he walked forward. He pushed past the corpses, grabbing a bite here and there. As he looked at the tunnel filled with corpses and insect blood, he paused for a second. When he saw that, he only had one thought. Power, this is power. This is going to be my first genocide, Kyle commented. And hopefully not your last, Theodore answered. These ants are bottom feeders. There are many more powerful beasts out there. Kyle nodded, I know. He climbed past the corpses until he reached the place where the first warrior ant had appeared. There were no more ants in front of him. Kyle walked forward with stalwart steps. After he went past a corner, he saw a big opening. However, he couldn't see a lot. A huge head with pincers was covering the entrance. When Kyle saw that head, he took a deep breath. I wondered why you didn't show up in the tunnel, he said. Turns out you're too fat. You don't fit through the tunnel. The ant queen was huge. She was around 4 times bigger than a warrior ant, but her pincers were the same length, which made them rather short for her size. Kyle stopped walking forward. Snap, and the 2 pincers closed in front of him just a couple of meters away. This is unfair, Kyle said with a sigh. He stepped forward. I hoped for a good fight, you know. The pincers snapped again. Boom. Kyle's hammer hit the right pincer, completely decimating it. But how am I supposed to fight you when you can't even reach me? Kyle shouted. He took another step forward and destroyed the other pincer. At that moment, the ant queen retreated, and Kyle could finally see the throne room. There were a couple more of the small ants, some white ant statues, which were probably pupae or something, some maggots, and a bunch of white eggs. Kyle slowly strode into the room. Some of the small worker ants ran at him, and he just swatted them away with his hammer. The queen was in the back of the room, looking at him. Kyle smirked as he stepped forward. Then the ant queen charged forward, but she was heavy and cumbersome. Bang, sit down, Kyle shouted as he hit the side of her head with his hammer. The head collapsed into itself and the queen fell to the ground, her heavy weight shaking the nest. And that's that, Kyle said as he put his hammer over his shoulder. He took a deep breath, taking in the silent nest. CRK, CRK, well, not completely silent. The larvae were still there and they were making noise. Focus on the larvae and the eggs, Theodore said. They are filled with ether and should be easy to consume. Most of their ether transforms into exoskeletons when they pupate. I presume you don't want to eat chitin. Sounds good, Kyle said. But first, I want to know what the queen tastes like. He approached the queen and consumed some of her insect juices. Disgusting, he said. She doesn't taste any different from the others. What did you expect? Theodore asked. She's a peak beast, not a ferocious beast. A bit disappointing, Kyle said. This is not some kind of story somebody made up in their head, Theodore said with annoyance. This is real life and sometimes things are disappointing. Kyle rolled his eyes. Sure thing, boss. Deal with the pupae first. They might hatch any time and attack. Sure thing, boss. Kyle walked over to the area with the pupae and smashed one after the other. When he was done with that, he focused on the larvae. He walked over and rammed his pick through the head of one of them, killing it. By now, Kyle had gotten used to eating disgusting stuff, and he just jumped into the cold water and took a bite. When he did that, his eyes widened. Holy fuck, he said. This tastes fucking great. Kyle cracked another egg open and dumped the juices into his stomach. Fucking hell, Kyle thought, how are these eggs so fucking good? This is like eggs on Earth, but like, a million times better. Fantasyland, more like drugland. On Earth, whenever shit tastes this good, it has to be unhealthy. Kyle leaned his back on the wall and relaxed. For just a moment, he closed his eyes, savoring the excellent texture of the egg. The eggs had different sizes. The small ones didn't taste as good, but the big ones tasted amazing. After a while, Kyle stood up. There were no more eggs, except one. I saved you for last, Kyle said as he approached an egg that was even bigger than him. This was by far the biggest egg, and it was much bigger than all the others. This thing was probably as big as 5 of the biggest eggs combined. That's probably the egg of another queen, Theodore said. For once, you're in luck. Kyle cracked the egg open and took a sip. Then he closed his eyes. It was indescribable. It was so good. Kyle started to ravenously consume the egg. Despite its huge size, Kyle finished the egg in just a couple of minutes. Luckily, this one seemed to be rather new, which meant the embryo inside was tiny. When he finished the egg, he just laid down on his back. You advanced, Theodore said. Huh, Kyle asked, opening his eyes. You are now a peak human, Theodore said. I didn't notice, Kyle said with surprise. You were too busy eating. Kyle climbed out of the egg and lifted his hammer. So light, he thought. The next moment, Kyle looked at one of the walls. Luckily, we have some great ore here. Theodore had explained to Kyle that beasts like hillstalker ants built nests around valuable ore. The ether the ore gave off helped the young ants develop. Kyle put his hammer to the ore and activated the function to strengthen it. He stopped from time to test its weight. Perfect, he thought. The hammer could hardly be swung with one hand, but it was perfect for 2 hands. You can't improve your mining weapon anymore without endangering its integrity, Theodore said. I can't, Kyle asked. You created a craftsman's stone for its core, right? Theodore asked. Kyle nodded. Craftsman's stone is a rank D material. It only supports materials up to the peak first realm. Your mining weapon already went a bit above that. It's still safe, but if you strengthen it more, the core might collapse. The metal in front of you is wasteland metal, and it's a rank C material with a metal affinity. It is a material that is used to craft weapons and armor for basic soldiers in the army or officers in cities. Kyle grinned. I assume it's valuable. This vein is probably worth between 1 and 3 ether stones. Ether stones, Kyle thought with excitement. That's between 100 and 300 ether pebbles. I can mine this, right? Kyle asked. You should have the power. Over the next minutes, Theodore explained to Kyle how to mine the wasteland metal. When he was done, Kyle looked at the soccer ball-sized piece of refined ore. This thing was heavy. It wasn't as heavy as his hammer, but probably had half of its weight. When Kyle saw the ball, he got an idea. Hey, Theodore, Kyle said. You know how I want to have some armor. You can use this, Theodore answered. It will be quite heavy, though. Your speed will suffer a lot. It is also not easy to craft an entire set of armor. I know how to do it, and I can teach you, but you will be spending a couple of days down here for a basic set. If you want some basic functions as well, this will be a matter of weeks. What functions? Kyle asked. Generally, armor made with such materials has a couple of functions. One function allows the armor to compress back into a ball. Like this, you can take it off and put it on easily. Another function is recovery. Your clothing is made of simple materials, which is why it can recover quickly by absorbing your ether, but the same thing isn't possible with something like wasteland metal without advanced formations. Your clothing has an advanced recovery formation. A basic one only allows the clothing to recover if you inject it with more of the same ore. You can't use your own ether. Kyle furrowed his brows. What's the point of that? The point is that you can repair your armor in the middle of battle and that you don't need to visit a smith or artificer to repair it. Another basic function is self-cleaning. This is the easiest to implement and learn. Kyle nodded. What would you suggest? He asked. Self-cleaning, that's it. We are relatively safe for the next couple of days due to the deterrence pheromones, but they will disperse with time. We don't have a lot of time. Kyle scratched his head. So I will basically have to walk around with the suit of armor at all times. You are the one who wanted it, Theodore said. You can take it off, but it will take a couple of minutes. That sounds bothersome, but I really want that armor. Sure, running around was nice, but speed was not his specialty. If he had this armor, that one adept who tried to kill him in the woods wouldn't have been able to injure Kyle. Sure, Kyle wouldn't have captured him either, but he would have essentially been invincible. Will it slow down my attack speed as well? Kyle asked. Minorly. Your arms will have a bit more weight, but the impact won't be big. Kyle took a deep breath. All right, I want the armor, he said. Kyle didn't want to be a swift guy that jumped around. He wanted to be heavy. He wanted to be powerful. All right, first, Theodore said as he started his explanation. A gray armored helmet looked out of a hole in the ground. Naturally, that was Kyle wearing his brand new helmet. His face wasn't covered since there was no point in covering it. If anything hit his face, he would be in trouble anyway. After all, he was mainly dealing with beasts, not humans. Also, if he wanted to change it, he could. He knew how to forge armor now. When Kyle saw no beasts around, he jumped out of the hole, revealing his new attire. He wore full plate armor, and it was heavy. It was not very thick since the material was technically beyond his level. If he actually made the armor thick, he would be extremely slow. However, it was definitely hard. While the plates were thin, they essentially covered his entire body, except for his joints at the back. The back of his knees, the inside of his elbows, and his armpits still had some free space, but he needed that to move the armor. The armor was completely gray, and Kyle had decided to design the chest plate to be similar to the armor the Spartans wore. In short, his armor had plate abs. He thought it was cool. Due to its thinness, the armor looked like it was light, but nothing could be further from the truth. If a normal human wore this armor, they would fall to the ground and would be unable to move. This thing weighed over 200 kilograms. A powerlifter might be able to take a couple of slow steps in it, but they would get exhausted extremely quickly. Damn, I look cool, Kyle thought with a grin. I fucking love my armor. A moment later, Kyle jumped out of the hole and ran towards the southwest. His footsteps were loud, but he was not slow at all. With his new power, Kyle would be able to sprint at a top speed of about 80 kph. With his hammer, that speed dropped to about 70 kph. With both his hammer and armor, it dropped to about 50 kph. Yes, his speed had gone a hit, but it was still more than fine. Although at this moment, Kyle couldn't run at 50 kph. The reason was that he had not used up all of the wasteland metal. He only used about half and carried the other half with him. The other half of the wasteland metal hung from his back. Since Kyle could smith, he had decided to make a little metal carrier on his back specifically for the remaining ore. He could always just get rid of it later. After running towards the southwest for a bit, Kyle climbed another hill and looked in the distance. He had got past the hillstalker ant's territory and things would become dangerous again. There's a canyon. Lucky, Kyle whispered. I should probably go through there, right? Yes, Theodore answered. Kyle looked around, making sure that no beasts were near. When the coast was clear, he sprinted over to the canyon, which was about a kilometer away. In the middle of his sprint, Kyle noticed a big bird flying over him. This thing had appeared too quickly, and there was no place to hide. Kyle's instincts warned him of mortal danger as he saw the bird. For a moment, Kyle saw the bird looking at him, but then it just continued flying. That's a mid-ferocious beast, Theodore said. You are not worth the effort. Kyle sighed in relief as he kept running. Mid-ferocious beasts and stronger were the least of Kyle's concern. He was only a peak human, which meant he was 3 stages below them, and one of these 3 stages was a realm jump, which was even more significant. Kyle's biggest worries were early ferocious beasts. He wouldn't be able to escape, and he would need to fight, and at that point it was all up to luck. If it was a slow and armored enemy, he might have a chance due to the destructive potential of his hammer, but if it were any other kind of enemy, Kyle would be done. He managed to reach the canyon without further issues and jumped down. As soon as he landed, his armor made a ton of noise, which echoed throughout the canyon. That was an unnecessary thing to do since Kyle could have just been silent, yet Theodore didn't comment. The next moment, Kyle ran through the middle of the canyon. After just a couple of seconds, he saw a couple of stones on the canyon's walls moving. They lifted and transformed. It's these fuckers again. Kyle thought as he saw 3 of these weird metal velociraptor things. The 3 velociraptor things released some shouts and started to charge at Kyle. Oh, you want some? Kyle shouted as he sped up. He directly charged at one of them and prepared his hammer. The beast's metallic claws and teeth extended. It warily looked at the hammer. As it carefully but quickly approached, it noticed that the hammer hadn't moved yet. The next moment, the velociraptor thing jumped forward at incredible speed. It jumped past the hammer's reach and landed on Kyle. CRE, the sound of metal grinding on metal reverberated through the canyon. A tiny white mark was left on Kyle's breastplate, left by the velociraptor's claws. At the same time, the velociraptor bit into Kyle's neck, but Kyle just shrugged his shoulders, hiding his neck. So the velociraptor crunched down on Kyle's helmet. Kyle's charge was stopped by the velociraptor's power, but that was it. HMPH. Kyle grunted and hit the side of the velociraptor thing's chest, pushing it off him and throwing it to the ground. Green ether gathered around Kyle's hammer. BOO. The hammer hit the beast's chest, caving it in and deforming its body. Its metal hide exploded and blood squeezed out of the cracks under the pressure of Kyle's hammer. The other 2 beasts arrived at this point, and Kyle turned to look at them. At that moment, they stopped moving. The 2 sides looked at each other for about a second. Kyle lifted his hammer, and the beasts immediately turned around to flee. This was not prey, this was danger. Yeah, I thought so, Kyle grumbled with a satisfied snort. This was why Theodore hadn't criticized Kyle for his unnecessary volume. He was no longer weak. Since Kyle's last battle with these velociraptor things, he had advanced a level, learned air current, had several more battles, and made an entire set of armor. Kyle had at most moved 40 kilometers away from Forest Haven Cradle, but during these 40 kilometers he had changed. The Kyle who had left the cradle couldn't be compared to the current Kyle. In the open wilderness, he was still among the weaker inhabitants, but inside a canyon, he was near the top. This armor works great, Kyle said as he kept running through the canyon, taking an occasional bite from the corpse he was carrying with him. It is an effective way of combat, Theodore said. Humans hunt and fight in groups, and almost all of them have one shouter, who is generally heavily armored and can take a beating. Kyle was reminded of the MMORPGs he played on Earth. A tank, Kyle asked. I'm unfamiliar with that word, Theodore said. It's someone who attracts the attention of enemies, making the enemy mostly focus on him, Kyle said. Yes, that's what a shouter is. Use the established words, Theodore said with a bit of annoyance. Then Kyle remembered something that bothered him in MMORPGs. Why does the enemy just not engage with the shouter? The others are more threatening, right? Kyle asked. Easier said than done, Theodore answered. It's not like the shouter is helpless. They can also unleash devastating attacks, and if you ignore them, they will kill your group one by one. They charge into the middle of your formation, which makes them vulnerable but also very threatening. And Kyle answered as he kept running. Then what do you do in that case? Change formation, Theodore said. A shouter can take a beating, but they are not invincible. Send a fast and agile fighter at them that can avoid their attacks while being threatening. The agile fighter might not be able to get through a shouter's shield or even their armor, but if that fighter manages to hit a joint, the eyes, or the neck, the shouter will still die. The shouter can't allow that to happen, and they need to protect these areas. As long as the shouter is busy protecting themselves, they can't interrupt the others from attacking the enemy team. Kyle was approaching the end of the canyon. How would that fight go? He asked. Most of the time, nowhere, Theodore said. As long as the shouter protects themselves, the fighter won't be able to cause any real damage. However, the shouter also can't hit them while they are busy with protecting themselves. The initiative is on the fighter's side. If they want to force the fight and make a risky move, there is a high chance that they will die. But if they don't, they are free to retreat since they are faster. It's about who makes the first mistake and whether or not the fighter actually wants to force the fight. But in your specific case, this would be different. I would lose, right? Kyle asked. Correct. Since you do not have a shield, it's harder for you to protect yourself from intelligent, agile, and fast attacks. Additionally, your weapon is very slow. However, if you were to fight another shouter, they would be the ones in trouble. Interesting, Kyle said as he peeked over the canyon's walls. He saw a couple of hills in front of him. Pass along the edges of the hills, Theodore said. Kyle nodded and ran towards the first hill. Since there were so many of them, Kyle couldn't see very far into the distance, but that was a good thing. He passed by the first hill and reached the second. At that moment, Kyle's instincts warned him of danger, and he jumped to the side. A huge mouth filled with teeth shot out of the hill, clamping down on the space where Kyle had just been. The mouth was about 4 meters long and looked like the mouth of a big crocodile. Kyle lowered himself and rammed his pick into the maw's chin. CRKSH, blood exploded out of the chin as the pick buried itself deep. He kept his swing going and swung over his body. His entire body bulged beneath the armor as his ether consumption quadrupled. Get out, Kyle shouted. The ground of the hill cracked as Kyle tore the beast out of it. The beast flew over Kyle, unable to escape the hammer's grasp. Boom, and crashed to the ground. Sure enough, it was some sort of sand crocodile, but its body was just as big as its mouth. It was like this thing was half mouth and half everything else. Green ether gathered around the hammer as Kyle swung downward. Crack, the crocodile's body bent around the hammer. As Kyle lifted his hammer, he noticed that the crocodile was quickly trying to get up. Not dead yet, he asked. Then he swung again, and this time he targeted its head. Since the crocodile was busy getting up, it couldn't avoid the attack. Its head cracked in several places, and its panicked movements were replaced with convulsions. That was a sign of severe brain damage. Surprised this guy survived a strike, Kyle said. That's an initial ferocious beast, Theodore answered. Oh, that makes sense, Kyle said as he lifted the beast's corpse. It was quite heavy, but not that heavy. Kyle looked at the velociraptor corpse. Welp, got no space for you, he said as he threw the remainder of the corpse to the ground. Then he lifted the crocodile corpse over his head. This thing was big and essentially covered Kyle's entire body. Meat and meat shield acquired, Kyle said with a grin as he tore a chunk out of the corpse. As expected, it tasted wonderful. But this time, he didn't stop running. His speed had slowed down even more due to the corpse, but that was not an issue. As Kyle walked past another hill, that hill exploded as well, and another crocodile maw clamped around Kyle's crocodile corpse. Oh no, you don't, Kyle shouted. Bang, he hit the underside of the jaw again and pulled the crocodile out like it was a weed in his garden. After killing that one as well, he dropped the old corpse and continued running with the new one. Staying out here was not safe, which was why he didn't finish the first corpse. The faster he got past this area, the better. BOOM. Another one, Kyle shouted with anger, as another crocodile clamped on his corpse. Kyle reached the last hill, looking at all the crocodile corpses he left behind. What a waste, he commented. Wish I could transport them. If you want to do that, you need to reach the third realm, Theodore said. Why, what's the difference? Kyle asked. You get a soul space. A soul space is a compact space that you have control over. Things you put into it will shrink and lose their weight. If you had a soul space, you could transport all of these corpses without any issues. That's crazy, Kyle said. It's like I get an inventory from a game or something. There's still a long way to go, Theodore said. Yes, Kyle said as he looked into the distance. The black pillar of smoke had become quite a bit bigger. Luckily, there was another canyon. This one wasn't as deep as the other ones, but it was better than nothing. He ran towards the canyon and jumped inside. Inside the canyon, Kyle saw a yellow goat with spiky hair. The goat just looked at him for a moment before jumping to the canyon's walls and standing there. The message was clear. It didn't want to fight Kyle, but it also wasn't afraid. Kyle didn't engage and just ran past the goat. Funnily enough, he didn't find any other beasts in this canyon. Wonder if that's because of the goat. As he came out of the canyon, he found a crevice, which probably meant there was another abyss eye. He managed to clear the 2 kilometers of flat ground to get into the crevice and quickly ran along the walls. This one wasn't as big as the other ones. Kyle also saw a couple of ore veins at the bottom, but he was already carrying too much. If the abyss eye opened, he would just throw the corpse at it, and while it was busy eating, he would escape. Luckily, the abyss eye didn't open. Kyle jumped out of the crevice and continued running. Sadly, there was only flat ground in front of him, but surprisingly, he also didn't see any beasts. That's a bad sign, Kyle thought. After running for around a kilometer, Kyle's instincts warned him of danger. He jumped forward, and the next moment, a worm filled with teeth shot out of the ground. It was 4 meters long and only about 40 centimeters wide, but its teeth looked intimidating. "Run," Theodore shouted. Kyle punched the worm to the side before he continued running. His instincts became louder and louder. 3 more worms jumped out of the ground. Kyle hit one of them with his hammer and kicked another one away. However, the third one touched his plate armor and its teeth moved back and forth. "Run," Theodore shouted again. Kyle punched that worm away as well and resumed running. He took a bite from the corpse he was still carrying with him. That was when he heard a sizzling sound coming from his chest. Kyle's eyes widened when he saw part of his armor turning bronze before cracking. "Oh fuck, they have some kind of acid or something." Bang, 3 more worms jumped out in front of him. "Fuck you," Kyle shouted, throwing the crocodile corpse at them. They all bit into the corpse and clung to it like leeches. That was when Kyle saw 10 more worms coming out from around the corpse. How many are there? Seconds later, the corpse was buried beneath a tide of worms. Fortunately, the worms seemed to prefer the corpse over Kyle. "We're in a sandworm barrier," Theodore said. "I didn't know the Fire Coast had one." Less explaining and more telling me what to do. Kyle shouted as he kept running. "You have to run," Theodore said. "The quicker you get past the sandworm barrier, the better. Individually, they are not powerful, but they overwhelm their enemies with numbers." For the next couple of seconds, none of the worms attacked Kyle. As he threw another glance back, he noticed that the crocodile corpse had vanished, and the worms were also nowhere to be seen. "Just run," Theodore said. Kyle did just that. Some seconds later, worms started popping out of the ground around him again. He jumped back and forth to avoid them, but he couldn't avoid all of them. Luckily, his armor protected him from their weird acid. "I want less action in my life," Kyle thought. "How many times has my life been in danger in the past months?" After avoiding the worms for more seconds, Kyle saw a couple of beasts in the distance again, but this time he didn't avoid them. He ran right at them. When the beasts saw the group of worms following Kyle, they immediately ran away. "Come back here," Kyle shouted. However, the beasts didn't listen. "Just a bit more," Theodore said. "You've already left their territory." Naturally, Kyle didn't stop. "Buddy, did you forget to bring corpses?" Suddenly, Kyle heard someone shouting at him. He looked over and saw 2 lean men carrying weapons. They seemed to be amused at Kyle's plight. "They are from the Royal Army," Theodore said. Kyle had planned on running towards them in revenge, but when he heard that, he decided to change his approach. "Do you guys know Mandrake?" Kyle shouted as he punched another worm away. At that moment, they stopped laughing. "You know Mandrake?" one of them asked. "He's a friend of mine." Kyle shouted as another hole appeared in his armor. The 2 of them looked at each other. Then they charged towards Kyle. In just 2 seconds, they arrived between Kyle and the sandworms. They used their weapons and pushed the sandworms to the side without killing them. He looked at his armor and saw 10 holes in it. "Well, that's gonna use up some of the wasteland metal I've accumulated." Surprisingly, the 2 of them just smirked deviously. "No problem," one of them said with an eerily calm tone. Kyle grew nervous. TG resolved domain equals strongest hammer god. Kyle looked nervously at the 2 of them. "They are knights." "Actual knights," Theodore said. "You better hope they don't want to kill you." "Friend, can we help you in any other way?" one of them asked with a fake smile. Kyle took a step back. No, it's fine," the first knight said. "We'll escort you to the Fire Coast. Just follow us." "That's too dangerous," the other knight said with a frown. "You need some escorts." Kyle looked at them. Then he started running towards the Fire Coast. The 2 knights looked at each other before they easily overtook Kyle, running towards the Fire Coast in front of him.